Chapter 1. A farewell, yet an estrangement on the vast expanse of the Tianhuang continent, within the shadowy and damp depths of the imperial capital of the Fuyiao Empire, countless ebony chains, glimmering with an eerie light, occasionally swayed. At the very heart of this intricate web of chains lay two enormous, grotesque creatures, sealed in a state of confinement. Even with the grandeur of the imperial capital as a backdrop, and the sealing chains as a support, the malevolent aura emanating from these monstrous beings remained terrifying and disquieting to at that moment. Beneath the towering figures of the two beasts flickered a dim candlelight. The candle was placed upon a stone table, its feeble glow flickering as though it might extinguish at any moment, seemingly at odds with the ominous presence of the beasts. At the opposite end of the table sat a young man clad in green, exuding an air of leisure. In his hand, he held a deck of crude homemade playing cards. "A pair of threes," Yu Qing declared, laying down two cards on the table while his gaze shifted to the monstrous entities. The creature to the right flinched, its face contorting as it nervously pinched the cards between its enormous fingers, its nails the size of a human head turning pale. "Two cannot afford it." After a prolonged silence, it stammered in an unfamiliar and halting manner, vigorously shaking its massive head, the muscles in its face betraying its inner trepidation. Soon after, the creature on the left shivered in response. It quickly reached a decision. Too great. I cannot afford it either." With that, both beasts turned their attention to Yu Qing. "If you both cannot afford a pair of threes, then I shall release you," Yu Qing said with a grin. As he spoke, he gently fanned out the playing cards in his hand. Rising, he stretched languidly and remarked, "So, do you accept the terms?" With a flourish, he produced a dagger that glimmered with a cold light. Instantly, both creatures trembled. "Fear not. I shall not harm you. I merely require half a gene of your essence to concoct some elixirs." Yu Qing chuckled, and without delay, he plunged the dagger forward. Under the sorrowful gazes of the two beasts, each relinquished half a gene of blood, after which Yu Qing ceased his actions. With a beaming smile, he collected the essence and nonchalantly stored the stone table, then slowly ascended the dimly lit staircase leading to the surface. "I shall visit you again," Yu Qing waved in farewell. The two creatures shuddered once more. "Please, do not." Yet outwardly, they could only muster a smile more grotesque than tears as they watched Yu Qing depart. "By the way," Yu Qing paused mid-step. Turning back, he said languidly, "Do remain submissive in the future, but if I sense even the slightest disturbance from you against the seal while on the surface next time, I assure you, I will return to reside here for 3 days and nights." With that, Yu Qing finally made his way back to the surface. He arrived at a courtyard in the southern part of the imperial city. The courtyard was filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms, where a babbling brook flowed gently. Beneath the bamboo grove, there rested a set of exquisite tea utensils crafted from fine spirit wood, alongside Yu Qing's personal reclining chair. The only incongruous sight was a sheep, lying on its back beneath the warm sun. Round and plump, it occasionally opened its lethargic eyes, a blade of grass clutched in its mouth. Have those barbaric nations sent someone to deliver gifts again? "The gifts are rather unimpressive," Yu Qing remarked casually, fiddling with a peculiar trinket in his hand. The sheep, upon hearing this, opened its eyes to chew the grass lodged in its mouth, then closed its eyes again, appearing quite displeased with Yu Qing's incessant chatter. "The imperial decree has arrived." At that moment, a sharp voice echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of 3 eunuchs into the courtyard. Upon seeing Yu Qing, the lead eunuch cast a significant glance at him before declaring, "By the command of Empress Fuyiao, Yu Qing is summoned to the palace forthwith, without fail." Thus decreed, Yu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. What could Fuyiao possibly want with me? Pondering this, he wasted no time, donned a formal attire, and made his way to the imperial palace. Along the way, he encountered numerous officials, both civil and military, who regarded him with a mixture of intrigue and speculation. It is truly a pity for Yu Qing. At the inception of the empire, he stood alone against the 3 powerful vassal kings, displaying remarkable prowess and earning significant merit. Alas, while he did vanquish the 3 kings, he also suffered grave injuries, rendering him a mere idle prince living off his past glories. What of being an idle prince? Has the empire not treated him well? Such treachery is despicable. Indeed, this does not justify his supposed collusion with foreign powers to instigate rebellion. Yu Qing's brow furrowed further, sensing that matters were more than they seemed. Upon reaching the gates of Fuyiao Hall, he found himself encircled by a multitude of Fuyiao soldiers. In front of them stood a chief eunuch holding the imperial edict. Yu Qing, you are accused of colluding with foreign entities to conspire against the state. You ought to be executed along with your entire clan. However, considering your past contributions, we shall show leniency. Your title as prince is hereby revoked, and you are banished from the Fuyiao Empire. Thus decreed, I conspire with foreign entities to rebel. Despite the whispers he had encountered along the way, Yu Qing remained indifferent to them. The factional struggles within the court, with their baseless accusations, were all too common. Yet, upon hearing the same accusation from the imperial edict, he was momentarily taken aback. For the edict represented the will of the empress. Others may be oblivious, but Nangong Fuyiao understood the truth. This emperor was one whom he had supported to ascend to the throne. After Fuyao's coronation, Yu Qing had aided her in eliminating rivals and quelling the three kings, devising strategies for both governance and the welfare of the populace. It could be said that without him, the flourishing Fuyiao Empire would not exist today. However, having little interest in power, he had retreated into the shadows once the empire stabilized, leading a life of leisure, tending to fish and flowers. One could say that while many might harbor rebellious thoughts, he was the sole exception. Even if you claim I conspire with foreign entities, you have no right to speak on such matters. It is Fuyiao herself who should address me. You dare to utter the empress's name so casually. The chief eunuch's face flushed red as he pointed an accusing finger at Yu Qing. Allow him entry. At that moment, a commanding female voice resonated from within Fuyiao Hall, imbued with undeniable imperial authority. As the voice faded, 3,000 Fuyiao soldiers bowed in unison. Humph! Make way for him. The chief eunuch let out a sarcastic huff, begrudgingly parting to grant Yu Qing passage. Ignoring the onlookers, Yu Qing stepped confidently into Fuyiao Hall. Atop the pinnacle of the Fuyiao Palace sat a woman clad in red, her beauty rivaling that of a celestial being. Each gesture exuding an air of authority. She was none other than the Empress Fuyiao, Nangong Fuyiao. Beside her stood a figure named Xiao Wuchen, the most gifted young talent of the Fuyiao Empire, possessing the rarest of noble blood. Once, he could be considered half a disciple of Yu Qing. Yu Qing paid no heed to Xiao Wuchen, but directed his gaze towards Nangong Fuyiao, his eyes filled with inquiry and confusion. In response to Yu Qing's gaze, Nangong Fuyiao looked down imperiously, her face etched with regal authority. There is nothing more to be said. The evidence is irrefutable. Out of respect for your past contributions, I grant you your life. Depart at once. Her words were uttered with a nonchalance, as if she were dismissing an inconsequential matter, like sending away a mere dog. Yu Qing furrowed his brow tightly. Although he had anticipated this moment since the imperial edict was issued, hearing these words directly from Nangong Fuyiao made it exceedingly difficult to accept. Why? Yu Qing asked, his voice rising. The empire does not wrong the innocent. Nangong Fuyiao replied with a stoic expression. The evidence speaks for itself. You know, I'm not inquiring about that. Yu Qing retorted. For everyone was acutely aware that the so-called crimes were utterly unfounded, easily discerned by any discerning eye. How could one expect the empress to remain oblivious to this? This meant that the alleged offenses were entirely sanctioned by her, perhaps even orchestrated by her own hand. Are you questioning me? A chilling tone emerged from Nangong Fuyiao, each word laden with imperial authority, pressing down upon Yu Qing. I shall reiterate, I only acknowledge the evidence. In that moment, Yu Qing felt a sharp pang in his heart, a deep sense of betrayal. He was not of this world, but had traversed from a realm known as Blue Star, that on a night beset by snowstorms, upon embarking on his path of cultivation, he discovered a little girl curled in a corner, her complexion tinged with frostbite. From that day forth, the duo embarked on their journey through the martial world, sharing meals and water alike. The girl would call out to him as her brother, and he vowed to protect this sister, bound by no blood ties. Eventually, the girl learned of her true heritage as a princess, the lost daughter of the former emperor. Yu Qing aided her return to the palace, reclaiming her rightful identity and power. Soon after, she revealed her ambition to ascend the throne. Without hesitation, Yu Qing supported her in eliminating adversaries, enabling her to claim the imperial seat as a woman of valor. Yet, As the years flew by, he struggled to reconcile the lofty empress before him with the innocent girl she once was. It appears you no longer require my assistance. Yu Qing sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Preposterous. However, his words struck a deep chord within the empress, igniting her fury. With a thunderous slam of her palm upon the table, it shattered into fragments. She was the empress of her word, a ruler above all. She was not a little girl in need of protection. The person who acted as her guardian constantly clung to some regrettable past, putting on a facade of adulthood to shield her. This disgusted her to the core. To put it plainly, she wished to conceal the fact that she, the illustrious Empress of Fuyiao, once harbored a past that filled her with shame. She had once exhibited a vulnerability that was intolerable, especially now that behind all her triumphs lay the shadow of a certain individual. Moreover, that individual was now nothing but a hollow shell. She was determined to erase this dark chapter from her history. Undeniably, Yu Qing had once aided her, but she was an empress. She would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray her. Yu Qing, it is undeniable that you have contributed significantly to the establishment of the empire, she stated coldly. However, you overestimate your importance. Do you truly believe I cannot thrive without you? Let me be frank. I am surrounded by a talented entourage, and the Fuyiao Empire is flourishing like never before. My Fuyiao Empire will not lack for anyone, including you. Before I change my mind and decide to end your life, I advise you to vanish from my sight. Nangong Fuyiao spoke without a trace of emotion. Yu Qing gazed at the still, unfamiliar figure of Nangong Fuyiao and, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of calm wash over him. Standing with his hands behind his back, he raised his chin slightly. Then let it be as you wish. Mountain birds and fish are worlds apart thus. May the mountains and waters never meet. With that, he turned away, heading towards the grand entrance, taking slow, deliberate steps. His words were clear. From this moment on, all ties between the two were severed. Even if they were to meet again, they would be like strangers. A flicker of remorse passed through Nangong Fuyiao's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolve. Xiao Wuchen, assigned to escort Yu Qing out of the Fuyiao palace, cast a complex glance at him, offering no farewell before turning back to the palace. It was undeniable that, despite Yu Qing's fall from grace when he vanquished the three kings, his wealth of martial experience remained intact. Though he had never taken a formal mentor, he had indeed learned much from Yu Qing. Until today, he had held a deep respect for him. Yet, it seemed Yu Qing had perhaps overvalued his own significance. The vast Fuyiao Empire could continue to function without any single individual. He would not allow Yu Qing to jeopardize his own future. Chapter 2. So, what is it to me? Yu Qing departed, taking with him everything from his courtyard, including the incongruous goat. The sky was slightly overcast today, with a fine drizzle descending intermittently. Yet, the imperial city remained as bustling as ever. It seemed unaffected by Yu Qing's departure in the slightest. He lingered at the city gates for some time, extending his hand to feel the gentle rain, sipping a measure of strong liquor before turning his back and leaving the city he had called home for 20 years. He also took with him the long sword embedded in the earth of the capital. The sword was unremarkable, displaying signs of rust, and was returned to his sleeve. No one knew when this sword had been driven into the ground, nor did anyone realize that it had just been withdrawn. All that the populace knows is that a violent rumble emanates from the depths of the imperial capital, as if an uncontrollable force is about to burst forth from the earth. Yu Qing does not cast even a glance. He has never been a sage. Remaining here allows him to cherish and protect the place he loves. But if he were to leave this spot, what concern would it be of mine? The sheep did not look at him, either it merely gazed at Yu Qing with mournful eyes, indicating its hunger once more. Yu Qing casually plucked a tuft of foxtail grass and stuffed it into its mouth. The world is aware that he was stripped of his dantian when he vanquished the three kings. Yet, no one knows that it was amidst adversity that he awakened the exclusive benefits of a time traveler, his very own system. This system is quite reliable, rewarding him with numerous gifts upon signing in, including this sheep and this sword. In just 20 short years, while sipping tea, listening to music, and cultivating his skills, he has reached an unfathomable height, even to himself. It seems he possesses an infinitesimal strength. At this level of cultivation, he harbors little interest in further advancement. Content to remain in his humble abode, enjoying wine and tea while indulging in melodies, he occasionally ventures into the depths of the imperial capital to seek amusement with those two demonic entities. Yet now, perhaps it is time to heed the system's task and enhance his abilities further while exploring the world, and perhaps discover what lies at the end of the path. To take on a disciple, Yu Qing's gaze flickered at the system's notification. For the system's guidance, he is to head south to find a disciple of his own. The south, presumably the southern kingdom. He has long heard of the endless beauty of the southern kingdom, and now he shall finally behold it. Meanwhile, chaos reigns within the imperial capital of Fuyiao. Dressed in resplendent crimson, Nangong Fuyiao stands regally within the grand hall, her expression dark enough to draw water. "Can anyone tell me what has happened to the seal?" she demands in a deep voice. Since the sealing of the two demonic entities, there have been occasional tremors, but over time, these disturbances have dwindled, becoming almost negligible in recent years. Such a significant upheaval has never occurred since the seal was established. "Your Majesty, we have just conducted an inspection and found no issues with the seal." One elderly man approaches respectfully. "If the seal is intact, then why such a violent tremor?" Nangong Fuyiao inquires sternly. The elder bows his head, kneeling on the ground, his face flushed, yet he cannot articulate a reason. Despite the seal showing no signs of defect, the cause of the recent disturbance remains elusive. Have personnel reinforce the seal and monitor the underground activity closely. "Report any issues to me at once," she commands, before returning to the Fuyiao Hall. Weariness etched upon her face. For reasons unknown, she has been feeling unsettled these past couple of days. Logically, at her level of cultivation, such disquiet should not befall her. Rubbing her forehead, she muses that perhaps it is due to an excess of trivial matters. Days pass, and Yu Qing is already en route to the southern kingdom. At this moment, he stands with hands clasped behind his back atop a mountain peak, gazing at the distant scenery, a gentle breeze caressing him, filling his heart with tranquility. The scenery outside is truly splendid. "Brother Yu, what brings you here all alone?" At that moment, several figures swept in from a distance, led by a young maiden in a long dress, Lu Yi. After departing from the imperial city, Yu Qing encountered Lu Yi and her companions on the road. The two parties found themselves quite compatible and decided to journey together. "Brother Yu, be cautious. This mountain range is known to harbor demonic beasts. While minor beasts may not pose much of a threat, we may struggle to protect you against larger ones," Lu Yi cautioned, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "All right, let us proceed," Yu Qing replied with a smile. The group then traversed the mountains, arriving at a small town before nightfall. The night sky sparkled with stars, and a gentle breeze wafted through the window. Yu Qing, holding a wine bowl, leaned against the window, keenly listening to Lu Yi and her fellow disciples engaging in lively banter. A smile unconsciously crept onto his face. Though he was significantly older than them, who among them had not once been an impassioned youth with dreams of chivalry before traversing into this realm? "Come, Brother Yu, we toast to you." The youthful companions, whom Yu Qing perceived as younger brothers, raised their wine bowls in his honor. "Cheers," Yu Qing echoed, lifting his own bowl. Just then, Lu Yi stepped forward, a hint of regret in her voice. "Brother Yu, I fear we may have to part ways tomorrow." "Oh," Yu Qing looked up at her. "Although we are headed in the same direction, we intend to take a less traveled path for our training," she explained. "The alternative route can be rather perilous should you accompany us. It may prove challenging to ensure your safety." "Of course, I do not mean to undermine your abilities, Brother Yu," she added. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing smiled lightly. "You underestimate me. I should have mentioned that I possess a modicum of cultivation." Her words sparked immediate interest in Lu Yi and her companions, who eagerly inquired, "What level of cultivation do you have, Brother Yu?" "Ha, I could easily contend with any one of you." Yu Qing chuckled, raising his fist in jest. "I would like to spar with you, Brother Yu," said a nearby youth, setting down his wine bowl and swiftly advancing towards Yu Qing with a cunning strike. His hand, infused with profound energy, swiftly approached Yu Qing's chest, revealing that the boy had considerable talent, having broken through to the innate realm. In response to the impending attack, Yu Qing merely smiled, raising his hand to effortlessly grasp the boy's wrist, rendering his assault utterly ineffective. "Hiss!" Brother Yu is remarkably powerful, exclaimed the youths in awe, their eyes brimming with admiration. Lu Yi, however, blushed and remarked, "So Brother Yu is so strong. How is it traveling with you all?" Yu Qing inquired with a grin. "With Brother Yu's strength, there should be no issue. We will be relying on you to look after us along the way." Lu Yi promptly replied that of course. "That is not a problem. We shall assist one another." Yu Qing raised his wine bowl. Surrounded by a group of vibrant youths, the air was filled with laughter and joy. Yet beside them, a sheep lay on its back upon a soft couch, casting an utterly disdainful glance towards Yu Qing. Chapter 3. Has Yu Qing departed? I shall now break the seal. As time elapsed, the news of Yu Qing's expulsion from the Fuyiao Empire gradually spread far and wide. Beyond the distant borders of the Fuyiao Empire lay an expansive desert, a sea of yellow sand stretching endlessly to the horizon. Yet, on the far-off skyline, a magnificent city loomed. Countless soldiers clad in heavy armor and riding enormous beasts patrolled the surroundings. In the heart of the city's fortress sat the leaders of two great barbarian nations. One was Manshan, the chief of the Shaman nation. The other was Gongsun Tu, the leader of the Tu Shan nation. Both towering figures possessed thick beards and long black hair cascading over their shoulders. As they voraciously consumed their meat, with every glance and gesture, their formidable presence and prowess were unmistakable. What? At that moment, Manshan slammed his wine bowl down. Incredulity etched across his face. Are you suggesting that the demon has been expelled from the Fuyiao Empire? This news has just arrived from the imperial capital of Fuyiao, and it is undeniably true. Gongsun Tu replied with solemnity. Nonsense. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Has Nangong Fuyiao lost his wits? Manshan shook his head in disbelief. How foolish must one be to commit such an act? It's akin to slashing one's own jugular. Self-sabotage cannot be executed so recklessly. However, in the next moment, one of his trusted aides entered, presenting him with a sealed letter. Good heavens, it's true. Manshan opened the letter, momentarily stunned. Evidently, his spies had also uncovered this information, albeit at a slower pace than Gongsun Tu's. No, let me think this through, Manshan mused, settling back into his seat, scratching his head as thoughts raced through his mind, muttering in disbelief. How could this be possible? After a lengthy pause, he lifted his gaze, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. So, does this mean we need not ally with the Fuyiao Empire? Indeed. If that demon has truly departed, it appears so, Gongsun Tu replied thoughtfully. Wait, Manshan interjected, shaking his head again. What if this is merely a ruse concocted by that demon to test us? If that were the case, he might soon come knocking on our doors for tea again. Manshan's words sent a shiver down Gongsun Tu's spine, causing him to involuntarily tap his toes against the ground. It was a painful memory, one that evoked tears upon reflection. It seems this matter requires careful deliberation, Gongsun Tu remarked cautiously, his eyes glinting with deliberation. After a while, he suggested, let us find a convenient excuse to delay the alliance for now. Simultaneously, we shall continue to investigate the veracity of this news and ascertain whether he has indeed left the Fuyiao Empire before making further plans. Agreed. Let it be so. Manshan clapped his hands in affirmation, then added, our two barbarian nations hold significant power in this southern region. I have never regarded that insignificant Fuyiao Empire with any seriousness. They dare to dream of standing on equal footing with us in alliance only because of the threat posed by that demon, which has kept us from speaking out. If he is truly no longer in the Fuyiao Empire, then there is absolutely no need to show any courtesy to the Fuyiao Empire in the future. Indeed. Gongsun Tu nodded in agreement. Then it is decided. Very well. Meanwhile, in the Fuyiao Empire, deep beneath the pitch-black imperial capital, two sealed demonic entities panted heavily in the darkness. These past few days, the pressure has vanished. If I am not mistaken, he has taken that sword away. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the abyss. Without that sword, these feeble chains in the formation above can no longer hold us for long. But what does this mean? Silence lingered in the darkness. After a long pause, the voice resumed. If he were still above, even without the sword, the slightest disturbance from us would alert him, and we would remain trapped. Yet this is still our chance. Without the sword, we can slowly erode the seal above without drawing attention, then break free in one decisive strike. It will take time, but this is our only opportunity. Good. Then we shall wait a while longer. Once we escape, I will make these wretched humans pay. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stone steps leading underground. Soon, a group of blue-robed cultivators descended, led by an elder and a young man. Everyone, Inspect the seals, the elder commanded from beside an altar, his sharp gaze monitoring their movements. Grand Tutor's son, the young man murmured quietly. Yu Qing contributed greatly to the empire. Is it truly just to exile him now? Sun scoffed dismissively. Yu Qi was once remarkable, but the past is the past. Now, he is nothing but a cripple. Ah, I suppose so. The young man sighed. Still, it is a pity. Unbeknownst to them, every word of their conversation reached the darkness nearby. The two demonic beings, hidden in the shadows, widened their eyes and exchanged glances. Nanny? Yu Qing was exiled from the empire? Almost instinctively, they strained against their black chains, leaning forward as if fearing they had misheard. The heavy clanking of the chains went unnoticed by Sun and the young man. Such disturbances were commonplace from the beasts. There is nothing to lament, Sun sneered. Whether the accusation of rebellion was true or not, he failed to recognize his own worth. A mere waste now. Yet he clung to past glories as if he still mattered. Exile was the best outcome for him. We should all take this as a lesson. Yet, as Sun's words faded, from the surrounding darkness erupted two earth-shattering detonations, shaking the imperial capital with deafening tremors as though the very earth quaked beneath them. The entire sky seemed to sway violently in response. Yu Qing was actually, truly banished from the empire. The two demonic creatures could scarcely contain their exhilaration. Trembling on the verge of tears. With Yu Qing gone, this damned seal. Wait for some time. Wait for what? We're breaking through this instant. Chapter 4. The impending storm at the border. The turmoil of the imperial capital within the opulent Fuyiao palace. Nangong Fuyiao sat upon the dragon throne. Her exquisite and enchanting visage marred by an expression of profound distress. The several ministers standing below her, gripped by trepidation, dared not utter a word at the sight of her countenance. Just moments ago, a missive had arrived from two formidable barbarian nations, announcing a postponement of their alliance discussions. This was a matter of great significance for the Fuyiao Empire. It must be noted that the southern region was home to numerous nations, and the barbarian states ranked among the most powerful. An alliance with them would represent a monumental achievement for the Fuyiao Empire, solidifying its foothold in the southern territories. However, with the alliance discussions scheduled for next month, the timing of this postponement raised unsettling implications. Your Majesty, it may indeed be as stated in the letter. The leader of the barbarians, Manshan, is reportedly unwell, which could account for the delay. Therefore, I believe we need not dwell on it excessively. One minister ventured to offer consolation. Nangong Fuyiao, however, quickly dismissed this notion. The barbarians revered strength above all, and it was improbable that a leader of Manshan's caliber would be incapacitated. I surmise that certain actions of our Fuyiao Empire have displeased them, resulting in this outcome. She stated with a furrowed brow. Prepare 2 grand gifts to be sent to the 2 barbarian nations. But your Majesty, might this not lead the barbarians to underestimate us? A minister interjected, concern evident in his tone. The alliance is of utmost importance to the empire. As long as we can secure the alliance smoothly, we need not worry about minor grievances. Simply proceed as I have instructed, Nangong Fuyiao asserted with unwavering authority. Your Majesty is indeed wise, the ministers echoed in praise. Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips when a cataclysmic roar reverberated throughout the imperial capital, shaking the very foundations of the Fuyiao Palace. It was reminiscent of an earthquake. Countless pendants swung wildly, and decorations came crashing down in disarray. What is happening? Nangong Fuyiao exclaimed, rising abruptly and hastening out of the palace. Outside, chaos reigned supreme. Fissures resembling spider webs cracked open in the ground, and numerous buildings collapsed under the tumult. The entire imperial capital was enveloped in a state of panic. At that moment, the venerable Sun Taifu emerged from the depths, appearing before Nangong Fuyiao with a grave expression. Your Majesty, we are in grave peril. The 2 monstrous entities have begun to assault the seal. Sun Taifu exclaimed, his face etched with concern. Moreover, their violent onslaught has caused the seal to weaken. What? Nangong Fuyiao's expression shifted dramatically. Hadn't the seal been inspected recently and deemed intact? Why then would these 2 monstrous beings suddenly launch an assault? And even if they did, it should not have been sufficient to compromise the seal's integrity. I do not know. Sun Taifu cried out, nearly on the verge of tears. His voice tinged with desperation. I was merely conducting the usual inspection when they began their assault. Useless. Nangong Fuyiao, filled with fury, let out a sharp rebuke. Yet she understood that this was not the moment to assign blame. She promptly commanded, immediately notify the Heavenly Academy to collectively intervene and reinforce the seal. It is imperative that these 2 malevolent creatures be subdued once more. Yes, replied Sun Taifu and the others, who dared not hesitate, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Should these two formidable beasts break free, the entire imperial capital would face catastrophic peril. After a series of commands were issued, Nangong Fuyiao returned to the Fuyiao Palace, awaiting news of the suppression of the malevolent entities. As she sat alone, a thought crossed her mind. Why did the image of Yu Qing linger in her thoughts? Ever since Yu Qing departed, misfortunes had befallen her in quick succession. Humph. This thought was fleeting, and she quickly dismissed it with a cold snort. There was no denying Yu Qing's past capabilities, yet now he was but a mere shadow of his former self. The disturbances caused by the beasts and the matters concerning the barbarian alliance were in no way connected to him. At most, it was a mere coincidence. As darkness enveloped the sky, a venerable elder, leaning on a cane, entered the Fuyiao Palace with a solemn expression. This man was none other than Sun Xuandi, the head of the Heavenly Academy. The academy had been established specifically when Nangong Fuyiao ascended to power, serving as a cradle for the empire's strongest and housing various masters she had gathered over the years. Director Sun, how are matters progressing? Nangong Fuyiao inquired urgently. With a grave shake of his head, Sun Xuandi replied, after a day of exertion, we have temporarily managed to reseal the two malevolent beings. But this is merely a stopgap. Unless the masters of the Heavenly Academy continuously channel energy into the seal for 12 consecutive hours, we can only maintain a tenuous balance with these creatures. Otherwise, it will not be long before they emerge once more. Nangong Fuyiao's expression shifted dramatically. To have the entire Heavenly Academy's masters channel energy for 12 hours straight, how is that feasible? Would that mean they cease all training? Can they sustain this for half a month, let alone 6 months? Director Sun, have we determined why the seal, which was previously stable, suddenly allowed these two creatures to weaken its integrity? At this moment, Nangong Fuyiao voiced her deepest confusion. Upon hearing this, the aged head of the academy wore a grave expression. He sighed before responding, according to our thorough investigations, while the imperial city's chain seal is intact, it was never adequate to contain these two formidable beasts from the very beginning. This revelation struck Nangong Fuyiao like a thunderclap. How could this be possible? If the seal was inherently insufficient to suppress these creatures, why did they not attempt to breach it until now? Sun Xuandi bitterly smiled and shook his head. This matter perplexes us as well. It defies all logical reasoning. However, Your Majesty need not be overly concerned. Although we currently require the Academy to input energy into the seal for 12 continuous hours to maintain suppression, it is still manageable for the time being. Suddenly, I recalled that within the dominion of my empire, the ancient Taoists of the Qingyun sect excelled in the art of formations and seals, their mastery considered unparalleled in the neighboring kingdoms. At this moment, Sun Xuanji remarked that if we could summon him, perhaps there would be a solution. Oh, if that is the case, then hasten to call him here for assistance. Should he resolve this predicament, I shall bestow upon him abundant rewards. Nangong Fuyiao declared with unyielding determination. Sun Xuanji bowed his head in response. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall make the arrangements at once. Meanwhile, as chaos reigned in the imperial capital of Fuyiao, Yu Qing and Lu Yi'er continued their journey southward, honing their skills while experiencing the diverse cultures along the way. Unbeknownst to them, they remained oblivious to the unfolding events, and they had no desire to be informed. As night descended, the stars twinkled brilliantly overhead. The group ignited a bonfire, casting a warm glow upon their flushed faces, reveling in merriment after their libations. Elder brother Yu, why not join our Qingyun sect? Lu Yi'er suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Her proposal instantly ignited a chorus of agreement from the other young ones, who chimed in, Indeed, Elder brother Yu. You seem only a few years our senior, and with your remarkable cultivation, joining our Qingyun sect would be most fitting. Furthermore, our sect boasts a prestigious lineage. Have you heard of the Green Robe Sword Immortal? He was the one who vanquished 3 kings during the establishment of the Fuyiao Empire, a figure of great significance. Our ancestor once had ties with him. Moreover, our ancestor is not only immensely powerful but also possesses unparalleled expertise in formations. If you have an interest in this art, perhaps our ancestor would be willing to impart his knowledge to you. Wow, is it truly that impressive? Yu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, his thoughts drifting back 2 decades to the long-ago mention of the Green Robe Sword Immortal, a name he had not heard in ages. It was truly unexpected to encounter it again from the lips of these young ones. As for the esteemed ancestor of the Qingyun sect, upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed a connection. His mastery of formations appeared to have been imparted by none other than myself long ago. Chapter 5. Surely, this monstrous beast has not already found its way into the pot. Coincidentally, our esteemed ancestor will be journeying southward this time to attend to matters and will conveniently bring us back. Lu Yi and the others continued to inquire with eager enthusiasm. What do you think, brother Yu? There is no rush to join the sect. We shall wait for an opportunity to meet your ancestor. Yu Qing replied with a gentle smile. Excellent. Our ancestor is quite approachable and takes a keen interest in us junior disciples. We shall surely introduce brother Yu to him. They chimed in. These young novices, newly embarked on their journey in the martial world, possessed little ulterior motive. They expressed their desires openly. Yu Qing was pleased to remain in their company, particularly because these youngsters indulged in merriment without guile. At that moment, everyone was gathered around the bonfire preparing for dinner. Normally, once one reaches the innate realm, it is possible to fast for several days, and at the very least, consuming a basic fasting pill could sustain one without food or drink for days on end. However, ever since Yu Qing prepared a hot pot for them using fine ingredients, these little rascals refused to consume their fasting pills and instead clamored for another hot pot. Since his arrival in this new world, regardless of his cultivation level, he had maintained his habit of enjoying meals, particularly hot pot and barbecues. A touch of wine only heightened the experience, one that ordinary cultivators could scarcely fathom. Thus, within his pocket dimension, an array of tools and condiments was readily available. Ensure you wash the pots and utensils and prepare yourselves. I shall fetch some ingredients. Yu Qing instructed before setting off alone into the woods in search of provisions. Lu Yi and the others, brimming with excitement, busily commenced their preparations. In the forest, with a single step, Yu Qing traversed from one mountain peak to another. He surveyed his surroundings with a tranquil gaze. Huh? He uttered softly. Having expected to find ordinary beasts for his meal, only to stumble upon a demonic creature, and not just any creature, but one of the celestial desolation realm. The realm of demonic beasts is roughly comparable to that of humans. Upon attaining the innate stage, they can draw in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth for cultivation. Thus, the realms beyond innate are categorized as human desolation, earth desolation, celestial desolation, and so forth. Demonic beasts, nourished by the energies of nature, possess flesh devoid of impurities, making them far more delectable than common beasts. Although a celestial desolation beast is indeed powerful, akin to the strength of a small sect's leader, its elevated status is fortuitous. As it would provide ample no, a young disciple drew forth his longsword and approached the monstrous beast, striking down towards its head. Yet, to his dismay, the blade merely grazed the skin of the lifeless creature. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, mocking his apparent lack of strength. The disciple's face flushed with embarrassment as he stared at the fallen beast, perplexed, for he had exerted considerable effort. Allow me to assist, Yu Qing said, producing a hefty butcher's knife. Strangely, the moment the knife was revealed, an inexplicable chill coursed through the hearts of Lu Wei and her companions, causing their once vibrant swords to lose their luster. However, this fleeting change went unnoticed by the naive youngsters. Wow, brother Yu has even prepared such a knife. One of the youths exclaimed, taking the butcher's knife with surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed the beast's head with ease. Yu Qing chuckled. As a semi-professional gourmet, one must possess the right tools. We won't need the head. It looks rather unappetizing, he remarked, as the boy casually hung the severed head from a tree. Under the gentle moonlight, the atmosphere around the campfire brimmed with laughter and joy. Yu Qing transformed into the chef, adding spices to the bubbling pot, and soon, a steaming hot pot was presented before everyone. Let us raise a toast to brother Yu, the young men and women called out, producing flasks of wine to honor him before diving into the feast. Before long, the group was indulging in mouth-watering morsels, their lips slick with grease. Between sips of wine and bites of meat, some of the youngsters, feeling the effects of the drink, began to reminisce about days gone by. Their youthful exuberance brought a smile to Yu Qing's face, even as he found their antics amusing. However, amidst the revelry, a sudden chill pervaded the air. Yu Qing's hand momentarily stilled. Yet he remained motionless, his gaze shifting to Lu Wei and her companions. In an instant, they too sensed the shift in the atmosphere, their drunken haze dissipating as they brandished their swords, forming a defensive stance, eyes scanning their surroundings. Yu Qing found himself instinctively encircled by them. Quite perceptive, he noted, approvingly observing their heightened vigilance. But before he could further assess the situation, a cacophony of rustling emerged from the nearby woods, accompanied by a mocking voice. Well, a bunch of little cubs, your alertness is commendable. From the shadows emerged a bald man, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, a vicious scar marring his face. Hand over your elixirs and magical artifacts, and perhaps I shall spare your lives, he growled menacingly. In an instant, the group comprehended their predicament. In the vast Fuyiao Empire, numerous sects thrived, yet many cultivators of middling strength roamed, banding together to ambush wandering practitioners for their resources. In essence, they are no different from mountain bandits, merely possessing a bit of cultivation. Why should we entrust anything to you? I warn you not to act recklessly. We are disciples of the Qingyan sect. Lu Yi, however, remained calm in the face of danger, wielding her sword while brandishing the unique token belonging to the disciples of the Qingyan sect. Humph. The bald man scoffed disdainfully, for they were thousands of miles from the Qingyan sect. Even if they were to settle accounts later, he knew not where they would go. Since you choose to refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment, do not blame us. With his voice echoing, the bald man waved his hand and commanded, "Seize them." Yet, despite his shouts, there was not a flicker of movement from behind him. Turning back in confusion, he found his group trembling, fear etched on their faces. "What are you doing? Have you all gone mad?" The bald man barked. But scarcely had his words left his mouth when one of his subordinates patted him and gestured towards a tree. Puzzled, he glanced over and beheld the head of a demon beast hanging there. Gah! A shriek escaped his lips, a sound reminiscent of a strangled duck. For those who had long roamed this territory, that head was all too familiar. It belonged to a demon beast of the heavenly desolation realm, the king of this area. They had once encountered it by chance and nearly faced annihilation. The ghastly scar on his face was a testament to that very beast's ferocity. And now, the head of the heavenly desolation demon beast hung there. He turned his gaze to the bubbling pot nearby, swallowing hard. Surely, the demon beast of the heavenly desolation realm could not have already met its end in that pot. Chapter 6. Only Yu Qing could cast this formation at this thought. His legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees in disgrace. His gaze swept past before settling upon Yu Qing. The strength of those youngsters was plain to see, except for this young man, whose depths remained unfathomable. Since their arrival, he had been quietly drinking by himself. Undoubtedly, this demon beast must have been subdued by him. A supreme expert, without question. To have cooked even a heavenly desolation realm beast, this was nothing short of stepping on an immovable iron plate. For a moment, under the weight of sheer terror, the group dared not even breathe too loudly. The air was thick with tension, suffocatingly so. None dared move, let alone flee. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed in the minds of these bandits like a divine decree, "Begone." The moment the word struck, their heads split with agony, their spirits wavering. Yet, they had no time to dwell on the pain. Trembling, they stammered in panic. Yes, we'll leave at once. Right away, with that. The bandits scrambled away as if granted a pardon, vanishing swiftly into the distance. Yu Qing continued sipping his wine, undisturbed. He had discerned that these bandits sought only wealth, not lives, and thus saw no need for further punishment, merely a minor lesson. Beside him, the sheep lay sprawled on its back, fast asleep, its eyes never once opening. Did they only flee upon realizing we were disciples of the Azure Cloud sect? Lu Yi and the others exchanged glances, their youthful naivety preventing them from grasping the deeper implications. They assumed the bandits had been frightened off by the sect's reputation and sheathed their swords, resuming their feast. At their age, such an encounter left them not with fear, but with a swell of pride. Brother, did you see that? Our Azure Cloud sect is no joke. Just our name alone scared them off. When you meet our patriarch, you must join our sect. The youngsters boasted with bright-eyed enthusiasm, much to Yu Qing's quiet amusement. The night of drinking and revelry lasted until midnight before they finally settled into meditation. At dawn, the group set off once more, their lively chatter filling the air as they journeyed south. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a divine phoenix feather rock sliced through the sky, its wings stirring ripples in the air. Upon its back stood an elderly Taoist robed in flowing garments, his hands clasped behind him as man and beast soared across the heavens. This was the ancient Taoist, founder of the Azure Cloud sect and a renowned master of formations. Summoned by Empress Fuyiao, he was en route to the imperial capital. In these southern borderlands, while a few transcendent sects stood beyond the empire's rule, most fell under its governance, including the Azure Cloud sect. Naturally, the empire seldom interfered in their affairs, unless, of course, the realm faced a crisis dire enough to warrant exception. Certainly, regardless of the circumstances, it is essential to preserve the dignity of a sovereign when summoned. When the ancient Taoist arrived at the capital of Fuyiao, the esteemed director of the Heavenly Palace, Sun Xuanji, had long been awaiting his presence. Without delay, he arranged for the Taoist to meet the Empress of Fuyiao. Ancient Taoist. I pay my respects to your majesty, the Taoist expressed, feeling a sense of astonishment at the gravity of the situation that warranted even the Empress's presence. This renowned Empress, whom he was encountering for the first time, exuded an aura of royal authority that was formidable despite her gender. There is no need for excessive formalities, Ancient Taoist. Please, have a seat, she replied, momentarily relinquishing her imperial demeanor to reveal a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. The urgency of the matter lay in the relentless assault of demonic entities from beneath the capital, continuously battering the seals. Despite the efforts of the Heavenly Palace's elite, who tirelessly reinforced the seals for 12 consecutive hours, the citizens of the capital remained in a state of trepidation, with many having already fled. Reinforcing the seals is of utmost urgency. The Empress of Fuyiao, beloved by her people, clearly displayed signs of distress, her composure faltering under the weight of the situation. The Ancient Taoist could not help but acknowledge her commendable reputation. He raised his hands in a gesture of respect and stated, I am uncertain as to the purpose of your summons, your majesty, but should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to command me. Indeed, there is a troublesome matter that requires your expertise, Sun Xuanji interjected at an opportune moment, proceeding to elucidate the situation regarding the demonic entities assaulting the seals beneath the capital. I see. Upon hearing this, the Ancient Taoist's expression grew serious. He was already aware of the two demons threatening the seals. He then clasped his hands and said, If I am able to resolve this, I shall do my utmost. Please, take me to investigate the matter further. Then I must trouble you. Taoist, the Empress replied. Once you have results, report to me immediately. This instruction revealed the extent of the Empress's distress, as she appeared to have lost her usual composure and tranquility due to the predicament. 2 hours later, Sun Xuanji and the Ancient Taoist returned to the Fuyiao Palace. How did it go? Upon seeing them, the Empress inquired at once. Your Majesty, the strength of the demonic entities is exceedingly formidable, and the required array's intensity is beyond the ordinary. Given my expertise, I fear I am unable to assist. The Ancient Taoist lamented. What? Even you are powerless? The Empress's expression turned cold at his words. Indeed, I am unable to help, the Ancient Taoist affirmed. Such a high-level array can only be accomplished by one individual. Oh, who is that? The Empress's demeanor softened momentarily, her curiosity piqued. Your Majesty, that individual is Prince Qing. The Ancient Taoist revealed. The Empress's eyes brightened with interest. Prince Qing? Yu Qing? Precisely, the Ancient Taoist confirmed. Do you not know that Prince Qing was stripped of his title 20 years ago? Sun Xuanji interjected meaningfully from the side. Though the cultivation of King Qing has been diminished, his comprehension and knowledge of formations remain unscathed by his loss of power. The Ancient Taoist remarked. As long as King Qing is present to offer guidance, I am confident in my ability to arrange this formation. As the Taoist's words resonated, an eerie stillness enveloped the entire Fuyiao Palace. Sun Xuanji remained silent, apprehensive. Only a fleeting shadow crossed the expression of the Empress, her jade hands gripping the dragon throne turning slightly pale. To be candid, Your Majesty, it was indeed King Qing who introduced me to the intricacies of this art. The Ancient Taoist continued to express his sentiments. King Qing and I share a bond of both teacher and friend, and it has been 2 decades since we last met. If possible, I implore you to summon King Qing at your earliest convenience. Together, we shall surely alleviate Your Majesty's concerns. Chapter 7. I refuse to believe that there is no one else to be found. The words of the Ancient Taoist hung in the air. An eerie silence lingered, causing the atmosphere within the hall to grow suddenly cold. The Ancient Taoist, puzzled, cast a glance at Sun Xuanji. With a sigh, Sun Xuanji hesitated for a moment before softly addressing, Your Majesty, you see. At this, the Empress finally lifted her gaze and, with an expressionless countenance, remarked, Although the Ancient Taoist cannot set up a formation, is there a way to temporarily suppress it? If it is merely a temporary suppression, the old Taoist should still be able to manage, the Ancient Taoist mused before nodding in agreement. Then, please assist me in this temporary suppression, Nangong Fuyiao instructed. Understood. The Ancient Taoist replied. Leave now. I am weary. Nangong Fuyiao waved her hand dismissively. Sun Xuanji nodded and escorted the Ancient Taoist out of the Fuyiao Hall. Sun Academy head, regarding the summons of Prince Qing? The Ancient Taoist inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice as they exited. There is no need for concern, for the Empress has her own decisions. Please assist in the temporary suppression, Sun Xuanji assured him. Very well, the Ancient Taoist acquiesced. though he lamented the missed opportunity to see Yu Qing at that moment. He followed Sun Xuanji into the skies above the imperial capital. Then, with a flourish of his robe, 5 small flags materialized and soared towards the 5 cardinal directions of the capital. As the formation flags descended, the experts from the Heavenly Palace felt a significant reduction in pressure. These are the 5 elements formation flags, the treasured artifact of our Qingyun sect, the ancient Taoist elucidated. However, their power is limited and can sustain only for a month. A month is already quite remarkable. Thank you for your efforts, Taoist. Sun Xuanji expressed with a respectful gesture. The old Taoist took his leave, indicating he would return when Prince Qing was ready to act. Subsequently, he summoned the wind-feather divine eagle and ascended into the air. Take care, Taoist, Sun Xuanji called out as he bid farewell. With a sigh, he turned back towards the Fuyiao Hall. Your Majesty, the ancient Taoist has deployed the Qingyun sect's treasured artifact, capable of suppressing the demonic creatures for a month, he reported. Bowing his head, after a moment of contemplation, he continued, though it alleviates our burden temporarily, it ultimately addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. You see, I understand your meaning, but there is no need to elaborate, Nangong Fuyiao interjected frostily. I refuse to believe that within the vast expanse of the Fuyiao Empire, there is not a soul capable of strengthening this formation. Sun Xuanji's expression grew troubled. After a brief pause, he replied, however, the ancient Taoist formation skills are already at their zenith within the Fuyiao Empire. If we cannot find anyone within the Fuyiao Empire, then we shall search the entirety of the southern frontier. With the might of the Fuyiao Empire, surely we can procure assistance within a month, Nangong Fuyiao declared coldly. Sun Xuanji, with a complicated expression, nodded and said, very well, I shall seek out help at once. Days passed in a blur. In a rather prosperous city, Yu Qing, accompanied by Lu Yi and a group of companions, was seated in the largest tavern within the city. At that moment, as if sensing something, Lu Yi hurriedly took out a jade talisman, which was shimmering with a gentle glow. Brother Yu, our ancestor and master have arrived ahead of time to meet us, she exclaimed with excitement. They sent a message saying they are waiting for us outside the city and want us to join them. Have they arrived so soon? Yu Qing glanced out the window, a smile gracing his lips. It had been 20 years since he last saw that old man. Very well, let's go and pay our respects to your ancestor. Yu Qing replied with a calm smile. The group quickly made their way towards the city gates. The arrival of the ancient Taoist stirred immense excitement among Lu Yi and her companions, though they still kept in mind Yu Qing's potential joining of the Qingyun sect. Brother Yu, we'll soon meet our ancestor, Lu Yi cautioned. Please do not be nervous. Our ancestor may seem stern at first glance, but he is truly a kind-hearted person. Additionally, if he has any questions for you, just answer truthfully. With your demonstrated strength and character, if you show a bit of courtesy when meeting him, he will surely be pleased with you. Lu Yi and the others earnestly advised Yu Qing, genuinely concerned for him, which made him unable to suppress a smile. However, he too felt a thrill at the prospect of meeting an old acquaintance. Our ancestor is just ahead, Lu Yi announced. Before long, they arrived outside the city. Lu Yi, being the swiftest, spotted several figures standing ahead, with the ancient Taoist of the Qingyun sect at the forefront. Disciples, we greet our ancestor, our master, and the esteemed elders. Lu Yi and the others excitedly bowed to the gathering. Ha! Little Yi, you little rascals have quite the courage to wander this far after your trials, said a middle-aged man, the current sect leader, Xian Yuan Tao, who was also Lu Yi's master. He affectionately ruffled her hair, a broad smile on his face. The others present were mostly the masters of the disciples and various elders of the Qingyun sect. The ancient Taoist had returned from the imperial city, conveniently leading the sect's higher-ups to conduct business and retrieve the disciples. The long-awaited reunion brought warmth and joy to everyone. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yi remembered Yu Qing standing aside. Oh right, ancestor, master, esteemed elders, allow me to introduce someone, she said, quickly running to Yu Qing's side. This is Brother Yu Qing, whom I met on the way. He has been very helpful to us during our journey. Brother Yu, this is my ancestor I mentioned to you. Quickly, pay your respects. Lu Yi eagerly tugged at Yu Qing, signaling him to bow. However, Yu Qing remained still, quietly observing the ancient Taoist with a smile, while the Taoist's gaze was fixed upon Yu Qing. In the absence of sight, one remains unaware of what lies beyond. Yet upon the moment of true encounter, a torrent of memories from 2 decades past surges forth. This evokes an unexpected fervor within the heart of the venerable elder. At last, after a prolonged gaze exchanged between the two, Yu Qing was the first to break the silence, chuckling softly. "Old fellow, it has been an eternity." This remark startled the nearby Lu Yi, who instantly displayed a look of anxiety. In her heart, she lamented, "Oh no, oh no. What has come over brother Yu Qing? How dare he address our esteemed ancestor in such a manner? His audacity is beyond measure." She even envisioned the wrathful countenance of the ancestor in her mind. Chapter 8. To hell with the seals, let them perish. However, the anticipated wrath of the ancient Taoist did not manifest. Instead, to the astonishment of all present, the ancient Taoist stepped forward and embraced Yu Qing tightly. Lu Yi and the others stared wide-eyed, their expressions replete with disbelief. The venerable ancestor not only refrained from reproaching Yu Qing, but had also offered him an embrace. At that moment, Xin Yuan Tao and the others turned their gazes towards Yu Qing. Upon seeing his countenance, their faces lit up with joy. Led by Xin Yuan Tao, the elders behind him approached Yu Qing in unison, clasping their hands together as they said, "So it is Mr. Yu. It has been a long time. We pay our respects to you. Master Yu, brother Yu." This revelation left Lu Yi and the others in a state of shock. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. "What do you mean, brother Yu? Little Yi, you mustn't be rude. Quickly pay your respects to the esteemed elder Yu," Xin Yuan Tao admonished. "Mr. Yu holds great favor with our Qing sect, and he is none other than the renowned green robe sword immortal from 20 years ago." "What? Brother Yu is the green robe sword immortal?" The announcement struck Lu Yi and the others like a thunderclap in their minds. The very person they had been living alongside, brother Yu, was indeed the illustrious green robe sword immortal spoken of by their sect's elders. We pay our respects to you, elder Yu." Once they regained their composure, Lu Yi and the others dared not act out of line. Their faces turned pale with fright, especially recalling their earlier nervousness. They hastily bowed to Yu Qing. "Ha ha ha, little Taozi, no need for such formality. My relationship with them is quite amicable," Yu Qing chuckled, extending his hand to affectionately ruffle the hair of the two closest youths. Previously, when little Yi and the others sent word, mentioning they were accompanied by a young hero, we were quite concerned. "It turns out you are that young hero," Xin Yuan Tao remarked, feeling no discomfort at Yu Qing's address, but rather appearing somewhat reserved beside him. In the days spent alongside his venerable ancestor, he had acted much like a servant, trailing in their wake. His respect for the man before him was genuine. "These young ones have been quite a nuisance during the journey. I hope you will not take offense," Xin Yuan Tao added. "There is no need for such formality between us," Yu Qing replied with a smile. Reflecting on his initial encounter with Lu Yi and the others, he had not known they were from the Qing sect. Thus, this entire situation felt like a stroke of fate. After embracing Yu Qing, the ancient Taoist had yet to utter a single word of greeting. Instead, she produced a jade vial and tossed it towards him. "You truly understand me," Yu Qing smiled as he caught the vial and brought it to his nose. Unable to suppress his admiration, "Excellent wine." Behind him, Xin Yuan Tao exchanged glances with the others, and they all discreetly withdrew, leaving only Xin Yuan Tao to stand by. It was just like 20 years ago. A few days ago, I visited the capital of the Fuyiao Empire, initially believing I would encounter you there. To my surprise, I discovered that you had come here instead. The ancient Taoist could not help but chuckle. Yu Qing's brow slightly furrowed as he took a sip of wine, leisurely stating, "Of course, you wouldn't see me in the Fuyiao Empire, for I have already departed from it." "What does it mean to have left the Fuyiao Empire?" The ancient Taoist's brow knitted in concern as he sat upright. "It signifies that I am no longer a person of the Fuyiao Empire, and matters concerning it hold no relevance to me," Yu Qing replied flatly. "What do you mean?" The ancient Taoist abruptly rose to his feet. His gaze fell upon Yu Qing, and upon observing the absence of any fluctuation in Yu Qing's aura, he suddenly grasped the situation. Speaking in a grave tone, "Did Nangong Fuyiao cast you aside after realizing your cultivation had been rendered futile? Perhaps?" Yu Qing conceded with a slight nod after a moment of silence. "There may be other reasons as well. Ultimately, in her eyes, I have become devoid of value. And it just so happens that this seemingly worthless person has witnessed her vulnerabilities and weaknesses. For what is exalted as the Empress Nangong, it is only natural to erase any remnants of her dark past. Such a trivial reason might seem absurd for banishing a former benefactor, yet the reality remains unchanged. The world is but a jumbled stage, rife with the darker facets of human nature. Nevertheless, the events of the past have elapsed, and Yu Qing has grown weary of pursuing them, much like the attitude he expressed upon leaving. Birds and fish follow different paths. From henceforth, encounters are but strangers. He bore no resentment, only a tranquil acceptance. Yet, Yu Qing's indifference did not imply that the ancient Taoist could simply swallow his indignation. Enraged, he leaped forward, striking with a palm that caused the rocks ahead to explode into fragments. That wretched Nangong Fuyiao, that vile harlot, does she not possess a shred of awareness? Who enabled her ascent to the throne? You sacrificed your own cultivation to quell threats for her, and yet she repays you by casting you aside. Most infuriating was that the malevolent creature sealed beneath the imperial city had stirred, and this shameless woman had the audacity to demand that I reinforce the seal. How could such a disgraceful woman exist in this world? The irony is that I, in my efforts to assist her, had even left the 5 Elements banner behind. Observing the ancient Taoist's apoplectic outburst, Yu Qing slowly sipped his wine, unable to suppress a smile and a shake of his head. This fellow, after 20 years, had not changed in the slightest. Yu Qing chose not to soothe him, allowing him to vent his frustrations. After a spell of venting, the ancient Taoist finally sat down again. Grumbling, I shall reclaim my 5 Elements banner. To hell with the seal, let it perish. With that, the ancient Taoist promptly stood once more, forming intricate hand seals with fervor. Meanwhile, Yu Qing regarded the ancient Taoist's actions with a calm demeanor, neither intervening nor stoking the flames. How the ancient Taoist chose to act was entirely his decision. As for the fate of the imperial city of Fuyiao, it no longer bears any relevance to him. Chapter 9. I go to your 7th uncle in the grand hall of the Fuyiao Palace. Nangong Fuyiao occupied the elevated seat. Below, several ministers stood respectfully. Your Majesty, the formal gifts have been dispatched to the 2 great barbarian nations. Though we have yet to receive a response, the barbarians have not refused the offerings. One minister reported with deference. Indeed, Nangong Fuyiao nodded. The lack of refusal is indeed a positive sign for us. At that moment, Sun Xuanji also emerged, stating, Your Majesty, I have dispatched the experts from the Heavenly Palace to various locations in the southern borders to seek out masters of formations. We shall have news shortly. Moreover, the 5 element flags set up by the ancient practitioner in the imperial capital are functioning perfectly, and there will be no crises for at least a month. Excellent. A satisfied expression graced Nangong Fuyiao's face, indicating her good spirits. Despite some recent troubles and setbacks, it appeared that matters would soon be resolved, and everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Once the alliance affairs are settled and the threat of the magical beasts is alleviated, I shall reward all those who have contributed generously. As her words echoed, the king's aura emanated from Nangong Fuyiao, radiating with a majestic presence that looked down upon all. We thank your Majesty for your profound grace. However, amidst this atmosphere of optimism, an earth-shattering tremor suddenly reverberated through the imperial capital. Caught off guard, many struggled to maintain their footing. The smile that had just adorned Nangong Fuyiao's face vanished, replaced by a frown. What is happening? She demanded. Is there an issue with the 5 element flags? Sun Xuanji's expression darkened as he rushed out of the hall and soared above the capital. He beheld the 5 element flags, originally planted in their designated positions to stabilize the formation, now flickering with eerie light, their runes swirling as they trembled violently. In the next moment, he realized something and shouted, No, it is the ancient practitioner retracting the 5 element flags. At the instant his words fell, the trembling flags detached from their positions and soared into the sky, transforming into 5 streaks of light that vanished in the blink of an eye. Nangong Fuyiao witnessed this scene, her face ashen as she exited the Fuyiao Palace. Damn it, what is this ancient practitioner doing? Immediately contact him and demand an explanation. If I do not receive a satisfactory answer, I shall have his Qingyan sect erased from existence. Anger radiated from Nangong Fuyiao, her icy pressure spreading outward. Your Majesty, please allow this old minister to stabilize the seal first. Without the 5 element flags, the seal cannot hold for long. If the 2 magical beasts escape, the entire imperial capital will surely descend into chaos. Sun Xuanji implored urgently. As he spoke, he disregarded everything else, conjuring an array disc from thin air, propelling himself upward as he activated the disc's power to suppress the formation. However, just as the disc's power descended upon the formation, 2 powerful shocks emanated from the ground, overwhelming the disc's strength and causing it to shatter into 2 pieces. At that moment, the many experts from the Heavenly Palace surrounding the formation also simultaneously spat out blood. At the forefront, Sun Xuanji found himself in dire straits, blood gushing from his mouth as he was propelled backward through the air for 1,000 zhang. It was evident that the subterranean demons had sensed the waning pressure of the formation and were exerting every effort to breach the seal. Sun Xuanji, gripped by an overwhelming seriousness, disregarded his injuries. After hastily swallowing 2 pills, he summoned a surge of power to reinforce the seal, bellowing, Tiangong Academy, heed my command. At all costs, suppress the 2 demonic entities. The others understood the gravity of the situation and likewise ingested their pills, subsequently channeling their strength into the seal once more. However, with some of the adept fighters dispatched to the southern regions in search of formation experts, they found themselves bereft of the 5-element flags. This rendered it impossible for Sun Xuanji and his companions to maintain the integrity of the seal. It was painfully visible as experts from the Tiangong Academy succumbed to the overwhelming force of the demons, perishing in an instant. With eyes ablaze, Sun Xuanji desperately endeavored to fortify the seal, yet no matter how hard he tried, the relentless assault from the subterranean demons rapidly diminished the seal's strength. Your Majesty, we are out of options. I implore you to lend me the Imperial Seal. Sun Xuanji cried urgently from midair. What do you intend to do? Nangong Fuyiao retorted, her expression fierce. My Imperial Seal is the foundation of the nation. How could it be squandered to suppress these 2 demons? But Your Majesty, if we do not utilize the Imperial Seal and harness the power of the Empire's fortune, these 2 demons will break free in less than a day, and the capital will surely descend into chaos. Sun Xuanji pleaded earnestly. Damn it. Nangong Fuyao's countenance turned frigid, her voice laced with disdain. You are all worthless. As she spoke, the Empress waved her phoenix robe and stepped into the air, the Imperial Seal materializing in her hand as it swiftly descended to subdue the subterranean demons. The Imperial Seal, a vessel of national fortune, unleashed its might, and under its influence, the demons assaulting the seal were instantly subdued. Yet, it was precisely this that made Nangong Fuyiao so resistant. Using the prestigious Imperial Seal to suppress demons would be a source of humiliation if it were to be known. And over time, the nation's fortune would undoubtedly suffer. However, she conveniently overlooked the fact that it was her own directive to seal these 2 demons beneath the capital. The ongoing conflict between the monsters of the Tianchuan continent and humanity had never ceased, and sealing such formidable demons beneath the capital would provide a continuous influx of fortune for the Fuyiao Empire. As time passed and the fortune accumulated, the Fuyiao Empire would grow increasingly prosperous. Witnessing the effectiveness of the Imperial Seal, Sun Xuanji finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief, returning to Nangong Fuyao's side. His complexion pale, yet he understood that employing the Imperial Seal to seal the demons was merely a temporary measure, barely a stopgap. Should the national fortune be diminished to a certain extent, the Fuyiao Empire would struggle to sustain itself, inevitably leading to relentless calamities and ultimately its downfall. In such a scenario, it might be preferable to allow the 2 demons to emerge. The resulting devastation would be preferable to the annihilation of the nation. First, contact the ancient sage and inquire why he has chosen to toy with me, he commanded. After temporarily securing the seal, Nangong Fuyao's expression turned frosty, reminiscent of a tiger poised to devour its prey, issuing a command as chilling as frost. Yes, Sun Xuanji dared not delay, hastily retrieving the communication stone to contact the ancient Taoist. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the ancient Taoist had just retracted the 5 elements banner. Damn it, perish! He cursed vehemently. Yu Qing chuckled and shook his head, attempting to calm him. Beside them, Xianyuan Tao, the leader of Qingyun's sect, found himself at a loss for words. In the eyes of all, the ancestor of Qingyun's sect held an imposing presence. Yet only in the presence of Lord Yu Qing did he reveal his true volatile nature. Just then, the irate ancient Taoist sensed a disturbance from the communication stone. Damn it, this wretched woman dares to contact me. Without hesitation, he infused a surge of energy into the stone and unleashed his tirade. At that moment, within the imperial capital of the Fuyiao Empire, Sun Xuanji awaited the ancient Taoist reply, while Nangong Fuyu sat in silence, her countenance as dark as water. Finally, the communication stone in Sun Xuanji's hand began to shimmer. Your Majesty, the ancient Taoist has responded, he announced hastily. Listen, Nangong Fuyiao commanded in a somber tone. Sun Xuanji nodded, a motion of his fingers activating the voice from the stone. The first words that emerged were, Nangong Fuyiao, you wretched woman. To hell with you, you vile creature. Do you have any idea what my brother Yu Qing has sacrificed for you? If he hadn't picked you up from that corner, you would have long since been food for maggots, and yet you presume to reign as emperor, more like a starving ghost. Even without his cultivation, he still aided you in quelling troubles, and you, this venomous woman, not only failed to show gratitude but even repaid kindness with malice, banishing my brother. How brazen you were to ask me to reinforce the seal. What audacity! How can such a shameless woman exist in this world? Upon hearing this, Sun Xuanji, despite not having reached the end of the ancient Taoist's outburst, felt compelled to cease listening, promptly reducing the communication stone to powder. Yet, even with only this much, Nangong Fuyao's expression remained terrifyingly dark, a frigid aura enveloping the entire Fuyiao hall. Countless objects silently shattered into fragments, cracking upon the ground. A testament to the fury raging within the heart of this empress. For all her time on the throne, no one had ever dared to insult her in such a manner, let alone unveil her past transgressions before Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji remained silent, fully aware that this was a sensitive subject for the empress. To openly defy the sovereign for the sake of a banished wastrel was a grave offense. Time passed, and in the icy stillness, Nangong Fuyao's voice finally broke through, enunciating each word with chilling resolve. I want Qing insect to vanish from this world. Yes, Sun Xuanji replied, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The ancient Taoist's audacity to insult Nangong Fuyao would undoubtedly lead to such consequences. Indeed, he was not particularly surprised by this outcome. Given the relationship between Yu Qing and the ancient wanderer, it was inevitable that the wanderer would react upon learning of Yu Qing's expulsion. He simply did not anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. Nevertheless, he could not help but sigh. From the very beginning, it should not have reached this point. Chapter 10. A supreme bone for you. Upon discovering that there was no response from the communication stone, the ancient man reluctantly put it away. However, dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. He took out another communication stone and sent a decree to the entire Southern Border Array Masters Guild, prohibiting any array master within the guild from aiding the Fuyiao Empire. After fervently completing this task, he turned to Xianyuan Tao and commanded, issue the order to summon all disciples of the Qingyun sect back and activate the mountain ceiling formation to restrict all entry and exit. Understood. Xianyuan Tao promptly conveyed the message, aware that his ancestor's harsh words towards the empress would inevitably invite retaliation. Yu Qing smiled slightly but refrained from further comment. He had some understanding of the ancient man's prowess in formations. If he activated the mountain ceiling formation and chose to retreat, in the short term, no one from the Fuyiao Empire could contend with the Qingyun sect. Yet, when had the Southern Border Array Masters Guild emerged for this old fellow to issue commands? Xianyuan Tao seemed to sense Yu Qing's confusion and quickly clarified, Mr. Yu, the Southern Border Array Masters Guild was recently established at the behest of our ancestor, making him its first president. Oh, I see. Yu Qing nodded, secretly admiring the old man's accomplishments over the years. He then inquired, your gathering of young Tao and the others must be for more than simply retrieving disciples, correct? Indeed, the ancient man affirmed. Not long ago, members of the Qingyun sect discovered a secret realm nearby. From my investigation, this realm is likely left behind by a master alchemist. Is it not that your lifespan is nearing its end? With no hope of a breakthrough in the short term, if you do not seek something to extend your life, you may not have many years left, the ancient man said with a wry smile. Now that you mention it, I do recall that you are indeed several centuries old. Yu Qing acknowledged. Mr. Yu, actually at this moment, Xianyuan Tao could not help but interject. The ancestor is not merely searching for longevity elixirs. Yu Qing turned his curious gaze towards Xianyuan Tao, eager to know what else could be sought. In truth, ever since the ancestor learned of your cultivation being crippled, he has been tirelessly traversing various secret realms for the past 20 years, hoping to find a remedy to restore your foundation. He has been consumed with finding a solution for your cultivation and has even blamed himself for not discovering one sooner, feeling unworthy to face you. Mind your tongue, the ancient man said, kicking Xianyuan Tao lightly. He then turned to Yu Qing and added, do not heed this lad's extravagant claims. While I have indeed searched in that direction, it is not as outrageous as he suggests. Yet, words spoken without intent may find resonance in the heart. Yu Qing felt a stir of emotion within, even a hint of shame. For the past 2 decades, he had assumed the ancient man was engrossed in the study of some formation. After all, for someone like the ancient man, dedicating 20 years to studying a formation was not unexpected. Thus, when the other did not seek him out, he too refrained from searching for him, failing to inform him that his cultivation did not require resolution. Little did he know that this old man had tirelessly pursued such efforts on his behalf. Have you transcended to the next realm? Is a century sufficient? At that moment, Yu Qing gazed at him and inquired. The ancient man shook his head, evidently perplexed by Yu Qing's meaning. Not enough? Then let it be a millennium. As he spoke, Yu Qing produced a jade elixir bottle from his sleeve. In truth, He had contemplated presenting a gift to the old man ever since he learned from Lu Yi that he would soon meet the Ancient One. Yet he had momentarily been at a loss for what to give. Now, however, inspiration struck. What is this? The ancient man, still somewhat bewildered, took the jade bottle and opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness! Longevity pills? And 10 of them? The ancient man stared at Yu Qing, his face a portrait of shock. Before Yu Qing could respond, the equally exhilarated Xianyuan Tao beside him suddenly interjected, Ancestor, the efficacy of this medicine. At that remark, the ancient man finally grasped the implication. The medicinal aura emanating from the bottle was several times more potent than any longevity pill he had encountered before. Remembering Yu Qing's earlier question, he seemed to comprehend something and, with surprise, asked, Does the longevity effect of these pills truly extend life by a century each? Yu Qing smiled and nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, the ancient man inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. It is worth noting that typical longevity pills can at most prolong life by 10 to 20 years. Even so, they are rare commodities, coveted yet scarce. For many masters, the threshold to a higher realm often lies just within reach, yet they may perish due to the constraints of their lifespan. An additional decade or two becomes exceedingly significant. The prospect of extending one's life by a century is, therefore, immeasurably valuable. If these were to be offered, countless superlative experts would surely flock to acquire them. Moreover, Yu Qing had presented not 1, but 10, promising 1,000 years of longevity. The ancient man thought to himself, I have never lived this long. How did you acquire these? The ancient man stammered, his tongue faltering. You need not inquire about their origin. Simply consume them, and should you require more, I have plenty. Yu Qing replied with a smile. As for the origin of the pills, it was, of course, his system. Over the years, he had amassed countless treasures through daily sign-ins. More? Is that even humanly possible? The ancient man was left speechless. Xiao Taozi, this is a gift for you. Yu Qing then produced another item, stating, I have one too? Xianyuan Tao was taken aback. Upon receiving it and examining it closely, he became utterly speechless. This is a supreme bone? Indeed. This artifact is known as the supreme bone. Take it back and absorb its essence diligently. Once successfully refined, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, Yu Qing explained. The supreme bone. Xianyuan Tao trembled with excitement, his entire being quaking. He was well aware that the young prodigy of the Fuyiao Empire, Yu Qing, possessed a supreme bone and had advanced his cultivation at an astonishing pace, surpassing many elders in just a few short years. Little did he expect such a gift. There will come a day when I too shall possess the supreme bone. Lord Yu, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xianyuan Tao instinctively sought to decline. Yet a single glare from Yu Qing caused his words to falter. Having known each other for so long, he was well aware of Yu Qing's unyielding nature. With excitement, he accepted the supreme bone and was about to bow in gratitude when an unseen force gently supported him. Lord Yu, your cultivation? Xianyuan Tao exclaimed in astonishment. Turning to Yu Qing, the Ancient One also shifted his gaze in curiosity. Do you believe there to be an issue with my cultivation? Yu Qing chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, both men paused, then realized the absurdity of their doubts. Indeed, with 100 longevity pills at his disposal and the supreme bone presented so readily, what could possibly be amiss with Yu Qing's cultivation? They recognized that he remained as astonishing as he had been 2 decades prior, though the surprises he brought forth were now significantly amplified. Then I shall accept these longevity pills as interest. Had you informed me sooner, it would have spared this old man unnecessary worry, the Ancient One remarked with a hint of reproach, before consuming 1 pill and reverently storing the rest away. Yu Qing could not help but smile, silently acknowledging the Ancient One's melancholic gaze. He then produced a storage pouch filled with an array of cultivation resources. Most of these treasures were acquired through his system's sign-in rewards, consisting of relatively low-tier items, which would serve perfectly for the members of the Qing sect. Even these lesser treasures dazzled Xianyuan Tao, for each one had the potential to be a treasured possession of the Qing sect. His heart surged with enthusiasm, envisioning a future where the Qing sect would undoubtedly rise to become a formidable and transcendent power. Chapter 11. Anyone can take advantage of another's misfortune. Except for you, under the accompaniment of Xianyuan Tao, Yu Qing and the ancient Taoist indulged in a night of drunken revelry. 2 days later, Yu Qing bid farewell to the members of Qing sect and continued his journey towards the southern kingdom, with the elixir of longevity in hand. The ancient Taoist no longer had to worry about Yu Qing's cultivation and thus turned his full attention to the affairs of the Array Masters Guild. After all, The guild was newly established, and there were numerous details that required attention. Even the location of its headquarters had yet to be determined. At this moment, within the Empire of Fuyiao, Sun Xuanji respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Palace has sought several renowned array masters from other nations, but they have all declared themselves incapable." Nangong Fuyu replied in a deep voice, "If they are incapable, then continue the search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. I refuse to believe that we cannot find array masters capable of reinforcing the formations." Indeed, Sun Xuanji continued, "Moreover, the Xianwei camp has arrived at the Qingyun sect. However, the protective array of the sect has been activated, and it seems unlikely that it can be breached in the short term." "Humph. A mere Qingyun sect dares to provoke the majesty of the empire," scoffed Xiao Wuqing beside Nangong Fuyiao, disdain evident in his tone. "They may evade for a moment, but they cannot escape forever. Under the onslaught of the Xianwei camp, the day will inevitably come when their formations will crumble. That day shall mark the end of the Qingyun sect." Xiao Wuqing's words resonated deeply with Nangong Fuyiao. "Remember, the life of the ancient Taoist will be the last to be claimed. I wish for him to witness the downfall of the Qingyun sect, to feel the agony in his heart, and to understand the consequences of daring to offend me," Nangong Fuyiao stated coldly. "Understood," Sun Xuanji nodded in response. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "According to reports from our scouts, in the days following the departure of the ancient Taoist, he encountered Yu Qing 1,000 miles from the border of the southern kingdom." Bang! Nangong Fuyiao slammed the table in fury, her cold demeanor unmistakable. "I knew it. How could the ancient Taoist suddenly dare to oppose me? It was, after all, at Yu Qing's behest. Yu Qing, oh Yu Qing. It seems you harbor a grudge against me. Because I exiled you from the Empire of Fuyiao, you were willing to jeopardize the safety of the imperial capital." "Indeed, Your Majesty. This man, after his cultivation was crippled, was granted the title of king for over 20 years due to his past merits, enjoying riches and glory. Now, merely because he was made to leave the Empire of Fuyiao, he bears resentment and has persuaded the ancient Taoist to withdraw the array flags that suppress the demonic entities. Such a person is utterly disloyal and unjust," Xiao Wuqing exclaimed with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Nangong Fuyao's eyes, though it quickly dissipated as she reined in her emotions. She understood that now was not the time for such actions. During the establishment of the empire, Yu Qing had decisively slain 3 kings, and the repercussions of that act still lingered within the court. While no one openly criticized her for exiling him, many silently harbored dissent. If she were to kill Yu Qing at this juncture, the ensuing gossip would be difficult for even her to suppress. However, the inability to eliminate Yu Qing did not preclude her from employing other means. "Yu Qing, since you display no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness." With this, her tone grew icy as her gaze shifted towards Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji diverted his eyes from Xiao Wuqing and hastily bowed, inquiring what commands the emperor had. "You mentioned that the ancient man encountered Yu Qing at the southern border, a distance of 1,000 miles, implying that Yu Qing is journeying southward to the southern kingdom?" Sun Xuanji responded, "It would seem so. He is indeed astute. The northern regions are tumultuous and uncivilized, and as a mere wastrel, his survival in the north is questionable. Hence, he has chosen to venture to the fragile southern kingdom, renowned solely for its picturesque landscapes. However, should you wish to travel to the southern kingdom, I shall prevent you from doing so. Dispatch a message to the southern kingdom, informing them that Yu Qing is a traitor expelled from the Fuyiao Empire. I trust they will know how to act accordingly. Your Majesty is wise. Given the southern kingdom's feeble strength, they would surely not dare to oppose our mighty Fuyiao Empire. Thus Yu Qing shall not even set foot in the southern kingdom," Xiao Wuqing aptly remarked. "This, Your Majesty, I fear this may not be necessary." Sun Xuanji expressed with a complex expression. The meeting between the ancient man and Yu Qing does not necessarily imply that the withdrawal of the formation flags was at Yu Qing's behest. After all, their relationship is known, and the ancient man, harboring resentment towards Yu Qing for his expulsion from the empire, could have independently chosen to withdraw the flags. Director, such rhetoric is unwarranted. Would the ancient man have the audacity to act without Yu Qing's directive? Xiao Wuqing could not help but retort coldly. He has shown no compassion towards Your Majesty. Does that mean Your Majesty cannot act unjustly towards him? Furthermore, Your Majesty's decision not to execute him already reflects great magnanimity. What is your station that allows you to interject while I converse with the emperor? Sun Xuanji's expression darkened as he chastised without mercy. Anyone may kick a man when he is down, but you must refrain from doing so, regardless of Yu Qing's character. He is still half your mentor. Xiao Wuchen, stung by the reprimand, wore a grimace but dared not retort due to Sun Xuanji's stature. He could only harbor resentment within as he withdrew. Very well, Director Sun, he is merely seeking to alleviate my burdens. As for the matter of Yu Qing, we shall proceed as I have instructed. At this moment, Nangong Fuyiao raised her head and spoke with authority, her voice imbued with an undeniable tone. Certainly, Sun Xuanji sighed. Resigned to his orders. Chapter 12. Stepping into the Southern Kingdom, a national welcome news of the Fuyiao Empire swiftly reached the Southern Kingdom. In the royal capital of the Southern Kingdom, Shangnan City, within the Grand Golden One Hall, civil and military officials were assembled. The Southern Kingdom, apart from the Fuyiao Empire, was another nation governed by a woman, whose name was Nanshi. She was relatively young, with a delicate visage, skin as fair as snow, and adorned in an opulent phoenix robe, seated regally upon the dragon throne, exuding elegance and dignity. Compared to the imposing presence of Nangong Fuyiao, she embodied a certain vivacity and femininity, yet her perceptive eyes revealed her wisdom. Esteemed ministers, you have all seen the missive from the Fuyiao Empire, Nanshi began. My stance is clear. We must not only refrain from rejecting the esteemed hero Yu, but should extend a grand welcome to him. Her proclamation left the entire Golden One Hall in disbelief. Your Majesty, that would be unwise. A minister interjected, stepping forward. The tone of the Fuyiao Empress's communication is evident. Should we act thusly, the Fuyiao Empire may harbor resentment towards us. After all, in terms of both national strength and military might, they far surpass our Southern Kingdom. Indeed, what Master Fong has said holds merit. The rapid rise of the Fuyiao Empire and their ambitions could very well serve as a pretext for future aggression against us. Another minister added as he approached. In that moment, the assembly erupted with voices of concern, most echoing the same sentiment, utterly perplexed by their sovereign's proposed course of action. Offending the Fuyiao Empire seemed a grave folly. Nanshi listened calmly to the minister's counsel before rising slowly. Having heard your perspectives, it is now my turn to speak. Do you all remember the malevolent dragon that unleashed a bloody storm on our borders 20 years ago? At her words, many present were transported back to that harrowing memory. The dragon had laid waste to 3 cities along the Southern Kingdom's frontier, causing untold casualties. Even General Huangfu had mobilized his forces. Yet they were unable to quell the beast. At that time, the Fuyiao Empire was amidst internal strife, and fortuitously, the hero Yu had emerged near the border. In desperation, my father sought his aid, and without hesitation, he single-handedly vanquished the dragon. Despite sustaining injuries, he merely waved away the accolades with a smile, departing without even partaking in a cup of tea or wine. Surely, all present remember this event? Many of the military officials witnessed the dragon's demise firsthand, did they not? Nanshi's calm voice resonated throughout the Golden One Hall, reaching the ears of all assembled. Moreover, do you recall the 3 kings at the inception of the Fuyiao Empire? Their ambitions were vast, and in the ensuing chaos, our Southern Kingdom suffered greatly, with significant territories seized by the Spirit King among them. What transpired after the hero Yu subdued the 3 kings? Under his impetus, the territory once held by the Spirit King was returned intact to our Southern Kingdom. I recall, Lord Fong, that your ancestral roots lie in that very place, do they not? Southern Shi turned her gaze towards the minister who had just spoken, inquiring softly. Indeed. The minister replied before bowing his head. At that moment, Southern Shi's voice continued to resonate. Though our Southern Kingdom may not boast the strength of those great empires, we have historically been a land of propriety and righteousness, which is the very foundation of our nation. The people of the Southern Kingdom have always been discerning, aware of gratitude and repaying kindness. How could we turn away someone who has greatly aided our kingdom in its past misfortunes, leaving them to suffer further? It is true that we are not on par with the rising empire and fear their potential retaliation. Yet, if we were to act thus, would the backbone of our Southern Kingdom remain steadfast? Southern Shi's piercing gaze swept across the assembly in the Golden One Hall. Her words, though calm and measured, struck with resounding authority, silencing the court officials who bowed their heads in acquiescence. After a brief silence, a minister stepped forward, expressing with shame, Your Majesty's words have filled us with remorse, and I thank you for the reminder of our foundational values. I have no objections to your proposal and am willing to take responsibility for welcoming Sir Yu. Your Majesty's remarks have shamed us, and I hold no dissent. I too have no objections. I am willing to go to the border to greet Sir Yu. In that moment, numerous ministers voiced their agreement. Excellent. This is the demeanor befitting the people of the Southern Kingdom. Seeing this, Southern Shi waved her phoenix robe and resumed her seat with a smile, declaring, As for welcoming Sir Yu, I shall personally go to greet him. We all wish to accompany your Majesty. The unified voices resonated throughout the Golden Lawn Hall and gradually spread across Upper South City and the entire Southern Kingdom. Unbeknownst to all this, Yu Qing remained oblivious. Given his speed, he could have reached the Southern Kingdom swiftly. However, he took his time along the way, savoring the scenery and the myriad experiences of the world. Often lingering at an inn for an entire afternoon simply for the desire to taste a particular melon, or staying several days in a quaint town for a sumptuous delicacy. Eventually, on this day, he arrived at the border of the Southern Kingdom. He had some connection to this land, albeit not deep. He had visited before, yet never truly seen it. What puzzled him was the emptiness of the spacious official road at that moment. Just as he was contemplating this, a large group of soldiers appeared ahead on the official road, their attire suggesting they were no ordinary troops. The soldiers lined up on both sides, clearing the path. Following this, folk dancers emerged, playing gongs and drums, singing and dancing. Of course, the most striking sight was the dragon carriage, drawn by 6 majestic horses, exuding an air of grandeur at the far end. The dragon carriage slowly approached him, trailed by civil and military officials. This spectacle left Yu Qing utterly bewildered. He looked to the left and then to the right, wondering what significant figure had arrived in the Southern Kingdom. It was only when the dragon carriage came to a halt before him that he belatedly realized it was approaching him. Upon learning that the esteemed hero Yu was arriving in the Southern Kingdom, the emperor had specially brought forth the ministers of the Southern Kingdom to welcome him. Once the dragon carriage stopped, the Southern Empress Nangong stepped out and greeted Yu Qing with a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Yu Qing. It is an honor to meet your majesty, Yu Qing said, cupping his fist in salute. Simultaneously, he cast a curious glance at the woman. Feeling both flattered and somewhat astonished by the grand reception in his honor, especially considering he had no prior connection to the Southern Empress. At that moment, Nangong was also assessing Yu Qing, her heart filled with surprise. Having ascended the throne only a few years prior, and being quite young 20 years ago, she had never encountered Yu Qing in person. The tales of his exploits were stories she had heard from her father during her childhood, which had instilled in her a profound curiosity about the once revered sword immortal of the Fuyiao Empire. She had envisioned Yu Qing as a weathered middle-aged man or perhaps a robust and imposing general. To her astonishment, he appeared as a young man exuding an air of nonchalance and elegance. It was difficult to fathom that this very individual had single-handedly vanquished the formidable evil dragon that had the entire Southern Kingdom at its mercy. Chapter 13. We do not seek what you can bring us, but it is sufficient that you come, and swiftly. Nangong withdrew her gaze, realizing that such scrutiny was impolite. Hero Yu, please join me in the dragon carriage, she said. Your majesty may be unaware, but I am no longer a prince of the Fuyiao Empire. I am merely a commoner now, Yu Qing replied. I am aware, Nangong responded. After a brief pause, Yu Qing added, I have indeed been expelled from the Fuyiao Empire. I know that as well, Nangong said. Then why, your majesty? Yu Qing inquired, initially believing that Nangong's actions were dictated by his former status as a prince, and that she had welcomed him due to his presence here. He was taken aback to learn that they were already cognizant of his banishment from the Fuyiao Empire. Have you perhaps forgotten that you aided my Southern Kingdom in vanquishing the evil dragon and also fought valiantly against the 3 queens to restore our lands? Yet, we in the Southern Kingdom cannot forget. Thus, when a benefactor arrives, it is only natural for me to extend a warm welcome. Nangong spoke with unwavering conviction. In just a few sentences, her intentions became clear. At her words, even Yu Qing, with his steadfast disposition, felt a stirring within, especially in stark contrast to his recent expulsion from the Fuyiao Empire. It appeared that not all in this world was tarnished. While some might burn bridges after crossing, others would hold you dear in their hearts. In truth, Yu Qing had never considered that he had rendered any great favor to the Southern Kingdom. The dragon slaying had merely been a fortuitous encounter, and the restoration of land seemed a matter of course to him. At this moment, Nangong continued, to me, the title of hero carries a derogatory connotation. In our Southern Kingdom, you ought to be addressed as Sir Yu. With that, she descended from the dragon carriage and extended her hand in greeting. Sir Yu, please. Very well, Yu Qing replied without pretense. As Yu Qing and Nangong ascended the dragon carriage together, the grand procession began its journey home. The interior of the dragon carriage was opulent, spacious, and adorned with vivid dragon and phoenix motifs. On the table lay an array of beverages, including specialties exclusive to the Fuyiao Empire, reflecting genuine thoughtfulness. Thank you, your majesty. Yu Qing could not help but express his gratitude. I have heard that you enjoy wine, so I have prepared a local delicacy, the peach blossom wine, for you. Here, I toast to you on behalf of the Southern Kingdom, the Empress proclaimed, raising her cup towards Yu Qing. Thank you, he replied, raising his glass and drinking it down in one gulp, unable to restrain his admiration. Excellent wine. I am glad you are pleased, Nanshi smiled. After setting down his cup, Yu Qing pondered for a moment before speaking. I wonder, Your Majesty, if you are aware that 20 years ago, during my battle with the three kings, my dantian was destroyed. I am indeed aware. Nanshi replied with a smile. Thus, Your Majesty, you should not regard me in such a manner, Yu Qing stated. At his words, Nanshi paused briefly, but soon grasped the essence of his meaning. I comprehend the concerns of the gentleman. To be candid, the Empire of Fuyiao has already sent correspondence, implying that they wish for me to reject the gentleman. I am acutely aware that this action may incite resentment from the Empire of Fuyiao. The Southern Kingdom is not on par with the Empire of Fuyiao. If resentment indeed takes root, the repercussions for the Southern Kingdom could be significant. Therefore, the Emperor's current course of action is rather unwise, Yu Qing remarked, shaking his head. Nanshi offered a gentle smile, refraining from immediate response as she rose and walked toward the window. At the current pace of travel, they must be nearing the border town of Fontian. As she spoke, she delicately lifted the curtain, revealing the view outside. Yu Qing instinctively glanced over and found the dragon carriage flanked by throngs of enthusiastic citizens. These people were fervently cheering, and the buildings behind them were adorned with lights and various welcoming banners. This is, Yu Qing murmured, moved. Nanshi explained, these individuals include some from Fontian, a city that was once ravaged by the malevolent dragon. Others have come from regions previously occupied by the Spirit King, where they lived in servitude. Only after the return of their lands could they resume a semblance of normalcy. They have known of your arrival in the Southern Kingdom and began preparations 3 days ago. Upon saying this, Nanshi lowered the curtain and turned to Yu Qing, stating, thus, this sentiment is not solely mine. It reflects the will of the people of the Southern Kingdom. It is rational to weigh the pros and cons. Yet what differs us from mere animals if everything is reduced to such calculations? For us, we do not seek what the gentleman can bring us, nor do we concern ourselves with his might. It is simply enough that he is here. Should the gentleman find comfort in the Southern Kingdom, he may consider it his new home. If anyone poses a threat to him, we shall offer our protection. In the future, we are willing to ensure his comfort and care until the end of his days. Yu Qing, poised to lift his cup, froze mid-air upon hearing Nanshi's words, unable to suppress a slight tremor. An inexplicable emotion surged within him, prompting a bittersweet smile. It dawned upon him that he had underestimated the nobility of her intentions. He shook his head in self-mockery, then lifted his gaze to say, I have long heard of the unparalleled beauty of the Southern Kingdom. If it were possible, I would wish to behold its splendor and savor its exquisite wines. Nanshi responded with a radiant smile, assuring him that the Southern Kingdom would not disappoint. Days later, after Yu Qing's arrival in the Southern Kingdom, the news finally reached the Empire of Fuyiao. With a resounding clap, Nangong Fuyiao slammed her hand upon the table in the Fuyiao Hall, seething with rage. How dare a mere Southern Kingdom oppose the Empire of Fuyiao? What right does Nanshi have? Yu Qing is but a discarded dog. When I have expelled, do they truly wish to reclaim what is worthless? Your Majesty, please calm your anger, Xiao Wuchen quickly interjected, attempting to soothe her. The Southern Kingdom likely believes Yu Qing is the same as he was 20 years ago, thinking he holds great value for them. Humph, what use is a discarded dog? Nangong Fuyiao let out a cold snort, her voice sharp and frigid. Send out the order to sanction the Southern Kingdom and terminate all trade with them. I wish to make Nanshi aware of the consequences of defying the will of the Fuyiao Empire. Let the world understand that not every woman is fit to assume the throne. Xiao Wuchen, standing nearby, respectfully accepted the command, saying, Yes, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it immediately, ensuring that the Southern Kingdom comprehends the repercussions of their disobedience. However, scarcely had Xiao Wuchen departed when Sun Xuanji entered with a grave expression. I have come to pay my respects, Your Majesty, he said. Nangong Fuyiao inquired. Has there been any progress in locating the array master over these many days? Each day of delay diminishes the fortune of the Fuyiao Empire. We cannot afford further procrastination. Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened, hesitating to speak. What is the matter? Nangong Fuyiao sensed something amiss, furrowing her brow as she questioned with authority. Chapter 14. When shall I apologize to my brother before engaging in discussion with you? My lord Sun Xuanji proclaimed, Your Majesty, I bear news from those dispatched to seek out the array masters. It appears that the renowned array masters of the southern wilderness have expressed their inability to assist. How can this be? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened as she questioned. The southern wilderness is vast. How could there not be a single array master to be found? I too sensed something amiss, Sun Xuanji replied. Thus I ventured personally to a neighboring nation to inquire with an array master with whom I maintain a decent rapport. With a troubled countenance, Sun Xuanji elucidated. It has come to my attention that a guild of array masters has recently been established in the southern wilderness, and nearly all of the esteemed array masters have joined this guild. The reason we cannot enlist their services is that the head of the guild has imposed a decree prohibiting any guild member from aiding the empire of Fuyiao. What? Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's fury erupted. What grievance do we hold against this guild leader that he should issue such a decree? Sun Xuanji, his expression laden with complexity, replied, the leader of the guild is none other than Gu Daoren. What did you say? Gu Daoren? Sun Xuanji's revelation struck Nangong Fuyiao like a bolt from the blue, causing her to rise in disbelief. What qualifications does this insignificant Gu Daoren possess to lead the guild of array masters? Sun Xuanji explained. Although Gu Daoren's mastery of arrays is not the highest in the southern wilderness, he is certainly among the foremost. More importantly, he possesses extensive connections, which facilitated the establishment of the Guild of Array Masters, thus enabling him to assume the role of its leader. Nangong Fuyiao, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. The Empress, known for her decisive nature, found herself momentarily at a loss. If we cannot procure the services of an array master, the threat posed by the demonic entities beneath the imperial capital can only be suppressed by the imperial seal. Over time, this will inevitably weaken the power of destiny, leading the empire of Fuya towards decline. Cursed, cursed, cursed. In her moment of despair, Nangong Fuyu lost her reason, wreaking havoc within the Fuyiao Hall, leaving it in disarray. How could Gu Daoren act in such a manner? Is he intent on undermining the very foundation of our empire? Sun Xuanji, with a complex expression, continued. Perhaps it is because the Xianwei camp is currently besieging the Qingyun sect, and he is likely aware of your majesty's intentions to eradicate the Qingyun sect. Even so, he has no right to act thus. Nangong Fuyiao retorted with indignation. Can the mere Qingyun sect be compared to the entirety of my Fuyiao Empire? My decision to send the Xianwei camp was in response to Gu Daoren's initial opposition. Were it not for his defiance, I would never resort to such ruthless measures. Sun Xuanji found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his gaze and said, Your Majesty, the pressing concern remains the urgent resolution of the subterranean demonic threat. If we wish to enlist the aid of the array masters of the southern wilderness, it seems the only recourse is to persuade Gu Daoren to lift his decree. Are you suggesting that we cease pursuing accountability from Gu Daoren? Nangong Fuyao's expression was frigid as she spoke in a deep voice. He has insulted me and recklessly removed the 5 elements formation flags, nearly causing a catastrophe in the imperial capital. If I were to let this slide, what would become of my authority? Would it not embolden anyone to defy me? However, should I not act, the threat of the demonic creatures will remain unresolved. As your majesty has observed, using the imperial jade seal as a means of suppression is merely a temporary solution. Sun Xuanji, with earnest concern, urged, I implore your majesty to reconsider. Nangong Fuyao's face turned ashen, her chest heaving with rage. After a protracted contemplation, influenced by Sun Xuanji's heartfelt persuasion, she reluctantly conceded. Very well. I shall grant the ancient Taoist an opportunity. As long as he swiftly resolves the demonic threat in the imperial capital using the Formation Masters Guild, I shall overlook past transgressions. Sun Xuanji sighed in relief, quickly responding, Your Majesty's magnanimity is commendable. I shall personally visit Qingyun's sect without delay. After taking his leave, Sun Xuanji wasted no time and hastened to Qingyun's sect that very night. The following morning, Sun Xuanji promptly withdrew the Xianwei camp and, alone, arrived at the gates of Qingyun's sect. I am Sun Xuanji from the Heavenly Palace, seeking an audience with the ancient Taoist. Please come forth for a discussion, he announced, bowing respectfully at the entrance. After an extended wait, the ancient Taoist finally descended from the air, clad in Taoist robes. Upon seeing the ancient Taoist, Sun Xuanji hastily bowed and said, Greetings, esteemed Taoist. Please, speak plainly. The ancient Taoist remained expressionless. Very well. Sun Xuanji understood the importance of being straightforward and directly stated. I have come at the behest of His Majesty. Considering that Qingyun sect is a prestigious sect within my Fuyiao Empire, having produced countless talented disciples who have contributed significantly to our realm, it is only fitting that we resolve this matter amicably. As a gesture of goodwill, the Xianwei camp has been withdrawn. However, in response to Sun Xuanji's words, The ancient Taoist merely scoffed, dismissively retorting, "It seems it is not about Qing Yun sect's prestige, but rather that Nangong Fuyiao is unable to secure the formation masters and is thus compelled to negotiate." Caught off guard by this blunt observation, Sun Xuanji's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly replied, "This situation cannot be entirely blamed on His Majesty. After all, she is the sovereign of a nation, and such insults are understandably provoking." Humph, am I to blame for insulting her? The ancient Taoist's countenance remained cold as he rebuked. Did she not consider how she has betrayed my brothers? Sun Xuanji, feeling the weight of the rebuke, sighed and said, "Esteemed Taoist, responding to hatred with hatred is not a solution. The fact that His Majesty is willing to engage in dialogue is, in truth, beneficial for all parties involved." Before he could finish, the ancient Taoist interjected, "Sun Xuanji, I am aware of what you wish to convey. I can unequivocally state that this matter is off the table. If you truly seek reconciliation, let her come to me and apologize for her transgressions before we discuss further." Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened, yet he remained unwilling to concede. Continuing to speak, Taoist Gu, "Should this disturbance persist, it shall be of no benefit to anyone. I implore you to reconsider." The Dean Sun's entreaties fell on deaf ears. Taoist Gu's expression remained impassive as he replied, "The only reason I have come forth today is out of respect for you, Dean Sunday. However, if you continue to press this matter, it will only lead to further embarrassment for us all." With a sigh, Sun Xuanji shook his head. Resigned to the realization that no favorable resolution could be achieved today, Taoist Gu took his leave, hands clasped behind his back, before turning away in solitude. Chapter 15. In a single breath, we vanquish a malevolent dragon for our southern kingdom. How impressive indeed. Upon returning to the Fuyiao Empire, Sun Xuanji found the atmosphere in the Fuyiao Palace notably tense. Nangong Fuyiao's expression was dark. This ancient Taoist is truly audacious. He seeks to disregard the respect I have extended to him, opting instead for a punitive response. "Your Majesty, I believe the crux of the issue does not lie with the ancient Taoist," Sun Xuanji advised earnestly. "His imposition of a ban within the Array Masters Guild is, after all, a protest on behalf of Yu Qing." Humph, it seems I have discerned the truth. This entire scheme is orchestrated by Yu Qing from the shadows. Is it not? Nangong Fuyiao scoffed coldly. "He harbors resentment for my expulsion of him from the Empire, seeking revenge against me. Your Majesty, dwelling on this matter serves no purpose," Sun Xuanji mused thoughtfully. "To persuade the ancient Taoist to rescind the ban, we may need to facilitate Yu Qing's return." Facilitate his return? Nangong Fuyiao's countenance darkened instantly. "If I were to allow him back, would that not render my actions a mockery? I personally banished him from the imperial capital, and now you suggest I invite him back. What would the world think of me? Yet if Yu Qing does not return, it is unlikely the ancient Taoist will revoke the ban from the Array Masters Guild," Sun Xuanji remarked. "Your Majesty, I implore you to weigh the gravity of this situation." Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's temples throbbed with indignation, his expression as cold as frost. "Ah, what a cunning strategy. He has truly ensnared me. Nevertheless, for the sake of the Fuyiao Empire, I am willing to take a step back and grant him a chance to return, albeit temporarily. Summon Xiao Wuchen." Xiao Wuchen soon arrived to pay his respects. "Xiao Wuchen, I need you to journey to the southern kingdom and locate Yu Qing. Inform him that I am willing to offer him a chance for redemption, provided he collaborates with the ancient Taoist to resolve the demonic affliction plaguing the imperial capital. I will permit him to remain in the Fuyiao Empire. But what if he is unwilling?" Xiao Wuchen inquired, looking toward Nangong Fuyiao with a meaningful gaze. Nangong Fuyiao's expression turned icy. "If he refuses my gracious offer, then we shall employ force to bring him back." Xiao Wuchen's pupils constricted, and he replied, "Understood, Your Majesty." After receiving his orders, he withdrew. Observing Xiao Wuchen depart, Sun Xuanji sighed, feeling at a loss for words. Resolving the demonic affliction took precedence, for now. Yu Qing must return to the Fuyiao Empire. In the southern kingdom, at Shangnan City, Nenshi, at Yu Qing's request, found him a waterside pavilion along the banks of the Mijiang River. Residing there, Yu Qing felt quite at ease. Recently, he had developed a passion for fishing, often sitting in the pavilion with a bamboo rod from dawn till dusk, hoping to catch the unique lotus fish of the Mijiang. This fish, known for its exquisite flavor, when made into a fish soup, was simply delightful due to the river's pristine waters. Nanshi frequently donned a casual robe and visited Yu Qing during her leisure time. As their interactions grew, they became quite familiar with one another. Having been raised in the imperial palace, Nanshi harbored a keen interest in the tales of the outside world. often requesting Yu Qing to share stories of his adventures and experiences. Occasionally, she would share both her joys and sorrows with Yu Qing. How could that monk be so ungrateful? The great sage was trying to protect him, yet he recited scriptures to drive him away. What a foolish bald donkey. At this point, she paused, gazing at Yu Qing, and inquired, Mr. Yu, what was it you called him? A bald donkey, Yu Qing replied with a chuckle. Indeed. A foolish bald donkey, Nanshi clenched her fists, simmering with indignation. After a moment, she glanced at the sky and stood up, saying, it's already this late. I must take my leave, Mr. Yu. There are numerous pressing matters to attend to in the court. Yu Qing rose, saying, Your Majesty, safe travels. Alas, your culinary skills are exceptional. I truly wish I could stay for a meal, Nanshi lamented. There will be plenty of time in the future. Your Majesty is welcome to visit any time, Yu Qing replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Nanshi, Yu Qing settled back onto his lounge chair, resuming his fishing. As time passed, the sky darkened, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He had gone several days without a catch. Today, it appeared that he would again return empty-handed. The mere thought of it ignited a simmering anger within him. The more he contemplated, the more uncomfortable he felt. In a fit of frustration, he struck the surface of the river with his palm, causing an area of 100 feet to become still. Countless fish leaped from the water, suspended in midair. Yu Qing squinted left and right, selecting the plumpest among them. He reached out and plucked it from the air, tossing it into his fish basket. With a wave of his hand, he allowed the remaining fish to fall back into the water, restoring tranquility to the river. No empty-handed return today, he proclaimed, stretching with a contented expression. Nearby, a sheep lying on the ground turned over, casting a disdainful glance at him before resuming its lazy slumber. As if the sky itself collapsing would not alter its lethargic demeanor. Time passed, and suddenly, a small head emerged from the river. It was a boy of about 7 or 8, holding a lotus fish weighing around half a pound with both hands, shouting, Brother Yu, look what I caught. Stumbling up the bank, clad only in shorts, his sun-kissed belly exposed, he eagerly sought to share his joy with Yu Qing. Little Li, you're quite impressive, Yu Qing praised. Hee, the boy chuckled, playfully poking his belly button and revealing a bright smile with pearly white teeth. Little Li lived not far from Yu Qing and had grown up in the river, quickly befriending him since Yu Qing's arrival. At that moment, Little Li said, Brother Yu, I guess you'll be empty-handed again today. Knowing you love osmanthus fish, I want to give you this one. As he spoke, he moved to toss the fish into Yu Qing's basket. No. Yu Qing hurriedly raised his hand to shield the basket. What's wrong, Brother Yu? Little Li asked, puzzled. Just take a look at my basket, Yu Qing replied boastfully. Straining to lift the basket, Little Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Brother Yu. This one must weigh several pounds. Little Leo exclaimed with excitement. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Yu Qing pressed down with his palm, though the corners of his mouth almost betrayed him with a smile. Soon after, Little Leo fetched a small stool and seated himself beside Yu Qing. Brother Yu, have you heard about the prominent figure who recently arrived in the southern kingdom? Little Leo asked earnestly. Yu Qing blinked and inquired, what prominent figure? It is said he hails from the Fuyiao Empire, known as the Green-Robe Sword Immortal, Little Leo replied, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. I heard that his sword measures a staggering 40 meters, towering 3 zhang high, possessing immense strength. With a single breath, he vanquished a malevolent dragon that plagued our southern kingdom, truly remarkable. Mind your language, young one, Yu Qing couldn't help but tap his forehead gently while admonishing. You shouldn't believe everything you hear. It's likely a fabrication. It's not a fabrication. Dan from the neighboring village witnessed it firsthand. Little Lear insisted with utmost sincerity. He said he even dined with the Green-Robe Sword Immortal, accompanied by his grandfather, who was a soldier in his youth. As he spoke, the little one wore an expression full of longing. Oh, how I wish I could meet him too, and then become his disciple, so I could also uphold justice and righteousness. While he talked, he fidgeted on the stool, his small hands and feet animatedly gesturing, completely lost in his fanciful reverie. Chapter 16. Did you truly believe your supreme bone was a gift of genius? What nonsense about witnessing it firsthand, Yu Qing muttered under his breath, barely suppressing the urge to reprimand the naive child for believing such absurd rumors. Yet before he could continue, his expression darkened, the faint amusement on his lips freezing into stillness. Across the riverbank stood a figure clad in black, his piercing gaze locked onto Yu Qing with unsettling intensity. Stay still, little one, Yu Qing murmured, pressing a reassuring hand atop the restless child's head. Xiao Lier blinked up at him in confusion. only to gasp moments later as the black-clad stranger strode effortlessly across the river's surface, each step solidifying the water beneath his feet into platforms of ice. Within moments, the man stood before them. Shally trembled, awestruck by the display of power that bordered on divinity in his young eyes. "At last, I found you, Prince Qing," the man drawled, a smirk curling his lips. "I must admit, the scenery here is quite enchanting. Were it not for business, I might have lingered a while longer." The intruder was none other than Xiao Wuchen, the foremost prodigy of the Fuyiao Empire, the bearer of the supreme bone. Without waiting for a response, Xiao Wuchen tilted his head, his voice laced with mockery. "Tell me, Prince Qing, was that little demonstration of mine not on par with your own prowess in years past?" Yu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. "Speak plainly. What do you want?" "I come under Her Majesty's decree to escort you back," Xiao Wuchen replied, pausing deliberately before adding with a sneer. "Ah, forgive me. Invite you back. So, if you'd kindly rise and accompany me, let us not make this difficult." "Unnecessary. I am content where I am," Yu Qing answered coolly, his fingers deftly baiting his fishing hook. Xiao Wuchen's expression darkened. "This is the Empress's command." Yu Qing remained unmoved, finishing his task before casting the line into the water with a practiced flick of his wrist. Enraged by the blatant disregard, a flash of malice crossed Xiao Wuchen's eyes. His hand shot out, gripping the fishing rod, then with a sharp tremor, shattered it into dust. "Yu Qing," he hissed, voice dripping with venom. "Are you deaf to my words?" Yu Qing exhaled softly, stroking Shally-er's head in reassurance before turning his gaze toward the intruder. His voice was quiet, yet carried the weight of steel. "Out of past courtesy, I grant you 3 breaths to leave. Begone." Xiao Wuchen threw his head back in laughter, the sound laced with derision. "Oh, Yu Qing, even in your wretched state, you still cling to delusions of grandeur? Do you truly believe you are still the man who single-handedly subdued the 3 kings 2 decades ago? The Azure Sword Immortal who once commanded the realm?" His smirk twisted into something cruel. "You dare order me to leave? You, a worthless has-been, a mere shell of your former self? Let me enlighten you. You are nothing now. Less than nothing. A pitiful, broken relic. Even if you were Yu Qing from 20 years ago, so what? Do you truly believe that the current me is inferior to the you of 2 decades past? The Supreme Bone. I possess the Supreme Bone, a rarity among millions. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Not just the present you, but even the you of 20 years ago would now be beneath my notice. The Supreme Bone, you say?" As Xiao Wuchen continued his incessant clamoring, a trace of mockery flickered in Yu Qing's icy gaze, as if observing some pitiful clown. Yu Qing's demeanor enraged Xiao Wuchen utterly. "I shall make it clear to you now. Today, it is I who commands. You will kneel before me, as I dictate." With that, he lunged forward, his hand forming a claw aimed at Yu Qing. Yet, his palm froze midair, mere inches from Yu Qing. Xiao Wuchen's expression twisted in shock. At that moment, an eerie force surged through the space around him, seeping into every pore of his body, rendering him utterly immobile. A tempest of terror raged within Xiao Wuchen. Sweat drenched him as he struggled helplessly against the unseen restraint. His frantic eyes darted around, desperate to understand what was happening, only to meet Yu Qing's derisive stare. Horror dawned upon him. The source of this nightmare was none other than the man before him. "What have you done to me? Release me at once!" He shrieked, torn between fury and terror. He thrashed with all his might. Yet his efforts were as futile as an ant trying to topple a mountain. Yu Qing regarded him coldly. "The Supreme Bone is indeed formidable. But did you truly believe yourself a chosen prodigy, that this bone simply manifested within you, transforming you from mediocrity?" The chill in Yu Qing's voice sent shivers down Xiao Wuchen's spine. What are you implying?" he stammered. "Back in the Fuyiao Empire, I grew weary of politics and sought to cultivate a champion for the realm. At the time, you were obedient. So I chose you and bestowed upon you this Supreme Bone." Yu Qing's lips curled in disdain. "Did you honestly think it was your birthright?" "What? Impossible." The revelation struck Xiao Wuchen like a thunderbolt, his face contorted in denial. "No. Lies. I refuse to believe it. You, a worthless cripple. How could you possess such power?" Yu Qing smirked. With a mere flick of his wrist, a devastating force erupted outward. In an instant, a dozen hidden figures lurking around the courtyard exploded into crimson mist. Xiao Wuchen's eyes bulged in horror. Though immobilized, his senses remained intact. These were his most trusted elites from the Fuyiao Empire, each at least at the heavenly desolation realm. Figures who could dominate as generals or sect elders elsewhere. Yet Yu Qing had annihilated them effortlessly. To Xiao Wuchen's comprehension, this was beyond fathomable. It is almost unimaginable what level of cultivation one must possess to achieve such feats. Your cultivation. Xiao Wuchen trembled all over, sweat streaming down his face, his speech becoming increasingly stammered. He could hardly fathom that the individual expelled from the Fuyiao Empire had not only retained his abilities but had ascended to a realm beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. He was utterly unwilling to confront the scene before him, and even more so to accept the reality that Yu Qing had just articulated. Moments earlier, he had felt a sense of accomplishment in humiliating this former green-robe sword immortal. Yet now, the other party revealed to him that everything he currently possessed was granted by Yu Qing himself. Having departed from the Fuyiao Empire, he had no desire to maintain any connection with it, thus offering the supreme bone without a second thought. However, he did not anticipate that you would leverage the supreme bone to feign superiority in my presence. So, what do you truly amount to? What I can bestow upon you, I can just as easily take away. As he spoke, Yu Qing slowly extended his palm toward Xiao Wuchen. What are you doing? Xiao Wuchen exclaimed in a panic. Chapter 17. What on earth are you doing? Taking a sheep as a hostage? It seemed that Xiao Wuchen had sensed Yu Qing's intentions, becoming increasingly frantic. Eventually, he broke down, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. I beg you not to strip me of my supreme bone. Yet, Yu Qing's eyes remained cold and indifferent. His slender hand, as if piercing through water, directly penetrated Xiao Wuchen's body. Ah! Xiao Wuchen let out a wretched scream, helplessly watching as Yu Qing extracted his supreme bone. Moments later, Yu Qing withdrew his hand, revealing a segment of golden bone gripped within his palm. The bone shimmered with a faint glow, emanating an aura that stirred the heart. As the supreme bone was drawn forth, Yu Qing waved his hand, releasing Xiao Wuchen from his confinement. He seemed to lose all support, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. With the extraction of the supreme bone, the weighty cultivation that had once marked Xiao Wuchen, the foremost figure of the Fuyiao Empire, ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving him a mere husk of his former self. Enduring the excruciating pain of having his bone drawn, he fixated desperately on the supreme bone in Yu Qing's hand. I beg you, Master Yu Qing, I was wrong. Please return my supreme bone to me. If you are willing to restore it, I will be your dog. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall bite. As he spoke, he crawled towards Yu Qing on the ground like a dog, his forehead striking the earth heavily, bleeding yet still pleading for mercy. Without the supreme bone, the Empress would no longer regard him with favor. His identity and status would vanish. He could not bear to be without his supreme bone. However, Yu Qing paid no heed to Xiao Wuchen's pleas but turned his gaze to the little koi beside him. The small creature's large eyes, set beneath thick brows, were now as round as goose eggs, clearly not lacking in intelligence. From their exchange, it was evident that this little one had realized Yu Qing was indeed the fabled sword immortal in green robes. See, the rumors outside are but fabrications. Yu Qing shrugged helplessly at the little koi. Remembering something, he extended the supreme bone towards it and inquired, What do you say? The little koi's keen eyes remained fixed on the supreme bone, its expression fraught with tension. It seemed to understand that this moment would be the most significant choice of its life, as well as its greatest opportunity. Yes. The little creature's toes dug into the ground. Looking up at Yu Qing, it nervously replied, Good. Yu Qing smiled gently, enveloping his palm in a warm glow, and, alongside the supreme bone, directly infused it into the little koi's body. The little one gazed in astonishment as the bone melded with its being. Now, take a nap on the recliner. I shall assist you in merging, Yu Qing instructed. The little koi nodded, daring not to ask questions, fully compliant with Yu Qing's command, and climbed barefoot onto the recliner. Yu Qing waved his hand once more, channeling another gentle force into the little koi's body. The latter quickly succumbed to slumber, snoring lightly on the recliner. No, my supreme bone. That is my supreme bone. Return it to me. Beside them, Xiao Wuchen lay sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud. Witnessing the supreme bone being implanted into little Lier's body, he let out a guttural roar, his eyes burning crimson with unbridled hatred. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his waist, rolled across the ground, and lunged toward a sheep that had been peacefully dozing nearby. Wrapping his limbs tightly around the animal, he pressed the blade firmly against its throat. Return my supreme bone to me, or I'll slaughter it. Xiao Wuchen trembled violently. His gaze locked onto Yu Qing as he snarled through gritted teeth. Yu Qing froze, staring blankly at the scene before him. A dark line of bewilderment creased his forehead. His mind flooded with disbelief. Seriously? Even if you resort to taking a hostage, why in the world would you choose a sheep? Meanwhile, the drowsy sheep, rudely awakened from its slumber, blinked its innocent eyes in confusion, feeling the sudden constriction of limbs around its body. Its forelegs stiffened in alarm, clearly unprepared for such an absurd twist of fate. Hurry, give it back, or I swear I'll kill it right now. Xiao Wuchen tightened his grip on the dagger, his voice hoarse with desperation. His choice of hostage was not born of complete madness. Rather, it was his last shred of rationality. With little Leo standing beside Yu Qing, seizing her was impossible given Yu Qing's formidable power. But this sheep had been by Yu Qing's side for as long as Xiao Wuchen could remember, always well-fed and cared for. To Xiao Wuchen, that meant the sheep might hold immeasurable significance to Yu Qing, perhaps even more than little Leo herself. Are you deaf? If you don't return it now, I'll take this creature down with me. Xiao Wuchen shrieked, his sanity fraying at the edges. Yet, in response to his threats, Yu Qing merely cast him a pitying glance and uttered with indifference, "Do as you please." The sheep, still groggy from its interrupted nap, finally seemed to grasp the absurdity of its predicament. With a sudden twist, it lashed out with a powerful kick. To hell with this, in the next instant. Xiao Wuchen let out a piercing scream as his body was sent hurtling through the air like a shooting star, vanishing beyond the horizon before disintegrating into nothingness. That day, many citizens of the Southern Kingdom witnessed a dazzling streak of light across the sky, prompting countless hopeful wishes to be whispered into the wind. Chapter 18. System Rewards and the Sage's Lifelong Insights. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Yu Qing's days remained unremarkable, yet delightful. The only distinction was the presence of a small carp in his ethereal abode. Despite its tender age, this little creature possessed an inkling of what it meant to bear the supreme bone. Each morning, before dawn, it would scurry from its home to meticulously tidy Yu Qing's courtyard and pavilion, and to wash the garments he had worn the previous day. Once all was in order, it would prepare a basin of warm water, awaiting Yu Qing's awakening. Knowing that Yu Qing would fish later, it would also meticulously prepare the fishing spot and bait in advance. Only after attending to these trifles would it obediently sit beside the sheep, entering a state of cultivation. This little one was indeed diligent. Observing the small carp seated in meditation, Yu Qing couldn't help but smile. The carp was not a disciple appointed by the system's task. Its acquisition of the supreme bone was merely serendipitous, leading Yu Qing to accept it as a nominal disciple. Naturally, despite its status, Yu Qing did not withhold his teachings. He first imparted a set of cultivation techniques suitable for the supreme bone, and then infused the essence of a sage's lifelong insights into its mind. Both the techniques and the insights, as well as the supreme bone, were rewards Yu Qing had garnered through system sign-ins over the past 2 decades. Indeed, the treasures he received were not limited to these but encompassed a myriad of other items. With the techniques and sage's insights at its disposal, the little carp was fully capable of independent cultivation, much to Yu Qing's relief. As for how far it could progress, that lay in its own fate. However, it is worth noting that when Xiao Wuchen was bestowed with the supreme bone, he lacked the sage's insights. Had he possessed them at that time, perhaps they would have been bestowed upon him as well. Otherwise, Xiao Wuchen might have achieved far more than his current standing. Nevertheless, such reflections could not alter the outcome of the past. Yu Qing felt no emotional upheaval regarding Xiao Wuchen. After all, life is replete with misjudgments. What mattered was his own happiness. Meanwhile, not far from Yu Qing's courtyard, Nanshi, dressed in casual attire, was accompanied by several personal maidservants and a remarkably charismatic young man. Cui Wei, Yu Qing has rendered great favors to our southern kingdom. It is only right that we safeguard him during his stay. Recent intelligence suggests that the Fuyiao Empire may send individuals to threaten him. I cannot entrust this duty to anyone else, thus you shall remain by his side to ensure his safety. Your Majesty, this. Upon hearing this, Cui Wei promptly bowed, a look of reluctance crossing his face. What is it? Are you unwilling? Nanshi inquired. It is not a matter of unwillingness. As you have rightly stated, Mr. Yu Qing has indeed done much for our southern kingdom, and it is only just that we extend our protection to him. Cui Wei bowed with a troubled expression and said, Your Majesty knows my disposition. I am truly unsuited for such a task. Might I suggest an alternative? Even if Your Majesty were to assign me to the military, training soldiers, or charging into battle, I would have no objections. However, to have me undertake this idle duty, I fear I cannot fulfill it. Moreover, the protection of Master Yu Qing could easily be delegated to the Imperial Guards. Therefore, I humbly request that Your Majesty retract the decree. Nanshi smiled as she explained, I understand your temperament, but even if I were to assign the Imperial Guards, I would still feel uneasy. Furthermore, Master Yu's nature is one that shuns ostentation. You are the most suitable choice for this task. But Cui Wei's face was fraught with difficulty. Enough said. It is decided, Nanshi stated with unwavering authority. Though Master Yu may have lost his cultivation, his insights are abundant. and you may learn much under his tutelage. Very well. Reluctantly acquiescing to Nan Shi's insistence, Cui Wei nodded in agreement. Come, let us proceed to meet the master. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Yu Qing's courtyard. Master, it has been a long time, Nan Shi greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Please. Have a seat, Yu Qing replied warmly, rising to greet them. Nan Shi beamed and, once seated, introduced Cui Wei, saying, Master Yu, allow me to present this gentleman. Cui Wei, do extend your greetings to the master. Cui Wei promptly bowed in respect, saying, Cui Wei pays his respects to the master. There is no need for such formality, Yu Qing replied with a smile. Master, here is the situation, Nan Shi continued. Considering your esteemed status, I fear that unsavory characters might disrupt your peace, so I have specifically assigned him to accompany you. He is at your service for any errands or tasks, and during his free time, he will remain unobtrusive. How can I accept such an arrangement? Yu Qing protested. Nan Shi smiled and said, if the master does not agree, it would imply a lack of regard for me, Nan Shi. Very well. Yu Qing nodded, acknowledging that as a guest in another's country, he had little choice but to comply. After all, he was still merely a visitor. He then turned to Cui Wei and said, I appreciate your assistance, young Master Cui. Cui Wei promptly replied, Master, you are too kind. Please feel free to command me as needed. With that, Cui Wei withdrew to the side, holding a sheathed long sword, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. After leaving Cui Wei behind, Nan Shi and Yu Qing engaged in light conversation before she departed due to matters at court. Yu Qing resumed his fishing, glancing at the upright and tense Cui Wei, and couldn't help but chuckle, young Master Cui, there is no need for such formality. Feel free to relax. Master need not concern himself with me. I must ensure your safety and cannot afford to be negligent, Cui Wei replied, bowing slightly. Very well, Yu Qing laughed, allowing him his way. Meanwhile, in the empire of Fuyiao, Nangong Fuyiao sat in the palace, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Is there still no news of Xiao Wuchen? She inquired of Sun Xuanji, seated lower down. My subordinate has exhausted all means to make contact, yet received no response. Sun Xuanji replied. However, according to reports from spies in the southern kingdom, he entered their territory several days ago. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's brows knitted tighter, as a sense of unease crept into her heart. She felt an inexplicable oddity in the situation, for based on her understanding of Xiao Wuchen's character, there was no reason for him to remain silent. The threat of demonic affliction was urgent. It was imperative that she reach Xiao Wuchen swiftly and have him bring Yu Qing back at once. Understood, Sun Xuanji acknowledged before taking his leave. After Sun Xuanji departed, Nangong Fuyiao could not help but rub her forehead. The thought that the empire's fortunes were waning daily in the struggle against the demonic creatures left her far from composed. Now, with Xiao Wuchen suddenly out of contact, her mind was beset with unrest. Chapter 19. Unexpectedly, there came a day when it was necessary to summon Yu Qing back. Days passed, and time flowed as usual. In the courtyard, Yu Qing observed the little carp beside him and couldn't help but exclaim, My dear little one, your progress is truly remarkable. On the surface, the little carp appeared unchanged, with no visible signs of cultivation. However, in just a few short weeks, he had already become a formidable expert in the southern kingdom. This astonishing development stemmed from the extraordinary qualities of the supreme bone, combined with the superior cultivation techniques imparted by Yu Qing, along with the insights from the sage's training. All these elements were essential, none could be omitted. The reason his cultivation remained concealed was due to the nature of the techniques Yu Qing had provided. This particular method included a means of self-hiding one's realm. Yu Qing's intention behind this was to safeguard the little carp. When venturing into the world, the ability to conceal one's true abilities could prove crucial in decisive moments. Moreover, given the little one's tender age, this strategy would help him evade numerous temptations, thus preventing him from straying onto a misguided path in the future. The teachings of the master were indeed wise. The little carp, with an innocent smile, donned his oversized shorts, exposing his belly and bare feet. It was hard to believe that this seemingly simple child had already attained the status of a rare expert. Very well, maintain this humble yet confident demeanor, Yu Qing praised. Now, continue your cultivation. Yes, master, the little carp replied respectfully, nodding earnestly before dutifully returning to his practice. As several more days passed, the little carp continued his routine as usual. Observing him diligently wiping the table early in the morning, Cui Wei could no longer remain idle. He picked up a broom and began sweeping the courtyard. The past few days felt quite torturous for him. It wasn't that Yu Qing treated him poorly. Rather, the tranquility at Yu Qing's abode was overwhelming. Yu Qing had little for him to do, mostly sending him to the southern part of the city to fetch some peach blossom wine. Other than that, he spent his days watching Yu Qing fish, which could last an entire day. For Cui Wei, this kind of leisure felt like a waste of time. He would gladly battle on the front lines or undertake arduous missions for the southern kingdom without a second thought. Yet, this idleness was for him a source of considerable discomfort. "Thank you," said the little carp, noticing Cui Wei had finished sweeping the courtyard, offering a polite smile. "Don't mention it." Cui Wei replied with a grin. He had taken quite a liking to this thoughtful little boy. However, upon seeing the little carp settle down on the ground to meditate again, he couldn't help but shake his head. He understood the little carp was engaged in cultivation. Yet he wondered how much could be achieved by merely sitting in stillness. Cultivation is indeed important, but one must first focus on building a solid foundation, strengthening one's body. He advised, "Occasionally sitting down to reflect on one's gains is beneficial, but since I arrived here, I've noticed you either working or meditating. This, in my view, is somewhat misplaced." "My dear boy, merely sitting one tea yield results," Cui Wei kindly reminded him. "If you truly wish to cultivate, I can teach you." "Thank you. But perhaps it's best to let it be." Xiao Liu opened her eyes and spoke. "Do you not believe me? Very well, you likely do not know who I am. So allow me to demonstrate what a true master of cultivation is like." As she spoke, Cui Wei's sword moved with a swift grace, causing the surrounding environment to stir without a breeze. "Watch closely," Cui Wei commanded softly. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, a glimmer of cold light emerging. And as he swung, a stream of sword energy surged forth like a dragon. The rocks several feet away shattered explosively. "What do you think?" Cui Wei remarked nonchalantly, smiling at Xiao Liu. However, her reaction surprised him. "Thank you, but there's no need." Xiao Liu shook her head, declining his offer. One reason was that she possessed the lifelong insights of a sage, and in some respects, she was no novice. In fact, her wealth of knowledge and experience far surpassed that of Cui Wei. Another reason was that she seemed capable of performing feats akin to his own. "Hey, you little rascal." Seeing Xiao Liu's attitude, Cui Wei's expression shifted to one of mild annoyance. Yet, he was not genuinely angry. Observing her rejection, he decided to let it be. For he could tell that Xiao Liu lacked any innate talent for cultivation. Thus, her methods of training were likely similar to his own. He had initially anticipated that the days ahead would offer some engaging pursuits, but it now appeared those hopes were dashed. "Sir, here is the bait." Cui Wei casually seized Xiao Liu's task and handed the prepared bait to Yu Qing, who had just risen and was ready to fish. "Thank you." Yu Qing replied with a smile. He held a favorable impression of the person assigned to him by Nanshi, appreciating that the individual neither overstepped boundaries nor spoke unnecessarily. While he fished, Cui Wei stood like a pillar, motionless beside him. When he could no longer contain himself, he would retreat to the courtyard to practice his swordplay. On this day, after a long wait, Cui Wei finally saw Nanshi arrive. She was relatively unhurried, sitting with Yu Qing for nearly 2 hours before departing. Cui Wei quickly pursued her as she left. "What is it you need?" Nanshi turned to look at Cui Wei. "Your Majesty," Cui Wei scratched his head awkwardly, saying with difficulty, "How much longer must I remain here? Is it not pleasant to stay with the sir?" Nanshi inquired. "It's not that it's unpleasant, but rather too leisurely," Cui Wei replied earnestly. "During this time, I have grown lax in my cultivation. If I stay any longer, I fear I may become utterly stagnant. Might you allow me to return?" Nanshi hesitated slightly but ultimately declined Cui Wei's request, stating, "As I have said before, I do not trust others. I shall wait until I find someone suitable." "Very well." Cui Wei could only nod resignedly, returning to the courtyard to resume his role as guardian for Yu Qing, continuing his leisurely existence. The Empire of Fuyiao. For several consecutive days, there had been no word from Xiao Wuchen. It was evident to all that something must have transpired with him. Could it be that the southern kingdom had apprehended him? Nangong Fuyiao spoke solemnly. Given Xiao Wuchen's prowess, it should not be difficult for him to escape if he merely desired to leave the southern kingdom without engaging in combat. Sun Xuanji remarked. "What on earth is happening?" Nangong Fuyu responded with visible ire. "Your Majesty, although Xiao Wuchen's disappearance is indeed perplexing, the most pressing matter remains the demonic affliction." Sun Xuanji suggested. "Perhaps I should personally journey to the southern kingdom to invite Yu Qing back and simultaneously inquire about any news regarding Xiao Wuchen." Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, and after a long moment of contemplation while gazing beyond the imperial city, She finally relaxed her tightly clenched fist and said, "If that is the case, then you may go. However, if we are to ensure absolute certainty." At this juncture, Sun Xuanji added, "It would be best if your majesty personally issued a decree to Yu Qing, clarifying your stance." "Absolutely not." Without a second thought, Nangong Fuyiao rejected this outright, asserting that allowing Yu and Xiao Wuchen to travel in tandem was already the height of her leniency. "Simply inform him to return if he wishes. Does your majesty truly lack his presence? Yet, the matter of the demonic affliction indeed requires him." "As only then would the ancient Taoists relent," Sun Xuanji countered. "That concerns the ancient Taoists, not him," Nangong Fuyiao retorted coldly. "But it is precisely because of him that the ancient Taoists imposed their edict," Sun Xuanji argued. "Should Yu Qing fail to return, or if he were forcibly brought back, it is likely that the ancient Taoists would remain obstinate. To persuade them, not only must Yu Qing return, but it would also be best to restore his title as Prince of Qing. Thus, I implore your majesty to issue a decree to further assert your position." After listening to Sun Xuanji's words, Nangong Fuyiao's countenance darkened to an almost palpable degree, with veins subtly protruding from her tightly clenched fist. She never imagined that one day she would truly need to summon Yu Qing back. After an extended period of silence, she finally composed a decree and handed it to Sun Xuanji. "Your Majesty, I shall set forth to the southern kingdom at once." Sun Xuanji's expression brightened with joy as he took the decree and immediately rushed towards the southern kingdom. Chapter 20. I have long since severed ties with the Fuyiao Empire. Before long, Sun Xuanji arrived in the southern kingdom. Given that Yu Qing had not made any deliberate effort to conceal his whereabouts, it was only natural that Xiao Wuchen could find Yu Qing, and consequently, Sun Xuanji was able to locate him as well. He then knocked on the gate of Yu Qing's residence. Yu Qing, who was leisurely fishing atop a pavilion, heard the commotion and replied indifferently, "Let him go back." "Understood," said Cui Wei, turning to step outside. "Your Excellency, please return. The gentleman is unable to see you." This caught Sun Xuanji off guard, his expression darkening as he had not anticipated being met with a closed door before even entering. However, he was unwilling to concede so easily. "Your Excellency, I beseech you for a moment of your time. I have but a few words to share, after which I shall take my leave without further ado." Sun Xuanji called out into the courtyard. "Silence." Cui Wei's face hardened as he positioned himself at the entrance, partially drawing his sword, a glint of cold steel apparent. The tension escalated, and just as both parties were at a stalemate, Yu Qing's calm voice resonated from within. "Let him in." Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's icy demeanor dissipated, and he stepped aside to allow Sun Xuanji entry. "Thank you," Sun Xuanji said, clasping his fists in gratitude as he entered the courtyard. "Your Excellency, it has been a long time since we last met." Yu Qing, still engaged in his fishing, replied nonchalantly, "If you have something to say, please do so directly." Sun Xuanji continued, "I have come primarily on behalf of the Fuyiao Empire and Her Majesty the Empress to offer my apologies. The establishment of the Fuyiao Empire owes much to your Excellency's contributions. You have always been a great benefactor to our empire, a hero of your time. Yet you were unjustly expelled from the Fuyiao Empire. This is indeed a grave error on the part of Her Majesty. However, her decision was made in a moment of impulsiveness, not entirely reflective of her true intentions, and she deeply regrets it. Since your departure, she has missed you greatly." Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's words, Yu Qing could not suppress a sardonic smile. "Before me, Director Sun, there is no need for such disingenuous flattery." Sun Xuanji's momentary embarrassment flashed across his face, but he quickly bowed again, saying, "Your Excellency may doubt my sincerity, yet this is Her Majesty's edict, which clearly expresses her sentiments. You will see for yourself." With that, he presented the decree from Nangong Fuyiao with both hands. "Director Sun, the past is the past. From the moment she cast me aside, I have severed all ties with the Fuyiao Empire. Therefore, her current attitude bears no significance to me, nor do I care. Thus, there is no need to examine this decree. I request you to leave." Yu Qing did not even glance at the decree, speaking in a flat tone. Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened at this, and seeing Yu Qing's unwavering resolve, he hesitated for a long while before suddenly kneeling on the ground. Observing this, Yu Qing could not help but shake his head. "Director Sun, you are a person of high repute within the Fuyiao Empire. What is the purpose of this? Please, Your Excellency, take a look at the decree. After you have read it, you may decide how to proceed." Sun Xuanji implored. With a sincere expression, Sun Xuanji presented the edict to Yu Qing, his hands outstretched. Observing the earnestness on Sun Xuanji's face, Yu Qing set down his fishing rod and sighed as he rose. "Director Sun, I respect your loyalty to the nation and understand the burdens of your mission as a subject. For your sake, I shall take a glance at it. However, I must forewarn you that this will not alter the outcome. After speaking, Yu Qing extended his hand to receive the edict. Thank you, King Qing, Sun Xuanji replied, his expression brightening. Over the years, he had gleaned some understanding of Yu Qing, knowing him to be a man of deep emotions. Having lived in the empire of Fuyiao for so long, it was evident that the establishment of the nation was inseparable from his contributions. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Fuyiao was a product of his heart and soul. If the edict contained a sincere apology from the Empress, along with a request for Yu Qing to return, it was likely that King Qing's heart would soften. Yet, in the next moment, Yu Qing's sardonic voice rang out. Yu Qing, you conspired with a foreign nation and attempted treason. In light of your past merits, I have spared you from death, exiling you from the empire of Fuyiao instead. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, you harbor resentment and incite the ancient practitioners to impose restrictions on the empire of Fuyiao through the Array Masters Guild, causing the decline of our nation's fortune. Considering our past relationship, I am still willing to offer you a chance. If you immediately compel the ancient practitioners to lift the restrictions and send someone to resolve the demonic plague in the imperial capital, I shall overlook your past offenses and allow you to remain in the empire of Fuyiao. As he spoke, the scorn on Yu Qing's face deepened. Sun Xuanji, meanwhile, grew increasingly uncomfortable, trembling as if he wished to sink into the ground. He would never dare to privately examine the emperor's edict. He had initially thought that, regardless of her true feelings, the Empress of Fuyiao would adopt a more favorable stance in light of the urgent crisis. However, he could never have anticipated such words within the edict. So, this is the attitude of your esteemed Empress of Fuyiao? Yu Qing inquired with profound significance. Is this the edict that Director Sun wishes for me to examine? Chapter 21. Allow him to contemplate the efficacy of meditation. Yu Qing's words hung in the air. Unsure of what to say, Sun Xuanji's face oscillated between shades of green and red, rendering him speechless, despite having prepared countless eloquent phrases to salvage the situation. At that moment, he found himself swallowing them back, too embarrassed to utter a single word. Director Sun, please take your leave and do not return, Yu Qing remarked, shaking his head with a hint of derision as he casually discarded the hand edict onto the ground. Sun Xuanji's expression grew increasingly complex. After a prolonged silence, he sighed heavily, retrieving the hand edict from the floor without uttering a word, and departed. The master has spoken. Do not return. Should you come again, my southern nation shall not extend its hospitality, Chui Wei stated coldly at the entrance. Sun Xuanji gazed at the young man standing there, his demeanor unyielding. A deep sigh escaped his lips. The heavenly palace was a cradle for the strong of the Fuyiao Empire, serving not only as a task executor, but also as the intelligence hub of the empire. As the director of the heavenly palace, he recognized the young man before him, one of the top 10 young talents of the southern nation, favored by the southern empress. If all went as anticipated, this individual would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in the southern nation's future. He had previously learned that the southern empress herself had personally welcomed Yu Qing, but he had never imagined that she would also assign Chui Wei to Yu Qing. From the moment he entered, Chui Wei had assumed a protective stance. The southern nation's attitude towards Yu Qing was starkly contrasted with that of the Fuyiao Empire. At that moment, Sun Xuanji truly felt he could no longer face Yu Qing. Rest assured, young brother, I shall not return, he said, his words laced with bitterness. After speaking, he turned away, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the Fuyiao Empire, where the once vibrant light in his eyes seemed to have vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confusion. This visit should have been an opportunity to inquire about Xiao Wuqing, yet now he found himself devoid of such interest. After bidding farewell to Sun Xuanji, Chui Wei returned to the courtyard, sword in hand, still feeling a tinge of boredom. Noticing the small coin nearby, deep in meditation, he couldn't help but sigh. How many more times must I tell you that meditation serves no purpose at your age? Just as he was about to practice his swordplay, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and he turned sharply, his keen gaze piercing through the ornate structures to fixate on a rooftop a mile away. There stood a young man clad in white. Their eyes locked in a distant confrontation, igniting an unspoken tension. The young man in white sneered disdainfully, his gaze dripping with provocation. Then, with a graceful leap, he soared away towards the outskirts of the city. Seeing this, Chui Wei clenched his fists tightly, instinctively preparing to pursue, but just as he exerted pressure on his legs, he glanced back at the pavilion where Yu Qing was fishing, and he abruptly halted. With a serious expression, he returned to the pavilion. resuming his vigilant stance as a guardian. Clearly, despite his desire to chase after the young man, he remained steadfast in his mission to protect Yu Qing. In the pavilion, Yu Qing shook the nearby wine jug with a resigned smile. Subsequently, he turned to Cui Wei and said, "Brother Cui, could you assist me in procuring a jar of the peach blossom wine sold by Old Lu outside the city? I have heard from a neighboring resident that Old Lu's peach blossom wine is the most authentic." Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Certainly, sir. I shall go at once." With a glance towards the direction of the city outskirts, Cui Wei stepped out of the courtyard and swiftly leaped into the air, darting towards the city limits. Alas, it seems today will likely be another day of idleness. After Cui Wei departed, Yu Qing set down his fishing rod, rose to stretch lazily, suppressing the urge to evaporate the river before him, and approached Shaoli. "Have you encountered any challenges or bottlenecks during your cultivation, Master?" Shaoli opened his eyes eagerly. "With the insights you have imparted, I have faced no difficulties or obstacles." "That is reassuring," Yu Qing replied with a smile, nodding in approval. "However, what you currently lack the most is practical experience. How do you feel about putting your skills into practice?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. The present Xiao Li was no longer the same as before, under the guidance of the sage's teachings. He not only cultivated without straying from the path, but also had various combat experiences and techniques etched in his mind. Yet, he had consistently lacked a true opportunity to apply what he had recently learned, leaving him unable to contain his eagerness. "Cui Wei treats you well, does he not?" Yu Qing inquired. "Indeed, Master," Shaoli nodded, scratching his head in mild annoyance. "However, he often remarks that my meditation is of no use, which irks me." Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "Well then, if my intuition serves me right, he is currently facing a minor predicament. Why don't you go and lend him a hand? It will also give him a chance to see whether your meditation has any merit." Shaoli's eyes brightened. He promptly stood up, exclaiming, "Yes, Master. I shall go at once." Chapter 22. The child from nowhere outside the southern city. Cui Wei soared through the air with remarkable speed. His immediate intention was not to seek out the man in white, but rather to heed Yu Qing's instructions and first procure a flask of peach blossom wine from the old man Lu. Once he secured the wine jug, he hastened towards the peach blossom grove located outside the city. The grove was a sight to behold, with peach blossoms stretching for miles. Recent days had brought a gentle, persistent rain, rendering the pathways within the grove muddy and treacherous. With each step, Cui Wei treaded carefully towards the peach blossom pavilion nestled within. Inside the pavilion, the man in white stood with a cold, mocking smile, locking eyes with Cui Wei. Their mutual disdain was palpable, akin to sworn enemies encountering each other. The man in white was named by Hua, a peer of Cui Wei and one of the 10 most promising young talents of the Southern Kingdom. However, their backgrounds were starkly different. Cui Wei emerged from humble beginnings, having clawed his way up, while Bai Hua hailed from an esteemed lineage that had long held significant influence in the Southern Kingdom. Despite their differing origins, animosity should not have existed between them. The true source of their conflict stemmed from Nanshi's regard for Cui Wei, which instilled a sense of crisis in Bai Hua. It was inconceivable for a person of such lowly birth to ascend to a position that rivaled his own. Consequently, Bai Hua resorted to various means to suppress Cui Wei. The turning point came when Cui Wei witnessed his betrothed rise from Bai Hua's bed, a sight that escalated their conflict to an irreconcilable level. Cui Wei's heart brimmed with hatred as he faced Bai Hua, who taunted him. "Is this the speed of a worthless wretch from humble origins?" With a mocking expression, Bai Hua continued, "No wonder Lianer is indifferent to you. She climbed into my bed instead. I must admit, Lianer's form is truly exquisite." Enough. Cui Wei's forehead throbbed with veins bulging, his fists clenched tightly. "Are you angry?" Bai Hua sneered. "But it's understandable. After all, Lianer has been with you for years without ever yielding herself. Yet after merely half a month with me, she willingly gave herself to me. Naturally, you must feel impotent with rage." At his words, Cui Wei's breath became ragged, and his body trembled with fury. Bai Hua, seizing the moment, languidly proposed, "Now, I offer you a chance for vengeance. Shall we engage in a life-and-death duel between men?" No sooner had Bai Hua spoken than Cui Wei unsheathed his longsword with a sharp clang and transformed into a streak of cold light, charging towards Bai Hua. Seeing Cui Wei's fury ignited, a smirk crept onto Bai Hua's lips. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Having secretly consumed a fury pill, Bai Hua advanced to meet Cui Wei. Although the pill bore severe side effects, it would enhance his strength by nearly 30%. Given that Cui Wei was now agitated and disordered, Bai Hua felt an overwhelming confidence in his ability to eliminate him during this confrontation. Should he succeed in ridding himself of Cui Wei, no one among the younger generation of the Southern Kingdom could threaten his position. Thus, the slight repercussions of the Fury Pill were of little consequence. While Cui Wei's demise would undoubtedly incite the Empress's wrath, the risk was deemed worthwhile. After all, with the loss of one outstanding youth, Nanshi would not dare to eliminate another, for that would leave the Southern Kingdom bereft of capable successors. In pursuit of the future of the Southern Kingdom, it is highly likely that Nanshi merely turns a blind eye to the unfolding events. Moreover, it was Cui Wei who initiated the confrontation. As the two young heirs of the Southern Kingdom met, the glimmer of swords flashed within the Peach Blossom Grove. A tempestuous force surged forth, radiating in all directions. Countless peach trees were severed in half, their blossoms swirling in the air before disintegrating into powder. Following a clash of swords, Cui Wei was forced to retreat repeatedly through the air. "What is the matter, you worthless fool? Is that all the strength you possess? No wonder Lianer looks down upon you," Bai Hua taunted, intent on further provoking Cui Wei. In a duel between experts, a mere fraction of a mistake can lead to chaos, and losing one's composure can result in a series of missteps. Indeed, at that moment, Cui Wei's eyes were ablaze with fury as he charged at Bai Hua once more. His swordplay, though fierce and relentless, was purely offensive, devoid of defense, revealing his reckless desperation. At this juncture, Cui Wei had completely fallen into Bai Hua's trap. Before long, Bai Hua's blade pierced through Cui Wei's shoulder. A glimmer of regret flashed in Bai Hua's eyes. He silently lamented that this strike had not severed Cui Wei's head. Nevertheless, it mattered little at this point. Cui Wei was now on the brink of exhaustion. Their battle reached a fever pitch, decimating much of the peach grove within a 10-mile radius. Cui Wei was now riddled with sword wounds, while Bai Hua remained composed and unperturbed. Ultimately, in the final clash of swords, Bai Hua struck Cui Wei's chest with a palm, sending him hurtling several dozen feet before collapsing into the mud, unable to rise again. A commoner is destined to remain a commoner, forever dreaming of competing with the brilliance of the moon. Bai Hua, brandishing his long sword, advanced step by step, disdainfully declaring, "You shall perish." As he approached Cui Wei, who lay bloodied with fury and resentment in his eyes, Bai Hua prepared to deliver the fatal blow. "Stop!" A crisp, youthful voice rang out. Bai Hua's gaze flicked towards the sound, spotting a small boy of 7 or 8 years approaching along the muddy path. Barefoot and clad in oversized shorts caked in dirt. Bai Hua's lips twitched. He had expected a formidable opponent, yet here was merely a child. Disinterested, he raised his sword once more, intent on finishing the fight swiftly. "I command you to stop." The boy's voice resounded again, filled with an undeniable authority. Bai Hua's expression darkened, his anger surging at the audacity of this child. Meanwhile, the fallen Cui Wei caught sight of the boy and his eyes widened in shock. How could this little one have come here at such a time? Just as he was about to shout for the boy to leave, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Suddenly, the small carp, which had been several dozen yards away, instantaneously appeared before the two individuals. In that moment, Cui Wei was momentarily overwhelmed by a surge of resentment and animosity towards Bai Hua, his bloodshot eyes widening in astonishment. Bai Hua, too, was taken aback by this display. "Did you not hear me when I commanded you to cease?" The small carp, despite standing only at Bai Hua's waist, spoke with an air of superiority. His icy demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a mere 7 or 8-year-old boy. Rather, he appeared as a seasoned warrior. This tone provoked an uncontrollable fury within Bai Hua. Undoubtedly, the carp's sudden appearance had startled him, but it did not equate to superior strength. What could a mere child, even one who had been cultivating since birth, truly achieve? He raised his long sword, preparing to strike. However, in the next instant, he was to face the consequences of his rash action. With a resounding thud, the carp delivered a powerful punch to an indefinable part of Bai Hua's anatomy. The force was so tremendous that it propelled Bai Hua into the air, sending him hurtling 100 yards away. During his flight, Bai Hua endured a torrent of agonizing sensations, from initial numbness to a throbbing ache, culminating in a piercing pain that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a long gouge in the earth before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 23. You're really only 8? No, I'm 7.5. The impact left Bai Hua coughing up mouthfuls of blood, yet he paid it no mind. Instead, he hunched over, curling into himself on the ground, clutching his abdomen as he writhed in agony. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his entire body. This sight left Chui Wei, still sprawled on the ground, utterly dumbstruck. What kind of power is this? His eyes locked on his Xiao Lier, filled with disbelief. As if he were staring at a stranger. Was this still the same simple-minded little one who only knew how to do chores and meditate? I'll kill you. Meanwhile, Bai Hua, having endured the initial wave of pain, staggered to his feet in the distance, staring at his blood-soaked hands. His trembling fingers twitched uncontrollably before he let out a maddened roar. Sword in hand, he shot into the air, slashing toward Xiao Lier. Watch out. Dodge. Chui Wei shouted in alarm. Though Xiao Lier's sudden movement and displayed strength had shocked him, he didn't believe the child stood a chance against Bai Hua in direct combat. And who could blame him? Xiao Lier was simply too young. Hurry, ah. Seeing Xiao Lier still unmoving, Chui Wei cried out again in desperation. But as he shouted, his voice gradually weakened, as though something had lodged in his throat. For Xiao Lier had merely extended 2 fingers and caught Bai Hua's descending blade. Chui Wei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The scene before him seemed utterly surreal. Yet no matter how hard he stared, those small, dirt-stained fingers had indeed halted the sword mid-air, rendering it immobile. Bai Hua was no less stunned. His face paled as if he'd seen a ghost. His shock even surpassing Chui Wei's. This strike had come from him. No one understood its force better than he did. To catch it with just 2 fingers, Xiao Lier's strength was beyond comprehension. With a flick of those delicate fingers, Bai Hua's sword snapped. Xiao Lier showed no mercy, delivering another swift kick to the same injured spot. A second strike. The sight sent an involuntary shiver down Chui Wei's spine. As expected, Bai Hua was sent flying once more, though this time, he collapsed limply, twitching on the ground, eyes rolling back as froth bubbled from his lips. From now on, don't say my meditation is useless, Xiao Lier said solemnly, turning to Chui Wei after retracting his stance. Chui Wei could only gape, at a loss for words. After a long silence, he finally managed to ask, You're really 8? No. Xiao Lier's reply made Chui Wei exhale in relief. If the child were truly only 8, then he, who prided himself as the genius of the Southern Kingdom's younger generation, might as well find a block of tofu to smash his head against. But the next words nearly choked him. I'm only 7.5. Observing the earnest demeanor of the young carp, one who should have been filled with gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon him, instead felt an impulsive urge to choke the very being before him. As if sensing Chui Wei's thoughts, the young carp spoke again. My abilities stem from the gifts of my master. Moreover, it was my master who summoned me here, knowing well that you were in distress. Master. Chui Wei's body jolted as disbelief washed over his features. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to grasp the significance of her words. Initially, he had assumed that the extraordinary prowess exhibited by the young carp was a result of her remarkable innate talent. It was only upon the mention of her master that he recalled Yu Qing, the benefactor from the Southern Kingdom, the seemingly idle youth in green who spent his days fishing. Hastily, he felt the wine flask nestled in his cloak. It remained intact. Only then did he come to understand why Yu Qing had suddenly instructed him to fetch a jug of wine from outside the city. He had been perplexed, considering that the peach blossom wine sold within the city was sourced from Old Lu, questioning why one would seek out a distant supplier. Yet, reflecting on it now, he realized that Yu Qing had long anticipated the emergence of Bai Hua and had even calculated that he would not be a match for her, subsequently dispatching the young carp to assist him. This implied that Yu Qing was far from the rumors that suggested he had been incapacitated 2 decades prior. The weight of this revelation left Chui Wei momentarily dazed. Stop daydreaming. What shall we do about that person? The young carp inquired, snapping him back to reality. With her support, Chui Wei rose and slowly approached Bai Hua, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, though his body still twitched intermittently. Under the relentless assault of the young carp's fists and kicks, Bai Hua had suffered a grievous injury, causing Chui Wei to involuntarily gasp in shock. He could not comprehend why the young carp had targeted that particular area, yet he silently vowed never to provoke her again. However, as he gazed upon Bai Hua, his expression quickly hardened. Though he had been provoked earlier to the brink of madness, he was not foolish, now, with a clearer mind. He recalled Bai Hua's earlier antics and understood her intentions. Gritting his teeth, he brought down his sword, swiftly ending Bai Hua's suffering. The two soon returned to the Mosui Pavilion in Upper Nan City. Yu Qing remained languidly reclined in his chair, fishing. Upon seeing Yu Qing again, Chui Wei's feelings had transformed significantly. Previously, he had known only that Yu Qing had once rendered great service to the Southern Kingdom, and that, under the command of Empress Nangong, he was to fulfill his duties. Chui Wei, I am deeply grateful for your lordship's life-saving intervention, he stated, kneeling heavily. His voice filled with appreciation. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for such formality, Yu Qing replied with a serene smile, extending a hand to lift Chui Wei. He then continued, however, your injuries are more severe than anticipated, under normal circumstances. One of his caliber should not have been able to inflict such harm upon you. Your lordship possesses keen insight, Chui Wei said, offering a sheepish smile before recounting the conflict between himself and Bai Hua in its entirety to Yu Qing. Now I understand. Yu Qing gently patted Chui Wei's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, remarking that she was merely a woman and not worth dwelling upon. Another day. I shall take you to the tea house to enjoy some music. I must heed the teachings of my elders, but I must decline the invitation to the tea house. I find myself utterly disinterested, Chui Wei swiftly responded. Your words are premature. Once we go, you shall understand, Yu Qing chuckled, then turned his gaze to Xiao Li and inquired, how do you feel? Thank you, master. I feel splendid, Xiao Li exclaimed, shaking his small fist, still brimming with excitement, as this marked his first endeavor after achieving success. Oh, do share with me how you managed to defeat that fellow, Yu Qing inquired with a smile. Thus, Xiao Li began to narrate his exploits in vivid detail. Meanwhile, Chui Wei chimed in occasionally. As Yu Qing listened, he sensed something amiss. Your punches and kicks. Wait a moment. Let me take a closer. Chapter 24. An unprecedented opportunity in the southern lands. 2 days elapsed, and Chui Wei's injuries had nearly healed. Uncharacteristically, Yu Qing chose not to fish today. Instead, he languidly reclined on a deck chair, clutching a bottle of peach blossom wine that Chui Wei had procured from the outskirts of the city. At the same time, he initiated today's system check-in. Oh, yet another Sage's insights. Yu Qing's expression remained impassive. Recently, Sage's insights had been as abundant as a bountiful catch, with no fewer than 100 copies filling his storage space. A Sword Saint Sage insights. Just as he was about to stow it away, he glanced at Chui Wei, who was practicing swordplay nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he called Chui Wei over. Greetings, my lord. How may I serve you? Chui Wei responded with utmost respect. I have a gift for you. Yu Qing gestured, presenting a jade slip that radiated a faint glow, which landed in Chui Wei's hands. What is this? Chui Wei queried, bewildered as he accepted the jade slip. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he promptly knelt on the ground. My lord, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. At that moment, Yu Qing had already closed his eyes again, simply waving his hand to indicate that Chui Wei should rise. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chui Wei swallowed hard, grasping the jade slip tightly, and bowed deeply once more. Thank you, my lord, for this treasure. With that, he respectfully retreated to a corner and reopened the jade slip. Though he already knew it contained sage insights, he soon realized he had underestimated its value. Within it were not only the Sword Saint's lifelong experiences in swordsmanship, but also various battle techniques and insights from myriad aspects. After only a short examination, many of his previously perplexing questions and challenges were resolved. This meant that with the sage insights, he would not encounter any detours or bottlenecks in his future cultivation. He merely needed to follow the prescribed path for his progress to flow effortlessly. Throughout the following day, Chui Wei experienced 2 more epiphanies. With each revelation, he made significant breakthroughs. If he were to encounter Bai Hua, who had consumed a berserk pill, he was confident he could defeat him with ease. From that day forth, beside the sheep, not only Xiao Li was seated in meditation, but also Chui Wei had joined her. Xiao Li shifted slightly, unable to resist glancing at Chui Wei. You once claimed that meditating was futile. Why are you now doing the same? Xiao Li inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Chui Wei's face flushed, shifting through various shades as he stammered. Did I ever say that? You have a poor memory. Get back to your training. With that, Chui Wei hastily closed his eyes, avoiding Xiao Li's inquisitive gaze. However, just as the two had settled into their meditation, a knock resonated from outside. They both opened their eyes and approached the door. Outside stood a young man clad in armor, exuding an imposing presence. Greetings, generally. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chui Wei promptly clasped his fist in salute. With a face full of confusion, he wondered how he had come to be here. It was important to note that the individual before him, Li Shang, hailed from the Southern Kingdom's Imperial Guard and was a trusted confidant of Nanxi. Li Shang glanced at Xiao Li, and upon seeing that there was no one else around, clasped his hands and said, Lord Chui, His Majesty, considering your desire to join the military, has specifically dispatched me to take over the task of protecting Mr. Yu Qing. His Majesty has been quite occupied with state affairs lately. So I kindly ask you to accompany me to meet Mr. Yu Qing and explain the situation." Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's expression changed dramatically. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Liu pointed at him and exclaimed, "Oh, so you want to leave? I'll go tell Master right away." With that, he dashed towards the courtyard. Seeing this, Cui Wei hurriedly lunged forward, grabbing Xiao Liu and firmly covering his mouth while exclaiming, "Shuh, shuh, shuh. Liu, no, Li Yi, I was wrong. I truly didn't mean it. I beg you to spare me." However, Xiao Liu's eyes showed no intention of letting him off the hook. 10 skewers of candied hawthorn and 10 servings of osmanthus cake, Cui Wei quickly added. "Moreover, I shall take care of all the household chores for the next month so you can have more time for meditation and cultivation." At this, Xiao Liu finally ceased his complaints. Cui Wei let out a sigh of relief and turned back towards the courtyard entrance, bowing to Li Shang. "General Li, I apologize for the inconvenience of your trip. I have grown quite accustomed to my stay here, and I would appreciate it if you could report back to His Majesty on my behalf." "Very well, then I shall take my leave." At the entrance, Li Shang scratched his head in confusion, pondering why this man, who had been so eager to leave, suddenly changed his mind. Once Li Shang departed, Cui Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He could not fathom leaving right after receiving the insights from the sage, especially considering that Yu Qing had saved his life. Remaining here, he wished only to contribute as much as he could to Yu Qing. He then approached Yu Qing, explaining and confessing all that had transpired moments ago. Yu Qing merely smiled lightly and patted his shoulder, reassuring him not to take it to heart. This only deepened Cui Wei's respect for Yu Qing while simultaneously filling him with guilt. After much hesitation, he finally voiced the doubt that had been weighing on him. "My lord, I still do not understand why I, Cui Wei, am deserving of such a significant gift from you. Would it not be better for you to keep something so important for your own use, or to pass it down to your descendants?" Xiao Liu, perhaps due to his innocence, lacked understanding of the matter. However, as Cui Wei delved deeper into the essence of the sage's insights, he became increasingly awed. In his eyes, this knowledge had the potential to cultivate a formidable sect, even serving as the foundation of a nation, continuously nurturing outstanding talents. Thus, alongside his gratitude, he felt a sense of astonished trepidation. In response, Yu Qing smiled gently and reassured him, "You need not feel overly burdened. The fact that I can bestow this upon you indicates that, in my eyes, it is not as precious as you believe." Cui Wei was taken aback. And then he could not help but feel astonished. Was it true that, in Yu Qing's perspective, the sage's insights held no great value? What then is the true realm and stature of Lord Yu Qing? One cannot help but wonder how the Empire of Fuyiao would react upon learning of these revelations. Yet, Lord Yu Qing does not harbor any resentment towards the Empire, which speaks volumes of his benevolent character. Nevertheless, despite Yu Qing's assurances, Cui Wei still feels unworthy of such a precious gift. Observing this, Yu Qing offers a gentle smile, rising to approach the railing. Hands clasped behind him as he gazes out upon the shimmering expanse of the river and the golden hues of dusk reflected upon its surface. "I hail from a distant land, where a river of similar beauty flows. Although shadows and inequities exist there, many of its people resemble you from the south. Thus, I find great fondness for this place and am eager to remain." Yu Qing's words cause a shiver to pass through Cui Wei, igniting within him a surge of pride. Historically, the South has been a small nation, striving to survive amidst turmoil and peril, often on the brink of obliteration. Yet, the essence of the Southern people has remained unchanged. Perhaps there exist grievances akin to those between him and Baihua, along with numerous unseen injustices. But the majority steadfastly adhere to their principles. It is precisely this unwavering integrity that has garnered Lord Yu Qing's recognition of the South's selfless actions. The bestowal of his sage insights is not merely a gift to Cui Wei, but rather a gesture of goodwill towards the Southern nation. "Thank you, my lord, for your acknowledgement of our South." Cui Wei contemplates, overwhelmed with emotion. He senses that the South may be on the cusp of an unprecedented opportunity. Chapter 25. Sun Xuanji resigns. The days in the Southern Kingdom are tranquil and serene. Meanwhile, in the Empire of Fuyiao, Nangong Fuyiao is in a fit of rage. How audacious! Moreover, are you implying that not only did Nanshi personally welcome him, arrange his accommodations, and fulfill all his requests, but also dispatched his confidant to act as his bodyguard? Indeed. Sun Xuanji nodded in response. I had thought that Yu Qing, being a useless individual, would dare not oppose me, yet it seems he has the Southern Kingdom backing him. Southern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom. It appears you intend to stand firmly against the Empire of Fuyiao. If my predictions are correct, the Southern Kingdom is likely aware of the calamity plaguing our imperial capital, deliberately keeping Yu Qing in the Southern Kingdom, waiting for the Empire of Fuyao's fortunes to wane before making their move. Such ambition is truly insidious. Since a mere Southern Kingdom dares to challenge me repeatedly, I shall not hesitate to be ruthless. The Southern Kingdom's fertile lands are precisely what I seek. If I can indeed conquer it, the loss of fortune due to the calamity will be rendered inconsequential. As she spoke, Nangong Fuyao's gaze fell upon Sun Xuanji. Are you about to suggest that I reconsider my stance? You, the esteemed head of the Heavenly Palace, are cowering like a coward. How can you achieve greatness? And regarding Yu Qing's reluctance to return, are you not aware that you could simply force him back? Must I personally instruct you in such matters? In the face of Nangong Fuyao's tirade, Sun Xuanji remained silent, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. His mention of the Southern Kingdom's treatment of Yu Qing was not intended to incite Nangong Fuyao to attack the Southern Kingdom, but rather to prompt her to reflect. After all, Yu Qing had merely slain a dragon on behalf of the Southern Kingdom, yet they could treat him so poorly, while he, a founding hero of the Empire of Fuyiao, was left in a position akin to that of an enemy. He quietly awaited the conclusion of Nangong Fuyao's scolding before kneeling on the ground. He then respectfully stated, "As your majesty has rightly observed, I, an old minister, have become increasingly incapable of fulfilling the role of head of the Heavenly Palace. I hereby request your majesty to relieve me of my duties, allowing me to retire to my homeland." "You wish to resign?" Nangong Fuyao's expression changed abruptly as she regarded Sun Xuanji with authority, her voice low and serious. "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Sun Xuanji replied with utmost respect. Seeing the seriousness etched on Sun Xuanji's face, Nangong Fuyao's demeanor fluctuated between stormy and calm. Yet, in the next moment, she unexpectedly burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." She hurriedly approached Sun Xuanji, gently lifting him up, and said warmly, "Director Sun, do not speak such words in anger. I did speak a bit harshly earlier, but I was merely frustrated. The calamity in the imperial capital remains unresolved. Xiao Wuchen is unreachable, and both Yu Qing and the Southern Kingdom are in opposition to me. In my exasperation, I uttered those words. I hope you can understand. Your Majesty, I am not speaking in anger. Rather, I am indeed of advanced age and am no longer capable of fulfilling the position of head of the Heavenly Palace," Sun Xuanji replied earnestly. Sun Xiangui knelt once more upon the ground, his head bowed low in a gesture of submission. Witnessing this, Nangong Fuyao's countenance darkened as though it could drip with gloom. She gazed at Sun Xiangui and inquired, "Does the esteemed Dean Sun harbor any grievances against this sovereign's actions?" "Your servant would not dare," Sun Xiangui responded. "Then does the Dean find the treatment bestowed upon you by this sovereign insufficient?" Sun Xiangui replied, "That is not the case either." A prolonged silence ensued, the frigid air within the grand hall thickening with each passing moment. At length, Nangong Fuyao finally spoke, her voice deliberately drawn out. "Dean Sun, you must be certain. Once this sovereign nods an assent, there shall be no retracting it." "Your servant is certain," Sun Xiangui affirmed. Nangong Fuyao inhaled deeply, steadying the tumultuous rise and fall of her chest before declaring, "Given the recent demonic calamities, it is only natural that the Dean has exhausted both mind and spirit. This sovereign shall grant you temporary leave to recuperate. Once you have regained your strength, you may return. Gratitude, Your Majesty." This humble subject takes his leave. Sun Xiangui kowtowed in thanks, then rose and departed the hall without hesitation. "You truly allowed that old man to leave?" A white-robed man emerged from behind a screen once Sun Xiangui had withdrawn. "Perhaps he disapproves of my intent to wage war upon the Southern Kingdom. Let him rest for now," Nangong Fuyao uttered grimly. "Once this sovereign has truly conquered the Southern Kingdom and all is settled, he shall have no further objections." "Then I wish you success," the white-robed man remarked indifferently as he seated himself without ceremony. "How fares the adaptation to this vessel?" Nangong Fuyao inquired. "This body once belonged to one of the top 3 youths of the Fuyiao Empire. Tolerable, I suppose," the white-robed man mused, glancing down at himself before producing a list of materials and placing it upon the table. Nangong Fuyao frowned at the sight, perceiving her hesitation. The white-robed man reassured her, having only recently seized this vessel, a period of adjustment is necessary. Once this phase concludes, my true self shall swiftly reclaim its former pinnacle of power. In my prime, the entire southern border shall be but ants beneath my gaze. Whatever you desire shall be accomplished with but a mere flick of my hand." Nangong Fuyao retrieved the list. her expression softening as she regarded the white-robed youth before her. "Then I shall hold you to your word when the time comes." In the days that followed, the Fuyiao Empire mobilized its armies, gathering steeds and soldiers in preparation. Though no formal declaration of war was issued, the Southern Kingdom sensed the looming threat. Its generals and high-ranking officials were swiftly summoned to the imperial palace. The political climate grew increasingly tense, the air thick with the foreboding of an impending storm. Yet atop the Mi River Pavilion, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed. Cui Wei and Xiao Lier remained seated in meditation beside a grazing sheep, immersed in the enlightenment of the sages. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Xiao Lier, causing Cui Wei to stare in astonishment. This marked the third breakthrough Xiao Lier had achieved in mere days. Ever since Xiao Lier had saved him, Cui Wei had known that her cultivation surpassed his own. Yet now, despite having attained the insights of a sage, why is he still unable to catch up while writing? How did you manage to break through again? The tone of Cui Wei's voice carried a hint of envy. "It's because my master bestowed upon me the supreme bone," replied Xiao Li earnestly, gazing at him. "What?" Cui Wei exclaimed, springing to his feet in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock as he regarded Xiao Li. He was acutely aware of the significance of the supreme bone. The young prodigy Xiao Wuchen, hailed as the foremost among the younger generation of the Fuyiao Empire, possessed it. With the insights of a sage combined with the supreme bone, Xiao Li's future was almost beyond his imagination. It was as if he could already envision an unparalleled powerhouse standing before him. Although he felt a twinge of envy for Xiao Li, it was not genuine jealousy, rather. He was sincerely delighted for Xiao Li and optimistic about the future of the Southern Kingdom. After all, Xiao Li was a native son of the Southern Kingdom. Consequently, he could not help but cast a respectful glance at Yu Qing nearby, his admiration deepening. With this individual's arrival, the future of the Southern Kingdom was unfathomable. Chapter 26. Heed my words, or face death today. However, a guest arrived, none other than the ancient Taoist. He extracted 2 flasks of fine wine from his storage pouch and seated himself with Yu Qing in the misty water pavilion, where they commenced their drinking. "Is the Fuyiao Empire still besieging your Qingian sect?" Yu Qing inquired. "Not anymore," replied the ancient Taoist. "After all, they are well aware that they cannot even breach my mountain's protective formation, and they are, in fact, relying on me to lift the ban imposed by the Formation Masters Guild." "That is reassuring," Yu Qing nodded. As for the ancient Taoist's prohibition against the Fuyiao Empire's Formation Masters, he chose not to comment, as it was of no concern to him. He had long severed all ties with the Fuyiao Empire. "However, I have heard whispers that the Fuyiao Empire seems intent on taking action against the Southern Kingdom," the ancient Taoist continued. "For what reason?" Yu Qing asked. "If my intuition serves me right, it is largely due to you," the ancient Taoist asserted. "Of course, one cannot discount your sister's possible ambitions toward the Southern Kingdom." At this remark, Yu Qing's brows furrowed. Considering the 2 monsters lurking beneath the Fuyiao Empire, along with the ancient Taoist ban, and the sequential visits from Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji, he swiftly unraveled the crux of the matter. A flicker of ire surfaced on his usually gentle and refined countenance. "Thus, I have come to inquire, what do you intend to do?" the ancient Taoist asked. Yu Qing's pupils constricted. Should the Fuyiao Empire indeed launch an assault on the Southern Kingdom, he could not deny that he played a role, if not a direct cause, at least a significant catalyst. Out of both sentiment and reason, he could not remain passive. In truth, given his strength, should he personally aid the Southern Kingdom in battle, he could easily vanquish the Fuyiao Empire. Yet, what of the future? Or what if he were to be absent from the Southern Kingdom? Hence, he did not regard the Fuyiao Empire as a pressing threat. His vision extended far beyond the immediate horizon. To resolve the Southern Kingdom's predicament, he believed it essential to address the root of the issue, for he held a fondness for that realm. The current Southern Kingdom, the Misty Water Pavilion, was in fact his home in this alternate world. Even if he were to journey elsewhere in the future, wearied and exhausted, he could foresee himself returning to this place. "Could you possibly establish the headquarters of your Formation Masters Guild in the Southern Kingdom?" Yu Qing proposed. "I have been contemplating the same." The ancient Taoist's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "To be candid, due to recent events, I have been considering relocating my Qingian sect. I consulted the stars and divined that the new site should be in the south. The only suitable region in the south is the Southern Kingdom, and with you presently there, I have resolved to move the entire Qingian sect to the Southern Kingdom. The status of Formation Masters is widely recognized in the Southern Frontier. A Formation Master can often command great influence, as every individual and sect may find themselves in need of a Formation Master at some point. Therefore, the location of the Formation Masters Guild's headquarters is destined to become one of the key hubs in the Southern Frontier. Thus, Should the Qing sect relocate to the southern kingdom, it would be my ambition, even if driven by personal motives, to establish the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild there. Therefore, I would appreciate your assistance in bringing this matter to fruition, Yu Qing stated, hands clasped behind his back. As long as the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is situated in the southern kingdom, not even the Fuyiao Empire nor any nation in the entire southern frontier would dare entertain any ambitions against it. For an attack on the southern kingdom would equate to declaring enmity with the Array Masters Guild. To be frank, this presents quite a challenge, the ancient Taoist replied. Somewhat abashed, besides myself, the president, there are 3 vice presidents within the guild. Their mastery of formations is on par with mine. And given their extensive experience and high esteem, they would likely show me, as their president, some courtesy when personal interests are not at stake. However, when it comes to the matter of the guild's headquarters, which involves substantial interests, they may not be easily swayed. The ancient Taoist expressed his concern. In response, Yu Qing smiled faintly and said, I actually have a solution. Oh, what is it? The ancient Taoist inquired, puzzled. When the time comes, you shall take me to meet them. And you will understand, Yu Qing replied with a smile. Very well. In 2 days, we shall convene in the kingdom of Qing to discuss the location of the Array Masters Guild headquarters. You will accompany me, the ancient Taoist stated. Agreed, Yu Qing nodded. 2 days later, Yu Qing followed the ancient Taoist to the kingdom of Qing. Inside a grand hall, the most prominent array masters from the entire southern frontier had gathered. After all, although the ancient Taoist may not be the most exceptional in his craft, his position as president signifies his extensive connections and capabilities. Thus, upon seeing him, many greeted him warmly. Upon noticing Yu Qing beside the ancient Taoist, numerous individuals expressed their admiration without reservation. President Gu, could this youth be your recently accepted disciple? He appears quite talented, a true gem among men. To have garnered President Gu's attention, this young man's future achievements are boundless. Indeed, it is beneficial for the youth to broaden his horizons, especially at a grand gathering such as this, where array masters from the southern frontier convene. Young man, make sure to observe and learn well, lest you squander President Gu's efforts. In light of these praises, the ancient Taoist hurried to clarify that it was not so. Meanwhile, Yu Qing merely smiled in silence, unfazed by the attention. By the way, you still haven't revealed what your plan is, the ancient Taoist remarked, puzzled. You will find out shortly. Let us proceed, for everyone is here, and we shall commence the meeting, Yu Qing replied with a serene smile. In the spacious hall, array masters took their seats according to their status, while Yu Qing casually chose a spot. Apart from the ancient Taoist, the most distinguished figures were the 3 elder vice presidents seated on either side of him. After a brief opening address, the ancient Taoist candidly stated, esteemed colleagues, let us deliberate on the location of the Array Masters Guild headquarters. With the ancient Taoist's words, the discussion commenced. The 3 vice presidents exchanged glances, and then the elder named Ing Chong Kong spoke up, saying, President Gu, our unanimous decision is to establish the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild in the kingdom of Qing. Upon hearing this, Gu Daoren furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, although the 3 of you hold esteemed positions, making such a decision without my knowledge as president seems rather dismissive of my authority. President Gu, establishing the headquarters in the kingdom of Qing is the most prudent choice. I trust that those present will have no objections. So, do any of you hold differing opinions? As he spoke, the 3 vice presidents cast their gazes over the assembly. This scrutiny silenced the murmurs among the crowd, who were now hesitant to voice any dissent. In such a gathering, it was inevitable that differing opinions would arise, and some would surely align with Gu Daoren. However, no one wished to be the first to oppose. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the bullet. Incurring the ire of all 3 vice presidents would be ill-advised. Observing this, the 3 vice presidents exchanged satisfied glances, confident in their strategy to swiftly establish the headquarters in the kingdom of Qing before Gu Daoren could react. Just as Ing Chong Kong was about to decisively announce the outcome, a voice finally broke the silence. I oppose, Yu Qing stated calmly. At Yu Qing's declaration, the faces of the 3 vice presidents darkened, and they turned their gazes toward him. The other array masters in the hall also shifted their attention, some in admiration, others in astonishment at such audacity. For the 3 vice presidents, the emergence of a first opposing voice was their greatest fear, as it would inevitably lead to others following suit. You oppose? And who might you be? Ing Chong Kong demanded, his expression grim, as he fixed a piercing gaze on Yu Qing. Slamming his palm on the table, he exclaimed, I have never seen you before. Speak up. How did you manage to infiltrate this gathering? At this moment, Gu Daoren finally reacted, saying in a deep voice, "He did not infiltrate. He came here with me." "Humph. President Gu, even if he came with you, what of it?" Ing Chong scoffed, surveying the assembly. At a meeting of this caliber in the Array Masters Guild, who among us would bring along a mere child? When did we allow such an inexperienced youth to attend? With that, he directed his imposing aura toward Yu Qing, stating sternly, "Little one, this is not a place for you. Out of respect for President Gu, leave now, and I shall not hold this against you." "You insolent fool," Gu Daoren interrupted, slamming the table and rising in anger, for in his heart, no one present could rival Yu Qing's accomplishments in array mastery. "You, how dare you? As a president, utter such insults? How can you claim to lead?" Ing Chong retorted, his face flushed with indignation as he pointed an accusing finger at Gu Daoren. As tensions mounted and a protracted dispute threatened to erupt, Yu Qing shook his head and rose to his feet. Originally, everyone was driven solely by self-interest, vying against one another without malice or enmity. Hence, his initial intention was to offer some benefits, to placate the opposition and ensure mutual satisfaction. However, given their provocations, he could no longer be held accountable. He had no leisure to engage in idle quarrels. Without hesitation, he brandished a broad-backed longsword, pressing it against Ing Chong's throat. "Now, heed my words. Defiance shall be met with death." Chapter 27. The reinforcements arrive, only to flee. "What are you doing?" Feeling the chill creeping up his neck, Ing Chong gazed incredulously at Yu Qing and exclaimed, "This is the Array Masters Guild. Do you dare to commit violence in public?" At this, Yu Qing's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, he brandished his long knife and struck without hesitation. Stop, please." Ing Chong's legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, retreating his neck in a plea for mercy. He trembled in fear, acutely aware that had he not succumbed, Yu Qing would have unflinchingly severed his head. This young man indeed possessed audacity. The sharp blade hovered perilously close to his forehead. "You are quite the coward," Yu Qing remarked, looking down at Ing Chong with derision. This scene sent the entire gathering into disarray. No one had anticipated that someone would brazenly attack the vice president during a meeting of the Array Masters Guild. Beside them, Gu Daoren's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this what you call a solution? From this moment onward, I am in charge. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is established in the Southern Kingdom. Do any of you have objections?" Yu Qing surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor, particularly focusing on the three vice presidents. The trio remained silent, their expressions grim. Yet clandestinely they shattered their jade slips to send messages. From the moment Yu Qing drew his blade, they recognized the overwhelming strength he commanded. Although many of these array masters were not lacking in cultivation, they possessed little practical combat experience, often dedicating their minds to the intricacies of formations. Undoubtedly, their latent power was immense, evidenced by the aid they could summon. After all, who could overlook the necessity of an array master? Whether setting up protective formations, exploring secret realms, or even the smaller, yet crucial, gathering formations for disciples' cultivation, they were indispensable. Thus, many prominent sects would hire capable array masters as guest elders, ensuring they never crossed paths with them unnecessarily. It could be said that a competent array master could summon legions at a mere call. "Need assistance, do you?" However, their furtive maneuvers did not elude Yu Qing's keen perception. He merely stated, "Very well, summon helpers if you must. It will save us future troubles. But remember, bring forth the strongest among you. Spare me the theatrics of invoking grandfathers after striking fathers. My time is limited." Yu Qing's words enraged Ing Chong and the other two vice presidents, their teeth grinding in frustration. The audacity of such a young man was staggering. "You are indeed bold, young man, but I hope you retain the right to boast shortly." One elder scoffed. Yu Qing, however, paid him no heed, instead sheathing his long knife and settling down to await the arrival of their reinforcements. Moments later, commotion arose outside. A middle-aged man in a long robe strode in from the distance, and upon his appearance, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "Good heavens, is that not Yin Tian, the leader of the Fengyan sect of the Qing Kingdom?" It appears to be the case that, aside from a few transcendent sects, the majority of the sects in the southern regions are under the dominion of the empire. The Fengyan sect, however, holds an equal standing with the emperor of the Qing nation, demonstrating its formidable power. The presence of the sect master of Fengyan, accompanied by three vice presidents, indeed commands great respect. Indeed, their attendance speaks volumes. Within the gathering, numerous array masters engaged in fervent discussions. As array masters, they could rally a multitude, yet their influence varied across different strata. At the very least, none of them possessed the gravitas to summon Yu Nantian. At this moment, Yu Nantian stood in midair outside the grand hall, proclaiming loudly, "I have received word that the three masters of arrays are encountering some difficulties. Pray, what troubles beset you?" In response, Kong and his companions hastened forward to greet him. "Sect Master Yi, we are troubled indeed. We face not only threats but also attempts on our lives. We implore you to assist us in apprehending the assailant," Kong declared. His countenance icy as he recalled the moment when Yu Qing had brandished a blade against his throat, compelling him to kneel, igniting a deep-seated hatred within him. "Oh, such a matter exists?" Yu Nanshan's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he intoned gravely, "Where is this assailant? I shall ensure he is captured and delivered to you for your judgment." Meanwhile, Yu Qing remained seated, a knowing smile gracing his face upon spotting Yu Nantian. How fortuitous, he thought, to encounter an old acquaintance. Without waiting for Kong and the others to speak, Yu Qing interjected, "Sect Master Yi, the so-called assailant is none other than myself." He lifted his chin slightly, addressing Yu Nantian with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yu Nanshan's pupils contracted, his gaze piercing through the crowd to fixate on Yu Qing. The sight of that smiling face sent a chill through him, awakening memories of terror. He instinctively shuddered, beads of cold sweat breaking out across his brow. He recalled a decade prior, when diplomatic tensions arose between the Qing nation and the Fuyiao Empire. At the behest of the Emperor of Qing, he had ventured to the Fuyiao Empire to exert pressure. This endeavor had morphed into a nightmare. Upon his return to the Qing nation, a demon had appeared at Fengyun's sect in the dead of night, binding him and several esteemed elders, subjecting them to torment until dawn. Since that nightmarish experience, Fengyun's sect, along with the entirety of the Qing nation, had refrained from any association or conflict with the Fuyiao Empire. The haunting memories of that fateful night flashed through his mind in an instant, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, his instinctual fear propelling him to escape. As if fearing his speed was insufficient, he kicked his legs in the air, striving to hasten his retreat. As Kong and his two companions eagerly anticipated Yu Nanshan's capture of Yu Qing, even devising cruel methods to torment their foe, they were stunned to discover Yu Nantian had vanished without a trace. They stood frozen in bewilderment, while the surrounding crowd gaped in utter confusion, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. After what seemed an eternity, someone finally stammered in disbelief, "Lord Yi. He seems to have fled." The moment these words were uttered, the entire assembly erupted in uproar. Had their supposed reinforcements arrived only to abandon them? Chapter 28. Since you are here, why run? Yu Nantian was desperately fleeing through the air, cursing the three old men, "You wretched old fools, you've led me astray." However, as he continued to run, a sudden chill gripped him, as if something lodged in his throat. In that instant, he became acutely aware that the space around him had been entirely frozen and constrained. It felt as though he was suspended mid-air, trapped in a block of ice. Cold sweat streamed down his brow. Despite his seasoned experience, he could scarcely fathom the strength required to achieve such a feat. He had no idea how far he had traveled in that brief moment. The demoness power seemed to have grown even more terrifying than a decade prior. At the same moment he was ensnared, a voice echoed in his mind. "Since you are here, why run? Come back and reminisce." As the voice faded, the oppressive force dissipated. Yet, Yu Nantian no longer felt inclined to flee. With a face resembling a withered melon, he turned back, just as the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Questioning whether Yu Nantian had truly fled, they were astonished to see him return. This rekindled the hopes of the three old men, whose hearts had turned to ashes. They realized that Yu Nantian was not escaping but had urgent matters to attend to. Thus, upon witnessing his return, they expressed their delight and promptly urged him, "Master Yi, we apologize for the intrusion. Please, we implore you to assist us in capturing this rogue." Silence. Yu Nantian, returning with a dejected demeanor, was immediately met with this request, and he felt a surge of frustration, wishing to strike these three old thieves with a single blow. However, he had no time to deal with them. Instead, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he approached Yu Qing with an ingratiating expression. "Senior, I am not really acquainted with them." Upon reaching Yu Qing, Yu Nantian sought to distance himself from the trio of formation masters, his demeanor more respectful than ever before. Yet, his words sent shockwaves through the audience. What had they just heard? The leader of the Fengyun sect had referred to Yu Qing as senior? In the desolate land of Tianwang, strength commanded respect. This address implied that Yu Qing's prowess surpassed even that of Yu Nantian, even if they had misheard the term senior. The immediate disavowal of his connection to the three old men and his fawning demeanor before Yu Qing were evident to all. It became clear that Dantian had not been fleeing due to urgent matters. He had simply been running away, for reasons yet unknown. The most striking expressions belonged to the three old men, whose faces resembled that of someone who had just consumed a dead rat. They believed they had been sufficiently respectful towards Yu Qing, which was why they had summoned Dantian, desiring to observe the energies embodied by the three. Yu Qing was taken aback by the pretense displayed by Dantian before him. "Master Yi," he remarked with a hint of amusement. "You are the savior summoned by those three elders, yet you treat me with such deference. This is hardly appropriate." With a leisurely demeanor, Yu Qing continued. "According to customary protocol, you should assist them, and then we shall engage in combat." These words caused Dantian to shudder, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow as he ingratiatingly responded, "Senior, what are you saying? To suggest a duel with you would be to elevate me beyond my station." He added, "Moreover, I have just mentioned that I am not well acquainted with them." The moment Dantian uttered these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the gathered crowd. They had witnessed many instances of humility, but none so profound as this. Was this truly the illustrious leader of the Fengmen sect, renowned throughout the southern wilderness? "Oh, does that imply you shall remain indifferent to the grievances between us?" Yu Qing inquired with a casual air. "Of course, it is not my concern," Dantian hastily declared. "If the senior commands, I can immediately take down the three of them." The trio, led by Kong, nearly choked on their indignation. After all, this was the very individual they had summoned. They glared at Dantian, their eyes brimming with contempt and mockery, rendered speechless by their frustration. How could the esteemed leader of the Fengmen sect stoop so low, his spine so feeble, oblivious to their scorn? Dantian mused that these old fellows were entirely unaware of the terror embodied by the individual before them. "Since you choose not to interfere, very well. You may amuse yourself over there," Yu Qing gestured dismissively. Upon hearing this, Dantian's relief was palpable as he quickly withdrew to the sidelines. Yu Qing then turned his attention to Kong and the others, leisurely inquiring, "Do you have anything further to say? This is the Array Masters Guild, not the outside world. Even if you wield your strength to intimidate us into submission, the entire southern wilderness Array Masters will not acquiesce," declared one of the elder vice presidents, his face flushed with indignation. His statement resonated with all present, for irrespective of their positions, they were first and foremost Array Masters. Should the guild bow to coercion, their hearts would never find satisfaction nor acceptance. Indeed, you make a valid point. This is, after all, the Array Masters Guild. Yu Qing pondered thoughtfully. Gradually rising, he proclaimed, "I shall set up an array, and you three may attempt to breach it. Should you succeed, I will submit to your discretion." At this, the eyes of Kong and his companions brightened with excitement. "Are you speaking truthfully?" they inquired eagerly. "Absolutely," Yu Qing affirmed with confidence. "Very well," Kong replied. "If we manage to dismantle your array, we may do as we wish with you. If we fail, your words shall stand as they are today." There was an unmistakable confidence in Kong's tone, although they were not Dantian's equals in strength. When it came to arrays, the three of them believed they could best anyone from the southern wilderness. A sword may be borrowed for a purpose. Upon concluding his statement, Yu Qing casually gestured towards the sky. To his surprise, three long swords ascended, seemingly materializing from thin air. They fell into position from the three vice presidents' respective directions, forming an array. Under the watchful eyes of countless array masters, Yu Qing swiftly executed a series of hand seals. In an effortless display, he established a formation. "That will suffice. Please proceed to dismantle the array," Yu Qing remarked nonchalantly. "Is that all?" The trio, led by Kong, gazed at Yu Qing in disbelief. They had presumed that Yu Qing's bold proclamations were backed by substantial prowess, yet they were taken aback by the apparent hastiness of his actions. Even the materials used for the formation were sourced hastily, leaving them with a sense of being underestimated. "Let us dismantle it first," Yu Qing suggested languidly, and, disregarding the stares of the onlookers, he settled down to the side, absorbed in his own thoughts. Chapter 29. Elder. We have nothing more to say. The sight of Yu Qing's demeanor left even the other formation masters deeply unsettled. While it was true that Yu Qing possessed formidable strength, this was the art of formations they were discussing, and the three men before him, Kong and his companions, represented, in a sense, the pinnacle of formation mastery in the southern border. Yu Qing's dismissive attitude was nothing short of an outright disregard for them. Indeed, not only the other formation masters, but even Gu Daoren frowned, feeling that Yu Qing was far too reckless. Simply thrusting 3 swords into the ground and weaving a few hand seals. Could that truly be called a formation? He couldn't discern any trace of its workings, nor even identify what kind of formation it was supposed to be. Very well. Changkong's voice was heavy as he spoke. We shall now dismantle this so-called formation of yours. Remember your words. By all means, Yu Qing replied lazily, gesturing with an outstretched hand. As his words faded, Changkong and the other two exchanged glances before stepping forward in unison. Yet with that single step, the world before them transformed entirely. The familiar hall, where they had just been conversing with Yu Qing and the other formation masters, vanished, replaced by an entirely different realm. The 3 men paused, expressions shifting from confidence to astonishment. Their earlier arrogance faded instantly. Interesting, murmured one of the elders. Indeed, Changkong agreed. But it's merely an illusion formation. The other two nodded. Though their surroundings had changed, they remained acutely aware that they still stood within the grand hall. A minor trick, one elder scoffed. Did he truly believe a mere illusion could hinder us? The simplest way to break such a formation is to ignore the illusions entirely, maintain clarity, and proceed as normal. The others nodded in agreement. Then, they took another step forward. And in that instant, their composed expressions shattered into horror. No, stay back. Changkong's voice trembled with terror as he stumbled blindly within the narrow confines marked by the 3 swords, his movements frantic and directionless. The other two fared no better. One, his face drained of color, desperately swallowed pills from his storage pouch as though facing imminent peril. The other, equally pale, brandished a sword, slashing wildly at the empty air before him. The scene unfolded before the stunned eyes of the gathered formation masters. Any trace of disdain vanished, replaced by awe as their gazes turned toward Yu Qing, who remained seated, unperturbed. Those standing near the 3 swords instinctively retreated, fearful of accidentally stepping into that cursed space. The state of the 3 vice-chairmen made one thing abundantly clear. Within this seemingly haphazard formation lay unfathomable depths. Observing their wretched state, one couldn't help but wonder what horrors they had encountered within. The onlookers could only watch anxiously to see if the 3 vice-presidents could regain their composure and break the formation. Yet events unfolded contrary to their hopes. Before long, Changkong seemed to face the most terrifying ordeal imaginable. His veins bulged at his temples, his pupils dilated wildly, and his body trembled as if drained of all strength. He collapsed to his knees, pleading desperately, as though possessed, slamming his forehead against the ground until it swelled and bled. The other two fared no better, turning upon each other like ravenous fiends, unrecognizable in their frenzy. The spectators gasped in shock. What unspeakable horrors had they witnessed within that formation? In their current state, breaking the formation was impossible. Someone tentatively called out to Changkong, but though he stood mere steps away, it was as if an impassable chasm separated them. He remained unresponsive. Should we release them? A formation master finally suggested. The crowd turned questioning eyes toward Yu Qing. Given their condition, delaying their release might leave them permanently broken. Even Gu Darren, though not on the best terms with the 3 vice-presidents, spoke up. After all, their rivalry was one of interests, not life and death. Crippling them would only weaken the Formation Masters Guild. With a casual wave, Yu Qing withdrew the 3 swords embedded in the ground, dissolving the formation. Yet even freed, the 3 remained trapped in their torment. Changkong curled into a shuddering ball, while the other two, after a brief pause, resumed their vicious assault as if unable to distinguish illusion from reality. The crowd rushed forward, restraining the combatants while others helped Changkong to his feet, assuring them the ordeal was over. Slowly, awareness returned to their hollow, fear-stricken eyes as they turned toward Yu Qing. Well, do I now speak with sufficient authority? Yu Qing arched a brow, his tone light. The 3 exchanged uneasy glances, their defiance utterly extinguished. Today had been a total defeat. Their borrowed strength had fled at first sight, and their mastery of formations paled in comparison. Elder, we have nothing more to say. Clasping their fists in salute, they bowed deeply. Though humiliated, they could not deny their awe at Yu Qing's prowess. The change in their address spoke volumes. Good. Guild Master Gu and I propose establishing the Formation Masters Guild in Nan Country. Any objections? Yu Qing inquired. Silence reigned. Evidently, he concurred with Yu Qing's opinion. Since it has been confirmed, let it be as such. Upon seeing this, Yu Qing nodded and prepared to take his leave. Wait a moment, senior, called out Changkong, who had just seen Yu Qing rise. Hesitating, he stammered. What do you wish to convey? Yu Qing inquired. Might I ask, senior, could you enlighten me on the nature of this formation? Changkong asked. his face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and eagerness, although he still felt trepidation regarding the formidable array. It was precisely this fear that fueled his lifelong aspiration as a seasoned formation master to delve deeper into the intricacies of such designs. This cannot be explained in just a few words, but I reside in the Southern Kingdom. When the time comes for your visit, I shall gladly share its mysteries with you, Yu Qing replied, regarding Ing Cheng Kong with a calm demeanor. If time permits, we can further explore the profound intricacies of formations together. Excellent, wonderful, exclaimed Ing Cheng Kong and his companions, their earlier displeasure seemingly forgotten as they gazed at Yu Qing with fervent enthusiasm. They sensed that should Yu Qing elucidate the secrets behind the formation, their own mastery would undoubtedly reach new heights. Senior, we shall work in concert with Chairman Gu to expedite the establishment of our headquarters in the Southern Kingdom, Ing Cheng Kong promptly declared with a respectful gesture. As Yu Qing prepared to depart, the group hurriedly offered their respectful farewells. Chapter 30. The Array Masters Guild aligns with the Southern Kingdom. Advancing together as Yu Qing departed, Gu Darren stood lost in thought, gazing in the direction of his retreat. He realized that he had never fully grasped the essence of Yu Qing. The final words spoken by Yu Qing left him in awe, showcasing both a grand demeanor and the ability to deftly manipulate the foolish old men into willingly aligning themselves with the Southern Kingdom. It was foreseeable that the Array Masters Guild, with him at its core, would become an unbreakable entity, free from future concerns. Such a masterful grasp of human sentiment was indeed remarkable. Anyone who mistakenly believed him to be a lazy, carefree dandy would be gravely mistaken. Meanwhile, Dantian, who had been lurking in the shadows, sighed in relief, thankful that this formidable figure had never regarded him as a threat. His gaze shifted. It seemed prudent to reach out to Emperor Qing and foster a good relationship with the Southern Kingdom. Quietly, Dantian made his exit. Soon after, the meeting of the Array Masters Guild continued, and there was unanimous agreement on establishing their headquarters in the Southern Kingdom. The next step was to implement the specific arrangements. Thus, upon Yu Qing's return to the Southern Kingdom, Ing Cheng Kong and the others promptly arrived in Shangnan City. Within the palace, Nanshi furrowed his brow, conferring with several ministers regarding how to respond to the impending threat from the Fuyiao Empire. Observing the troop movements from Fuyiao, it was evident that their focus was directed at the Southern Kingdom. A great conflict was inevitable, and the worried expressions of Nanshi and his ministers indicated that the situation was dire. After all, the Southern Kingdom's limited land area resulted in a sparse population, rendering them economically and militarily inferior to the Fuyiao Empire. Your Majesty, there is a matter I hesitate to mention, one minister ventured cautiously. You wish to imply that I should never have welcomed Mr. Yu, nor should I have celebrated his arrival, correct? Nanshi discerned his thoughts and inquired. Indeed, the minister replied, bowing his head. Otherwise, the southern palace of Fuyiao would not have used this as a pretext to launch an attack on us. No, you're mistaken, Nanshi replied firmly. The southern palace of Fuyiao has long coveted our land. With or without Mr. Yu, they would eventually find an excuse to invade. For the sake of peace and the greater good, one may indeed need to sacrifice certain things, but should we relinquish our very bottom line, the Southern Kingdom would cease to be the Southern Kingdom. Therefore, those among you who harbor thoughts of appeasing the Fuyiao Empire by surrendering Mr. Yu should abandon such notions. Let us not forget that Mr. Yu has rendered significant favors to our Southern Kingdom. Do you truly believe that yielding will satiate their ambitions? No. It will only embolden their aggression, leading them to perceive us as weak and cowardly, subjecting us to relentless oppression in the future. Thus, to avoid invasion, we must demonstrate the tenacity of our Southern Kingdom, making it clear that while we may be small, we are not to be trifled with. This battle is not solely against the Fuyiao Empire. It is also a necessary stand against the predatory ambitions of neighboring nations. Thus, esteemed gentlemen, although this battle is arduous, it is an inevitable confrontation that we must face. We must fight with confidence and dignity. Nanshi's words resonated powerfully, instilling a sense of shame in those ministers who harbored ulterior motives, while simultaneously bolstering the morale of the others, uniting them as one without dissent. At the same time, as Nanshi issued her commands, an urgent report arrived from the palace eunuchs. May I report to your Majesty, the masters of formations, Ing Cheng Kong and two others. Request an audience. The eunuch reported respectfully. Ing Cheng Kong, these three masters of formations are renowned in the southern regions. What could they possibly want at this moment? Upon hearing the eunuch's words, several ministers were filled with confusion. Nanshi was equally perplexed. She had indeed heard of their esteemed names. Yet the Southern Kingdom had no ties with them. Why had they suddenly come? Please allow them to enter, Ningxi instructed, before returning to her discussions with the ministers regarding the impending war. After all, time waits for no one. A moment's planning could significantly reduce casualties. Moments later, led by Chong Kong, the three masters of formations entered the hall. We pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, they greeted politely. You are too courteous. It is I who have failed to welcome you properly, Ningxi replied, momentarily stepping away from her discussions with the ministers to address them. Since you masters have arrived in our Southern Kingdom, you must be aware of our current situation. I hope you can understand. Your Majesty, you are too humble, they responded. Their appreciation for Ningxi's demeanor evident. Not wishing to conceal their intentions any longer, they expressed their purpose for visiting. Chong Kong stated, Your Majesty, we are well aware of the Southern Kingdom's situation. To speak candidly, we have come for this very matter. In addressing the issues posed by the Fuyiao Empire, our Association of Formation Masters will align with the Southern Kingdom, advancing and retreating together. What? The Association of Formation Masters aligning with our Southern Kingdom? Ningxi gazed at Chong Kong in disbelief. While she felt excitement upon hearing this news, it was overshadowed by confusion and uncertainty. The ministers behind her shared the same sentiments. Observing Ningxi's reaction, Chong Kong smiled and continued, Of course, Your Majesty. This arrangement hinges upon your willingness for our Association of Formation Masters to establish our headquarters in Shangnan City of the Southern Kingdom. The assertion of the headquarters being located in Shangnan City left the people of the Southern Kingdom, including Ningxi, utterly astonished. Recently, they had been aware of the establishment of the Association of Formation Masters in the southern regions and its search for a headquarters. However, they had merely maintained a watchful eye. They had never contemplated that the Southern Kingdom could forge any connection with the association, let alone entertain the notion that its headquarters might be situated within their realm. They understood the significance of the headquarters and did not believe that Shangnan City could be worthy of such an honor. Yet now, Master Chong Kong informs them that the headquarters of the Array Master Guild is to be established in Shangnan City. This revelation seems almost like a dream to them. Such jesting from Master Ing is not to be taken lightly. Once calmness returned to Ningxi, she half-jokingly remarked. However, the jade hand concealed within her phoenix robe could not help but tremble slightly, her pitch-black eyes fixated intently on Chong Kong. The ministers behind her dared not even breathe, their gazes locked onto him with unwavering intensity. As His Majesty has stated, how could we dare to jest about such matters? Indeed, the location for our Array Master Guild's headquarters is confirmed to be in Shangnan City, which is precisely why the three of us have come to seek Your Majesty's gracious approval, Chong Kong replied with a smile. Approval? Naturally, yes. Of course. It is granted. Upon receiving Chong Kong's affirmation, Ningxi responded with overwhelming excitement, her voice trembling slightly. The ministers behind her shared in her fervor. With some elder statesmen on the verge of tears, the two elderly gentlemen, nearing 2 centuries in age, embraced each other tightly. Heaven bless our Southern Kingdom. Heaven bless our Southern Kingdom. Their exhilaration is entirely understandable. They are acutely aware of the profound significance the establishment of the Array Master Guild in Shangnan City entails. Chapter 31. It seems you are not what everyone believed before the three masters. What manner of conduct is this from you, esteemed ministers? Ningxi could not help but admonish the assembly, yet her exquisite visage betrayed an irrepressible mirth. Although she had adequately prepared to confront the Fuyiao Empire, preparation alone could not bridge the chasm of national strength. Regardless of the outcome, the Southern Kingdom would inevitably pay a grievous price. If the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild were to be established in the Southern Kingdom, it would signify a binding alliance between the kingdom and the guild. Might I be so bold as to inquire why the Array Masters Guild's headquarters is to be situated in the Southern Kingdom? Ningxi could not restrain her curiosity. With her keen intellect, she discerned that there must be hidden motives behind this decision. It was implausible that the guild would randomly select the Southern Kingdom as its base. The other ministers cast their puzzled gazes towards her. Since Her Majesty has posed the question, I shall speak plainly. It was Elder Yu who advocated for the guild's location in the Southern Kingdom, replied Chong Kong. Elder Yu? A flicker of recognition crossed Ningxi's eyes as the figure of Yu Qing surfaced in her mind, prompting her to inquire, Are you referring to Yu Qing? Indeed. It is Elder Yu Qing, affirmed Chong Kong. Upon hearing his words, Ningxi and the others exchanged astonished glances. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that the guild's headquarters in the Southern Kingdom was due to Yu Qing. When they had initially welcomed Yu Qing, they had never considered the benefits he might bestow upon the Southern Kingdom. They had merely regarded him as a benefactor to the realm. Yet, through their unintentional kindness. They had reaped such significant rewards. Particularly, the minister who had previously argued against accepting Yu Qing now found himself blushing with embarrassment, overwhelmed by guilt. Speaking of Mr. Yu, Your Majesty, do you know where he resides now? Ing Kong could not help but ask. The other two elders quickly turned their attention to her as well. Still preoccupied with the discussions on the exchange of arrays with Yu Qing, I am well aware and can escort you three to meet him at once. Nanshi responded promptly. No, there is no immediate rush, Ing Kong interjected hastily. Although they were eager to converse with Yu Qing regarding arrays, they were still apprehensive of him. With the establishment of the guild's headquarters not yet finalized, they dared not approach him. It would be prudent to wait until the arrangements for Elder Yu and the guild's headquarters are thoroughly secured before making our visit, Ing Kong suggested. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall release the announcement regarding the guild's headquarters in Nanxing today. Once the announcement is made, the Array Masters Guild and the Southern Kingdom will truly stand united. Should the Fuyiao Empire abandon its ambitions towards the Southern Kingdom, all will be well, but if they persist in their folly, we shall ensure they witness the might of the Array Masters Guild. Indeed, with the Master's assurance, I feel at ease, Nanshi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Since that is the case, the three of us shall take our leave for the time being, spoke the trio of Eagle Longkong. Someone, please see off the three masters. After escorting Eagle Longkong and his companions away, Nanshi turned her back to the crowd, a tear of overwhelming joy cascading down her cheek. She felt an immense relief for the decision she made long ago, which had resulted in the present state of the Southern Kingdom. Wiping away her tears, she resolutely turned to the assembly and declared, "We must prepare for all contingencies. Proceed as previously arranged." Yes, the ministers responded with eager faces. Everyone understood that this course of action was merely a precaution, with the binding of the Array Masters Guild, even if conflict arose. The Southern Kingdom would no longer fear the Fuyiao Empire. Once all had withdrawn, Nanshi finally took her seat. On the long table lay an unfinished portrait. Gazing at the image, Nanshi fell into a deep reverie. "It seems you are not as everyone perceives you," she murmured. As the ruler of a nation, her ability to read nuances had reached its zenith. She had sensed the respect and subtle fear in Eagle Longkong and his companions when they spoke of the elder Yu Qing. The stature of the three in the southern frontier was enough to demonstrate Yu Qing's extraordinary nature. In the Fuyiao Empire, within the Fuyiao Hall, Nangong Fuyiao sat at the head. Countless military generals were neatly arranged below. "General Longhu, I grant you a deadline. Capture the Southern Kingdom within a month. Do you have confidence?" Nangong Fuyiao inquired, regarding the formidable middle-aged man before him. "Your Majesty, with the might of our Fuyiao Empire, a mere Southern Kingdom requires no more than 20 days, the middle-aged man replied robustly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's expression brightened. "Very well, 20 days it shall be. After 20 days, I shall prepare a banquet of celebration for your triumphant return. Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall set forth immediately." With a commanding voice, General Longhu led the multitude of generals out of the Fuyiao Hall, embarking on their southern expedition. Observing the orderly ranks of generals, Nangong Fuyiao could not suppress a cold snicker. "Yu Qing, oh Yu Qing, you squander your chance to return, believing that by allying with Nanshi, you can oppose me. This is a grave misjudgment. In fact, I ought to be grateful to you for providing me with a reason to mobilize against the Southern Kingdom. Now, even if you wish to repent, the opportunity has vanished. Once the Southern Kingdom is subdued, the fortunes and vigor of the Fuyiao Empire will undoubtedly surge. The luck previously lost to the demon suppression will pale in comparison. She might even harness the fortunes plundered from the Southern Kingdom to obliterate the demons lurking beneath the earth." Contemplating this, Nangong Fuyiao extended her slender hand to lift a cup of tea nearby, savoring it leisurely. Just as she envisioned a bright future, a sharp voice pierced through the air outside the Fuyiao Hall. "Report. Urgent news. Your Majesty, urgent news." A eunuch rushed in and prostrated himself on the ground. "What a disgrace to panic at the slightest disturbance," Nangong Fuyiao remarked nonchalantly, continuing her tea. "You best pray that this matter is indeed as urgent as you claim, for you are disrupting my enjoyment. Pray tell, what is the matter at hand?" The eunuch trembled, raising his voice with a sharp edge. "Your Majesty, the Array Masters Guild has publicly announced that its headquarters is established in the upper south city of the Southern Kingdom." "What?" Just moments ago, the composed Nangong Fuyiao, startled by the revelation, let the teacup slip from her grasp, rising abruptly to her feet. Her slender hand extended, drawing the eunuch toward her with an overwhelming force. The eunuch was yanked forward, his collar firmly grasped by Nangong Fuyiao. "What did you just say? Repeat it." Nangong Fuyao's face was etched with frost as she inquired, each word punctuated with intensity. "Your Majesty, the Array Masters Guild's headquarters is located in the upper south city of the Southern Kingdom," the eunuch stammered in fear. "Damn it." Nangong Fuyiao hurled the eunuch away, delivering a forceful strike upon the table. The entire table, along with numerous documents, was reduced to dust beneath her blow. Chapter 32. The inexplicable decision of the Array Master Guild. Why on earth did the Array Master Guild establish its headquarters in such a place as the Southern Kingdom? Nangong Fuyao's expression was so grim it seemed one could wring water from it. Everything within her reach that could be smashed had already met its fate. At that moment, Sun Taifu hurried into the room, currently acting in place of Sun Xuanji, overseeing various matters of the Heavenly Palace. Upon witnessing Nangong Fuyao's fury, he promptly knelt before her. His demeanor suggested he was already aware of the situation at hand. "Tell me, why did the Array Master Guild choose the Southern Kingdom as its headquarters?" Nangong Fuyiao demanded, her chest heaving with agitation as she fixed her gaze on Sun Taifu, enunciating each word with intensity. "Your Majesty, the information I have received indicates that the decision was influenced by Yu Qing," Sun Taifu replied, prostrating himself on the ground. "What? Yu Qing?" Nangong Fuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "Are you certain your intelligence is accurate? What merit does Yu Qing possess to sway the location of the Array Master Guild's headquarters? While it is true that he maintains a good rapport with the ancient Taoist, such a pivotal decision cannot rest solely in the hands of one individual. Your Majesty, reports suggest that the Array Master Guild recently convened a meeting in the Qing Kingdom. Following this, 3 vice presidents of the guild visited the Southern Kingdom to meet with Nanxi. Yu Qing was also present at the meeting, although the specifics of the discussions remain undisclosed. It is evident from various angles that Yu Qing played a significant role in the guild's decision to establish its headquarters in the Southern Kingdom, Sun Taifu elaborated. Upon hearing Sun Taifu's words, Nangong Fuyiao felt a surge of anger that nearly caused her to stagger and fall. Her face turned an ashen hue, caught in a tumult of regret and resentment. She had never anticipated that Yu Qing, a man deemed utterly worthless, could wield such influence over such a monumental affair. Had she known of his capabilities earlier, she would never have expelled him from the Fuyiao Empire. If the headquarters of the Array Master Guild had been situated within her realm, it would have ensured the prosperity of the Fuyiao Empire for generations to come. Establishing it as the central hub of the entire southern region, a vast array of advantages indeed. Her trembling hand grasped the adjacent chair as she struggled to reconcile with this disheartening reality. "Your Majesty, General Longhu, and the others have just set out. You see." Sun Taifu's words pulled her back to the present, compounding her distress. Not only had she missed such a fortuitous opportunity, but now the prospect of invading the Southern Kingdom had also become untenable. Although the Fuyiao Empire had previously been under a prohibition from the Array Master Guild, it had merely been a decree, not a declaration of outright opposition. However, an assault on the Southern Kingdom would irrevocably pit them against the Guild. While she harbored no fear of the Array Master Guild itself, the formidable forces lurking behind it were another matter entirely. It was undeniable that every nation had a need for Array Masters. Which country has never owed a favor to a master of formations? If she continues to stubbornly assault Nangong, tomorrow she may find herself besieged by the alliance of various nations. Summon them back. Finally, Nangong Fuyiao, unwilling to accept her fate, shouted with a trembling fist. The establishment of this formation master guild has utterly derailed Fuyao's grand scheme, plunging her spirits from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall summon General Longhu at once." Sun Taifu, rising from the ground, cast a glance at Fuyiao, hesitated briefly, and then bowed, saying, "Given the circumstances, I hope Your Majesty can temper your anger. However, the demonic affliction persists, and the imperial fortune continues to dwindle. Thus, Your Majesty must devise a new strategy to reclaim lost fortune while addressing the demonic threat. Tomorrow, you shall personally travel to the barbarian kingdom to expedite the alliance negotiations." Fuyiao composed herself and replied, "Understood." Sun Taifu sighed. This was the only course of action available to them now. As one of the foremost nations in the southern region, securing an alliance with the barbarian kingdom would indeed bolster the fortunes of the Fuyiao Empire. Meanwhile, in the disarray of the Fuyiao Empire, in the upper south city, by the banks of the Mosui River, there was a serene atmosphere. To celebrate the absence of aerial forces today, Yu Qing personally cooked a roasted fish. Little Li was devouring it greedily. Cui Wei, standing nearby, poured wine for Yu Qing and Nanxi. Nanshi looked at Yu Qing with heartfelt gratitude. With the Formation Master Guild's establishment in South City and the latest news of the Fuyiao Empire's troop withdrawal, the future of the Southern Kingdom appeared exceedingly bright. Sir. Nanshi raised her wine cup, about to express her thanks, but was interrupted by Yu Qing waving his hand. You may drink. But there is no need for thanks. It was merely a trivial effort on my part. Yu Qing smiled. Nanshi was taken aback. She had prepared numerous expressions of gratitude, but found herself swallowing them back, transforming her sentiments into boundless appreciation. Subsequently, she downed her drink in one go. And perhaps due to her usual abstinence from alcohol, she began to cough violently, her lovely face turning crimson. She then collapsed onto the table. Yu Qing, who had only just raised his cup, was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Nanshi before glancing at Cui Wei. Cui Wei scratched his head, offering an awkward smile and said, Apologies, sir. Her Majesty has never drunk before. Very well. Then you should help her to a room to rest. Yu Qing said nonchalantly. Is that appropriate? Cui Wei cast a glance towards the inner room. Typically, Shaoli did not reside here, while he himself spent the night seated in meditation atop the loft. Thus, the entire loft contained but a single bed belonging to Yu Qing. For the moment, this was the only viable solution, Yu Qing remarked with a certain sense of resignation. After all, it seemed rather inappropriate for the illustrious Empress to return to the palace in such a state of disarray. Indeed, Cui Wei promptly summoned Nanshi's personal maid to assist in lifting Nanshi, temporarily placing her on Yu Qing's bed. Upon returning, Yu Qing addressed him. Join me for a drink. Certainly, sir. Cui Wei, not daring to be negligent, promptly filled Yu Qing's cup. Upon learning that the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild was situated in Shangnan City, Cui Wei's admiration for Yu Qing had escalated to a fervent level. Whenever Yu Qing requested a drink, he complied without hesitation, eagerly toasting him again and again. Although the young man possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol, he was no match for Yu Qing. Before long, he collapsed onto the table and, like a slippery eel, slid beneath it, clutching the table leg and succumbing to a deep slumber. Yu Qing watched, shaking his head with a faint smile, before rising to his feet, holding the wine jug. He strolled to the railing, gazing thoughtfully at the expanse of azure waters. The setting sun cast a long, slender silhouette. Inside the room, Nanshi, having drunkenly stirred from her slumber, still bore a rosy hue upon her cheeks. This sensation of awakening from inebriation, completely oblivious to her surroundings, was a novel experience for her. Instinctively, she pushed open the window, eager to discern the time outside, only to inadvertently catch sight of that distant figure. Despite the blinding glare of the sun, her gaze remained fixated, entranced. After a considerable while, she finally regained her senses. Looking down, she realized she was lying in Yu Qing's bed. For reasons unknown, her delicate form, cocooned in the blankets, instinctively sought to burrow deeper. A pair of jade-like hands emerged, grasping the covers and tugging them upwards, just enough to brush against her prominent nose. The quilt retained a subtle, indescribable fragrance that compelled her to take another gentle whiff. Turning her head to steal another glance at the figure, her charming face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. How utterly comfortable. What should I do if I don't wish to rise? She murmured quietly to herself. Just then, her personal female guard approached, bowing respectfully as she spoke. Your Majesty, you have awakened. Allow me to assist you. With a throbbing head, Nanshi quickly placed her palm against her forehead, feeling as though the effects of the alcohol still lingered. Your Majesty, I shall fetch an antidote for you immediately, the female guard insisted. No need. I shall rest a while longer. And please do not mention that I have awakened, Nanshi replied. Once she had spoken, she completely buried her head beneath the covers. Chapter 33. You naive child, dreaming of becoming an official, Nanshi slept soundly in Yu Qing's bed until nightfall before bidding him farewell. As soon as she departed, Cui Wei swiftly approached. Your Majesty, what else do you need? Nanshi inquired. Your servant wishes to report that, thanks to the Master's generosity, I have obtained a sage's enlightenment, Cui Wei respectfully stated. Initially, he had hesitated to speak, fearing he might betray Yu Qing's secrets. Though a loyal subject, he would have been tormented by guilt if his gains had brought trouble upon another. However, after further interactions in the establishment of the Array Masters Guild headquarters in Shangnan City, Cui Wei realized such matters seemed trivial to Yu Qing. Nanshi was indeed astonished. The value of a sage's enlightenment was not lost on her. Yet, that was not all. After a brief pause, Cui Wei added, beyond the sage's enlightenment, Shaolier also possesses the supreme bone. At this revelation, Nanshi gasped. covering her lips in shock. Before their drinking session earlier that day, she had met Xiao Lier, though the child was of humble origins. She had felt no disdain sharing a table with him, perhaps out of affection for those connected to Yu Qing. Never had she imagined Xiao Lier bore the supreme bone. I understand. You may return. Since the sage's enlightenment was bestowed upon you by the master, it is rightfully yours. Strive diligently, and do not disappoint him. Nanshi advised earnestly. Yes, your majesty. This servant shall not fail. Time flowed quietly. The establishment of the Array Masters Guild headquarters in Shangnan City progressed steadily. The city soon welcomed many unfamiliar faces, Array Masters, and renowned experts from distant lands. Yet, for Yu Qing and his household, life remained simple. One day, after completing his cultivation, Xiao Lier returned home. His family had been fishermen for generations, and his parents were no exception. Though they resided in the capital, their neighborhood lay on the outskirts, far from the bustling city center. This was precisely why Yu Qing had chosen this area. Their lives were modest. Mother, just wait. I will become an official one day. Xiao Lier declared confidently between sips of porridge, seated beside a frail woman. Once I hold office, I will restore your health. You naive child, dreaming of becoming an official. The thin woman teased, lightly pinching his nose with a smile. Your mother doesn't expect titles. Your happiness is enough for me. Exactly. A child shouldn't aim too high. Becoming an official is no simple feat. Another voice chimed in. Beside them, a man diligently repairing a table raised his head and remarked, in a year's time, I shall send you to school. If you can immerse yourself in your studies and eventually become a scholar, it would indeed be a blessing for the Zhang family. You all doubt me, little Lier retorted. Her cheeks flushed. Just a few days ago, I dined with Her Majesty the Empress. At her declaration, the couple froze momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. Humph, I shan't converse with you any longer. After finishing her porridge, little Lier hastily tossed aside her bowl and stormed out in a huff. The couple exchanged amused glances. Unable to stifle their mirth, and called after her, remember to return early, do not wander too far. Not long after little Lier exited, the humble courtyard door was knocked upon once more. I shall answer the door, the woman said, rising. Madam, you are still taking your medicine. Allow me to go. The man suggested, setting aside his work, smiling as he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he found himself momentarily speechless. Before him stood a young woman. Though her attire was modest, her poise was astonishing, leaving him utterly astounded. Old Jiang, who is she? The woman approached, equally astonished at the sight of the young lady. She vowed she had never encountered a woman of such grace. This must be a person of considerable stature. May I inquire whom you seek? The man asked instinctively. The young woman responded with a gentle smile. Is this little Lier's home? Yes, but she is not here at the moment. The couple exchanged glances, struggling to believe that this remarkable woman was looking for their son. Oh, she is not here? The young lady hesitated slightly before asking. May I come in for a moment? Certainly, the couple nodded in astonishment, still reeling from the encounter. They ushered her inside, quickly pouring water and rummaging through their belongings to present some snacks. The young woman seated herself at the table in the courtyard, surveying her surroundings with an air of calm as she engaged the couple in light conversation and inquired about their health. After a quarter of an hour, she rose and turned to her accompanying female guard, saying, Please contact Physician Liu for Mrs. Zhang. Yes, the guard nodded in response. However, the couple, overhearing the mention of Physician Liu, were taken aback. No need for that, young lady. We cannot afford Physician Liu's services, the woman interjected hastily. Do not fret, Mrs. Zhang. You need not concern yourself with the fees. Just focus on your health, the young woman said softly, offering a few more instructions before taking her leave. This is quite embarrassing. The couple hurriedly saw her off, their hearts swelling with excitement at the thought that their son had caught the attention of such a distinguished individual. To enlist Physician Liu's assistance certainly indicated that she hailed from a prominent family in South City, perhaps even one of nobility. The couple escorted the lady to the doorway, only to discover that the once bustling street outside was now completely barricaded by guards. To their utter astonishment, the magistrate of Nanjing's prefectural office was hunched in a corner, mopping sweat from his brow with trembling hands. As they took in the lady's countenance once more, realization dawned upon them regarding her true identity. Overwhelmed by shock, their knees buckled involuntarily as they prepared to prostrate themselves. Chapter 34. The Barbarian Kingdoms Reject the Alliance. Was all that fighting for nothing? After leaving little Lier's home, Nanshi dismissed her entourage, keeping only her personal female guard, and then knocked on Yu Qing's courtyard gate once more. Greetings, master. Nanshi offered a graceful bow. Your Majesty, What brings you to my humble abode today? Yu Qing smiled. I came specifically to apologize, Nanshi said with sincere regret. Yesterday, I had intended to share a drink with you, but instead, I ended up dampening your spirits. So today, I brought you a rare imperial wine from the palace, hoping it pleases you. With that, she took an exquisitely crafted wine flask from her guard and presented it to Yu Qing with both hands. Your Majesty is too kind. Without further ceremony, Yu Qing accepted the flask and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. Truly fine wine. Unable to resist, he poured himself a cup and took a sip. Shall I offer you another toast, master? Seeing this, Nanshi also picked up a cup and moved closer. Yu Qing paused, surprised. Are you sure? At his words, Nanshi's face inexplicably flushed. Never mind, you'd better not drink. Just the sin alone has already reddened your cheeks. Yu Qing took the cup from her hand and set it aside. Nanshi secretly stuck out her tongue, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance as she murmured, Very well. If master enjoys this wine, I shall bring more next time. For now, I shall take my leave. So soon? Yu Qing found her behavior rather peculiar today. After exchanging a few more polite words, he escorted her to the gate. The barbarian kingdoms, the two chieftains of the great barbarian tribes, sat solemnly. From what we can see, that man has completely severed ties with the Fuyiao Empire and settled in Nan country, Man Shan remarked. Indeed. I never expected the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild to relocate there as well, Gong Sun Tu added. It seems we should establish favorable relations with Nan country. Is that truly necessary? Man Shan couldn't help but question. Geographically, we share no borders with Nan country. An alliance would hold little strategic value. This differs from our previous considerations with the Fuyiao Empire. Due to historical conflicts, they kept provoking us, forcing us to form an alliance as a statement. But now, no. Your reasoning is flawed. Gong Sun Tu shook his head. Initially, I believed this man was merely terrifying in strength. But the relocation of the Array Masters Guild has shown me that his influence extends far beyond mere power. Forging ties with such a figure in advance brings us nothing but benefit. Have you forgotten? The true rulers of the southern territories are not our kingdoms, but those behind the scenes. Gong Sun Tu's argument was clear and logical, laying out the advantages and disadvantages. Man Shan found himself nodding in agreement. Previously, due to historical tensions between the barbarian tribes and the Fuyiao Empire, they had been compelled to form an alliance, a passive move. But now is different. The barbarian tribes and Nan country had no prior entanglements. Seeking an alliance with them was entirely their own initiative, a deliberate effort to court Yu Qing's favor. Report. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in urgently, reporting, Your Majesties, the Grand Tutor's son from the Fuyiao Empire seeks an audience. The mention of the Fuyiao Empire and his direct arrival prompted a shared glance between the two leaders, who nodded in agreement. They subsequently summoned Grand Tutor's son, acknowledging that it was hardly a significant matter to meet him, given his presence. Upon entering, Sun Li, the Grand Tutor of the Fuyiao Empire, greeted the two leaders with a respectful yet composed demeanor. Grand Tutor's son, your abrupt arrival in our realm without prior communication. What is your purpose? The leader on the left, Man Shan, inquired with a furrowed brow. Sun Li smiled awkwardly before clasping his fist in explanation. Indeed, I come in haste and hope for your understanding. I am here on the edict of our Empress to discuss matters of alliance between our nations. Despite historical tensions among our three kingdoms, under the leadership of both esteemed leaders and our Empress, our relations have gradually improved. Should we be able to forge an alliance? It would spare our nations from the ravages of war, a truly beneficial endeavor for future generations. As he spoke, Sun Li articulated the advantages of the alliance from the perspective of the three kingdoms. However, Man Shan and Gong Sun Tu listened with expressions rife with derision. If not for Yu Qing, the Fuyiao Empire would have long been overrun by the two barbarian nations. Sun Li continued, thus, I have come to inquire whether we can expedite the specifics of the alliance. Yet, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Man Shan's dismissive gesture. Grand Tutor's son, after careful consideration, we believe that since our two nations have been in conflict with the Fuyiao Empire for so many years, it would be best to continue our hostilities. Therefore, an alliance seems unnecessary. What? Sun Li was taken aback, instinctively questioning, why is that so? Wasn't my explanation clear enough? Man Shan raised an eyebrow and replied, otherwise, wouldn't those years of conflict have been in vain? At this, Sun Li was left utterly bewildered. What kind of twisted reasoning was this? And is this truly how a leader ought to speak? He quickly composed himself, forcing a smile as he responded, please, esteemed leaders, do not jest with this old man. Do you think I am jesting? Man Shan's expression darkened, a heavy pressure descending upon Sun Li. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and Sun Li's forced smile froze upon his face. Esteemed leaders, is there anything about the alliance treaty that you find unsatisfactory? If so, please feel free to voice your concerns, and we can discuss them further. Sun Li remained hopeful, recognizing the importance of an alliance with the two barbarian nations. Yet, he was met only with the cold demeanor of Gongsun II and Man Shan. Grand Tutor Sun, please take your leave, Man Shan stated, clearly uninterested in further discourse. With a heavy heart, Sun Li swallowed the words that had built up inside him. Having been issued an eviction order, anything further would be futile. He sighed deeply, leaving with a despondent expression. As he departed, he was enveloped in a haze of bewilderment, entirely unaware of where the process had faltered. Just a few months prior, discussions with the two formidable barbarian nations had been progressing exceptionally well, their demeanor markedly different from the present. In fact, their eagerness to forge an alliance had surpassed even that of his own, prompting them to make significant concessions in the treaty negotiations. However, the Empress Fuyiao, sensing the unusual disposition of the two barbarian realms, had chosen to delay proceedings for several months as a precaution against potential deception. Little did she anticipate that, just a few months later, the stance of the two nations would undergo such a drastic transformation. Though the reasons behind this upheaval remained elusive to him, Grand Tutor Sun understood the imperative of swiftly conveying this intelligence to Nangong Fuyiao. Thus, he hastened his return to the Fuyiao Empire without delay. Chapter 35, Blame Yourself. Then when Nangong Fuyiao received the news, it struck her like a thunderbolt. She had never anticipated that the barbarian kingdom would drastically alter its stance at such a critical juncture. For the current state of the Fuyiao Empire, this was akin to a leak in the roof coinciding with a torrential downpour. Nothing seemed to go right. Could it be that they are dissatisfied with the alliance treaty? Nangong Fuyiao inquired urgently. Your Majesty, as the old minister has stated, their attitude suggests that this is not the root of the issue, Sun Taifu replied promptly. Do they believe that I lack sincerity? No, I must personally visit the barbarian kingdom, Nangong Fuyiao resolved with determination. I shall go myself, to demonstrate utmost sincerity. Even if they are unwilling, I must ascertain the reason. At once, Your Majesty. I will make the necessary arrangements for your departure tomorrow, Sun Taifu acknowledged, aware of the urgency of the situation. After Sun Taifu departed, Nangong Fuyiao, fraught with anxiety, massaged her temples. With a furrowed brow, she rose and made her way to the area afflicted by demonic calamity. In the void of that region, her imperial seal still exerted its suppressive power. Although the seal held the demons at bay, she, as the sovereign, could distinctly sense that the national fortune it embodied was draining away with each passing day. Why? Why has everything been going awry lately? She gazed up at the imperial seal, her heart swelling with frustration. Presently, forging an alliance with the two great barbarian nations seemed to be the only lifeline to restore the waning national fortune. Yet now, it appeared that even this last hope was fraught with complications. The following morning, Nangong Fuyiao set forth with a grand entourage, determined to reach the two great barbarian nations. In preparation for the alliance negotiations, she had not only taken the initiative to travel herself, but had also made extensive preparations, ready to concede on various aspects of the treaty, provided her non-negotiable principles remained intact. By the time Nangong Fuyiao arrived at the borders of the two barbarian nations, 2 days had elapsed. Within the barbarian kingdom, Man Shan and Gongsun II sat in a high chamber. Nangong Fuyiao has already reached the outskirts of the city. She is quite persistent, Man Shan remarked. Her persistence is of little consequence, Gongsun II replied dismissively. Should we not extend a reception for the Empress of a nation? Man Shan inquired. I have already dispatched a eunuch, Gongsun II said nonchalantly. A eunuch? Really? Man Shan raised an eyebrow. She is, after all, the Empress of a nation. Sending a eunuch might not sit well with her. I didn't summon her. If she is displeased, she may return, Gongsun II retorted indifferently. Outside the capital of the barbarian kingdom, Nangong Fuyiao's entourage had established camp. Accompanying her were Sun Taifu and several high-ranking officials, along with vehicles transporting gold, silver, and textiles from the Fuyiao Empire, under the guard of disarmed soldiers. She had believed that she had approached this endeavor with utmost sincerity. However, upon encountering a eunuch awaiting her at the city gate, her countenance darkened to the point of seeming drenched in discontent. Her fists clenched tightly, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. Your barbaric nation is utterly unreasonable. I, the illustrious Empress of the Fuyiao Empire, am here for a visit. And this is how I am treated. Several accompanying officials could no longer contain their outrage, their necks flushed with indignation. Your Majesty, it is better to forego this alliance. Let us return, they declared with grim expressions. Nangong Fuyiao bit her crimson lip, and after a prolonged moment, she concealed her emotions deep within and approached the eunuch. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed eunuch. I hope you will lead me to meet the two leaders. Now that she had arrived, it was imperative to meet them in person. The eunuch cast a surprised glance at Nangong Fuyiao before replying, only Her Majesty the Empress may enter alone. What? As soon as those words fell, even Sun Taifu grew anxious. Your Majesty, you cannot. If anything were to happen to you, what would we do? You barbarians are pushing your luck. This is the custom of our nation. If Her Majesty the Empress is unwilling, we kindly ask you to return, the eunuch stated firmly. Very well, I shall go. Even though her heart brimmed with fury, Nangong Fuyiao subdued it at that moment. She could not believe that the two mighty barbarian nations would dare to harm her. On the contrary, she was more eager to discern the current stance of the barbarian nation. Was it a sudden whim to secure greater advantages in the alliance treaty? Or was there some other underlying motive? Yet, she committed every slight to memory. The eunuch bowed and led the way, while Nangong Fuyiao's litter followed at a slow pace. Before long, she found herself in the presence of the two leaders of the barbarian nation. Empress Fuyiao, we apologize for not greeting you properly. We hope for your understanding. Upon seeing Nangong Fuyiao, the two leaders from Man Mountain exchanged perfunctory pleasantries. Nangong Fuyiao could not discern their true thoughts, yet she maintained an outward composure. This audacious visit is truly my impertinence. I do not hold the two leaders accountable. She smiled gently and continued, I have heard of your exceptional prowess. Indeed. Seeing is believing. By the way, I have brought a fine liquor from the Fuyiao Empire for the two leaders, as well as some gold and silver treasures, as a token for our first meeting. However, due to the customs of your nation, these items are outside the city. I kindly request that you send someone to retrieve them. Nangong Fuyiao spoke with grace and poise. In her view, this was a resounding counter to the barbarian nation's treatment of her. She arrived with courtesy, yet the items were barred from entry, subtly implying the pettiness of the barbarian nation. Thus, she raised her lips in interest, gazing at the two leaders of the barbarian nation, seemingly eager to witness the expressions that would adorn their faces. However, to her astonishment, the two leaders of the barbarian nations were entirely unmoved by her tactics. The leader of Man Mountain spoke plainly, Nangong Fuyiao, now that you are in our nation, it is best to forego such pretenses. To speak frankly, I must say that your presence is rather unwelcome here, and we have no need for your goods. It would be best if you returned. As these words fell from Man Shan's lips, even with her exceptional composure, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened considerably at this moment, without even the opportunity for discussion. She was met with an abrupt dismissal, which she had never anticipated. Did the two leaders truly not wish to form an alliance with my empire of Fuyiao? She inquired, articulating each word with precision. Your question is unnecessary and will not alter the situation. It is entirely meaningless. I had already conveyed this to your grand tutor's son some time ago, Man Shan replied in a grave tone. Nangong Fuyao's pupils constricted, her anger swirling within. Yet she was acutely aware that she was on foreign soil. Suppressing her fury, she continued, I have journeyed a great distance with sincerity for the sake of our two nations' citizens, only to be met with such contradictory behavior from the two leaders. This truly astonishes me. Do not resort to your cryptic remarks, Man Shan interjected, cutting her off sharply. He then stated with a somber tone, if you must assign blame, let it be upon yourself. Chapter 36. With Yu Qing gone, what is your Fuyiao Empire worth? What do you mean by that? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, as she discerned the underlying implication and hastily inquired. Given the circumstances, I shall not hesitate to speak plainly. The figure at the head, Man Shan, scoffed. Did you truly believe we sought an alliance with your Fuyiao Empire due to its self-proclaimed prosperity? Did you think it was your leadership that intimidated us, given our current struggles? Is that not your assumption? Nangong Fuyiao, taken aback by the retort, was almost amused by Man Shan's audacity. Do you really enjoy embellishing your own reputation? Allow me to be candid. We have never regarded your Fuyiao Empire as significant. Man Shan's face was laced with derision. Our willingness to consider an alliance stemmed solely from Yu Qing. Who? You mean Yu Qing? Upon hearing this revelation, Nangong Fuyiao felt as if she had encountered the most absurd jest. No, it cannot be. How could such a minor figure possess such influence? Even if you wish to avoid an alliance, there is no need to present such a ludicrous excuse. Naturally, Nangong Fuyiao found it hard to believe Man Shan's claims. Yet, she was also perplexed as to how Man Shan could be aware of Yu Qing. seeing Nangong Fuyiao's incredulity. The previously mocking expressions of Mianshan and his companion unexpectedly bore a hint of pity. It was indeed tragic that a sovereign would remain oblivious to the true nature of her own ally. Do you genuinely believe Yu Qing is as you perceive him? Do you truly think he is a mere wastrel? Mianshan retorted with a cold smile. When he was present, we would have naturally fostered an alliance without your prompting. Yet, we never anticipated that you would expel him from the Fuyiao Empire. To speak bluntly, when Yu Qing was part of your empire, we could afford you some respect. But with him gone, what is your Fuyiao Empire worth? Was this not a self-inflicted calamity? Mianshan's words struck Nangong Fuyiao's mind like a thunderclap, leaving her utterly destabilized. No, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. After the Three Kings' War, his dantian was clearly destroyed. I witnessed it myself. How could he still possess strength? I refuse to believe this is true. Her eyes fixated on Mianshan, as if seeking a denial from him. However, Mianshan remained expressionless and issued an eviction order. Empress Fuyiao, I have said all that needs to be said. Whether you believe it or not is your prerogative. Unless Yu Qing returns, there shall be no possibility of an alliance between our three nations. Therefore, please take your leave. Nangong Fuyiao scarcely comprehended how she managed to exit the capital of the Mangwa. The words of Mianshan echoed relentlessly in her mind. Yu Qing has not been wasted. The reason why the barbarian nations prepared to ally with the Fuyiao Empire was all because of Yu Qing. Your Majesty, the Empress. They are merely barbarian nations. If they do not form an alliance, it is their loss, not that of our illustrious Fuyiao Empire, which shall endure through the ages. On the return journey, seeing Nangong Fuyiao remain silent, Sun Taifu could not help but approach her to offer comfort. Leave. What awaited him was a sharp rebuke from Nangong Fuyiao. Sun Taifu exchanged puzzled glances with several high-ranking officials beside him, all bewildered by the Empress's sudden emotional turmoil. Upon returning to the Fuyiao Empire, Nangong Fuyiao almost immediately retreated to the Fuyiao Hall, expelling numerous palace maids and guards. She wreaked havoc within the hall, destroying items indiscriminately. Those who brought medicine or meals were also turned away. Outside the Fuyiao Hall, civil and military officials gathered, their faces etched with concern. Sun Taifu, you should go in and check on Her Majesty and ascertain what has transpired, several officials urged him. Sun Taifu wore a troubled expression over the past couple of days. He had been driven out several times. Yet, seeing the earnestness in their eyes, he reluctantly nodded and prepared to make another attempt. As expected, no sooner had he reached the entrance of the Fuyiao Hall than he was expelled once more by Nangong Fuyiao. Sighing, he shook his head at the waiting officials and was about to leave when suddenly, he heard Nangong Fuyiao's voice calling him back. Come back. At her command, Sun Taifu froze in place, quickly turning around to enter the hall once more, his heart racing. Inside, the Fuyiao Hall lay in disarray, a testament to Nangong Fuyiao's fury. The once imposing figure of the Empress now appeared weary, her eyes bloodshot, clearly having had no rest. I ask you, has Yu Qing's strength already been restored? Before Sun Taifu could respond, Nangong Fuyiao's piercing gaze bore into him, and she demanded the answer first. Huh? The question left Sun Taifu utterly bewildered. Why would Her Majesty suddenly inquire about this? He wondered, perplexed. It is I who am questioning you. Nangong Fuyiao raised her voice, commanding attention. Startled, Sun Taifu hastily knelt before her, responding in trepidation. Your Majesty, I do not know. Useless fool, get out. With no time to linger, Sun Taifu scrambled out in haste. Yu Qing, why have you deceived me? Within the Fuyiao Hall, Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened, her mind in turmoil. Since Yu Qing's departure, she had been reluctant to mention his name, for it felt like a scar upon her heart. She feared hearing it from others and dreaded being labeled as an empress who had cast out a once great minister. Yet, her inner turmoil insisted that she would only find satisfaction in banishing Yu Qing. For she feared even more the notion that her ascent to the throne was merely a consequence of Yu Qing's past contributions. Thus, upon realizing that Yu Qing held no further value to the Fuyiao Empire, and confident in her ability to stabilize the realm, she unhesitatingly dismissed him. Yet now, Mianshan reveals to her that Yu Qing has not been discarded. In fact, the Man Kingdom is willing to ally with the Fuyiao Empire precisely because of Yu Qing. Could it be that I was mistaken? No, that cannot be true. Had it not been for your deceit, I would not be in this predicament. If you had informed me of your restored strength, would I not have welcomed you back? Nangong Fuyiao's thoughts became increasingly chaotic, her hatred for Yu Qing deepening. Yet, she could not help but recall recent events. Had Yu Qing not departed, the ancient Taoist would not have imposed restrictions on the Fuyiao Empire through the Array Masters Guild. Perhaps the troubles plaguing the imperial capital could have been resolved much sooner if Yu Qing had stayed. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild might not have been established in Shangnan City, but rather in the Fuyiao Imperial City. If Yu Qing had remained, it would not have been her, Nangong Fuyiao, facilitating the alliance, but rather the two great man kingdoms. This would not only prevent the Fuyiao Empire's fortunes from waning, but would instead lead to a flourishing prosperity. Now, she faced the dire consequences of the current situation. With the demonic affliction still unresolved, all of this made it clear to her that without Yu Qing, she seemed utterly incapable of solidifying the Fuyiao Empire's position, even though she was loath to accept this truth. Yet, this was the reality. An idea began to take root in her mind. Should she lower herself and seek an audience with Yu Qing, hoping to persuade him to return? If Yu Qing were to come back, the alliance with the Man Kingdom would be a foregone conclusion. Given Yu Qing's connection with the ancient Taoist, he would also assist her in resolving the demonic issues plaguing the imperial capital. Furthermore, the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild had merely issued a public notice. It had not yet been firmly established, leaving room for the possibility of relocating it to the imperial capital. Chapter 37. Is the demise of Yu Qing an inevitable descent for the Fuyiao Empire? Yet, as this notion arose, Nangong Fuyiao swiftly extinguished it with a shake of her head. No, this cannot be. Rulers are rulers, and subjects are subjects. What logic permits a sovereign to lower themselves before their subjects? Moreover, she was even less inclined to believe that without Yu Qing, she, Nangong Fuyiao, could not stand on her own. The downfall of the Fuyiao Empire was not a certainty. Difficulties were merely transient. She comforted herself with these thoughts. At that moment, an urgent and excited voice from outside the door pierced her contemplation. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Splendid news, a momentous revelation. Speak plainly. What is the news? Nangong Fuyiao responded, her tone tinged with irritation. It is from the immortal sect. They have sent word. Sun Taifu exclaimed excitedly from beyond the threshold. The immortal sect? Nangong Fuyiao's brow arched in surprise as she hastily summoned Sun Taifu inside, pressing for details. What news has the immortal sect conveyed? It was no wonder Nangong Fuyiao reacted thus. The southern region appeared to be a realm of myriad kingdoms, all ostensibly under the control of rulers like them. Yet, they understood that the so-called 100 kingdoms were merely dominions of the mundane and its secular powers. The true sovereigns were the transcendent immortal sects, who rarely intervened in worldly affairs and seldom engaged in the disputes among these kingdoms. The Fuyiao Empire's sole interaction with the immortal sect occurred when Xiao Wuchen first exhibited his supreme bone, prompting an expression of interest in accepting him as a disciple from one of the sects. However, driven by selfish motives, the Fuyiao Empire temporarily declined the invitation, opting to retain Xiao Wuchen within their ranks. Unbeknownst to them, including the immortal sect, was the true significance of the supreme bone. Had they comprehended its essence, the sect would have forcibly taken Xiao Wuchen to cultivate him. After all, the supreme bone was not an entity of this world. Is it the Yuhua immortal sect? A glimmer of hope sparked in Nangong Fuyiao's eyes as she inquired. It is not the Yuhua immortal sect, but rather the Tai immortal sect. Sun Taifu promptly clarified. Tai immortal sect? This revelation filled Nangong Fuyiao with perplexity. They had never established any connection with the Tai immortal sect. Pray tell, what is the specific news? The Tai immortal sect has declared that our Fuyiao Empire is a rare sanctum of fortune in the southern region. They have long heard of your Majesty's illustrious name and are aware of your adept governance. Thus, the Tai immortal sect wishes to send several disciples to our Fuyiao Empire for training, ideally to hold certain positions within our realm to enhance their capabilities while learning. Sun Taifu exclaimed with palpable excitement. The letter stated precisely this? Nangong Fuyiao could scarcely believe her ears. Indeed, it is absolutely true, word for word, Sun Taifu affirmed earnestly. Haraha. With Sun Taifu's confirmation, Nangong Fuyiao threw her head back in joyous laughter. I have always believed that difficulties are merely transient. The Fuyiao Empire shall undoubtedly rise to greatness, and even the celestial sect now acknowledges that our empire is a land of abundant fortune. Congratulations, Your Majesty. On this remarkable achievement, it is a testament to your astute leadership, recognized even by the celestial sect. Beside him, Grand Tutor Sun wore a beaming smile, truth be told. Upon first receiving this news, he could scarcely believe that such happiness could arrive so suddenly. He verified it multiple times. As the celestial sect loomed large and distant in his perception, though I have exerted considerable effort for the development of the Fuyiao Empire, it still feels insufficient. What merit do I possess to warrant such praise from the celestial sect? Nangong Fuyiao humbly remarked, yet a hint of pride subtly flickered in his brows, betraying his true feelings. Let us respond promptly. He then hastily commanded, first, express our gratitude for the celestial sect's commendation. Furthermore, we extend a formal invitation for their disciples to come and train in the Fuyiao Empire, where I will personally arrange suitable positions for them. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it immediately, Grand Tutor's son replied, his face alight with joy. With that, he hurriedly exited. Once Grand Tutor's son departed, Nangong Fuyiao felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Bring forth my meal. I am quite hungry. Also, ensure that the Fuyiao hall is tidied up. Yes, Your Majesty. The group of waiting palace maids outside heaved a sigh of relief and quickly set to work. In no time, the Grand Fuyiao hall appeared revitalized. Sitting at the table, Nangong Fuyiao dined with a joyful countenance. The esteem of the celestial sect overshadowed all recent misfortunes, rendering them trivial in comparison. With the capabilities of the celestial sect's disciples, they would surely resolve the demonic afflictions with ease. As for the barbaric nation, whether they choose to ally or not, once they realize the esteem in which the Fuyiao Empire is held by the Tai celestial sect, their regret shall be their own. Ah, Yu Qing. I truly did not anticipate the restoration of your strength. I must admit that your departure has caused me considerable troubles. However, I now wish you to know that without you, the Fuyiao Empire shall not falter. In the past, in the present, and in the future. Meanwhile, in a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the Fuyiao Empire, mist swirled amidst the towering peaks. Within this ethereal haze, jade pavilions emerged and faded. Celestial cranes soared overhead, accompanied by white-clad disciples gliding on flying swords. This was none other than the Tai celestial sect. Within the magnificent main hall sat a middle-aged man alongside several elderly figures with youthful appearances and white hair. Though they sat in silence, they emanated an unfathomable presence. They were none other than Li Wufeng, the current sect master of the Tai celestial sect, and several esteemed elders. Beneath Li Wufeng and the elders stood a group of young individuals, both male and female, radiating vitality and vigor, each possessing an extraordinary aura. Have they confirmed it? In the previous chapter, Li Wufeng inquired of several elders. Well, after careful consideration, these 5 individuals have been selected. If there are no objections, I shall send them down the mountain tomorrow, one of the elders remarked. There is no rush. This matter is of great significance, and the ancestor must personally review it. Li Wufeng replied, waving his hand dismissively. The elders exchanged glances, silently pondering whether this was overly solemn, even requiring the ancestor's personal attention. Yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts. After a prolonged wait, an elderly figure clad in simple garments and carrying a wine gourd strolled in leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Everyone present rose to bow. The elder waved his hand and then turned his gaze toward the 5 disciples, nodding in satisfaction. With earnest gravity, he instructed, listen well, my young ones. The so-called experience you are to undergo is not merely a test of your skills. It is a means to cultivate a favorable relationship with that individual. If you can forge a connection and gain some opportunities from him, your lives will be deemed successful. However, remember not to be overly deliberate. Focus on your tasks first. Once you excel in them, opportunities to engage with him will naturally arise. Do you understand? The elder's tone was solemn and sincere. Isn't this a bit excessive, ancestor? Li Wufeng interjected, unable to contain himself. The other elders nodded in agreement. What do you know? The elder shot them a glare. Although I interacted with that individual a year ago, we were not particularly familiar. Just before parting, I mentioned my intention to send a few disciples for worldly training, hoping they might visit his country. Thus, while this endeavor isn't entirely unfounded, such statements may have seemed merely polite at the time. Therefore, if you approach too overtly, it may be perceived as insatiable greed. Hence, I have instructed you to establish contact with the Emperor of the Fuyiao Empire prior to your departure. He then turned his gaze back to the 5 disciples, saying, of course, as long as you dedicate yourselves to your tasks, even if they discern your true intentions, they will likely choose to overlook it, understanding the nature of your mission, given their stature. Whether you succeed ultimately rests upon you, and even the future of our sect relies on your efforts. Yes, ancestor, we understand, the 5 disciples replied in unison, filled with anticipation for this journey. A year prior, this elder, whose fate had seemed bleak, returned from an outing not only rejuvenated but also having achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. They soon realized that he had encountered a benefactor during his travels. Now, representing their sect to visit this esteemed figure's country was an immense honor. further fueling their eagerness to witness such a person in person. With all preparations made, the following morning, the 5 young disciples were sent down the mountain by the elders. Subsequently, the 5 individuals mounted their flying swords, transforming into 5 streaks of radiant light, hastening unceasingly towards the Fuyiao Empire. Chapter 38. What do you think of my fortune? Upon learning that the disciples of the immortal sect would arrive today, the imperial capital of Fuyiao held a grand welcoming ceremony, with Nangong Fuyiao personally coming forth to greet them. At last, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, 5 beams of sword light suddenly appeared in the sky, swiftly descending upon the imperial capital. These 5 streaks of light shone like shooting stars, captivating the attention of all. As they drew nearer, the onlookers recognized them as disciples from the Tai immortal sect, their feet poised upon flying swords, their expressions austere, as if untouched by worldly affairs. Moments later, the 5 alighted gracefully upon the square of Fuyiao's imperial capital, instantly capturing the gaze of every attendee. The aura they exuded, along with the subtle fluctuations emanating from them, inspired a profound sense of reverence among the crowd. Many marveled, are these truly the disciples of the Tai immortal sect? They are indeed like celestial beings. Even the glimmer of longing in Nangong Fuyiao's eyes flickered momentarily. Surely, these 5 must be the paragons of the Tai sect. I am the Empress of Fuyiao, and upon hearing of your arrival today, I have come to welcome you. Nangong Fuyiao stepped forward, her demeanor radiating warmth. We pay our respects to your majesty. The 5 replied, ever mindful of their sect's teachings, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, nor did they presume upon their status. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nangong Fuyiao continued, you esteemed talents must be weary from your journey. I have arranged a banquet in your honor. Your majesty is too gracious. We are merely here for training and would never presume to accept such lavish hospitality, the 5 responded politely. Nonetheless, unable to resist Nangong Fuyiao's repeated invitations, they ultimately acquiesced. Internally, Nangong Fuyiao could not help but admire their conduct. It was rare for disciples of the immortal sect to arrive in the secular realm without an air of arrogance. The modesty and courtesy displayed by these 5 were indeed uncommon. Perhaps it was a testament to the virtues instilled by the Tai sect. But it also reflected upon her own capabilities. After all, respect is afforded to those who possess strength. In terms of power, the Fuyiao Empire could hardly be compared to the immortal sects. Thus it seemed that the assertion of the Tai sect held true. The Fuyiao Empire was a land of auspicious fortune, brimming with potential. It was precisely this that allowed these disciples to exhibit such humility. However, the 5 remained unaware of Nangong Fuyiao's contemplations, their thoughts solely occupied with the anticipation of meeting a certain individual. The banquet was set in the Tingwang Hall, not far from the Fuyiao Palace. With civil and military officials present, Nangong Fuyiao personally led the officials in toasting the 5 disciples. Yu Qing. They are making such a grand affair of it, welcoming us with a feast and toasts. One might think we are here to exert our influence over the Fuyiao Empire. A female disciple remarked, unable to restrain herself as she addressed the leading male disciple. Yu Qing nodded in agreement. He then approached Nangong Fuyiao and stated, Your Majesty, we 5 are here to undertake assignments in the Fuyiao Empire, so we request that you expedite our appointments, allowing us to begin our duties. Nangong Fuyiao felt that the arrival of these 5 individuals was not merely for an official appointment. Rather, she suspected that the Tai immortal sect had somehow foreseen the future of the Fuyiao Empire and had sent their disciples in advance to foster collaboration and strengthen ties. Although she hesitated to ask for their official assistance, there was indeed a matter for which she earnestly sought their help. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively expressed, To be candid, I do have a request for the 5 esteemed talents. Nangong Fuyiao intended her inquiry as a mere exploration, without any anticipation that they would assist her immediately upon their arrival. To her surprise, however, their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they eagerly responded, Your Majesty, please do not hesitate to command us. We shall not fail your expectations. Their readiness astonished Nangong Fuyiao. She inquired, Are you truly sincere? They affirmed, Indeed, we are. Exchanging a glance with Sun Taifu beside her, she decided to dispense with further pleasantries and promptly recounted the predicament concerning the demons lurking beneath the imperial capital. This is no great difficulty, the leader, Yu Qing, stated confidently. Confronting those demons directly may prove troublesome, but merely reinforcing the seal is a task I can undertake immediately. With that, Yu Qing stepped into the void and sped towards the afflicted area. The others followed him into the grand hall. Gazing upwards to witness Yu Qing conjuring a massive seal in midair, which he directed downwards to suppress the realm of the demons. As the seal descended, a lament echoed from beneath the imperial capital, followed by an eerie silence. It was executed with remarkable efficiency. What a formidable seal! Nangong Fuyiao marveled, her expression transforming to one of elation at the swift resolution of the demon threat that had plagued her for so long. Sun Taifu and the others also wore expressions of joy. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! The demon threat has been vanquished," they exclaimed. "Indeed, it has finally been resolved." Nangong Fuyiao replied with renewed vigor. With the collaboration of the immortal sect, what could the barbarian kingdom or the remnants of Yu Qing possibly signify? In that moment, she promptly retrieved the long-cherished imperial jade seal. Just then, Wu Chan, having completed the sealing of the demons, returned. The 4 junior disciples hurried to greet him. "How did it go, senior brother? Was it taxing?" "It was manageable," Wu Chan responded. "I sensed that those 2 demons were formidable in the past, but their powers have diminished significantly over the years. My strength, combined with the dantian seal, sufficed perfectly. However, senior brother, I noticed that the Empress even employed the imperial jade seal to suppress the demons. Is that truly necessary?" one junior sister observed, her keen insight prompting a furrow in Wu Chan's brow. After pondering for a while, he could not discern an answer. "Regardless, we must strive to accomplish more. At the very least, we should ensure that the esteemed elder does not find our arrival unwelcome," Wu Chan instructed. The group of disciples nodded in agreement. At that moment, as Nangong Fuyiao approached to express her gratitude, Wu Chan interjected, "Your Majesty, I have observed several issues within the protective formation of the imperial capital. Although we are not professional formation masters, we have some knowledge in this area and shall proceed to mend these formations immediately." Upon finishing, Wu Chan did not afford Nangong Fuyiao the opportunity to speak, as he swiftly departed with the other 4, proceeding to mend the formation of the Fuyiao imperial city. Witnessing the demeanor of the 5, the onlookers exchanged glances. Sun Taifu could not restrain himself from approaching Nangong Fuyiao, whispering, "Your Majesty, what scheme might they be concocting?" Nangong Fuyiao narrowed her eyes slightly, concealing her thoughts. Time passed quietly. A few days later, in the Fuyiao Palace, Nangong Fuyiao stood by the window, gazing at the vast expanse of the Fuyiao imperial city. Sun Taifu stood respectfully behind her, quietly reporting, "Your Majesty, according to the intel from our scouts, the barbarian nation has allied with the southern kingdom." Nangong Fuyiao's pupils contracted, and she scoffed. "Yu Qing has indeed surpassed my expectations, managing to sway the barbarian nation. Yet, they are but a trifling power. I remain unfazed." Sun Taifu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with their newfound alliance with the immortal sect, the insignificant barbarian nation had lost its relevance. He continued his report. "Furthermore, they have completed the restoration of the entire formation of the Fuyiao imperial city, after which they visited the Celestial Academy to offer guidance to the younger generation there." "Oh?" At this, a smile involuntarily graced Nangong Fuyiao's lips. She then inquired, "Sun Taifu, you possess knowledge of both celestial phenomena and earthly matters. What, in your opinion, is the essence of fortune, and how might one exert control over it?" Sun Taifu's expression turned contemplative, and he shook his head with a wry smile, replying, "Fortune is beyond the grasp of an old minister such as I, let alone to control it. The common understanding of it is merely that certain actions can either diminish or amplify fortune. Indeed, what one perceives as fortune often only grazes the surface, making true control an even more distant notion. Those of the immortal sect or great powers can merely anticipate certain events and prepare or align themselves with the impending tides of fortune." Nangong Fuyiao listened quietly, reflecting on her life. Despite the setbacks she had faced, her rise to a position of supremacy was perhaps beyond anyone's foresight, even her own. What of the future? Would she remain merely a ruler of the Fuyiao Empire? Chapter 39. How could the diminutive secular monarch dare to drive away the esteemed elder Yu Qing? "What do you think of my fortune?" she inquired again. "Your Majesty's fortune, naturally, is unparalleled," Sun Taifu promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao smiled slightly and then instructed, "Inform them that I wish to excavate a moat and inquire if they have any suggestions." This seems rather unseemly for disciples of the immortal sect to engage in such laborious tasks. Sun Taifu hesitated. "Simply follow my directives," Nangong Fuyiao spoke with a languid gaze. "Understood." Sun Taifu retreated. Days later, an astonishing spectacle unfolded outside the imperial capital of Fuyiao, as a true sword cleaved the mountain before the eyes of the onlookers. Upon the city wall, Nangong Fuyiao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, observing the moat that was gradually taking shape, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. She then turned her head towards Wu Qin and the others beside her, expressing her contentment. Wu Qin, you and your companions have truly worked hard of late. To serve the Fuyiao Empire is our duty, Your Majesty, Wu Qin replied with a smile. Excellent, I am greatly pleased, Nangong Fuyiao said as she patted Wu Qin's shoulder approvingly. Then added, how about assisting me with another task in a couple of days? We, as your fellow disciples, are willing to serve you. In the ensuing time, Wu Qin and his 4 companions diligently executed Nangong Fuyao's various commands. It was during this period that Nangong Fuyiao genuinely grasped the essence of true power. If she desired rare medicinal herbs, precious yet scarce, Wu Qin would traverse great distances to procure them for her. If she wished to taste the unique spiritual beasts found only at the southern border, Wu Qin and his companions would hunt them for her. Initially, she believed that being a sovereign of a nation rendered her a victor in life. However, after acquiring the services of Wu Qin and his companions, she realized that merely being the ruler of the Fuyiao Empire was insufficient. Gazing at the 5 individuals standing respectfully below her, Nangong Fuyiao spoke thoughtfully. Wu Qin, rest assured. As long as you assist me diligently, I shall undoubtedly fulfill all your future needs. Thank you, Your Majesty. You may return and rest well. Yes, Your Majesty. After Wu Qin and his companions withdrew, one of the female disciples could not help but communicate. Brother, we have been in the Fuyiao Empire for quite some time now. Yet I have not heard anyone mention that esteemed predecessor. Wu Qin furrowed his brow tightly, sharing in their bewilderment. They did not dare to hope for an encounter with that esteemed figure upon their arrival. However, the lack of any whispers about him indeed felt peculiar. A person of his stature should not remain concealed. Just as the group pondered this mystery, they fortuitously encountered Sun Taifu. Through their shared experiences over this period, Sun Taifu had grown more familiar with these individuals. Previously, he regarded the immortal sect as a lofty existence. Now, witnessing these disciples obeying the Empress's commands, he felt that apart from their superior strength, they were not so different after all. Several individuals were now working together, and there existed a certain taboo in the presence of His Majesty that they ought to be aware of. Sun Taifu earnestly cautioned the group. Taboo? The 5 members of Wu Chan expressed their confusion, yet humbly sought enlightenment from Sun Taifu, inquiring, what is this taboo? It pertains to one individual whom you must never mention in front of His Majesty, regardless of whether you have heard of him or were previously aware of his existence. Sun Taifu emphasized gravely, you must not speak of him at all. Who is it? Wu Chan asked. Yu Qing, Sun Taifu replied, preparing to leave. However, as he turned to depart, he found the 5 members of Wu Chan blocking his path with furrowed brows. Why is it a taboo? Why must he not be mentioned? Wu Chan questioned with a serious tone. You need not concern yourselves with the reasons, simply understand that it is forbidden to mention him. Moreover, when serving His Majesty, do not question excessively, Sun Taifu admonished, intending to end the conversation. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Despite Sun Taifu's formidable strength, he felt as though he were but a small boat buffeted by a tempest. Before he could react, Wu Chan, with a grim expression, seized his throat. I am inquiring of you. Wu Chan's voice was cold, each word deliberate. What are you doing? Sun Taifu stammered, his face paling. Release me at once. I am asking you a question, Wu Chan reiterated, tightening his grip. The specter of death loomed over Sun Taifu, instilling a profound fear within him. It dawned upon him that these 5 were disciples of the immortal sect, capable of easily overpowering him. I will tell you. Sun Taifu exclaimed in terror, recounting the circumstances of Yu Qing's expulsion and the conflict with the Empress of Fuyiao in detail. However, his revelation sparked an explosive reaction from the 5. Even upon hearing that the taboo referred to Yu Qing, they sensed an underlying truth. Yet, when the full extent of the situation was revealed, they found it utterly unacceptable. They had prepared for this for an interminable duration. Having been meticulously selected by their sect leader, they had toiled in the Fuyiao Empire, often treated as insignificant by those they once deemed beneath them. And now they learned that Yu Qing had been cast out from the Fuyiao Empire. Had all their efforts been in vain, with Yu Qing absent? What authority did these denizens of the Fuyiao Empire possess to command them? Are you certain you are not lying? Wu Chan's forehead throbbed with tension as he glared at Sun Taifu, his voice a low growl. And no, I would not dare to lie, Sun Taifu quaked. Having never encountered such an imposing presence, he trembled uncontrollably after casually discarding the corpse of Grand Tutor's son. Wu Chan soared into the air without uttering a word. Arriving at the afflicted region, with an outstretched hand, he retracted the dantian seal that he had previously subdued. Since Yu Qing was no longer present in the Fuyiao Empire, they had no obligation to assist it any longer. As the dantian seal was withdrawn, the entire imperial capital suddenly trembled, resembling an earthquake as fissures began to emerge. What was happening? At that moment, Nangong Fuyiao, who had been resting in the Fuyiao Palace, approached through the air. Upon seeing the dantian seal in Wu Chan's grasp, she questioned him in a low voice. Wu Chan, what are you doing? Faced with Nangong Fuyiao, Wu Chan's expression darkened. You arrived just in time. I wish to inquire how you dare to do this. You, a mere worldly sovereign, an insignificant being, how could you have the audacity to drive away Senior Yu Qing? Senior Yu Qing? Yu Qing? Nangong Fuyiao furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. Why was it always about Yu Qing? Chapter 40. The Emergence of Demons. Regretful Nangong Fuyiao Wu Chen, let us converse amicably. Return the dantian seal, Nangong Fuyiao implored, her gaze laden with concern as she surveyed the afflicted region. It was evident that her worries eclipsed all else. Should the demons emerge, the entire imperial capital would be beset by calamity. Amicably? What authority do you possess to negotiate with me? Wu Chen replied coldly. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Nangong Fuyao's voice grew somber. What are you? Have you grown accustomed to commanding me? Do you truly believe that your so-called Fuyiao Empire is a land of fortune? Do you think yourself, Nangong Fuyiao, to be a paragon of virtue? Surely you cannot believe we have come here for you, Wu Chen retorted, showing no regard for her. His words struck Nangong Fuyiao like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily frozen in disbelief. Her expression darkened as she questioned, what do you mean by that? Do you truly wish to know? Wu Chen scoffed, his voice deepening. Were it not for the presence of Senior Yu Qing in your Fuyiao Empire, do you imagine that my tiny sect would even be aware of your existence? We are here because of Senior Yu Qing. And yet your trifling secular nation has dared to expel him. What audacity you possess! As Wu Chen's declaration reverberated, Nangong Fuyiao stood petrified, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her entire being momentarily devoid of spirit, although she had sensed an ominous premonition when Wu Chen mentioned Yu Qing. Hearing him explicitly state that they had come for Yu Qing exceeded her wildest expectations. The disciples of the immortal sect had indeed come for Yu Qing. They referred to him with such reverence, calling him senior. In that instant, she realized that the notion of the Fuyiao Empire being a land of fortune and her own status as a prodigy were mere illusions. Every command she had given during this time was not due to her perceived greatness, but rather because of Yu Qing. But are you not from the immortal sect? Even if Yu Qing is extraordinary, how could he possibly command your sect's allegiance? Nangong Fuyiao still struggled to accept this revelation. Her face flushed as she protested. Humph. The summer insect cannot discuss ice, and the cicada knows not the seasons. Your limited understanding and perspective cannot fathom the true heights of heaven, Wu Chen disdainfully remarked. As he spoke, the removal of the dantian seal left them bereft of any means to suppress the demons. And the imperial capital felt as though it were on the brink of apocalypse. Buildings crumbled, and fissures in the ground widened ominously. Finally, amid the quaking earth, two formidable presences surged skyward. Soon, towering shadows erupted from the depths below, their immense pressure compelling many to prostrate themselves in fear. The two long-sealed demons had at last emerged. Ha ha ha! At long last, we have emerged, finally restored to freedom. The voices of the two demons echoed with exuberance, reverberating throughout the imperial city. Damn humans, let us collect some interest from you first. Without further ado, the two demons unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes upon the structures of the imperial city. The immense force cascaded downward, reducing entire segments of buildings to rubble. Fortunately, the imperial city had long been plagued by demonic affliction, prompting ordinary citizens to evacuate, leaving only officials of the Fuyiao Empire behind. Otherwise, the devastation wrought by their strikes would have resulted in countless casualties. Nonetheless, a significant number of Fuyiao soldiers still perished. At that moment, the two demons seemed to catch a whiff of something, and they advanced toward the location of Nangong Fuyiao. They soon hovered ominously above her. As Nangong Fuyiao surveyed the desolate remnants of the imperial city, her eyes were bloodshot, and she trembled at the sight of the two demons suspended above her. Empress Fuyiao, we are acquainted with you, one of the demons spoke. Under the sunlight, their true forms were finally revealed, though their shapes bore resemblance to humans. They were cloaked in dense fur, with well-developed skeletal muscles, their bodies slightly bent as they stood. In both stature and presence, humans appeared as mere morsels before these primordial behemoths. Though we harbor disdain for you, we must express our gratitude. Had you not banished that wretched demon Yu Qing, we would likely have never seen the light of day again. However, your life shall be spared for now. We will return to exact vengeance for this seal in due time." The two demons spoke in deep, resonant tones, casting a glance at the 5 companions of Yu Qing nearby. Clearly, even in their weakened state after just escaping confinement, the presence of Yu Qing and his comrades still posed a considerable threat. "Empress Fuyiao, prepare for our retribution," they declared before transforming into 2 streaks of light and vanishing, leaving behind a devastated imperial city. Yet, as the demons departed, Nangong Fuyiao found herself stumbling, nearly losing her balance. Her trembling intensified, and the realization dawned upon her. The reason the demons had remained sealed for so many years without issue, and why they had recently begun to stir. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. For reasons unknown, this phrase uttered by Yu Qing echoed in her mind, and she found herself murmuring it softly. As she did, memories of Yu Qing flooded her consciousness. The face of the one who had once saved her began to materialize. She recalled the fateful night, beset by a fierce storm, when she first encountered Yu Qing while feeling frail and on the brink of death, huddled in a corner. He had produced a steaming bun from his pocket and took her hand. From that moment on, she was no longer deprived of food or warmth, nor subjected to the cruelty of others. Later, when palace officials sought her out, she learned she was the long-lost princess. With unwavering determination, he had protected her as she reclaimed her rightful identity. In the wake of the late emperor's critical illness and amidst the fierce contention among the imperial princes for succession, Nangong Fuyiao herself harbored burgeoning ambitions. She merely confided her aspirations to him, and he, brandishing his sword, valiantly fought to secure her ascent to the throne. Ultimately, she attained her hardest desire. As the Fuyiao Empire flourished and its destiny grew ever more auspicious, now exalted above all others and bolstered by abundant support, she came to realize that she no longer required his presence. She perceived that he had become redundant to her cause. Even regarding him as a regrettable chapter of her past, she feared that he might reveal the fragile, emaciated girl she once was, perpetually starving and weak. Such a revelation would tarnish her dignity. Moreover, she believed that, as a sovereign commanding the lives and deaths of countless subjects, she no longer needed his feigned concern. Akin to that of a patronizing elder, she considered his presence a burdensome encumbrance. Gradually, her disdain for him deepened. Yet, in this moment of clarity, she finally discerned that she had always lived sheltered beneath his protective wings. From beginning to end, he had been her steadfast guardian. Chapter 41. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. It was he who had silently safeguarded the Fuyiao Empire, subduing the malevolent creatures lurking beneath the capital. Thanks to his unwavering presence, the once menacing barbarian kingdom dared not provoke the Fuyiao Empire any further, even willingly accepting disadvantages to foster an alliance. It was he who compelled even the formidable Tai immortal sect to dispatch disciples for training, obeying her commands. Had Yu Qing not departed, all the privileges currently enjoyed by the Southern Kingdom would undoubtedly have belonged to the Fuyiao Empire. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild ought to have been situated within the Fuyiao Empire. The barbarian kingdom had already allied with them. Thus the so-called menace of demons would have never existed. Perhaps these disciples of the immortal sect could have truly been of service to her. At this moment, she seemed to belatedly realize the magnitude of her missteps and the enormity of her errors. A profound sense of regret began to envelop her heart, rendering her breathless and on the verge of tears. It appeared that she had indeed erred gravely. Weak and unsteady, she struggled to maintain her footing. "You have brought this upon yourself." The 5 of Yu Qing observed her with indifference, their expressions icy. "Considering you are a ruler among mortals, whose actions affect countless lives, we shall not hold this against you for the time being. Take heed of your path." With that, the 5 of Yu Qing turned away, vanishing like fleeting beams of light. After their departure, Nangong Fuyiao finally collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming from her vacant eyes. Days following the upheaval in the capital, the reconstruction of Fuyiao City had already commenced, for a nation must continue to function despite adversities. As the sovereign, Nangong Fuyiao could not help but empathize with the plight of her people. "Long live your majesty." As she traversed the streets, the populace bowed in reverence. Yet, after their salutations, many no longer regarded her with the same admiration as before. Instead, a chorus of murmurs surfaced within the common folk and throughout the court. Following the emergence of the demons, news had spread like wildfire across the capital. Many ordinary citizens, previously unaware of Yu Qing's expulsion, now learned that this esteemed hero, who had once quelled the 3 kings, had been cast out by Nangong Fuyiao. It became evident that Yu Qing had been the one suppressing these two demons all along. It was only after Nangong Fuyiao had banished him that the demons managed to break free from their seals, leading to the ruin of countless families. Nangong Fuyiao was, in essence, the indirect perpetrator of this calamity. Though none dared to voice such sentiments aloud, she could perceive their implications through the gazes of those around her. Seated in her carriage, she, who should have been sympathetic to her people's suffering, found herself too fearful to emerge. The weight of those silent yet accusatory stares sent shivers down her spine. Even within the ranks of the Fuyiao army she had nurtured, the warmth of their previous enthusiasm had dissipated, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with desolation. Nangong Fuyiao opened her mouth, but found herself speechless. After ordering an increase in compensation for the fallen soldiers, she retreated early to the Fuyiao Palace. Upon her return, news arrived from the Ministry of Personnel. Numerous officials had resigned, including several holding pivotal positions. Clearly, these were the lingering repercussions of Yu Qing's expulsion. As a founding hero of the Fuyiao Empire, Yu Qing's contributions were witnessed firsthand by many in the court. When he was forced to leave, discontent had already simmered among them, suppressed only by Nangong Fuyao's iron will. Now, the chaos unleashed by the demonic uprising became the final straw, unleashing their pent-up fury. Nangong Fuyiao slammed the table in a frenzy, her voice breaking with despair. Why? Why must the Fuyiao Empire be driven to ruin? Have I not erred enough? Sobs racked her frame, the storm of her emotions raging until, at last, it subsided. Then, her gaze fell upon a sachet, hanging idly beside the desk where she reviewed memorials. She reached for it, clutching it tightly in her palm. Memories surfaced. This sachet had been a gift from Yu Qing a year ago, meant to ease her burdens. At the time, she had dismissed it, hanging it carelessly aside and barely sparing him a word before sending him away. After that day, she had forgotten the sachet entirely. Even when she purged all traces of Yu Qing from the palace, this one relic remained, overlooked. Now, as she held it again, the past flooded back. How she used to visit Yu Qing often, pestering him to prepare hot pot, how he always had her favorite ingredients ready. She remembered standing by him after his fall from grace, summoning the Empire's finest physicians to heal him. But when had it all changed? When was the last time she tasted his hot pot? Her grip tightened around the sachet. She brought it to her nose, as if its scent could conjure the illusion that Yu Qing still lingered in the Empire. Yet as the fragrance filled her senses, something astonishing happened. Her cultivation stirred, her stagnant power loosening. Trembling, she untied the sachet. Inside lay treasures rare beyond measure in the southern realms. Tianxing Dan, Qingtian Bai, Wuchen grass, Tongxue stone, each priceless, each far exceeding mere calming effects. The amalgamation of these materials exudes a fragrance that possesses the remarkable ability to refine one's essence, allowing cultivators to surmount their limitations during their practice. Moreover, it serves as a simple yet effective means to elevate one's cultivation level. Nangong Fuyiao reminisced about the past year, during which her cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, devoid of any hindrances, especially while residing in the Fuyiao Palace, where the effects were even more pronounced. She had not contemplated any underlying issues, believing herself to be a favored child of destiny, blessed by the heavens. However, it has now become evident that she is neither an extraordinary talent nor a cherished offspring of fate, but merely a fragile girl nurtured under Yu Qing's protective wing. It dawned on her that she had always been that emaciated girl, never having ventured beyond his shelter. This realization only deepened her anguish. As she clutched the fragrant pouch tightly, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls, and her choked sobs filled the air. Had she been a tad more patient initially, refraining from hastily dismissing Yu Qing and allowing him to finish his words? Had she valued the fragrant pouch, taking it back to her chamber rather than carelessly hanging it in the Fuyiao Palace? Perhaps her cultivation would have escalated far beyond its current state. Within the expansive Fuyiao Palace, amidst the Const Chapter 42, if you wish to invite King Qing back, your majesty should do so yourself. At the borders of the Fuyiao Empire, nestled within the mountainous woodlands where two nations converge, lies a secluded town, indifferent to the affairs of the world. Rarely do outsiders venture here, save for the occasional hunters from distant lands. At the foot of the mountains rests a reservoir, modest in size yet vital for irrigating the surrounding lands. Upon the dam, an elderly man, wielding a bamboo rod, sits on a stool, fishing peacefully. Behind him, several barefoot children, their heads adorned with little braids, engage in playful frolic. At some unknown moment, these children are led away. Just as the old man reels in a catch, he stands slowly and bows respectfully towards a nearby path. Commoner Sun Xuanji pays his respects to Her Majesty the Empress. For reasons unknown, Sun Xuanji's unremarkable demeanor elicits a bittersweet smile from Nangong Fuyiao. Approaching him, she gently assists him to his feet, saying, "Director Sun, there is no need for such formality." She then gazes into Sun Xuanji's catch, observing several plump white carp, and can't help but smile. "Might these fresh carp satisfy my cravings tonight?" Your Majesty jests. "Is there anything in this world that you cannot obtain?" replies Sun Xuanji. "Surely, you do not truly long for these humble mountain fish. You still hold me accountable," Nangong Fuyiao remarks, her expression heavy with regret. "How dare a commoner presume such a thing?" Sun Xuanji asserts. "In truth, I have come to apologize to you and to persuade you to return," Nangong Fuyiao confesses, her countenance marked by sincerity. "Your Majesty owes me nothing. Thus, there is no need for apologies," Sun Xuanji responds. His words deepen the sorrow etched on Nangong Fuyao's face. "The Empire needs you, Director. Xiao Wuqing remains missing, and Sun Taifu." She then reluctantly recounts the recent events to Sun Xuanji in full detail. Upon hearing her narrative, Sun Xuanji's expression reflects a complex mix of emotions, yet he displays no significant surprise at the unfolding events. "I truly acknowledge my mistakes," Nangong Fuyiao states, pausing for a moment before continuing, "in addition to wishing to invite you back. I also hope you could carry my edict to my brother and bring him back." Sun Xuanji gazes at her in astonishment, but soon shakes his head. "Perhaps it is best to refrain from that. Director, I truly recognize my errors this time. I will sincerely apologize to my brother and genuinely wish for his return." She insists earnestly. Without hesitation, Sun Xuanji shakes his head again. "I have lost all faith to approach King Qing once more. I once expressed my hope that your Majesty would sincerely invite King Qing back, not only due to the calamity, but also for the merits he has rendered to the Fuyiao Empire. He deserves such an invitation. However, my humble words were insufficient to sway your Majesty's decision. Later, His Majesty finally issued a decree, instructing me to invite King Qing from the southern realm. Yet it was precisely due to that initial decree that the last vestige of goodwill between King Qing and myself has vanished. Therefore, if His Majesty truly wishes to summon King Qing back, it would be best for him to extend the invitation personally. A mere commoner like myself lacks the requisite stature." Sun Xuanji's words rendered Nangong Fuyiao's expression exceedingly grim, a burning sensation coursing through her. "Moreover, there was another matter that required His Majesty's attention," Sun Xuanji continued. "What is it?" Nangong Fuyiao inquired urgently. "Xiao Wuqing is unlikely to return. After I returned from the southern realm, I dispatched someone to investigate. The last known whereabouts of Xiao Wuqing were at King Qing's residence, and the skilled individuals he brought along have all perished there," he revealed. "Additionally, on the day I arrived in Qishan town, I had previously buried a piece of information in the southern realm. My spies, who report only to me, informed me that a supreme bone has recently surfaced in the southern land. Considering the recent occurrences in Fuyiao Imperial City, the assessment of King Qing's capabilities, and the origins of Xiao Wuqing's supreme bone, which even he could not clarify, it can be reasonably concluded that Xiao Wuqing's supreme bone was bestowed by King Qing. In other words, this so-called foremost individual of the younger generation was almost entirely crafted by King Qing's hands. He possesses the power to create, but equally to destroy. Hence, I hope His Majesty can comprehend this." Sun Xuanji's words were evidently clear, shedding light on the overarching truth. Coupled with the fact that Xiao Wuqing had once trained under Yu Qing, the genuine circumstances were likely close to the mark. Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's revelations, Nangong Fuyiao trembled slightly, her expression an enigma. For a long while, she found herself at a loss for words. It dawned upon her that her former right hand was also shaped by Yu Qing's influence. The irony was palpable. She had dispatched the very Xiao Wuqing, forged by Yu Qing, to forcibly bring him back. "I am no longer fit to serve as the head of the Celestial Palace, and besides, this is now the era of youth. Therefore, I humbly request that His Majesty allow me to live out my days as a simple fisherman." At that moment, Sun Xuanji turned to gather his fishing gear and bamboo chair, bowing slightly to Nangong Fuyiao. "My wife awaits me at home, so I shall take my leave now. Your Majesty, proceed as you see fit." With that, Sun Xuanji departed, carrying his fishing pole and stool along the mountain path, soon disappearing from sight. Nangong Fuyiao watched the direction of his departure, her voice caught in her throat. Yet her desire to invite Yu Qing back grew increasingly fervent. However, upon reflecting on the scenes that had unfolded, she feared he would place the blame upon her. He had cared for her so deeply, yet she had cast him out from Fuyiao Imperial City. His heart must be heavy with grievance. In that moment, Nangong Fuyiao found herself uncertain of how to confront Yu Qing. Nevertheless, she remained his sister at heart. Although there was no blood relation, they had endured so much together. If she sincerely acknowledged her mistakes, he would likely find it in himself to forgive her. Chapter 43. I am merely a harmless little demon in the vast expanse of the sky. Two shadowy figures flitted past. They were the two demons who had broken free from their seal beneath the imperial city of Fuyiao, reveling in their newfound freedom. Ah! The sensation of liberty is truly exhilarating. One of the demons exclaimed, unable to contain its excitement. Indeed, after so many years of confinement, we are finally liberated. The other echoed, equally thrilled. However, my dear third brother, we find ourselves on human territory. Our powers have yet to be fully restored, so we must exercise caution. The first warned, fear not, my fourth brother. I have devised a plan, came the confident response. What kind of plan? The fourth inquired. To the south of the Fuyiao Empire lies a small nation known as Nangong. This secluded land lacks formidable warriors. Even without our full strength, we can traverse it freely, indiscriminately capturing those wretched humans to siphon their essence and regain our powers, the first demon elaborated. That is indeed a brilliant strategy. What are we waiting for? Let us embark for Nangong at once. The second demon agreed. Thus, the two demons, in perfect harmony, transformed into streaks of light and soared southward. In Nangong, at the misty water pavilion, a broken fishing rod lay in a corner, severed in two. Since arriving in this land, Yu Qing had become enamored with the art of fishing, captivated by the shimmering waters. Yet, human fervor is limited, and he could no longer endure the endless days of fruitless casting. In a fit of frustration 2 days prior, he had snapped his fishing rod in two. In truth, fishing had merely been a fleeting passion. He had indulged in many such whims throughout his life. However, his true ardor lay in the realms of medicine and alchemy. Though his innate talent in this field was somewhat lackluster, leading him to abandon his pursuits numerous times, his passion proved irresistible, compelling him to persistently return. Now, once again, he had resumed his studies. Clad in a white lab coat and donning gloves crafted from sheep intestine, he stood before a long table laden with various medical instruments. At the center of the table lay his subjects for experimentation, several toads. Yu Qing meticulously dissected these toads, reveling in the process of stitching and restitching, lost in his craft. Alas, when the toads could no longer endure, he retrieved a handful of tiny pills, no larger than grains of sand, which he had concocted himself, and fed them to the lifeless creatures, hoping for their resurrection. After a patient wait of half an hour under the sun's rays, the toads began to emit a foul odor, yet they still failed to revive. Alas, another failure, Yu Qing lamented, casting aside his sheep intestine gloves in frustration. While he felt that using toads as experimental subjects was somewhat inappropriate, employing humans for such purposes seemed utterly unconscionable. Muttering to himself, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards a sheep lying nearby. Bah! As if sensing Yu Qing's gaze, the once lifeless sheep suddenly bleated and leapt up, displaying a newfound alertness. It cautiously regarded Yu Qing, retreating step by step until it found refuge in a corner, eventually moving along the wall to a safer location. Just as Yu Qing pondered where to find a test subject, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky above Upper South City. They were the 2 formidable demons that had journeyed from the Fuyiao Empire. Ah, this place is quite splendid. Look at these humans, so delicate and charming. We shall regain our strength here, remarked the first demon. Indeed, just observe how pathetically weak the inhabitants of this city are. They pose no threat to our existence. The second demon replied with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Fragile and humble humans, prepare yourselves for the arrival of us 2 brothers. The demons surveyed Upper South City from their lofty perch, already considering it theirs for the taking. However, in the next moment, a voice suddenly reached their ears. It appears you 2 little demons have managed to escape. What brings you here? Did you miss me? At the sound of this voice, the 2 massive demons shivered. The one referred to as the third demon paling in fear and even producing a bubble of snot. Without a second thought, they propelled themselves into the air, attempting to flee. Yet, they had scarcely traveled a few paces when they felt an overwhelming force enveloping them, inexorably pulling them back. In midair, Yu Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a bemused expression gracing his face as he regarded them. Now that you're here, why attempt to escape? The 2 demons, trembling like leaves in the wind, appeared as small mountains before Yu Qing, their fear palpable. They were compelled to suppress their discomfort and force a smile instead. Ah, esteemed sir, what a coincidence! The third demon cried, on the verge of tears. Yes, indeed. What a delightful coincidence, sir. We were aware of your presence and came specifically to pay our respects, the fourth demon chimed in, nodding fervently. As they spoke, the demons prostrated themselves, their fingers, smaller than Yu Qing's limbs, pummeling his thigh in a comical display. The scene was utterly ludicrous. Oh, what I just heard was not quite so, Yu Qing replied, his expression turning cold. Upon hearing this, the two demons dropped to their knees in midair. Unjust! Unjust! We are greatly wronged, they exclaimed. Indeed, we are merely harmless little demons. How could we ever think of harming humans? They pleaded, their hands raised in a show of innocence, tears in their eyes. They were desperate not to find themselves back in a perilous situation so soon after escaping one. If you wish for me to spare you, you must accompany me for a time. I require your assistance in forging a path to greatness. Upon hearing that they would have to stay by Yu Qing's side, the demons felt their hearts sink. But as they processed the latter part of his statement, they exchanged bewildered glances. Forge a path to greatness. They were well aware of Yu Qing's terrifying reputation. Could this be an act of mentorship? The demon and monster were both intrigued and terrified. Yet under the oppressive weight of Yu Qing's piercing gaze, they had no time to deliberate. Refusal was not an option. Demon 33 and Monster Little 4, at your service, they stammered, dropping to their knees in forced allegiance, hoping to secure a less miserable existence. I dislike conversing while looking down, Yu Qing remarked coldly. Realizing their mistake, the two creatures shuddered, their bodies crackling like snapping twigs as they shrank to human size. In their diminished forms, they resembled nothing so much as grotesque, hirsute apes. Satisfied, Yu Qing gave a curt nod and flicked his wrist, casting a veil over their demonic auras. With another sweep of his sleeve, he whisked them away to the Mistwater courtyard. You, lie down, he commanded, wrapping the examination table and gesturing at Demon 33. The demon blinked dumbly at the table, then at the array of gleaming surgical instruments beside it. A wave of dread surged through him. He promptly crouched beneath the table, shaking his head pitifully. Yu Qing arched a brow. Terrified, Demon 33 scrambled onto the table, limbs splayed awkwardly. Feeling exposed, he clamped his legs together and shielded his groin with both hands. Ignoring his fidgeting, Yu Qing studied his medical tome with rapt focus before plunging a blade downward with precision. Arg! A scream worthy of a slaughtered boar erupted through the courtyard. At the sight, Monster Little 4 bolted for escape, only for Yu Qing to materialize another table out of thin air, seizing him mid-flight and slamming him onto its surface. Stay. I require 2 test subjects for comparative analysis. Soon, the Mistwater courtyard echoed with alternating porcine shrieks. To spare the neighbors, Yu Qing lazily cast a soundproofing ward. Hours later, remarkable. The regenerative prowess of demons is indeed formidable, still lively after all this, screams growing louder by the minute. Yu Qing sutured their wounds with clinical detachment, murmuring approval. With specimens like you, I may yet become the grand physician of this era. As he tied the final stitch, he paused. Oh, apologies. The scalpel remains inside. The demons wept. After further frenzied labor, Yu Qing concluded his work. Retrieving a notebook, he meticulously recorded his findings. Empirical evidence confirms that even in this world of mystic arts, surgical intervention retains efficacy. Certain injuries respond more swiftly to physical treatment than chi-based healing. As a healer, I must exercise greater diligence. Leaving tools within patients is unacceptable. Snapping the journal shut, he exhaled in contentment. Though possessing extraordinary strength, the art of healing appeared somewhat trivial to him. Yet, the sentiment of achievement and passion is something that mere mortals cannot comprehend. You two shall remain here, Yu Qing declared as he unceremoniously tossed them into a small darkroom. He added, remember, do not reveal your demonic identities in public. If anyone questions your nature, simply say you are. Pausing as he recalled that this world seemingly lacked the existence of gorillas, he amended, just say you are monkeys, specifically robust monkeys. With that, he closed the door to the small room. A sob echoed within the confines of the dark chamber the moment the door shut, followed by the sounds of an argument. Damn you, Emo Sanson. Is this the so-called human that poses no threat to us from the south? How can you blame me? This demon can hardly be considered human. In the days that ensued, the two demons endured a dismal existence devoid of any magical reprieve. At last, on a fateful day, Emo Sanson and his companion no longer beheld the table they had mockingly dubbed the slaughter bench. Just when they thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Qing entered with 2 bowls of medicine, forcefully administering them to their lips. This concoction, crafted from his own expertise, was intended for healing. However, The two demons found themselves convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth, teetering on the brink of death, barely surviving this ordeal. Yu Qing then produced several pills he had personally refined. In the subsequent period, the demons either succumbed to poisoning, lost consciousness, or developed festering sores, with limbs rendered numb and unresponsive. Meanwhile, Yu Qing diligently recorded every detail, his expression serious and patient. It became evident that all medicine harbors toxicity. Each remedy bears potential side effects. Furthermore, even amongst similarly appearing specimens, varying physiological responses to identical treatments are inevitable. Sighing as his research into the art of healing deepened, he increasingly felt that these two demons were far from sufficient for his studies. Nonetheless, he resolved to make do for the time being. Within the small dark room, the two demons leaned against the wall, tears uncried, their eyes filled with nostalgia. Old 3, I long for the days when we were sealed in the Fuyiao Empire. Indeed. Back then we still had dreams. Before they could finish their thoughts, the doors swung open, and Yu Qing reappeared, bearing 2 large bowls of medicine before the demons. They promptly shut their eyes. When they opened them again, without a second thought, they downed the contents of the bowls in one gulp. Exhausted, they resigned themselves. Let it all end. Whatever will be, will be. Chapter 44. This disciple is not necessarily worth keeping on this day. The sun shone splendidly. By the banks of the Mishi River, golden rays danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering tableau. The willows along the riverbank swayed gently, lush and vibrant, while a soft breeze stirred, carrying the fresh scent of the river mingled with the distant fragrance of blooming flowers, a soothing balm to the senses. Not far away, a figure descended from the sky, unsteadily crashing onto the ground. It was a woman clad in black, her long, raven hair cascading behind her, and her delicate features pallid and drawn. Cursed fate! Though she had temporarily eluded her pursuers, her current predicament was far from promising. Clutching her chest with one hand, she struggled to rise from the ground. In her prime, such a situation would have been easily resolved, yet now, with her cultivation level diminished and in this obscure locale, she feared there would be no capable healer to assist her. This might very well become the final straw that broke the camel's back. As she spoke, a sweet taste surged in her mouth, and she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking around, she then trudged forward with heavy steps. No matter. I must first find a place to recuperate. After a considerable time, she finally arrived at a small courtyard and knocked on the door. In recent days, in pursuit of honing his medical skills, Yu Qing had sent away Cui Wei and Xiao Li. Upon hearing the knock, Yu Qing's gaze flickered slightly. He personally approached the door and opened it. As the door swung open, their eyes met. The woman in black regarded Yu Qing with mild surprise, taken aback that her random choice of a dwelling had led her to encounter a young man of considerable poise, compared to the coarse and foul-smelling men she often encountered. This individual's abode should be relatively clean. In that respect, her luck seemed to hold. Without further ado, she produced a gold ingot from her bosom. I will leave this place. Before I depart, do not return. For an ordinary household, a single ingot of gold was ample compensation for a night's lodging. Yu Qing frowned slightly and replied, in that case, I fear I shall not return. What do you mean? The woman's expression darkened. You are more aware of your injuries than I am. In your current state, I can only prepare for your burial, Yu Qing stated flatly. Her expression turned cold in an instant, yet at the same time, a look of surprise crossed her features as she regarded Yu Qing. For he spoke the truth. Her injuries were indeed dire, and even should she attempt to recuperate swiftly, survival was uncertain. Yet now, she had no other recourse. She could only seek survival amidst adversity. Do you possess any cultivation skills? She inquired in a low voice. A bit, Yu Qing replied, gesturing with 2 fingers. The woman nodded, revealing a bitter smile. She had sustained grave injuries in this battle, and only through employing secret techniques had she managed to carve out a path for herself. However, the after-effects of those techniques had severely diminished her cultivation level, bringing her to a state indistinguishable from that of an ordinary practitioner. I can save you, Yu Qing said then. You can save me? The woman gazed up at Yu Qing, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. Though her questions could have been effortlessly resolved during her prime, they were not the sort that an ordinary individual could address. Should Yu Qing truly possess the capability to resolve them, she might be compelled to regard him with newfound respect. Very well, if you can assist me, I shall grant you whatever you desire, the woman in black hurriedly declared. No, I require no material possessions. My sole condition is that you must accept me as your disciple, Yu Qing replied calmly, observing the woman in black. At the moment she knocked on the courtyard door, a notification from the system resonated. Yu Qing thought to himself that the system had indeed proven reliable. It had sent him to the south to take on disciples, and he had encountered one there. However, upon hearing Yu Qing's words, the expression of the woman darkened abruptly, fury igniting in her gaze. "Do you even know who I am, daring to accept me as your student? Do you think you are worthy?" Though her realm had diminished, she was not one to be casually accepted as a disciple by just anyone. Even if a tiger had fallen on hard times, it would not allow itself to be bullied so easily. "Oh, very well, then do your best," Yu Qing said indifferently, before shutting the courtyard door decisively. Despite the system's promise of substantial rewards for accepting a disciple, he felt no compulsion to do so. After all, he was not without his own means of self-defense. Declining the reward was certainly an option. As for the notion of intervening in unfairness and playing the benevolent hero only to be met with disdain, he had had quite enough of that. When the courtyard door was firmly closed by Yu Qing, the severely injured woman paused in disbelief, her face a mask of pallor. Humph! With a cold huff, she prepared to leave. Despite her injuries, the pride of a strong individual remained intact. Not to mention, in this remote corner, few individuals in the entirety of southern Jiang would be deemed worthy to be her master. However, just as she rose to depart, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was dire. Her injuries had escalated to a critical level where delay was no longer an option. "This is grave," she murmured, her expression grave. Without regard for her surroundings, she promptly seated herself before the courtyard door, entering a state of healing and recuperation. As she meditated, faint ripples began to emanate from her. After a prolonged period of knocking, the courtyard door showed no signs of opening. How infuriatingly slow. For her, every passing moment only exacerbated her injuries. Thus, she struck the door once more. At last, it creaked open, revealing Yu Qing. "Do you require anything else?" Yu Qing inquired, gazing coolly at the woman clad in black. "Whatever you desire, be it martial arts techniques, spiritual artifacts, or spells, I can provide it. All I need from you is to assist me according to my specifications. There is no need for you to exert effort in healing my wounds. What do you say?" The black-clad woman swiftly proposed this enticing offer. Yet, Yu Qing remained unmoved. Responding coolly, "So, do you wish to become my disciple?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, utterly exasperated by Yu Qing's words. Did he not comprehend the essence of human communication? "I cannot pledge myself to you as a disciple, nor to anyone else," she resolutely declined. "Very well then. In that case, I suggest you keep your distance. Dying at someone else's doorstep is quite impolite." "For me, it would also be rather inauspicious," Yu Qing remarked. Preparing to close the door once more, the black-clad woman felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Yu Qing. What manner of person was this? Stubborn and devoid of any willingness to negotiate. Did he not realize what her promise entailed? Yet, as she saw the door inching towards closure, and recalled her dire injuries and the bitter prospect of dying in such a manner, she wrestled with her thoughts until, gritting her teeth in frustration, she finally conceded, "Fine. I agree." Although Yu Qing halted his motion to close the door, uncertainty clouded his expression. The black-clad woman felt utterly defeated. "I have already consented. Why do you still hesitate? Do you grasp how arduous this decision was? If this were to leak out, it could send shockwaves throughout the entire southern wilderness." Indeed, Yu Qing hesitated. If this potential disciple were a docile presence, showering him with sweet nothings, offering to massage his shoulders, that would be one thing. But this woman, with her fierce demeanor. Furthermore, Yu Qing despised complications, even the slightest. Nevertheless, the allure of the system's rewards piqued his curiosity. After all, one could not remain stagnant. It would be a sign of lethargy. Caught in a web of indecision, Yu Qing ultimately resolved to accept her. He would save her life and, in turn, secure a system reward for himself. As for the future, he hoped for a complete severance of ties. "Speak," he urged. As the black-clad woman's impatience nearly brought her to tears, fueling her desire to strangle him. "Come inside," Yu Qing said flatly. "Hurry and assist me," the woman commanded. "Who is the master here, you or I?" Yu Qing paid her no heed, instead turning to walk toward the courtyard as he remarked, "A few extra steps won't kill you." "You." The woman in black seethed, her chest heaving violently with indignation. Truly, a tiger brought low is bullied by dogs. "Fine. Once my injuries heal, you'll regret this." Struggling against her grievous wounds, she dragged herself into the courtyard with great difficulty. However, upon entering, Yu Qing did not immediately tend to her injuries. Instead, he casually took a seat on a nearby bench. "Come now," he said, gesturing toward her. "First, perform the ceremonial bow to acknowledge me as your master." "You." The woman trembled with fury, her eyes burning with resentment as they locked onto him. From the very beginning, I made it clear, I can save you, but the condition is that you become my disciple. This was a fair and explicit agreement, Yu Qing stated calmly from his seat. You were free to refuse and seek another solution for your injuries. But since you accepted, you must honor the terms. So spare me that venomous glare. It wasn't that Yu Qing lacked compassion. He could see plainly that this woman had no genuine intention of bowing to him as her master. Thus, he had treated this from the start as a straightforward transaction, each party getting what they needed. If he wasn't getting his due, why should he save her? Let's be honest, this was no civilized society. Saving someone didn't guarantee gratitude. More likely, they'd break their promise and turn on him instead. Playing the saint would only invite trouble, useless and self-destructive. Chapter 45, The First Disciple, Unlocking New System Rewards? Yu Qing's words left the woman in black speechless. Clenching her pearly teeth tightly, she struggled immensely. For someone as proud as her, kneeling to perform the ceremonial bow of apprenticeship was an excruciating ordeal. Yet as her wounds worsened and death loomed closer, her fear of dying grew. There were still far too many things she had yet to accomplish. After an agonizing internal battle, the woman in black finally bowed to Yu Qing in the ritual of apprenticeship. Not going to address me? Yu Qing pressed. Under her murderous glare, she reluctantly uttered the word, Master. Yu Qing remained expressionless, not even nodding in acknowledgement. But since the ceremonial bow had been performed and the title spoken, the system's conditions for accepting a disciple had likely been met. Sure enough, the system soon chimed with confirmation. The task was complete. However, Yu Qing was in no rush to claim his reward. Having fulfilled his demand, it was now his turn to uphold his end of the bargain. Wait here. I'll prepare the medicine, Yu Qing instructed before retreating into the small dark room. You'd better heal me properly, the woman muttered darkly. No sooner had she spoken than her body, weakened by delay and injury, finally gave out, though her mind remained clear. She could no longer control her limbs. A storm of emotions raged within her. Never had she imagined she would one day bow to another as her master, let alone a young man of such low cultivation. Even more unthinkable was that her life now rested in his hands. This loss of control was unbearable. Inside the dark room, a flicker of excitement crossed Yu Qing's face. Not only had he completed the disciple recruitment task, but he also had the chance to personally treat someone, a milestone in his medical journey. Flipping through medical texts, he began mixing herbs. No, not this one. Damn, too much of this ingredient. In the corner, Emo Sanson and Emo Xiaoxi watched with growing dread, shrinking back as far as they could, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Finally, after a brief but chaotic preparation, Yu Qing emerged with a lump of thick, unidentifiable paste. Under the nervous gazes of the two demons, he approached the fallen woman and crouched beside her. Here, take this medicine. I guarantee it will cure you completely. Could he be an alchemist? The thought eased her turmoil slightly. If he truly was, perhaps there was hope for her recovery. But the moment she saw the revolting sludge being shoved toward her mouth, her heart plummeted. The paste hit her tongue, a nauseating, rancid stench flooding her senses. Gagging violently, she tried to spit it out, only for Yu Qing to clamp her mouth shut. Tears welled in her eyes as she thrashed desperately, but Yu Qing was relentless, forcing the concoction down her throat. A large bowl of thick paste was forced into the woman's mouth. The effects of the potion took hold swiftly. The woman in black silently cursed her misfortune. She found herself unable to speak, her voice stolen. Moreover, her already immobilized limbs grew numb, utterly unresponsive. Then, with a downward glance, she witnessed her lips swelling grotesquely before her very eyes. Soon, blood began to seep relentlessly from her eyes, nostrils, and ears. No, I refuse. Within the depths of her mind, she screamed, shaking her head desperately with the last vestiges of her consciousness. Never had she imagined that in her final moments, she would endure such humiliation, not only coerced into bowing to another as her master, but also subjected to this inhuman torment. Yet, as the potion's influence deepened, her awareness blurred further. Before darkness claimed her completely, she hazily glimpsed Yu Qing crouching beside her, a small notebook in hand. He chewed thoughtfully on the tip of his brush, his expression contemplative. Though human constitution pales in comparison to demons, their resistance to toxins is not necessarily inferior. Still, this formulation remains imperfect. The paralysis and hemorrhaging must be remedied. The woman could scarcely discern his murmurs. At last, her consciousness slipped away entirely. Time flowed like a silent river. Uncounted days passed. In the abyss of her mind, hatred festered, more potent than her fury toward the enemies who had hunted her to the brink. Above all, she yearned to tear apart that seemingly refined and gentle beast. I will kill you. A frigid snarl tore from her lips as she jolted upright in bed. But when her gaze swept over her surroundings, her eyes widened in disbelief. As if in a dream, her fingers traced her own body. I'm alive? Swiftly, she channeled her cultivation to inspect her meridians. To her astonishment, her injuries had largely healed. What remained, she could mend on her own. Even the poison had been purged entirely. The only lingering discomfort was the persistent numbness in her limbs. Still disobedient, twitching intermittently. With unsteady steps, she forced herself from the bed, managing only a faltering gait. Stepping outside, sunlight bathed her in warmth. To be alive is truly wonderful. Upstairs, Yu Qing sat at his desk, scribbling notes. At the sight of him, her emotions twisted into an inscrutable knot. The memory of that viscous paste forced down her throat, even through the haze of unconsciousness, remained etched into her mind. Yet, she could not deny the truth. He had pulled her from death's grasp. A debt of life outweighed the heavens. Dragging her stiff limbs forward, she approached him. After a brief hesitation, she finally spoke. Thank you. Yu Qing tilted his head toward her, nodding once before remarking, the numbness in your limbs is expected. It will fade in a few days. The woman in black dipped her chin in acknowledgement. So, he truly is an alchemist. Her skill in alchemy was difficult to gauge. If one were to claim she was mediocre, she was acutely aware of her circumstances. Indeed, a typical alchemist would struggle to restore her condition within such a brief span. Conversely, if one were to assert her prowess, the potions she had concocted were undeniably complex and difficult to articulate. In due time, I shall provide you with a substantial array of resources to repay your life-saving grace, she declared. However, the woman clad in black hesitated, her expression betraying her inner turmoil. As for the matter of master and disciple, should you choose not to embrace this role, you are free to depart at any time. Yu Qing replied nonchalantly, as for material recompense, there is truly no need. The black-clad woman cast a surprised yet grateful glance at Yu Qing, her confusion evident at his unexpected amiability. This was rather advantageous, sparing her the need for excessive persuasion. However, upon hearing Yu Qing decline her offer of compensation, she couldn't help but shake her head. Suspecting that he viewed her solely through the lens of her diminished cultivation, completely unaware of her previous capabilities or the true worth of the resources she proposed. Her situation was indeed delicate. Uttering even a single word could attract adversaries, and refraining from discussion was arguably for Yu Qing's benefit. After all, the intricacies of such high-stakes conflicts were beyond the grasp of a mere novice alchemist like him. I appreciate your understanding, but I may need to remain here for a while longer, the black-clad woman stated. Is that acceptable? Certainly, Yu Qing nodded. You may stay until you have fully recuperated. Although their relationship would not evolve into that of a master and disciple, it was, nonetheless, a transaction of sorts. The woman expressed her gratitude with a nod. For in her current state, she could not venture far, and hastily relocating could expose her to her enemies. Thus, remaining here was, paradoxically, the safer option. You need not worry. I assure you that I will send someone with the promised compensation once I return, the black-clad woman added. Yu Qing chose not to dwell on this matter further. Instead, he gestured toward the table beside them, saying, there is food available, if you wish to eat. Please help yourself. Upon hearing this, the woman turned her gaze to the table, where 3 dishes and a soup awaited. Although her cultivation had long since reached a level that transcended mundane appetites, her state of unconsciousness had effectively stifled her abilities. Thus, gazing upon the spread, she found herself genuinely hungry. Thank you, she said, taking a seat at the table and beginning to eat. As the food touched her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Those who had reached a certain level of cultivation often found themselves detached from earthly desires, showing little interest in simple fare. Yet, with her first bite, her taste buds awakened, transporting her back to her youth in a remote village, savoring the meals prepared by her parents. Though she chewed slowly, she finished one bowl and promptly filled another, her attention frequently drifting to Yu Qing. For reasons unknown, this young man evoked a sense of disconnection within her. Before her unconsciousness, she had felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. However, it now appears that this young man is not as detestable as initially thought. In fact, he may even bring her a hint of surprise. While contemplating this, 2 large, furry faces suddenly approached her, those of Emo San San and Emo Xiaoxi. They gazed at the woman in black with astonishment, having witnessed her consume the medicine prepared by Yu Qing. Yet, how could it be that she had recovered? Was it merely a side effect? Although the woman was well versed in the world, She could not help but feel a sense of alarm upon seeing these two creatures. She rose to her feet, displaying a cautious demeanor, and inquired, "What is this?" In response, Yu Qing quickly clarified, "There is no need for alarm. These are my pet monkeys." Chapter 46. What is the true speed of the southern lands? The woman in black wore a vacant expression. Is there such an ugly monkey in this world? Such a robust monkey? She pondered over the two monkeys for quite some time, yet could discern nothing of significance. Since Yu Qing claimed they were monkeys, then they must indeed be so. She resolved to recover swiftly, although she found temporary safety here. None could predict when pursuers might arrive. The woman in black murmured to herself. At that time, not only would she be in peril, but the young man who had come to her aid would likely face dire consequences, and everything here would vanish into oblivion, due to the side effects of the medication. Her limbs remained numb, compelling her to return to her bed, where she lay down to cultivate and mend her injuries. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. It was Nanshi, accompanied by the temporarily absent Chui Wei. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The two entered and courteously bowed to Yu Qing. "What brings Your Majesty here today?" Yu Qing inquired with a smile. "Chui Wei mentioned that you had been busy recently, so I refrained from disturbing you. I thought you must have concluded your affairs, thus I brought you some wine," Nanshi replied with a smile, producing a jug of the exquisite royal liquor from their previous visit. "Thank you kindly, Your Majesty." Yu Qing accepted the fine wine and drank deeply. Meanwhile, within the room, the woman in black lay on the bed, cultivating her energy to heal. She stirred slightly upon hearing the voices, surprised to find a worldly empress had arrived. Yet, that was as far as her interest extended. A mortal emperor could hardly capture her attention. However, the presence of Chui Wei, standing beside Nanshi, piqued her interest slightly. Though young, he exhibited commendable strength. She had not anticipated such potential in this remote locale. Yu Qing too surprised her, indicating that his status in this kingdom was notably respectable. Reflecting on the circumstances that allowed him to rescue her, she considered it fairly ordinary among their echelon. Yet in this small place, he was indeed a towering figure. The woman in black chose not to dwell further on these thoughts, instead continuing to rest her eyes and cultivate her energy to recover from her injuries. In the pavilion by the river, Yu Qing and Nanshi engaged in casual conversation. Understanding Yu Qing's disposition, Nanshi refrained from expressing her gratitude verbally, yet her eyes betrayed her appreciation. The headquarters of the Mage Association was already under construction. Just days ago, an alliance treaty with the barbarian nation had been signed. Numerous neighboring countries were also extending their goodwill towards her southern realm. Previously, such a scenario would have been unimaginable for the entirety of the southern kingdom. Had the emperors of generations past known of this, they would likely have leaped from their coffins in excitement. All of this transpired solely because Yu Qing had set foot in the southern kingdom. With Yu Qing's prolonged presence and repeated interactions, familiarity had blossomed, and Nanshi no longer bore the initial constraints of her position. She resembled not a sovereign, but rather a vibrant young girl. "Sir, the scenery here is truly magnificent. No wonder you chose this place in the first instance." As Nanshi spoke, she proceeded into the house, adding, "Sir, where is your fishing bait? I wish to try my hand at angling as well." Upon entering, her gaze instinctively fell upon the wooden bed she had once reclined upon. Casting a furtive glance outside to ensure no one was watching, she contemplated lying down for a brief moment, just a fleeting rest. Yet, as her eyes settled upon the bed, she discovered a figure lying there, a woman, whose visage was undeniably striking. Instantly, Nanshi's brows furrowed, and an inexplicable sting welled beneath her nose. All thoughts of fishing vanished, replaced by an urgent desire to leave swiftly. However, just as she reached the doorway, an unaccountable surge of courage compelled her to turn back and address the woman on the bed. "May I ask, miss, are you?" Though her tone endeavored to remain composed, her breath betrayed a subtle urgency. The woman clad in black, roused from tending to her wounds, opened her eyes and frowned. "You need not trouble yourself to inquire who I am." Such arrogance, such audacity, was Nanshi's immediate impression. To exhibit such haughtiness here suggested a significant identity or a close connection to Yu Qing. Lacking the courage to press further, she was about to depart when Yu Qing suddenly entered and remarked, "She was injured, and I happened to rescue her, so she is temporarily housed here. By the way, I have yet to ask your name." Turning to the black-clad woman, he inquired, "Baiduo." The woman hesitated briefly before replying. After all, a name is but a name, and many share the same, thus it would not betray her. "Ah, Miss Baiduo, please continue to rest well," Yu Qing said before turning and leaving. For reasons unknown, Yu Qing's words acted as a soothing balm to Nanshi's troubled heart. She even forgot the earlier arrogance and aloofness in Baiduo's speech. Her concern for the injured woman gradually emerging. So the lady is hurt. Has she improved? Should you require any medicinal herbs, please do not hesitate to ask. I will dispatch someone at once. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Upon hearing this, Baiduo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thank you. But it is unnecessary. Very well, Nanshi responded, casting another glance at the wooden bed, her eyes betraying a mixture of jealousy and displeasure. Before hastening to follow Yu Qing outside, Sir, may I arrange for someone to help expand this house? She eagerly offered. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qing nodded. Your Majesty, that will trouble you. The Yu Qing himself did not require such a grand dwelling, considering he now had a small dark room and 2 monkeys. The courtyard was indeed becoming cramped. Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Nanshi's face brightened with pleasure as she bid farewell and departed. The construction would necessitate considerable labor and planning. Yu Qing mused that it would likely take some time to complete. Yet he had not anticipated Nanshi's prompt and decisive efficiency. Within half an hour after her return, the head of the Ministry of Works arrived. After swiftly finalizing the plans and the requirements of Yu Qing, construction commenced that very morning, continuing through the night. Yu Qing was soon to witness the remarkable efficiency of the southern realm. By the late hours of that night, the expanded courtyard was already completed. Even Yu Qing couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. The newly expanded Mosui Pavilion was considerably larger than before, featuring a dedicated room for Yu Qing to prepare medicines and conduct experiments, as well as a designated area for his experimental subjects, which now housed 2 monkeys. Additionally, a study, kitchen, and several guest rooms were established. Meanwhile, a courtyard measuring over 10 zhang in both length and width was planned for Yu Qing, allowing him to cultivate various flowers and plants. With the completion of the construction, Baiduo was promptly relocated to the guest room that very night. Concurrently, in the new dark chamber, the 2 demons were still bickering. Emo San, you owe me my freedom. Emo Xiaoxi, you can't entirely blame me. It was you who agreed to come to the southern realm in the first place. I don't care. I blame you. Thus, the 2 demons continued their heated argument. Suddenly, Emo San exclaimed, Stop talking. What? I sense a stirring in my bloodline. It seems to be from the eldest and second. Yes, I believe I sense it too, responded Emo Xiaoxi with excitement. After all these years, the eldest and second have finally come to find us. Hurry, use the secret method to send a message to them, urging them to come and rescue us. Chapter 47. Divine System Reward. An existence defying heaven, but could the first and second brothers possibly be a match for this demon? It shouldn't be a problem. I can sense the formidable power within their bloodline, Demon Sanson analyzed rationally. You're right. It seems the first and second brothers have broken through. Their aura does feel incredibly strong. Demon Xiaoxi also perceived the immense bloodline power of the 2 through demonic arts. Without another word, the 2 demons transmitted their message via demonic arts to the pair who had already entered the southern border. Once the message was successfully delivered, Demon Sanson and his companion were overwhelmed with excitement. Whoa. Finally, we'll escape these clutches. When the first and second brothers arrive, they must avenge us. That damned human, that accursed Yu Qing. I'll force-feed him every last potion he concocted. Let him truly experience what it means to wish for death. We'll just wait for the first and second brothers to arrive. We'll wait even if it kills us. Nightfall. The stars shimmered brilliantly. Yu Qing sat quietly by the Mizui River, the cool breeze brushing past, bringing refreshing comfort. Yet, he remained engrossed in his notes. It had to be said, the medicine he had formulated cured Bai Zhua, greatly boosting his confidence. Rather than becoming an invincible supreme cultivator, he yearned more to be a legendary divine physician, revered throughout the land. Lately, his progress in the medical arts had been remarkable. I hope to achieve even greater breakthroughs in this path. Perhaps it's time to attempt experiments I once dared not try. However, with only 2 test subjects at hand, it's far from sufficient to accurately discern the variations under different formulations. I'll need to procure a couple more for optimal results. After meticulously recording his notes, Yu Qing rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the emerald river as he murmured to himself. Only then did he recall, since taking on his disciple, he had yet to claim the system's reward for doing so. He wondered what the reward might be. Unconsciously, anticipation stirred within him. Claim the system reward, Yu Qing commanded. System reward is being claimed. System reward successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine talent, transmutation of stone to gold. Transmutation of stone to gold. Cooldown period of 12 hours, meaning the host may use this ability once per day. That's it. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yu Qing's face darkened. Just this? His spirits plummeted. He had held such high hopes for the system's reward, only to receive such a trivial skill. Transmutation of stone to gold? What use was that to him? This was a world of immortal cultivation. What purpose did gold serve? Moreover, gold only held value in the mortal realm. Beyond a certain level of cultivation, it was no different from ordinary stones in their eyes. Sigh. Yu Qing exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to immediately dismiss Bai Shuo, then raised a single finger. Trivial as it may be, he might as well test the effects of this so-called transmutation of stone to gold. He leaned against the railing and walked to the riverbank, seeking the largest stone to test his newfound ability. However, as soon as his hand rested on the railing, a voice suddenly emanated from the system. Congratulations, host. Successful stone activation. What? I didn't activate anything. I haven't even touched a stone yet. Just as Yu Qing was puzzled, he suddenly noticed his entire house jolting slightly. Initially, he thought it was an illusion, but then he witnessed the house move again. In the next moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Mistwater Courtyard, greetings to the master. At the exact moment the voice sounded, he clearly observed the front eaves of the house dip slightly, as if bowing to him. Astonishing. Yu Qing was taken aback. Even with his current cultivation and experience, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. A house, alive? The phrase turning stone into gold took on an entirely new meaning. Just as Yu Qing marveled, the voice of the house echoed in his mind once more. Report to the master, enemies detected approaching, activating home defense system. Yu Qing's gaze sharpened, and his consciousness spread outward. At that moment, the sky above Shangnan City was shrouded in dark clouds, visibility reduced to nothing, while a colossal vortex storm swirled ominously above Mistwater Courtyard. A brutal and unsettling aura permeated throughout Shangnan City, instilling anxiety in the hearts of its inhabitants, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Within the vortex, two fur-covered creatures emerged, their ominous gazes fixated on the Mistwater Courtyard by the riverbank. According to the clues transmitted by secret methods, the third and fourth were indeed here. They appeared to be imprisoned by humans. One figure spoke in a deep voice. These insignificant humans dare to imprison our kin. They shall face utter destruction, and this human city has no reason to exist. Another cold voice echoed in response. Subsequently, the two formidable beasts advanced menacingly towards Mistwater Courtyard. As they drew nearer, the two creatures suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching. Upon discerning the source, they displayed expressions of surprise. It was a barrier rising from the ground, aiming directly at them. Humph, mere trifles, one of the beasts scoffed, regarding the maneuver as peculiar yet beneath their contempt. With a casual swipe of its hand, it aimed to grasp the barrier. Then, nothing followed. A gasp escaped its lips as it fell unconscious midair, plummeting to the ground. The other beast furrowed its brow, preparing to retaliate against the barrier, only to suddenly notice a door panel unexpectedly descending towards it. The impact of the panel rendered the beast dazed, and it quickly lost its ability to act. Thus, the two formidable beasts were swiftly incapacitated upon their entrance. Just as they were about to crash to the ground, the gate of the small courtyard swung open, resembling a gaping maw, instantly swallowing the two beasts whole. With two sharp sounds, two demons transformed into human-sized figures, resembling lifeless corpses, and were discarded at Yu Qing's feet. Report to the master. The Mosui Courtyard has successfully repelled the external enemies, who have been captured and await your disposal. It was only upon hearing this voice in his mind that Yu Qing emerged from his earlier shock. He blinked, gasping in disbelief. What had seemed like a prolonged event had transpired in the blink of an eye. The two demons lay incapacitated at his feet. Was this truly the alchemy of turning stone into gold? It seemed exceedingly surreal. Yu Qing found it difficult to regain his composure. A mere house possessed such formidable power. What would the world think if this were to be revealed? One must understand that the strength of these demons was far from trivial. Had he not been present, they could have effortlessly obliterated the southern nation. And yet, this house had subdued them with such ease? Overwhelmed with excitement, he raised his finger, a beaming expression illuminating his face. This system was indeed not a disappointment. Chapter 48. Wait, wasn't it said that demons would never be enslaved? Simultaneously, he was exhilarated by the fact that he had just been fretting over where to find two little white mice. They had conveniently presented themselves at his doorstep, akin to a pillow arriving just when one was feeling drowsy. Reflecting on his research, Yu Qing wasted no time and ushered them into his laboratory, eagerly commencing his experiments. After administering the potion to the two newly arrived demons, he proceeded to fetch 2 bowls of medicine to compare the differences. Meanwhile, within the small dark room, Mo San San and Mo Xiaoxi were communicating in hushed tones. It had been quite some time. Where were the boss and the second? They should be here soon. They must be. At that moment, a creaking sound echoed as the door to the small dark room swung open. Yu Qing entered, carrying 2 bowls of medicine. The 2 demons shuddered involuntarily. What on earth is this wretched human doing here again? Mo Xiaoxi transmitted. Remain calm, remain calm. This is likely the last time. Mo San San reassured. Indeed, it is probably the last time. Mo Xiaoxi's face bore a look of restrained indignation, but after this final encounter, the suffering they had endured over the years would be repaid to this human 1,000-fold. The 2 demons felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Upon receiving the medicine from Yu Qing, they swallowed it in one go, before collapsing to the ground and frothing at the mouth. When did these 2 become so proactive? Their eagerness took Yu Qing by surprise. After squatting down to meticulously record the states of the 2 demons, he turned and left. Morning arrived. Yu Qing, having been busy throughout the night, finally stretched and prepared to rest in his room. Meanwhile, in the small dark room, just as Yu Qing had documented, even among kindred, there were noticeable differences in their reactions to the potion. Mo Xiaoxi was the first to awaken, his gaze vacant, eyes unfocused, embodying a profound sense of despair. After a considerable time, Mo San San followed suit, and upon waking, excitedly inquired, "Old 4, have the boss and the second arrived?" In response, Mo Xiaoxi, expressionless, replied, "They have." "Where are they?" Mo San San exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Over there." Mo Xiaoxi gestured. "Over there?" Mo San San looked bewildered, following Mo Xiaoxi's gaze to see the boss and the second dangling from the beams above, appearing even worse off than themselves. Gah! A sound akin to a dry duck's quack escaped Mo San San's mouth as he suddenly fell apart, rushing over in disbelief to confirm the identities of the 2. "No need to check. I have already done so," Mo Xiaoxi replied. Devoid of hope, it is indeed them. Mo San San slumped to the ground in utter disbelief. He had not anticipated that the boss and the second would truly arrive. Yet their presence was far worse than their absence. Just then, the boss and the second, having endured a night of torment, began to stir awake. Mo San San and Mo Xiaoxi rushed forward. "Boss, second, how are you?" They inquired anxiously. "Dear brothers, what on earth is happening?" inquired the elder siblings, their expressions weary upon awakening. Sighing deeply, the 3rd and 4th demons recounted the tribulations they had endured while suppressed in the Fuyiao Empire over the years, lamenting how they had narrowly escaped the tiger's den only to plunge into a dragon's lair. "You have truly suffered." The elder siblings expressed with heartfelt sympathy upon hearing the tale. "What hardship is this?" "It is merely the treachery of these humans," the 3rd demon declared with righteous indignation. "But fear not, my brothers, despite being subdued for so long, we have never surrendered, nor have we ever bowed our heads to humanity. Indeed, you are worthy sons of our kind. We take great pride in you," the elder siblings responded, filled with admiration. "As for us, we have failed to meet your expectations, unable to rescue you. No, dear brothers, it is we who have wronged you. Had we not sought your aid through secret means, we would not have brought such calamity upon you," the 3rd demon hurriedly interjected. "Why dwell on such matters among brothers?" The elder siblings replied. "Though we have fallen into the clutches of humanity, our reunion signifies hope. United in purpose, we shall surely escape and exact vengeance upon them. Indeed, together we shall prevail and shatter humanity into pieces. Demons shall never be enslaved." They echoed passionately, embracing tightly, their bond as unyielding as the strongest metal. In that very moment, the door to the den chamber swung open unexpectedly, revealing Yu Qing standing at the threshold, a bemused expression upon his face as he regarded the 4 demons. After a brief pause, he remarked, "I suddenly recalled something. Why did these 2 demons attack without cause last night?" As he spoke, his gaze fell meaningfully upon the 3rd and 4th demons. This penetrating look made the 2 of them shudder, their nerves fraying as they nearly succumbed to fear. "Old 3, think of a way out," the 4th demon urged, nudging the 3rd. Under the weight of the pressure, he felt tears welling up. His prior encounters with Yu Qing in the Fuyiao Imperial City had imparted a vivid understanding of the consequences of a poorly chosen response. The 3rd demon, equally unnerved by Yu Qing's growing impatience, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed sir, your arrival is fortuitous. I was just about to discuss this matter with you." "Oh?" Yu Qing's lips curled into a smile, intrigued to hear what the third demon would say. Sir, you wish to embark on a completely new path, do you not? My brother and I understand that this journey will require various trials. Thus, we thought you might need fresh test subjects. That is why we devised a plan to lure them here, intending to deliver them into your capable hands. We chose not to inform you in advance, as we wished to present you with a surprise, as if fearing Yu Qing might not believe him. Demon Sanson hastily patted Demon Xiaoxi on the shoulder. Still dazed, Xiaoxi snapped back to reality and quickly chimed in. Yes, exactly. Third brother speaks the truth. We merely wish to surprise you, esteemed sir. Their words left the elder two demons utterly dumbfounded. Suspended from the rafters, they writhed violently in protest. Demon Sanson, Demon Xiaoxi. You traitors! They roared, their eyes blazing like fiery copper bells. What of our sworn brotherhood? What of our oath that demons shall never be enslaved? Yet Sanson swiftly muffled their outcries. Pay them no heed, noble sir, he implored. Xiaoxi and I have always been obedient little demons. Unlike these two, one possesses formidable cultivation. The other boasts hide thick as armor. Surely they would serve you far better as test subjects for your elixirs. Pray, use them swiftly. Chapter 49. Foul discourse and floral feuds. Even Yu Qing hadn't anticipated that Demon Sanson would conjure such an excuse. How glib. Since you're so silver-tongued, Yu Qing remarked coolly. You might as well drink this bowl of medicine. With that, he produced another vast bowl of thick, murky concoction. At the sight, Demon Sanson promptly fainted. Thus, the days drifted by. In the Fuyiao Empire, within the Fuyiao Palace, the realm's decline became increasingly evident across all fronts. Empress Nangong Fuyao's authority waned in tandem. TSK. Just then, the white-robed youth emerged once more from the palace's depths. Having consumed so many of your resources, he mused languidly. I suppose I owe you a favor. What aid could you offer? Nangong Fuyao pressed urgently. And have you recovered? Partially, the man replied with a frosty smile. Enough for trivial assistance. As for the specifics, you'll learn in due time. With that, he vanished into the ether. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom, for demons endured inhuman torment, subjected daily to no fewer than a dozen, sometimes several dozen, experimental elixirs. With the courtyard's expansion, Cui Wei remained at Yu Qing's side, dividing his time between cultivation with little leer and running errands. Bai Duo, too, recuperated swiftly. Naturally, Yu Qing never squandered his daily transmutation of stone to gold. Through relentless experimentation, he deciphered its true effects and limitations. First, successful transmutation bestowed sentience upon the target, granting not only consciousness but formidable strength and unwavering loyalty to him. Its constraints? Ineffective on humans, yet applicable to creatures like the ducks and geese by the river, all of which Yu Qing had transmuted. No longer did they idly paddle or hunt fish. Now, they perched on the banks, legs folded in meditation. Only when Yu Qing commanded their reversion did they resume their mundane avian routines. Moreover, the art failed against entities of excessive scale, like the river itself, which resisted his efforts. This, he reasoned, was logical. Were there no such bounds? Could he not transmute the entire world into his thrall? Armed with this understanding, Yu Qing's fingers itched to transmute everything in sight. Beyond the waterfowl, he had Cui Wei procure chickens for the purpose. Fish hauled from the river, flowers, and weeds by the gate, all fell under his alchemical touch. Now, the courtyard thrummed with ceaseless clamor. Chickens debating ducks, blossoms bickering with grass, a cacophony of newfound consciousness. Conflicts between flowers and grasses had become a frequent occurrence, ceasing only when Yu Qing commanded them to be silent. Fortunately, their exchanges transpired on a plane beyond ordinary perception. Aside from Yu Qing, no one else could hear them. Within the courtyard, Cui Wei and Little Carp were engaged in cultivation, while Bai Duo observed from the sidelines. In such a modest place, the emergence of a talent like Cui Wei was somewhat surprising to her. Yet, Little Carp was even more astonishing. She sensed that Little Carp harbored a profound secret. Though she had not yet fully discerned it, she was certain that Little Carp was an unparalleled prodigy, exceedingly rare even beyond worldly realms. Knowing that Little Carp was Yu Qing's disciple repeatedly quelled Bai Duo's impulses. However, upon seeing Little Carp today, she could no longer suppress them. Little one, how about becoming my disciple? Bai Duo approached Little Carp with a hint of hesitation before voicing her thoughts. Little Carp opened her eyes. I am my master's disciple. My master saved you, yet you would undermine him. If he knew, she began. Bai Duo's expression turned awkward. She was well aware that such behavior was unethical, but she could not bear to lose such a promising talent. After a pause, she continued, I will speak to your master myself. If you follow me, your potential will be far greater. I can provide you with the finest cultivation techniques, offering the most expedient path and the most mature experience to spare you many detours. Becoming my disciple does not mean forsaking your master. When you cultivate successfully under me, you will be better able to repay him, will you not? Upon hearing Baiduo's words, little Carp fixed her gaze upon her. For some reason, Baiduo felt as if the child's look bore a hint of disdain. Then little Carp resolutely declared, You need not speak to my master. I will not agree to your proposal. With that, she turned away, ignoring Baiduo. Sighing, Baiduo admitted to herself that she had not anticipated such stubbornness from the child. Yet, it was best not to press further for now. Gradually, the child would come to understand what this truly meant. However, just as she was about to retire to her room to recuperate, her complexion suddenly shifted dramatically. She lifted her gaze toward the distant sky. It was the aura of the Five Elements Alliance. She had not expected them to locate the Southern Kingdom so swiftly by tracking the aura. At that moment, her delicate face grew exceedingly grave. Simultaneously, she vanished into the house. Inside, she retrieved several treasured artifacts and arranged them to form a series of protective barriers. She then concealed her aura to the utmost degree, silently praying to evade their detection. With her current cultivation, she was far from capable of confronting the invaders and had no choice but to resort to this desperate stratagem. A short distance from the Mishui courtyard, several men clad in identical attire appeared, hovering above the ground as their auras surged forth. At a glance, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Humph, Baiduo, do you believe that by retreating to the mundane realm, we would be unable to locate you? We are aware of your methods of concealing your presence, but do you presume that we lack our own means? A man at the forefront spoke coldly, then summoned a compass with both hands. Drawing upon the blood left behind from Baiduo's prior injuries, he gestured to a companion behind him. The other man raised his palm, and a drop of crimson blood coalesced at his fingertip, subsequently falling onto the compass. In the next moment, the compass radiated a brilliant light, revealing a guiding direction. She is in that direction. There is no escape, the man declared with icy resolve. Then stowed away the compass and led the group towards the Moshui courtyard. Chapter 50. Where on earth did this terrifying duck come from? Meanwhile, on the banks of the Mijiang River opposite the Mishu courtyard, a man clad in white appeared seemingly out of nowhere. With long hair cascading over his shoulders and hands clasped behind his back, he stood with a slight smirk on his lips, gazing at the Mishu courtyard across the way. He was none other than the white-clad figure who had journeyed from the Fuyiao Empire. With his prowess, he had no doubt located this place just as Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji had before him. Yu Qing, a rather pleasing name. His pupils contracted slightly, and a predatory glimmer danced in his eyes. To come from the mundane world and provoke the attention of the Tai Immortal sect was indeed remarkable. I shall see what extraordinary qualities you possess, but do not disappoint me. With that thought, he stepped forward, embodying the essence of traversing distances with ease. However, as soon as his foot touched the water's surface, he furrowed his brow. Turning his head, he sensed several formidable presences rapidly approaching, seemingly aligned with his own objectives. His expression shifted from one of concern to intrigue. This could prove interesting. Watching the spectacle would not be amiss. After a brief moment of hesitation, he withdrew his foot and retreated a few steps, concealing himself in the shadows. At that very instant, the powerful oars converged at the riverbank. Belonging to the members of the Five Elements Alliance, who had arrived with a compass in hand. Kill without mercy, commanded the leader, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks as he fixated on the courtyard across the river. As the order was issued, the group's collective energy surged, effectively sealing off the entire courtyard. In the next moment, they glided across the water's surface, drawing ever closer. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a profound sense of danger enveloped the leader, who was the first to sense the impending threat. Be cautious, he shouted, executing a roll mid-air. Simultaneously, a feather-like projectile pierced through the air, akin to a swift sword. The feather grazed his neck, leaving a faint crimson mark despite his quick reflexes. He touched his neck, terror gripping him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely met a grim fate, sinking into the river to serve as nourishment for the fish. Who goes there? Show yourself, he bellowed, drawing his long sword and scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Beneath him, the river flowed steadily, and all seemed tranquil. Yet, as he surveyed the scene, he discerned no one, only an unexpected congregation of ducks that had materialized before him. Just as he was about to dismiss the ducks, he caught a glimmer of mischief in their eyes, prompting a sense of unease. How could ducks bear such an expression? His gaze narrowed, fixating on the peculiar assembly. No. It was not solely ducks. Among them stood a goose. 5 fowl in total, arranged in a row, quacking with a curious cacophony. What one witnesses here are merely a flock of ordinary ducks and geese, indistinguishable from typical domestic fowl. Regardless of the circumstances, the man brandished his sword. Its gleam slicing through the air towards this assembly of geese and ducks. It is evident that this man's caution was profound, with his prowess. Such a display against mere poultry could be deemed an overzealous display of strength. Yet, as fate would have it, his prudence proved warranted. Mid-swing, he found his blade abruptly halted by an unseen force. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not budge it a fraction further. His countenance darkened as he surveyed the scene, revealing a profound disbelief. One duck had one leg poised upon the water's surface while the other extended. And it was this very webbed foot that had withstood his strike. A tempest brewed within him. Although he had not unleashed his full might against a mere flock of fowl, it was inconceivable that one duck could absorb such an impact. A webbed foot, no less. His heart swelled with an unutterable astonishment and indignation. The others accompanying him mirrored his incredulity, their gazes warily locked upon the assembly of ducks and geese. Were they beasts of legend? Surely not. One had never encountered poultry capable of such feats. Perhaps they were puppets, the creations of an exceptionally skilled artisan. Yet this theory fell flat, for in all his years within the cultivation realm, he had never heard of a puppeteer crafting their creations in the likeness of ducks and geese. At that moment, the duck withdrew its webbed foot. Quack, brothers. Let the fun begin. It spoke, inciting another wave of astonishment among the members of the 5 Elements Alliance. Regardless of their true nature, these bizarre entities would be vanquished. Thus, the leader commanded his followers to strike. Despite being taken aback by the ducks and geese, he did not believe they could obstruct their path. With his command, his companions sprang into action, blades flashing and swords gleaming, their formidable assaults descending upon the flock. However, upon first contact, the expressions of the 5 Elements Alliance shifted dramatically. Quack, quack, quack. The lead duck, a grand white goose, thrust its body forward, emitting a cacophony of sounds as it flapped its wings and charged headlong into the fray. It collided with one of the skilled fighters, sending him soaring through the air. A cry of agony escaped his lips, as he felt as though his entire being was being torn asunder, akin to the impact of a colossal mountain. Several of his ribs shattered upon the forceful encounter. The white goose, having propelled itself across the riverbank, turned and charged again in the same manner. The others fared no better at the mere moment of contact. They were thrown into disarray by the ducks. One duck executed a sweeping motion with its leg, sending a skilled fighter crashing into the water's surface. Another duck dove beneath the water, only to resurface with a resounding quack, rocketing upwards like a missile, targeting the lower half of a nearby opponent. The expert from the 5 Elements Alliance, under attack, was abruptly propelled into the sky, soaring to a height of 100 feet. Before he could recover from the intense pain in his lower body, he suddenly noticed a duck rising, gradually ascending to a position slightly above his own. Then, a flicker of indifference flashed in the duck's eyes, its webbed feet slowly unfurling, before it descended. As it executed the duck palm, a resounding quack echoed. And with that sound, the duck's foot landed squarely on the expert's chest. He plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, the water's surface erupted, sending waves soaring dozens of feet high. In no time, the battle intensified. To everyone's astonishment, more ducks unleashed their skills. Amidst the flurry of feathers, one duck suddenly turned its rear towards an individual. "Taste my duck droppings, delight," it quacked. Immediately, projectiles erupted like a machine gun. And despite the formidable strength and exceptional defenses of the opponent, he was reduced to a sieve under the relentless barrage. Within that brief moment, several members of the 5 Elements Alliance had perished. "Do not lose your composure. Gather together to avoid giving them the chance to pick us off one by one," he shouted, his expression grave, a vivid red imprint of a duck's foot visible on his cheek. Yet, as soon as his voice faded, a shadow crossed his face, as if he had discerned something unusual. In the next instant, several hens flapped their wings and charged from a nearby path. Cluck, cluck, cluck. "Brother duck, brother goose, leave one for us, leave one." Chapter 51. The terrifying poultry, the frightened man in white in mere moments. The flock of old hens joined the fray. To the despair of the 5 Elements Alliance, these hens proved even more ferocious than the ducks. Their attacks were chaotic, wings flapping wildly as they charged, beaks and claws tearing and pecking indiscriminately. Within a few breaths, the remaining men were left mangled and bloodied. "Retreat. Now. Retreat." Finally, the middle-aged leader snapped to his senses. They stood no chance against these fowl. though 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. How could mere poultry be so monstrous? Survival took precedence. At his command, the already demoralized group turned and fled. But as they did, something felt off. Their eyes widened. Behind them, gaping maws had appeared without warning. Whiskers twitched at the corners of those enormous mouths, lips puckered and curled, while above them, bulbous eyes rolled with eerie awareness. Fish. Giant carp, huge ones. One expert shrieked in terror. His voice vanished mid-cry, swallowed whole by one of those maws. Damn it! Split up. Run. Panic consumed the alliance. Desperate screams filled the air. But with geese and ducks ahead, hens behind, and monstrous carp lurking in the waters, escape was impossible. Soon, only 3 remained. The leader, drenched in cold sweat, seized his chance. With a swift motion, he shoved his last 2 companions into the path of an oncoming strike, buying himself a sliver of time. We admit defeat today, he spat, but the 5 Elements Alliance will return for vengeance. Pulling out a glowing scroll, his face twisted with reluctance. But survival came first. The scroll unfurled, tearing a rift in space. He lunged forward. Just as he thought he'd escaped, a vine slithered silently around his wrist. What the? Eyes wide with horror, he remembered the poultry's savagery. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and severed his own arm. The limb splashed into the river as the rift sealed shut. Quack. Pity. One got away, a duck muttered. With disinterest, the flock dispersed. Soon, the poultry returned to their usual, unremarkable selves. The battle's traces, scattered across the river's surface, faded with the current, as if nothing had happened. Only the fallen experts of the 5 Elements Alliance remained, their once imposing force reduced to a single survivor, fleeing in disgrace. Yet, in the shadows across the river, a figure lurked silently, having witnessed the entire battle unfold. I. It seems fortune has favored me, he murmured, his voice trembling with lingering fear. A far cry from his earlier composure. His entire body quivered as he spoke. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the 5 Element Alliance's experts, it would have been his life extinguished rather than theirs. As an observer of the entire confrontation, detached from the fray, he grasped the sheer terror of those poultry creatures more acutely than even the Alliance members. Even at his peak strength, he doubted he could cross that river unscathed. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Despite his vast experience, he couldn't fathom what sinister art could transform mere barnyard fowl into such monstrous entities. His gaze shifted toward the Mistwater courtyard, now filled with unadulterated trepidation and horror. Not daring to take another step closer, he yearned only to retreat as far as possible. Meanwhile, atop the pavilion of Mistwater courtyard, Yu Qing reclined languidly on a rocking chair, a faint smirk playing on his lips. These poultry had exceeded his expectations. Their methods of attack weren't merely spirit possession. They seemed to have developed distinct personalities and combat techniques. Moreover, the enchanted courtyard itself had surpassed his anticipations, isolating its inhabitants almost completely from the outside world, save for him, its master. Little Lear and Chui Wei, deep in meditation within the courtyard, remained utterly oblivious to the recent skirmish. This ability is truly remarkable, he mused, examining his fingers thoughtfully, pondering what enhancement to pursue next. Simultaneously, within the chambers, Baijiu remained seated in meditation, her aura meticulously concealed beneath layers of stealth techniques, a precaution she maintained for over a dozen hours before cautiously withdrawing them. Only when she confirmed the absence of the 5 Elements Alliance's presence in Shangnan City did she finally exhale in relief. Yet her vigilance had been, in truth, a duel with shadows. Young lady, Yu Qing remarked coolly the following morning, standing with hands clasped behind his back on the pavilion. If you've no urgent matters, it would be wise to refrain from venturing outside. His courtyard's isolation should have rendered Baijiu undetectable to her pursuers. Their ability to trace her here implied one thing. She must have stepped beyond its boundaries, allowing her scent to be caught. Oh, why is that? Baijiu couldn't help but inquire. Within these walls, your safety is assured. Beyond them, I cannot guarantee it, Yu Qing replied impassively. Guarantee my safety? Baiju's brow arched slightly before she chuckled in quiet amusement. She scarcely knew how to respond. Should her enemies truly descend upon her? She harbored no illusions that Yu Qing could shield her, whether inside the courtyard or out. Perhaps he had laid traps or formations within his home, but against her foes. Such measures would be inconsequential. Yet, in the presence of her adversaries, her actions bore little significance. However, considering that Yu Qing remained oblivious to her true identity and innate abilities, and acted out of goodwill, she nodded slightly and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Yu Qing, undeterred, continued his search for the four demons to conduct his experiments. His regard for Bai Zhuo stemmed solely from a sense of integrity. After all, having accomplished his system task and acquired such a formidable skill, he felt compelled to ensure her recovery as best as he could. That was the extent of it. In the afternoon, after undergoing a simple disguise, Bai Zhuo departed the courtyard and made her way to the streets of Shangnan City, intending to procure some medicinal herbs to expedite her recovery. Although she was aware that Yu Qing was an apothecary, she was reluctant to owe favors to so many people. Moreover, the potions concocted by Yu Qing were rather difficult to articulate. Fortunately, she possessed her own methods. Just as she stepped out of the gate, Xiaoli opened her eyes and followed suit. "Little one, why are you trailing me?" Bai Zhuo inquired curiously, glancing back at Xiaoli. "My master instructed me to follow you whenever you venture out," Xiaoli replied, clutching a sword nearly her height. "Are you stalking me?" "No. I am here to protect you." "Protect?" Chapter 52. Bring me the owner of that flock of chickens and ducks. Bai Duo could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Particularly amusing was the serious expression on Xiao Liu's face, which made her find the scene utterly delightful. "Little fellow, are you protecting me? With just you?" Bai Duo bent down, gently tapping Xiao Liu's forehead with her jade-like hand, and then remarked, "Do not make me laugh to the point of tears. Hurry back, I have matters to attend to." With that, Bai Duo disregarded Xiao Liu and hurried alone towards the largest apothecary. "Humph. If it weren't for my master's instructions, I wouldn't even want to accompany you." Xiao Liu, with a childish huff, paid no mind to Bai Duo's words and followed her nonetheless. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the southern kingdom, amidst a range of mountains brimming with spiritual energy, atop the highest peak, there stood an observation platform. In the pavilion on the platform sat a white-haired man. This man, with his strikingly handsome features and tall stature, possessed a captivating aura that transcended the ordinary. His bright eyes and white hair cascading down his shoulders lent him an ethereal quality, as though he were untouched by the mundane world. As he sat there, butterflies and small birds would occasionally approach, fluttering around him. Behind the white-haired man stood a man and a woman, their presence as still as stone, exuding an air of restrained power. At the foot of the platform knelt a middle-aged man, trembling with fear, having lost an arm. This man was none other than the one who had escaped from the Mosui courtyard, relying on a teleportation scroll after sustaining his injury. However, despite kneeling there for quite some time, the white-haired man did not spare him a glance, instead engrossed in teasing the small bird in his hand while gazing at the sunset in the distance. Finally, after the sun had set, the white-haired man reclined lazily in his chair and spoke. "Now, what has transpired?" At that moment, the woman who had been following him broke the silence with a low voice, reporting to the leader, "We tracked Bai Duo's whereabouts using the compass. But when we arrived, we fell into an ambush. The one-armed man stammered, 'All my men perished there, and even my subordinate lost an arm. Ultimately, I had to rely on the teleportation scroll bestowed by the leader to escape disaster.'" "An ambush? What kind of ambush? Is it not merely an excuse stemming from your own inadequacies?" The woman replied coldly. "I would never dare deceive the leader." The one-armed man quickly prostrated himself, trembling as he spoke. "Moreover, we were not only ambushed, but the enemy's methods were exceptionally bizarre. We were confronted by a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese. Oh, and there were also carp that resembled water monsters. This group of chickens and ducks was utterly unidentifiable, and we were no match for them at all." He recounted the events in detail. As his voice faded, the white-haired man, who had not once glanced at him, seemed to finally show a flicker of interest. "Come here. Let me examine your arm," he said, a gentle smile curving his lips as he addressed the one-armed man. "Thank you, leader, thank you," the one-armed man gratefully responded. Cautiously approaching the white-haired man, the silver-haired man gently raised his slender palm, yet instead of placing it upon the severed-arm man's wound, he directly pressed it against the crown of his head. "Ah!" A harrowing scream erupted from the severed-arm man as his face contorted in unbearable agony. In mere moments, his eyes bulged wide, and his body withered as if drained of all vitality, collapsing to the ground as nothing more than skin and bones. Chickens, ducks, geese, and man-eating carp. How intriguing indeed, the silver-haired man mused, wiping his hands with a handkerchief, his tone laced with amusement. "Alliance leader, if that's the case, then his words must be true?" the woman exclaimed in astonishment. But though those men were incompetent, their strength in the southern border was not insignificant. How could mere poultry be so formidable? "Nishang, if my conjecture is correct, we have encountered a worthy adversary this time," the silver-haired man said leisurely. I'm afraid I must trouble you to make a trip. As for Baishua, I need not elaborate. But the one who aided Baishua, do not kill him. Bring him back to me. His methods with the chickens and ducks, they intrigue me greatly. Imagine if we could make these little creatures just as formidable. Wouldn't that be fascinating? As he spoke, the small birds fluttering around him burst into a chorus of chirps. Understood, Alliance leader. This subordinate knows what must be done. With those words, the woman, Nishang, leaped from the cliff before her and vanished into the misty clouds. Meanwhile, in Shangnan City, with the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild now established in Shangnan, the city had visibly flourished, bustling with unprecedented liveliness. On its streets, two elderly men appeared, one disheveled, a gourd of wine dangling at his waist as he tugged at the sleeve of the other. The unkempt elder was none other than the ancestral patriarch of the Tai Immortal sect. His companion, however, carried an air of transcendent grace, long white beard, flowing brows, and a face weathered yet dignified. White brow, heed my advice. Come with me to pay respects to that senior. There will be no harm in it. The Tai patriarch urged. After the 5 disciples of the Tai Immortal sect returned from the Fuyiao Empire, the sect's patriarch resolved to personally visit Yu Qing. Coincidentally, the ancestral patriarch of the Qiankuan Immortal sect, an old friend he had not seen in years, had come to visit, and so he dragged him along. Li Bug, go if you must, but I shall wait for you in a tavern, retorted the Qiankuan patriarch, white brow, flicking his sleeve in irritation. Moreover, as cultivators, we must uphold righteousness. Sycophancy is beneath our dignity. As the patriarch of the Tai Immortal sect, if word of this behavior spreads, tell me, would it not shame you? White brow, what nonsense are you spouting? How's this sycophancy? The disheveled Li Bug flared up at the accusation. I seek to visit him out of gratitude for his kindness. Besides, it is only because of our long-standing friendship that I extend this opportunity to you. Were it anyone else, I wouldn't bother inviting them. Humph. Even if he is a senior of great stature, I too am the patriarch of my sect. You may go if you wish, but I refuse. White brow snorted coldly. Hey, you old fool. You are impervious to reason. Li Buga shouted. Meanwhile, as the 2 elderly men engaged in their heated dispute, Bai Duo, as per her usual routine, arrived at the largest apothecary in Shangnan City to procure some medicine. Although the remedies available here offered scant hope for her recovery, any slight acceleration in her healing process was still welcome. However, upon noticing the little Chia trailing behind her brow furrowed in annoyance. What do you want, little rascal? Why do you insist on following me? Bai Duo queried, her frown deepening. I promise to protect you. Chia replied, clutching her sword, her voice sweet and innocent. Bai Duo couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. It seemed this child had fallen prey to childish fantasies, attempting to play the role of a protector. Are you following me just to ask for food? If that's the case, you need only to say so. And I shall buy you whatever you desire, Bai Duo remarked, deducing that this was the likely motive. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, her expression shifted dramatically. Chia, still holding her sword, wiped her nose and adjusted her drooping trousers. The streets around them had inexplicably turned cold, and the once gentle breeze had, for reasons unknown, transformed into a harsh, biting wind, cutting against their faces like a blade. Chapter 53. Finally unveiling the true strength of Little Carp. Something is amiss. Shall we investigate? The 2 elderly men, who had been embroiled in a dispute, halted their quarrel not far away, exchanging a glance before leaping away, vanishing from sight. On the street where Bai Duo stood, a growing sense of foreboding enveloped the atmosphere. Leaves on the ground swirled chaotically in the air. At this moment, even the ordinary passers-by and the street vendors sensed the unusual tension. Hurry! Hurry! The vendors hastily packed up their stalls, and pedestrians quickened their pace to leave. In no time, the once bustling street became desolate, leaving only Bai Duo and Little Carp standing solitary in the center. Child, you must leave, quickly. Bai Duo furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she scanned the surroundings. Her voice tinged with urgency as she called out to Little Carp. Yet, Little Carp seemed resolute in staying close, taking a couple of steps toward her instead. Leave. As Little Carp drew nearer, Bai Duo instinctively wanted to scold her. However, the moment the words escaped her lips, she felt as though her throat was constricted. At the end of the street, an enigmatic woman clad in red appeared, her icy demeanor fixated on Bai Duo. With her arrival, the already plummeting temperature dropped further still. An ice visibly formed upon the ground, sending shivers down one's spine. Bai Duo returned the woman's gaze with equal intensity, her features betraying a hint of reluctance. If her suspicions were correct, this woman was one of the 2 mysterious elders of the 5 Elements Alliance. The last time the Alliance had pursued her, She had evaded them using a concealment technique, believing they would not return to this southern city anytime soon. Yet, to her astonishment, the Alliance not only returned but had also deployed one of their elusive elders. This left her perplexed. During the previous chase, no elder had been dispatched. Why then? Was one summoned now? She longed to flee, but she understood that her chances of escape had dwindled to almost nothing. The woman in red cast a cold glance at Baiduo before speaking languidly. Bring forth the person behind you. Who is that behind me? Baiduo questioned, her expression one of confusion. The master who controls the chickens, ducks, and geese, the woman replied coolly. Chickens, ducks, and geese? What do you mean? Baiduo was utterly bewildered, wanting to inquire further about the woman's cryptic remarks. Very well, I shall eliminate you first. That will lure out the one behind you. The woman stated indifferently. Wait. Just as the woman was about to strike, Baiduo exclaimed, This child is innocent. He is merely an ordinary boy from a common family. Can you not let him go? The woman's eyes remained unblinking, completely dazed. Baiduo summoned all her strength, attempting to mount a counterattack. However, the strike from the woman in red was far too swift. Due to the aftereffects of a secret technique she had previously employed, her current cultivation had barely recovered to 1/10 of its full capacity, rendering her incapable of withstanding such an assault. In fact, she could hardly perceive the trajectory of the red-clad woman's sword. Yet, even as the woman unsheathed her weapon, Baiduo realized the truth. The red-clad woman's prowess was such that even at her peak, she would likely have been no match. The thought of imminent demise loomed over her, and a flicker of unwillingness shone in her eyes. She yearned to resist, unwilling to succumb to death so easily. Yet, in her current state, she lacked even the qualification to fight back. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Resistance or acceptance, both seemed akin to awaiting her fate. Just as she resigned herself to her fate, a melodious sound of clashing metal resonated before her. Clang! The sound of blades colliding echoed in the air. Baiduo's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned her head, then lowered it to see Xiaolier nearby. It was indeed Xiaolier who had drawn a blade from its sheath, intercepting the red-clad woman's strike. But upon closer inspection, the weapon was not a sword but rather a broadsword, a gift from Yu Qing to Xiaolier, which she had kept close ever since. This broadsword firmly caught the red-clad woman's strike, even forcing her to stagger back 2 steps. You! Baiduo gasped in astonishment, her lips slightly parted, her eyes nearly bulging out of her head as if witnessing the most unbelievable event in the world. Xiaolier, however, did not glance at her. Her gaze was fixed upon the woman in red. The red-clad woman, too, exhibited surprise. She had not anticipated that the small boy, who had not even spared her a glance until now, was the true master. Anger filled her expression. Her strike had been intercepted by a mere child, igniting a sense of indignation within her. Yet, before she could retaliate, she found that the small boy had already made his move. The broadsword gleamed as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at her. She did not underestimate him. The glow of her sword rose to meet the broadsword. However, she was unprepared for the fact that her strike met only empty air. Realizing too late that Xiaolier had feigned an attack, the red-clad woman found herself at a disadvantage. Almost at the very moment of delivering a kick, the young girl swiftly launched her counterattack. The horizontal blade descended vertically upon the anguished figure of the woman in red. The woman's eyes widened in terror, yet her body remained frozen in place, utterly motionless. In the fleeting instant that followed, a crimson line emerged from her forehead to her chin, from which blood began to flow profusely. Subsequently, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The blade spun gracefully in the air, transforming into a fleeting silhouette before sheathing itself with precision. My master has warned me that the outside world is fraught with danger. However, considering your earlier words, you have become slightly less detestable to me. With that, the young girl, cradling the blade, resumed her path toward the apothecary. Chapter 54. Even we may not be able to withstand that strike. Little Li had ventured out for some time. Yet, Baiduo remained rooted in place, visibly still in a daze. This seemingly simple-minded youth had, astonishingly, slain one of the esteemed members of the Five Elements Alliance. She felt as though the events that had just transpired were a mere dream. However, the lifeless body lying nearby served as a stark reminder that it was all too real. Moreover, upon reflection, Little Li had not merely killed her, more accurately, he had executed a swift and decisive strike. Aside from blocking that one sword attack, Little Li had employed only 2 moves throughout the encounter. Though the first move appeared somewhat unseemly, it did not detract from the fact that it was a swift kill. Such prowess had far surpassed her peak capabilities. Contemplating this, She was filled with astonishment, her expression tinged with complexity. Despite her repeated attempts to take little Li as her apprentice, she now realized that this prospective disciple was immensely stronger than herself. With that thought, she gazed at little Li's retreating figure and hurriedly pursued him. Despite now understanding little Li's strength, she was beset with numerous questions. She felt that answers could be gleaned from him. Meanwhile, not far away on a rooftop, two elderly men stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, having witnessed the scene unfold. They were none other than Bai Mei and Li Bugu. Reflecting on the earlier spectacle, even Li Bugu shed his usual nonchalance, his hands swiftly stroking his small mustache, his sharp eyes darting with curiosity. That young lad's strength is not inferior to ours. Indeed, we might not be able to withstand that strike. At this moment, Bai Mei remarked, "Indeed. And that woman who was slain, I had never heard of such a figure before. If I am not mistaken, she must be associated with the recently emerged Five Elements Alliance." Li Bugu's eyes glinted with sharpness. The Five Elements Alliance. Bai Mei's pupils darkened, lost in thought. It seems the southern region is on the brink of upheaval. Indeed, as the two lamented, Li Bugu suddenly grasped Bai Mei's arm, exclaiming, "Since this is the case, we should hasten to pay our respects to that esteemed elder. Come, let us go." "I refuse. I have already stated that I shall not go. Who do you think I am, the illustrious Bai Mei?" In an instant, the two elders began to bicker once more, pulling and tugging until they reached the entrance of the Mosui courtyard. Yu Qing had not concealed his whereabouts since arriving in the southern kingdom. Thus it was not difficult for capable individuals to discover his residence. If my conjecture holds true, the elder should reside here. Hurry, let us pay our respects. Li Bugu urged excitedly. "Enough, Li Bugu." Bai Mei forcibly shook off Li Bugu's grip, retorting, "My purpose in accompanying you to this southern kingdom was merely to ascertain the location of the Array Master's Guild. Now that we have arrived, you may proceed on your own. Do not drag me along. You old rascal, what are you so proud of? Just don't regret it later." "Humph." Li Bugu let out a cold snort and ignored Bai Mei, striding toward the Miluo courtyard. "Humph, what could I possibly regret?" Bai Mei also snorted in anger. Compared to paying respects to some so-called senior Li Bugu mentioned, he was far more interested in befriending that little brother kid from earlier. Li Bugu entered the courtyard without hindrance. "Old Li, it's you. Long time no see." Yu Qing's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Li Bugu. Though not intimately acquainted, he still held vivid memories of this peculiar little old man. "Senior Yu, I never imagined you'd remember me." Li Bugu was flattered. "How could I forget? Care for a drink?" Yu Qing chuckled. "Excellent. As it happens, I brought some fine wine this time." Li Bugu replied eagerly. With that, the two, one appearing elderly, the other youthful, raised their cups and began toasting merrily. After a few rounds, Li Bugu broached the subject of the 5 disciples he had sent to the Fuyiao Empire some time ago. "Truth be told, I merely wish for those youngsters to gain experience through hard work. If they happen to encounter you and receive a word or two of guidance, that would have been a blessing. Little did I know you had already left the Fuyiao Empire." Li Bugu confessed without reservation, his expression tinged with sheepishness. Yu Qing responded with a faint smile. There was nothing dishonorable about such intentions. He recalled his own early days in this world, scrambling to seek out masters wherever rumors of strength lingered. Li Bugu's candid admission only deepened his favorable impression. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was how those 2 experimental subjects of his had managed to escape. Naturally, the affairs of the Fuyiao Empire hardly weighed on his mind. Seeing Yu Qing's understanding, Li Bugu's gratitude overflowed, and he raised his cup repeatedly in toast. "Master, we're back." The creak of the courtyard gate announced Xiao Lier's return, followed closely by Bai Duo. Despite the journey, Bai Duo's heart remained unsettled, especially upon re-entering this courtyard. If Xiao Lier possessed such power, then what of Yu Qing, her master? Was he truly as she had initially imagined? Moreover, Xiao Lier had mentioned that accompanying her was under Yu Qing's explicit orders for her protection. At this realization, Bai Duo's steps grew heavy as she crossed the threshold, an inexplicable heat of embarrassment creeping over her. Simultaneously, not far from the courtyard, Bai Mei caught sight of Xiao Lier and Bai Duo's arrival. Bored and inwardly grumbling about Li Bugu, his eyes widened at the sight of them. And when he heard Xiao Lier call out master at the gate, his jaw slackened. Even a fool could deduce that the master Xiao Lier addressed was likely the very senior Li Bugu had intended to introduce him to. After all, within the same courtyard, who else could it be? Instantly, Bai Mei's composure shattered, his heart twisting with discomfort. Having known Li Bugu for quite some time, he did not doubt the veracity of Li Bugu's words. On the contrary, he was aware that there must indeed be a master behind it all. However, in his view, even a master would merely be slightly stronger than themselves. After all, he was also a venerable ancestor of a sect. There was no need to adopt such a demeanor simply to pay respects to someone who was only marginally more powerful. Yet, upon encountering Xiao Li, the sensation was altogether different. The brilliance of the disciple astonished him, leading him to ponder just how unfathomable the master must be. Unable to contain his restlessness, he paced back and forth, his eyes occasionally glancing toward the misty water courtyard. Why has that old fellow not yet emerged? How long has it been? A simple greeting should not take this long. Once the introductions were over, he ought to be able to come out, right? Could it be that he is enjoying a drink inside? Thus, he continued to wait, pacing once more. After a while, when Li Bugue still had not appeared, he could no longer restrain himself, and hastily took out a communication jade slip. Oldly, have you come out yet? If not, well, seeing your persistence, I have come to terms with it. I shall accompany you to meet the esteemed elder you speak of. Chapter 55 Nonsense. How could the venerable ancestor of the sect feel envious? Yet, at this moment, Li Bugue had completely forgotten about the waiting Baimei outside. He was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Li and Baijuan. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Xiao Li was actually a disciple of Yu Qing. Although he was already aware of Yu Qing's formidable prowess, this revelation still caught him off guard. Once inside, Xiao Li recounted the earlier events in detail to Yu Qing. After listening, Yu Qing nodded, seemingly unfazed by the news. He cast a normal gaze at Baizhua. For some unknown reason, Baizhua felt somewhat embarrassed under Yu Qing's scrutiny, her heart in turmoil. Yu Qing's calm demeanor after Xiao Li's report evidently indicated his prior knowledge of the situation and his anticipation of the outcome. It was clear that he was confident and assured. This realization effectively dispelled her earlier notion that Xiao Li's abilities alone were responsible for the turn of events, rather than Yu Qing's influence. In retrospect, it was obvious that Yu Qing was not merely a young man of modest cultivation, but rather an extraordinary existence beyond her imagination. At that moment, her emotions were profoundly complex. She felt both fortunate for fortuitously finding assistance in her time of need and somewhat foolish for her previous arrogance before Yu Qing. Baizhua found herself at a loss for words, acutely aware of the heat flooding her face. I have guests here. Please take a rest. Yu Qing remarked with a gentle smile, sensing her discomfort. Thank you, Baizhua nodded, casting a glance at Li Bugue beside Yu Qing before retreating into the room. Oldly, let us continue our drinking, Yu Qing said with a smile. Very well, esteemed senior, ha ha ha. Li Bugue responded joyfully. Meanwhile, outside, Baimei continued to wait impatiently. Damn Li Bugue, why has Ti come out yet? He muttered, frustration mounting as he realized that his earlier communication had gone unanswered. Baimei scanned the courtyard, several times feeling the urge to knock on the door, only to retreat at the last moment. What kind of behavior was that? It was not only impolite but would also reflect poorly on Li Bugue. The thought of it made him straighten his proud posture. Yet his gaze could not help but wander back to the courtyard. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and Yu Qing, accompanied by Li Bugue, emerged, engaged in cheerful conversation. Come, I shall take you to sample some peach blossom wine, Yu Qing said with a smile. Excellent. I have heard that the peach blossom wine from the southern kingdom is renowned across the land. I must try it today, Li Bugue exclaimed with excitement. As the two conversed, Baimei, standing at a distance in the building, suddenly coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the sound, both Yu Qing and Li Bugue turned their attention towards him. At that moment, Baimei stood tall in the pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out towards Upper South City, his expression distant and contemplative. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the flowing robes of the man, his hair fluttering gracefully, embodying an ethereal presence. Yet, a furtive glance was cast towards the two individuals nearby. Li Bugue, call for me, call for me. Yu Qing shot him a glance, poised to inquire of Li Bugue, but he hurriedly interjected, Senior, let us hasten to procure some wine. With a nod of agreement, Yu Qing followed Li Bugue towards the tavern. As the two began to depart, the elderly figure with white brows coughed insistently, his cough growing progressively louder, even expelling a phlegm-laden sputter. However, engrossed in their conversation about wine, the two paid him no heed. Frustrated, the white-browed old man darted about, lamenting. Why does that old rascal Li Bugue not come to my aid? When he noticed the two were moving further away, he stubbornly pursued them, reappearing atop a nearby rooftop. Adjusting his beard, he coughed again. Senior, you go ahead. I shall join you shortly. Li Bugue, noting this, frowned and, after exchanging pleasantries with Yu Qing, hurried towards the white-browed man. What are you up to, Bai Mei? He demanded. I am merely coughing. Is that not permissible? Bai Mei replied with feigned innocence. Coughing seems rather trivial, does it not? Li Bug amused, raising an eyebrow. Ah, I see. You wish to befriend that esteemed senior as well? Bai Mei's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and bravado as he declared, Nonsense. I do not. Suit yourself, but refrain from lingering about. I am enjoying my time with the senior. And we may remain in the south for an extended period. If you intend to leave, do so at once, Li Bug stated, turning to depart. An extended period. You say? Bai Mei exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice as he blocked Li Bugu's path. Well, considering our long-standing friendship and your persistence, I suppose I could accompany you. Bai Mei stood resolutely before Li Bugu, stroking his graying beard with gravity. Ah, your willingness to consider this is commendable, yet it arose from initial trepidation before our meeting. Now that we have encountered one another, companionship is no longer necessary, Li Bugu replied, attempting to leave once more. Bai Mei, now genuinely anxious, called out, No. Please do not go. I truly can accompany you. Hearing this, Li Bugu sensed something amiss and turned back, scrutinizing Bai Mei with keen interest. You are not yourself. Something feels quite off. I suspect you have been waiting outside. And upon seeing that the child who vanquished the Five Elements Alliance is the disciple of that senior, you have had a change of heart? You are envious of my proximity to such a powerful figure and wish to forge a connection? Utter nonsense. I, Bai Mei, am not such a person, he asserted. Standing tall and dignified. I merely wish to spare you loneliness, offering my companionship. How could you be so ungrateful? I am not lonely in the slightest. Nor do I require your company. Please return home, Li Bugu waved dismissively. Stop right there, Li Bugu, Whitebrow exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. After so many years of acquaintance, who is the elder here, you or I? I promised to accompany you, and as the elder, my word is final. Lead the way. With that, he resolutely took hold of Li Bugu and began to march towards the direction of Yu Qing. You old rogue, you are clearly envious. Yet you refuse to admit it, Li Bugu retorted. Nonsense. I, Whitebrow, a venerable ancestor of our clan. Envious of what? Now, lead on. The two elderly men bickered as they finally caught up with Yu Qing. Upon encountering Yu Qing, Whitebrow exchanged knowing glances with Li Bugu. Li Bugu shot him an angry glare, yet when it came to introducing Whitebrow, he afforded him the utmost respect. With a heart full of joy, Whitebrow hurriedly bowed to Yu Qing, exclaiming, Oh my, I am unworthy of such honor. It is all due to the esteemed Li's commendation. I have often heard the great Li speak of you, venerable one. I am Whitebrow, pleased to make your acquaintance. Chapter 56. What face does he have to still desire to become master and disciple? Instantly, the two elderly men, full of joy, clustered around Yu Qing. Then proceeded to pour wine. After a few rounds, the trio returned to the water courtyard, raising their cups in a toast. As the wine flowed, the senior man chuckled, revealing his white eyebrows and prominent front teeth, and with a broad grin, he said, Senior, I have a fine gift for you. Something I believe you'll find useful. Oh, what might this valuable item be? Yu Qing asked with curiosity, intrigued by the mysterious tone of Bai Mei's words. I come from the Kunlun immortal sect, and while our strength isn't particularly formidable, we excel in unconventional sorcery, especially puppetry, which is the most powerful among such arts. Today, I happen to carry a puppet. I've decided to present it to you. It can serve as an assistant here in the water courtyard, handling chores, inspecting the grounds, and running errands when needed, Bai Mei explained. He raised his palm, and a human-shaped puppet appeared before the three men. Although called a puppet, its appearance was indistinguishable from that of a real person, an exquisite, lifelike replica. Yu Qing was unable to suppress his astonishment. Chang'an, come and pour the wine, Bai Mei commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, the puppet responded obediently, then respectfully poured drinks for the men before standing quietly to the side. This puppet, aside from what I just mentioned, can also learn new skills. If you're interested in teaching it, it can master various arts, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and more. Most importantly, it can cultivate, Bai Mei said. Of course, its cultivation level isn't impressive to you, senior, but it's enough to deal with common nuisances, he added. He extended his hand, continuing, This puppet has been with me for 20 years. Now, I've decided to gift it to you. All you need to do is imprint your spiritual essence on it, and it will obey your commands. Hearing this, Yu Qing was stunned. Wasn't this essentially an artificial AI from his previous world, capable of learning and nurturing? Truly a remarkable object. Yet, a gentleman shouldn't take what belongs to others. Despite his fascination, he hesitated to accept. No, No, Bai Mei hurriedly said, from the moment I saw you. My admiration has flowed like the endless water, unstoppable like a flood. You must accept it. If you refuse, it would mean looking down on me, Bai Mei. Moved by Bai Mei's sincere words, Yu Qing also found himself quite fond of the puppet. He nodded and no longer declined. Since acquiring the self-satisfied system, his interest in merely increasing his cultivation had waned. Instead, he became more intrigued by strange and wondrous objects. This puppet, in particular, could serve as a useful tool for his experiments. Given this, I shall accept it. Of course, as a token of gratitude, if Bai Mei needs anything in the future. Just ask, Yu Qing said with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Mei's face lit up with joy. Amidst the laughter, he quickly raised his glass once more and toasted Yu Qing. As twilight approached, the two reluctantly bid farewell. However, ever since Bai Mei presented the humanoid puppet, Li Buga's mood had been somewhat amiss. Upon exiting the courtyard, he could no longer contain himself. Bai Mei, you truly surprise me. If I am not mistaken, that puppet you showcased earlier is one of your most prized creations from the Kunlun school, isn't it? It must be akin to a treasured artifact of your sect. Did you not claim that you, Bai Mei, possess a noble character, disdainful of flattery? Yet here you are, exhibiting your sect's treasure? At these words, Bai Mei cast him a sidelong glance, humming a tune to himself, and leisurely shook his body. What's the matter, feeling envious? Did my promise to you unsettle your heart? If you have the capability, why not bestow me a gift in return? With a haughty demeanor, he strode forward. What I have to be envious of? I have known the senior for quite some time. Our relationship is beyond your imagination, Li Buga retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Then why hasn't the senior made you a promise? Bai Mei shot back. Li Buga found himself at a loss for words. And after gathering his resolve, he insisted, the bond between the senior and I does not require promises. If I were ever in need, I trust the senior would lend a hand. Humph, anyone can boast. That is certainly better than your obsequiousness, Bai Mei replied. And soon the two old men were embroiled in another quarrel. In the courtyard, Yu Qing was engrossed in examining the puppet, which had now acknowledged him as its master and obeyed his commands. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance, Bai Zhua observed Yu Qing with a complex expression. She had not entered the room, having witnessed the earlier scene of the two old men and Yu Qing drinking together. Initially, she had been unable to ascertain the identities of the two elders. It was only when Bai Mei unveiled the puppet and through their conversation that she officially recognized them. One was an ancestor of the Kunlun school and the other, an ancestor of the Tai school. These two men were, in the south border, akin to representatives of the highest echelon. Yet, she observed them addressing Yu Qing as senior, with instances of flattery not being uncommon. Although she had already sensed Yu Qing's extraordinary nature upon witnessing Xiao Li's slaying of the Five Elements Alliance's dignitary and his subsequent report, the reality was far more striking than mere hearsay. The recollection of her previous demeanor before him filled her with a sense of absurdity, intensifying her embarrassment. Lost in thought, she bit her crimson lip, seemingly having made a decision, and approached Yu Qing. Miss Bai Zhua, is there something you need? Yu Qing inquired, still preoccupied with the puppet. Bai Zhua, her expression complicated and her cheeks flushed, hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. Thank you for today. Yu Qing nodded in acknowledgement and asked, is there anything else? Bai Duo hesitated, her palm clenched tightly beneath her sleeve, the force causing her fingertips to pale. She stammered nervously, gazing at Yu Qing before asking, may I inquire, does the bond between master and disciple still hold any meaning? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing lifted his gaze towards her, withdrawing his attention from the puppet. After a brief silence, he rose and walked to the railing, folding his hands behind his back as he stared at the jade-green river before him. Then he retorted, Miss, do you recall that since our first encounter, you have never once addressed me as master, nor have you ever regarded me as such? Yu Qing's words made Bai Duo flush with embarrassment and restlessness, wishing she could vanish into the earth. Therefore, once your wounds have healed, you should leave, Yu Qing said indifferently. Hearing this, Bai Duo was overwhelmed with shame, biting her crimson lips and lowering her head for a long, protracted moment before softly replying, yes, of course. Yu Qing added with a gentle smile that felt like the spring breeze, you need not rush. Take your time to recover fully before departing. After all, when business fails, kindness remains. Saying this, he patted her shoulder kindly and returned to the room with a smile. Yet, standing there, Bai Duo found herself unable to compose her emotions. Her delicate frame trembled, her eyes reddened, and tears began to fall. Shame and regret intertwined, suffusing her heart. From the moment she stepped into this humble courtyard, she had persistently underestimated Yu Qing. Whether in swearing him as her master or in calling him master, her heart had been filled with reluctance and even resentment. Even after Yu Qing had genuinely saved her life, she had never truly acknowledged him as her mentor. Only now, having witnessed Yu Qing's formidable strength and extraordinary nature, and realizing that becoming his disciple might present immense opportunities, did she set aside her damned pride and yearn to become his true disciple. But in reflection, she wondered, by what right? How could she face him? Throughout, Yu Qing bore no resentment. First, he cured her poison and saved her life. Then he dispatched the little carp to slay the venerable one, saving her once more. Even now, he insisted she could recover fully before leaving. This thought pained Bai Duo deeply, and she understood with absolute clarity that beyond this village, there was no such sanctuary to be found again. Chapter 57. My brother would never abandon me at the entrance. Yu Qing stamped her foot and cast a glance at Bai Zhuo, shaking her head without uttering a word. The mere fact that she encountered Bai Zhuo signified a bond of master and disciple between them. If, after saving her life, he wished to regard himself as her mentor, he could certainly embody the role. Yet, ultimately, many matters unfold beyond human calculations. Sometimes, a choice made becomes irrevocable. As the saying goes, let it be seen as a transaction. She preserved her life, and he fulfilled the system's mission. With the completion of this exchange, they each continued on their respective paths. The only distinction being, should they cross paths again in the future, she could invite him for a drink. Meanwhile, as Yu Qing leisurely went about her life, the southern nation was graced with a momentous occasion. The headquarters of the Array Master Guild had been officially completed. In the heart of Shangnan City, a magnificent structure rose, towering 9 stories high, establishing itself as a landmark in the southern realm. To celebrate the completion of the Array Master Guild headquarters, the Empress of the southern nation decreed a grand celebration to be held 7 days hence. At that time, not only the citizens of the southern nation would attend, but Array Masters from the entire southern region would also partake in the festivities. Furthermore, the various nations of the southern territories would send envoys to convey their congratulations, bringing gifts, for no nation could afford to overlook the significance of Array Masters. Indeed, some sovereigns would personally attend, both to partake in the celebration and to foster diplomatic relations with the southern nation. Thus, it was confirmed that over 20 sovereigns, including several prominent nations, would grace the southern nation with their presence. Within the Fuyiao Empire, Nangong Fuyiao sat at the head of the Fuyiao Hall, having learned of this news. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. Following the departure of Sun Xuanji and the passing of Master Sun, Nangong Fuyiao was compelled to appoint a new individual to oversee the heavenly palace. His name was Zhao Qian. Director Zhao sent a missive to the southern nation, declaring his intent to attend the festivities. Your Majesty, Nangong Fuyiao began, previously, we prepared to launch an attack on the southern nation. They may still bear resentment. Your visit may not be prudent. Zhao Qian could not restrain his concern. The southern nation? Humph. What is it? Their current prominence is merely due to my brother. Without him, they would amount to nothing, Nangong Fuyiao retorted vehemently. Yes, yes indeed. The Prince of Celebration is your brother, no matter what transpires. There exists no stronger bond than that between you and the prince, Zhao Qian hastily affirmed. However, while the southern monarch may not command your respect, the prince is still rather displeased with you. Zhao Qian's brow furrowed, revealing his apprehension. You do not understand, Nangong Fuyiao spoke solemnly. You have no grasp of the depth of our sibling bond, nor the trials we have endured together. He is indeed still angered with me, and I must bear the blame for not adequately apologizing. Thus, my intent in attending is not merely to offer congratulations, but to bring my brother back. I shall bring his favorite wine and cherished gifts, and I will also inform him that 2 demons have issued a warning, threatening to claim my life. If he were to learn of this, he would not abandon me. He could never bear to part with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian visibly relaxed. Although there exists a misunderstanding between King Qing and His Majesty, I have faith that they will soon reconcile. I shall prepare at once, and we shall depart shortly. Nangong Fuyiao nodded. After Zhao Qian withdrew, her brow furrowed once more. Her gaze instinctively wandered towards the back of the Fuyiao Palace. The resurrected Bai Xin had claimed to be attending to certain matters, yet he had not returned thus far. How much time has passed? Where could he possibly be? Surely, he hasn't fled. Curse it. Nangong Fuyiao knitted her brows tightly. In her efforts to restore him, she had invested considerable resources. If he truly has run away, it would spell significant loss for the Fuyiao Empire. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had elapsed. As the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom drew nearer, The entire region buzzed with excitement. Not far from Shangnan City, atop a peak shrouded in mist, stood two figures. From this vantage point, one could gaze upon the entirety of Shangnan City. At that moment, two men suddenly appeared atop the mountain. One, with flowing white hair, had several colorful birds chirping upon his shoulder. The other, clad in black, followed silently behind him, his expression devoid of emotion. Easygoing is dead. This situation has become intriguing, the white-haired man remarked, casually teasing the birds on his shoulder, a smile lingering on his lips despite the demise of his loyal subordinate. Shall I make another trip, Alliance leader? The black-clad man inquired, bowing respectfully. No need. Since Easygoing has fallen, your visit would be merely a futile endeavor. The white-haired man replied nonchalantly. Let us go together. I wish to meet the masters of those fowls. With Easygoing's demise, I find myself in dire need of capable talents. Moreover, the upcoming grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom aligns perfectly with my ambitions. Since the Alliance leader is personally taking action, it undoubtedly means the annihilation of any opposition in the southern border, the black-clad man exclaimed with excitement. Spare me the flattery. Let us depart, came the white-haired man's calm voice, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in Shangnan City. Chapter 58. Not a monkey, but a demon? In the city of Nan, a white-haired man and a black-clad bodyguard appeared silently. Get lost. A command erupted from the mouth of the bodyguard, sending the surrounding crowd into a frenzy, their heads buzzing with confusion. Instantly, chaos ensued as they scattered in all directions. Before long, the once bustling street was left desolate, with only the white-haired man and the black-clad bodyguard remaining. This little place in Nan City truly has its merits. It is a land of prosperous fortune, and commencing my endeavors here seems a splendid choice. As he mused, the white-haired man flicked his tongue and gently grasped a small bird perched on his shoulder, akin to a delightful morsel, slowly lifting it to his lips. With feathers included, he swallowed it whole. His slender fingers tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a lingering sense of satisfaction. Alliance leader, what shall we do next? Please give your orders, the black-clad bodyguard inquired respectfully from behind. Let us split up. You pursue those foolish emperors, while I shall seek out that enigmatic individual. I can hardly contain my eagerness to secure him, he declared, emanating an aura of malevolence, a trace of viciousness evident on his pale visage. And what about Duo? The bodyguard questioned. She is of no consequence anymore. The white-haired man waved his hand dismissively. Understood. I shall proceed accordingly. The bodyguard responded obediently before vanishing from sight. On the street, it seemed as though no trace of their presence remained. Even those who had been scattered earlier appeared to have forgotten that two such individuals had ever been there. In the depths of the misty water courtyard, Yu Qing was engrossed in his studies of the puppet. The day after parting with Bai Mei, he eagerly employed his alchemical prowess on the puppet. Externally, the puppet appeared unchanged, yet it was entirely different from before. Simultaneously, San, one of the four great demons, knelt before him. Drink this potion. Yu Qing looked down at him, speaking in a measured tone. Why must it be me? San lamented, tears welling in his eyes. There are four of us, and I am the most obedient, docile, honest, and cooperative among us. Woe is me in a desperate bid to avoid becoming a test subject. San was willing to say anything. His mantra was that the demise of a friend was preferable to his own demise. It is precisely because you are the most astute that you shall drink first, Yu Qing stated. Please, not me, San implored with a pleading gaze. Yu Qing's expression darkened. Seeing this, San wasted no time and downed the potion. How do you feel? Once he finished, Yu Qing observed him intently. This was the concoction he had painstakingly refined after numerous trials. It itches. San scratched his entire body, visibly breaking out in red rashes. As he spoke, his lips, which had just come into contact with the potion, became swollen and red, as though scalded by boiling water. And what else? Yu Qing inquired with concern. And then, Demon Sanson was about to complain of numbness in his limbs when suddenly, a surge of immense power rushed through his meridians, refining his very bloodline. In mere moments, his cultivation, previously diminished under the suppression of the Fuyiao Empire, swiftly recovered. But it didn't stop there. After full restoration, it surged toward the next breakthrough threshold. Instantly, terrifying demonic energy permeated the entire courtyard. Had the Mistwater courtyard not been reinforced with mystical barriers, this demonic aura alone could have thrown the entire Shangnan city into chaos. Demons? How can there be demonic energy here? Baishua, who had been training in the yard, sensed the disturbance and rushed over immediately. Her gaze locked onto the source. Was it those monkeys he kept? No. They weren't monkeys at all, but demons? He had been raising demons at home and using them for drug trials? Stunned, Baizhua stared at Demon Sanson before shifting her disbelieving eyes to Yu Qing. Having lived here for so long, she knew Yu Qing was researching alchemy and testing his concoctions on those 4 monkeys, reducing them to pitiful states daily. She had naively assumed they were mere primates, only to realize now that all 4 were demons. Recalling how these demons trembled fearfully before Yu Qing's, Baizhua felt a wave of awe. Yet even as shock gripped her, she noticed Sanson's demonic aura growing increasingly oppressive, to the point where it became difficult to breathe. Nearby, Xiao Lier and Cui Wei, also in the midst of training, turned their attention toward the scene. So these are demons? Cui Wei murmured, equally astounded. The master has been using demons as test subjects all along. Xiao Lier, perhaps due to her youth, remained comparatively unfazed. Ha ha ha, not only have I recovered, but I've also broken through. Moments later, Demon Sanson burst into laughter before prostrating himself before Yu Qing with fervent devotion. Thank you, Master. 1,000 thanks. His very form of address had changed. After being imprisoned beneath the Fuyiao imperial capital for years, watching his cultivation steadily decline, this moment of restoration and ascension overwhelmed him with euphoria. It seems this elixir is a success. Yu Qing's lips curled in satisfaction. Yet as he observed Sanson, still writhing from side effects even after his breakthrough, he mused, the backlash is severe, but so what? As long as it works. Return for now. Yu Qing instructed. Then summon that little 4th demon of yours to take his dose as well. And don't think breaking through exempts you from future trials. You'll continue serving obediently. Yes, Master. Please, test all your elixirs on me. Spare my brothers. Let me bear the suffering alone. Sanson kowtowed earnestly. Amused, Yu Qing waved him off, sending him back to the dark chamber. Now empowered, Sanson strutted away with newfound swagger. That appearance, indeed, is confined to Yu Qing. Outside, it is presumed that even a dog would be struck if it dared to look. Returning to the small dark chamber, the elder and 2nd elder, who had been in a deep slumber following their last medicinal trial, had just awakened. Recalling the agony of that ordeal, their hatred for Demon Sansan and Demon Xiaoxi deepened. Demon Sansan, Demon Xiaoxi, may you both meet a fate worse than death. You 2 traitorous scoundrels. The elder and 2nd elder cursed furiously. God knows the torment they had endured during this period. Especially after Demon Sansan claimed that they were one with formidable cultivation and the other robust in body, Yu Qing truly poured her wrath upon them. Not a single day passed without adverse effects on their bodies. In the past, when faced with the insults of the elder and 2nd elder, Demon Sansan and Demon Xiaoxi could only bow their heads, too afraid to speak. But this time, confronted with their scorn, Demon Sansan merely shot a sidelong glance. Folly. Then he subtly straightened his posture, subtly revealing his cultivation level without a sound. Confined within the small dark chamber, isolated from all aura due to the melting water courtyard, they were unaware of Demon Sansan's breakthrough. Thus, when they sensed the surge of his aura, the other 3 demons immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Your cultivation has recovered, and not only that, it has advanced further? Humph. Demon Sansan proudly nodded, then sat in a corner with a cocky demeanor, crossing his legs. How could this be? The 3 demons were incredulous. But Demon Xiaoxi quickly deduced the reason and exclaimed, is it the medicine? Did the medicine enhance your strength? Exactly. Demon Sansan nodded. Demon Xiaoxi's eyes immediately sparkled with light and disbelief, hurriedly asking, third brother, what kind of medicine is it? Feeling the aura of Demon Sansan, Demon Xiaoxi was genuinely envious. Both had been suppressed within the Fuyiao Empire for many years, and now that Demon Sansan had recovered and even broken through, how could he not desire the same? Seeing Demon Xiaoxi's anxious expression, Demon Sansan did not respond immediately. Instead, he summoned Demon Xiaoxi, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, Little Fourth, let me tell you the truth. When I escaped from the Fuyiao Empire, why did I choose a southern direction? Hearing this, Demon Xiaoxi's eyes lit up with curiosity and disbelief. Could it be? Chapter 59, The Silver-Tongued Magician Emo Sanson. Indeed, I, your third brother, acted with intention. With a sigh, Emo Sanson began to reflect. You must understand that when we emerged from the seal of the Fuyiao Empire, our strength was almost entirely depleted, and we found ourselves on human territory. What do you think we should have done? Return to the demon realm? But we were exiled from there, and it was impossible to go back. Remaining in the human domain would only lead to a fate of continued sealing or being hunted down by humans. Ultimately, I calculated that the south held great opportunities for us, which is why I resolutely journeyed there. Upon hearing Emo Sanson's words, Emo Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Alas! Emo Sanson sighed once more, continuing, "It is also my fault for not informing you beforehand. After all, I had foreseen that to witness the blossoming of flowers, one must endure numerous tribulations. I feared that if I told you in advance, you would not withstand these trials." Listening intently, Emo Xiaoxi's face displayed a blend of deep emotion and shame. "Third brother, was everything truly within your control? Did you think of all this? How foolish I was to resent you for bringing me to the south, only to fall into the hands of demons. It turns out that all you did was for my own good." No worries, Emo Sanson reassured him. "Everything is past. I have already spoken well of you to the master, and he has agreed to assist you in regaining your strength. You should go now." "Really?" Emo Xiaoxi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Of course it's true. Go quickly," urged Emo Sanson. With immense enthusiasm, Emo Xiaoxi left the small dark room. As time gradually passed, he returned to the room, and although the side effects were more pronounced, his aura had evidently been restored and even enhanced. "Third brother, allow me to pay my respects," Emo Xiaoxi said, his gaze towards Emo Sanson filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the elder brothers stood nearby, dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief. After all these years, when did the third brother become so formidable? At that moment, Emo Sanson's gaze shifted to them. After a long sigh, he remarked, "Eldest and second brother, I know you harbor grievances against me, but now that we have reached this point, I shall reveal the truth to you." "The truth? What truth?" The elder brothers looked at him in confusion. Emo Sanson spoke slowly, "Although you have not been sealed and your cultivation remains intact, we have been exiled from the demon realm, forced to wander aimlessly in human territory. But what about the future?" This profound inquiry indeed left the eldest and second brother speechless. They had never considered the future. "Do you think I lured you here merely to suffer? You are gravely mistaken. As brothers, I feared you would have in after all. If the two of us can break through, can't you two achieve the same?" This statement struck a profound chord with the eldest and the second brother. Upon reflection, the words of Emo Sanson seemed to bear a semblance of truth. Demons and humans are inherently at odds, and these years have been akin to walking on the edge of a blade, having faced numerous attempts on their lives by humans, narrowly escaping with their lives. Thus, I took it upon myself to choose a wise leader for you and to chart your future path. Yet, I feared your rejection, your unwillingness to accept, and so, as these thoughts unfolded, Emo Sanson covered his face and lowered his head, seemingly burdened by an overwhelming weight. Observing his pitiful demeanor, the eldest and second brother's hearts softened. "Is what you say true, third brother?" The eldest could not help but inquire. "You two mustn't question this." At that moment, Emo Xiaoxi interjected, "Third brother has borne so much for us, and you still doubt him." The eldest and second brother exchanged uncertain glances, then replied, "But third brother, we are aligning ourselves with humans, and we demons and humans are sworn enemies." Indeed, Emo Xiaoxi blinked and nodded, turning his gaze back. "What of humans? What does it matter? If we do not ally with humans, do we return to the demon's realm?" At this, Emo Sanson raised his head once more and said, "Do the demons in their land regard us as equals? Do you not wish to return and seek vengeance?" As these words fell, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Indeed, who does not yearn for retribution? When they were expelled from the demon realm, those demons did not treat them as equals. Yet these humans are willing to accept us, provide us shelter, and aid us in our cultivation. How does that compare to those demons? Emo Xiaoxi further inquired. "I concur with third brother's sentiments." Emo Xiaoxi was the first to stand in agreement. The eldest and second brother exchanged glances, sensing something amiss in the dim room. Nevertheless, Emo Sanson's words held a measure of validity, and they could scarcely find a flaw. Bewildered yet enlightened, they nodded, their faces betraying a hint of guilt toward Emo Sanson. "Third brother, you have truly endured much. It seems we brothers have wronged you." Chapter 60. He is the invincible representative, an existence capable of sweeping across the entire southern frontier with a mere wave of his hand. On this day, Emo Sanson knelt before Yu Qing and recounted, in meticulous detail, the conversation that transpired within the small dark room. "Master, we have collectively resolved to wholeheartedly submit ourselves to your service, and we earnestly hope that you will accept us. Should you command us to journey east, we shall not venture west. If you instruct us to slaughter chickens, we shall not harm dogs. If you require us to test medicines, we shall comply. As long as you are willing, we shall become your 4 loyal monkeys. Furthermore, we willingly accept the mark of servitude. We ask for nothing in return, only that you achieve great success in your medicinal pursuits, enabling us to ascend to greater heights. Upon finishing, San prostrated deeply before Yu Qing. Yu Qing, reclining in his chair, regarded San with a knowing gaze. It must be said, this individual truly possesses remarkable talent. Yet, he is astute. He even understands the inconveniences associated with being a demon among humans, voluntarily offering to become a monkey and to bear the mark of servitude. Indeed, since ancient times, humans and demons have stood opposed to one another. However, Yu Qing has never been concerned with such matters. He follows his own inclinations. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Qing acquiesced to San's request. Firstly, he genuinely required long-term test subjects for his medicinal experiments. Secondly, after marking them with the mark of servitude, he felt secure against their potential betrayal, for a mere thought on his part could reduce them to ashes. Thirdly, at times, demons can be more reliable than humans. Yu Qing extended his hand, hovering it in the air. Upon witnessing this, San's expression brightened, and he eagerly leaned forward, placing his head beneath Yu Qing's palm. Yu Qing exerted a slight pressure, a radiant light emerged, and a mark was inscribed into San's mind. Momentarily dazed, San then knelt heavily on the ground. San pays homage to the master. Rise, and summon the others, commanded Yu Qing. Yes, master. I shall do so at once. With great enthusiasm, San hurried back to the small dark room, returning shortly with Xiaoxi and the other two. Subsequently, Yu Qing bestowed upon each of them the mark of servitude. Thus, the four great demons were collectively brought under Yu Qing's command. You may approach me for medicinal trials, and when not required, you are free to roam the vicinity. Since the marks of servitude had already been bestowed, Yu Qing accordingly granted them some liberties, rather than confining them perpetually within the small dark room. Thank you, master, the four demons responded with palpable excitement. As time gently passed, the city of Shangnan became increasingly lively. Many emperors from various nations had arrived in the city. In anticipation of this, Nanshi had long ago designated a parcel of land within Shangnan, undertaking extensive construction to erect a series of interconnected palaces. This complex was collectively referred to as the Palace of Many Emperors, which was further subdivided into several grand halls, each accommodating the visiting emperors from their respective nations. In the Palace of the Sovereign Emperors, not only is the South Kingdom's security exceptionally stringent, but the forces from other nations have also established an additional layer of defense, rendering the area impenetrable. The Earth Emperor's Hall serves as the temporary residence of the Emperor of the Earth Kingdom, though situated in a remote locale. The spirit of the populace is fierce and martial, allowing only those with formidable strength to ascend to the throne. At this moment, amidst the heightened vigilance of the Earth Emperor's Hall, a figure clad in black appeared silently. "Who are you?" Emperor Zhao Guang of the Earth Kingdom inquired, his expression marked by wariness, for he could not fathom how this intruder had manifested before him. "You need not be alarmed. My purpose here is to discuss a potential collaboration," replied the figure in black, getting straight to the point. "Collaboration? I do not even know who you are. What collaboration can we possibly discuss?" The emperor scoffed. "My identity is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether you, Emperor, are willing to alter the current dynamics of the southern frontier, subjugating those nations stronger than the Earth Kingdom, such as the present South Kingdom." The figure in black spoke languidly. Alter the dynamics of the southern frontier? The emperor was momentarily taken aback by the black-clad figure's words. However, upon hearing the latter part, he could not help but raise his head and ask, "Are you out of your mind?" The figure merely smiled coldly, and 4 imperial seals materialized in his hands. The emperor was startled once more. Being an emperor himself, he recognized the authenticity of the 4 seals in the figure's grasp, especially the palpable aura of imperial destiny emanating from them. This indicated that 4 emperors had previously forged a collaboration with this mysterious figure, even willingly offering their seals. Quickly, the emperor began to absorb this plethora of information. Narrowing his eyes at the figure, he pondered for a considerable time before asking in a low voice, "Clarify your intentions." Noticing the emperor's evident intrigue, the figure in black smiled. "It is quite literal. The southern frontier has remained unchanged for far too long. A territory of such vast expanse does not require so many nations. Thus, it will not be long before most nations face annihilation, leaving behind only those loyal to us. So, Emperor, will you choose destruction, or aspire to be one of the few great powers remaining after the transformation of the southern frontier?" The figure's words seemed imbued with an enchanting power, profoundly striking the emperor. Now, make a choice. Will you embrace destruction? Or choose to pledge allegiance to us and ultimately become a true leader among men in the southern frontier? The figure continued. Humph, your words are mere enchantments. Do not presume that a few seals can intimidate me, the emperor retorted coldly. If you do not believe, then I shall consider your decision made, the figure stated icily, turning to leave with decisive grace. Yet, after taking 2 steps, he was halted by the emperor's call. The figure's lips curled into a smirk as he turned back to face the emperor. How am I to trust you? The emperor scrutinized the figure. Allow me to present you with this. Surely you will have faith now, the figure gestured, and a burst of light darted forth, landing in the emperor's hand. The Earth Sovereign took the item and was immediately struck with astonishment. A spiritual artifact. Indeed, should you agree, this spiritual artifact shall be yours. Although it is merely a modest benefit for following us, the cloaked figure remarked leisurely. Upon hearing this, the Earth Sovereign's breath quickened. Despite his status as a monarch, he knew that even with the strength of an entire nation, acquiring a spiritual artifact was unattainable. True spiritual artifacts are monopolized by the celestial sects and are strictly forbidden from circulating beyond their confines. The mere act of this individual presenting a spiritual artifact was enough to shake the Earth's sovereign to his core. With such an artifact, his power could potentially multiply several times over. However, although the southern wilderness appeared to be a realm of myriad nations, the actual wielders of power were those celestial sects lurking in the shadows. If you wish to alter the balance of the southern wilderness, you must first contend with the celestial sects. Merely controlling a few nations is utterly insignificant. At this juncture, the Earth Sovereign spoke again. Celestial sects? Ha 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 ha. The cloaked figure sneered, his face a mask of disdain. With our leader among us, what do the celestial sects amount to? I shall not hesitate to inform you that we have already obliterated one of them. As for the likes of the Tai sect and the Qin sect, their fate is merely a matter of time. When this will occur depends solely on our leader's whims. Ha 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 ha. Your leader? The Earth Sovereign could not refrain from inquiring. Who is your leader? As for who our leader is, you are not yet worthy of that knowledge. Perhaps when you become one of us, you might have the chance to meet him. Until then, you need only understand that with our leader present, nothing is insurmountable. He is the embodiment of invincibility, capable of sweeping across the entire southern wilderness with a mere wave of his hand. Simultaneously, not far from their conversation, a white-haired man silently appeared atop a pavilion in the Mistwater courtyard. Chapter 61. The Super Iron Plate, Disturbing the Hornet's Nest. Is this the place? This courtyard indeed boasts a splendid view. It would be truly regrettable to destroy it. However, when dealing with individuals of some strength, I prefer to crush their spirits from the outset, obliterating their confidence entirely. Therefore, should you survive, you would earn the right to follow me. In an instant, the white-haired man extended his long hand into the air, which then coalesced above the misty water courtyard into a massive palm imprint, towering 100 feet high. He then brought it crashing down, a brutal smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze. Without uttering another word, he turned and fled. Oh dear, I was mistaken. For at that very moment, as his palm descended, 6 streaks of light shot skyward, effortlessly dissipating the force of his blow. Each streak emanated an aura that instilled trepidation within him. Among them, one possessed no human essence, resembling a corpse. Yet, the explosive power it unleashed sent shivers down his spine. Another was a small boy wielding a knife, whose depths were equally inscrutable. But the blade in his hand instilled a sense of terror within the white-haired man. The remaining 4 exuded a power that was on par with his own, yet stirred a tremor deep within his soul, suggesting a natural bloodline suppression. His attack was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, unleashing a swarm of lethal hornets. In an instant, the white-haired man realized he had tread upon a perilous path. With his life at stake, the calm demeanor he once possessed evaporated, and he fled for his life, escaping the bounds of Upper Nan City in the blink of an eye. As he ran, he couldn't help but lament his misfortune. Cursing the moment, he stepped out only to encounter such an ironclad predicament. Despite his speed, his pursuers were swifter still, particularly that emotionless entity devoid of human essence, which charged forth, delivering a formidable punch that seemed to seal time and space, cutting off all avenues of escape. In an instant, it crushed his skull into a pulp. With a resounding crash, one might have thought the white-haired man was doomed. Yet, in the wake of a surge of demonic energy, he revealed his true form, a serpent with 9 heads, though only 6 remained. One had been obliterated by the puppet shaman, while the other 2 had long been lost. In legend, this 9-headed serpent was also known as the undying zombie worm, said to possess 9 lives. Not dead. How splendid. Brothers, quick, let us advance. Among the pursuing forces, the four great demons, upon witnessing the survival of the serpent, became even more exhilarated. Having recently aligned themselves with Yu Qing, they were eager to make a name for themselves, yet feared that Chang'an's single P witnessing this scene. The four great demons wasted no time and charged straight at the Hydra. Already weakened from losing one head, the Hydra was in a vulnerable state. In mere moments, each of the four demons had obliterated one of its heads, leaving only two remaining. Just then, a flash of blade light appeared, Xiao Lier's horizontal saber sliced through, severing another head. Don't kill it. Capture it alive for our master's experiments, Emo Sanson called out as Chang'an was about to strike again. Chang'an tilted his head stiffly, a flicker of contemplation crossing his expression before unleashing a surge of overwhelming force that enveloped the Hydra. Under this power, the massive Hydra was forcibly compressed to half its original size before being seized by the neck and hauled back. When the six returned, Yu Qing was seated in the courtyard, his teeth still untouched as they arrived. Master, teacher, it's a small Hydra we captured for you, Master. It can serve as a test subject for your potions, Emo Sanson said with an ingratiating smile. Hearing this, Yu Qing cast an approving glance at Emo Sanson. Indeed, his potions had been tested on by Duo before, and the four great demons were no strangers to them. But he had yet to experiment on a demonic beast. Very well, we shall use it for testing, Yu Qing replied with a smile. Meanwhile, the Hydra pinned beneath Chang'an's foot hissed, its cold, serpentine eyes gleaming with ferocity. Humans, damned humans. Release me at once. Do you even know who I am? I, the Hydra, am the earthly emissary of the demonic race. We serve the demonic kind. And within my veins flows half-demon blood. I am kin to them. If you do not release me, once my demonic brethren learn of this, they will raze this place to the ground and feast upon your flesh. Oh, half-demon blood, you say? Yu Qing's interest was instantly piqued. The four great demons, too, found amusement in this revelation. Emo Sanson crouched down, gripping the Hydra's head with a meaningful smirk. Little reptile, why don't you take a good look at what we are? As his words faded, the four great demons unleashed their demonic auras in full force. Under the crushing weight of their bloodline suppression, the Hydra's eyes widened in terror, its very soul trembling. You all. Though it had sensed the bloodline suppression earlier during the fight, the Hydra had dismissed the thought, assuming the demons would conceal their auras in the human realm to avoid unnecessary complications. Never had it imagined that those who had shattered its heads were demons themselves. Enough. You may disperse for now, Yu Qing said. I happen to have some potions here perfect for a little experiment. Once the others had respectfully withdrawn, Yu Qing seized the Hydra and poured a large bowl of medicinal liquor down its throat. Before long, the Hydra was reduced to a barely conscious state, limp in Yu Qing's grasp as he examined it closely. Elder, Baiduo approached hesitantly, noticing Yu Qing's preoccupation, but held back his words. No worries. Feel free to speak, Yu Qing remarked, idly toying with the Hydra in his hands. There is a matter I have contemplated for quite some time, and I believe it is imperative to inform you, Senior, for it may pertain to the safety of the entire southern frontier. Baiduo furrowed his brow. Oh, relating to the safety of the southern frontier? Yu Qing raised his head. Baiduo solemnly nodded and said, although this matter does not directly involve you, I believe your position in the southern frontier necessitates your awareness. Subsequently, Baiduo recounted the situation in detail. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's pupils constricted slightly. Are you implying that a five-elements alliance has emerged in the southern frontier? Aside from the two esteemed leaders, there exists a mysterious lord. This lord is exceedingly powerful, perhaps even a match for the immortal sect? Indeed, he is formidable, and his strength may very well be comparable to yours, Baiduo replied gravely. While speaking, he noticed that Yu Qing was somewhat preoccupied with administering medicine, so he hurriedly stepped forward to assist by holding the snake's head, allowing Yu Qing to continue. He added, if my conjectures are accurate, this enigmatic being harbors a significant conspiracy against the southern frontier. Chapter 62. Allowing your empire of Fuyiao to ascend as the greatest nation yet. How did you come to know all of this? Yu Qing could not help but inquire. At this point, Baiduo's expression dimmed slightly, and she instinctively lowered her head. I was originally an elder of the Feiyun sect, the very sect that he annihilated. I am the sole survivor of the entire sect. Before the sect master passed away, he entrusted me with the treasured gathering cloud cauldron and the key to the sect's treasury. The treasury holds the profound heritage of the Feiyun sect accumulated over countless years, while the gathering cloud cauldron contains the fortune of our sect. The sect master told me that as long as the gathering cloud cauldron and the treasury remained, Feiyan will endure. Even if I am the last one standing, I can still rebuild the Feiyan sect in the future. Baiduo continued, the Five Elements Alliance, in their quest to eradicate us, relentlessly pursued me for the fortune within the gathering cloud cauldron and the key to the treasury. Severely injured, it was then that I encountered you, senior. I see. Yu Qing nodded, quickly offering her a few words of comfort. By the way, is this snake also from the Five Elements Alliance? He asked, gripping the snake's head. This should not be the case. Baiduo shook her head. In her understanding, the Five Elements Alliance did not seem to possess serpent demons. Oh. Then it appears this snake is not here to trouble you. Yu Qing nodded, having sensed from the moment the creature attacked that it was clearly targeting him. Let us return to discussing the mysterious individual you mentioned. When he struck against your sect, did you catch a glimpse of his appearance? The opponent was far too powerful. His shadow appeared only once, and I could not discern his true form. I only know he is a mysterious man, Baiduo replied. You have considerable strength yourself, yet you could not perceive his true identity. It seems this individual is indeed formidable, and caution is warranted, Yu Qing remarked, furrowing his brow. After a moment, he fed another large mouthful of medicine to the nine-headed serpent. Baiduo glanced at him and quickly assisted in holding the serpent's head. This individual bears a deep-seated grudge against me. My sole motivation for living in this world is to seek vengeance upon him, to dismantle him piece by piece. As she spoke, the veins on Baiduo's forehead throbbed, and her grip tightened instinctively. Whether it was due to the medicine or Baiduo's strength, the nine-headed serpent writhed restlessly. Thank you for sharing this with me, Yu Qing said. I also wish you success in rebuilding the Feiyan sect. However, given the commotion caused by the Five Elements Alliance, I believe other sects are already aware and have devised countermeasures. Therefore, I trust that the southern region will not face any significant issues, and I believe that one day, you will achieve your revenge. Thank you for your comforting words, senior. At the same time, within the palace of the emperors, several monarchs took residence, including Nangong Fuyiao, who had arrived from the Fuyiao Empire. Although the Fuyiao Empire had previously undertaken military actions against the southern kingdom, in this critical moment, the southern kingdom treated the arrival of the Fuyiao Empire with courtesy, at least on the surface. The bustling vibrancy of Upper South City is truly remarkable. After settling into the palace, the newly appointed head of the Celestial Palace, Zhao Qian, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The splendor observed along the way even moved this erudite individual to admiration. Silence. This Upper South City was merely a tiny place, thriving solely due to the presence of the Array Masters Guild, and ascent it all thanks to my brother? Nangong Fuyiao spoke with a heavy tone. Yet the bitterness of envy was unmistakable in her words. All of this should have belonged to her Fuyiao Empire. Zhao Qian realized he had misspoken and hastily knelt in repentance. However, the atmosphere in the palace suddenly turned icy. A man clad in black appeared unexpectedly. Who goes there? Zhao Qian unsheathed his sword, positioning it protectively in front of Nangong Fuyiao. The black-clad man glanced at him dismissively and with a flick of his sleeve, sent Zhao Qian flying. He then turned to Nangong Fuyiao, addressing her directly. Empress Fuyiao, I understand you harbor many doubts, but there is no need for alarm. I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. Witnessing the prosperity and liveliness of Upper South City must be quite unsettling, as it seems all of this was rightfully yours. What do you think? Would you desire for the Southern Kingdom to vanish from this world? The man's words struck a chord with Nangong Fuyiao. Is this for real? She inquired. Indeed, it is, the man replied with a smile. Yet you have not revealed your identity to me, she pressed. The specifics of my identity hold little significance for you. What matters is that we intend to alter the dynamics of the southern region, retaining only those nations willing to pledge their allegiance to us, and you, Empress Fuyiao, are among those we have chosen, he stated leisurely. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's eyes sparkled with surprise, intermingled with a hint of excitement and anticipation. How shall I pledge my loyalty to you? She asked. It is quite simple. First, present us with the imperial seal, which we require. I will provide further instructions thereafter. The man stated candidly. The imperial seal? Nangong Fuyiao furrowed her brow at his words. After a moment of contemplation, she queried. But can you truly stand against the immortal sect? Surely, they would not turn a blind eye. Ha ha ha, the immortal sect? What do they amount to? This so-called tiny place, with a few minor sects, dares to be called an immortal sect? To be frank with you, the Feiyan immortal sect has already been eradicated. Behold, this spiritual artifact was seized from the Feiyan immortal sect, he declared, producing a long sword that shimmered with a faint glow, exuding an aura of sentience. far beyond the ordinary. If you are willing, this artifact shall be a gift for you. With that, the man deftly tossed the spiritual artifact to Nangong Fuyiao. As she caught it, her face illuminated with exhilaration, for it was indeed a genuine spiritual artifact. The spiritual artifact merely follows our slightest advantage. Once our endeavor succeeds, you shall become one of the greatest emperors of the southern frontier. The man in black cast a languid glance at Nangong Fuyiao, embellishing his words further. Suppressing her inner excitement, Nangong Fuyiao maintained an impassive facade and inquired, I have one final question. Such a grand undertaking surely involves more than just yourself, does it not? Indeed, it does. We have a formidable alliance and a wise and powerful leader guiding us, the man in black replied. A leader? Indeed, our leader possesses extraordinary strength. With his presence, annihilating several celestial sects and subduing the southern frontier would require naught but a breath. Thus following us entails no risk, the man asserted. Such an existence truly exists. A glimmer of light sparkled in Nangong Fuyiao's eyes, her excitement becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. At that moment, she felt her horizons expand significantly. In the presence of such a figure, what did the small southern nation and the minor mage guild amount to? Very well, I accept your terms, Nangong Fuyiao exclaimed, producing the imperial seal with fervor. Your Majesty, no? The imperial seal is of utmost importance, crucial to my Fuyiao nation. Do not heed this man's beguiling words. At that moment, Yu Qing, severely injured, struggled to rise from the ground, his expression fraught with urgency. However, as soon as his words fell, a flash of sword light emanated from the man in black. Yu Qing's heart was instantly pierced, and he collapsed to the ground. Nangong Fuyiao's expression darkened, ready to speak, but was interrupted by the man in black. What, do you have objections? Decisions made by the emperor are beyond the rebuke of a mere subject. In such a trivial character, what is one less? Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyiao's expression softened. You are correct. The imperial seal is yours. With that, she presented the seal. Accepting it, the man in black smirked. Excellent. You are among the most intelligent and resolute of the emperors I have encountered. I hold you in high regard. Once our plan succeeds, I shall ensure that the Fuyiao Empire becomes the greatest nation in the southern frontier. At his words, Nangong Fuyiao was overwhelmed with excitement, as if she could already envision a future towering above thousands. She hurriedly bowed, saying, Thank you for your esteemed recognition. Chapter 63. San, a naturally charming entity? After a considerable period, the man in black finally emerged from the imperial palace of the emperors, holding the imperial seal he had just acquired from Nangong Fuyiao. A faint smile graced his lips. The final objective had been successfully achieved, fulfilling the mission bestowed by the leader. Now, he awaited the leader's command. For the southern region would soon belong to our Five Elements Alliance. As this thought crossed his mind, the man's smile intensified. He then produced a jade slip, intending to report to his leader. However, after waiting for a considerable time, he received no response. Wasn't the leader supposed to subdue the individual assisting by duo? Given the time elapsed, it was reasonable to assume the adversary had been subdued. Why, then, was there suddenly no news? A look of perplexity crossed the man's face. Nonetheless, he dismissed the concern, never truly believing that his leader could encounter unforeseen circumstances. Instead, he selected a location in Upper South City to patiently await further instructions from the leader. Simultaneously, in the misty water courtyard, Yu Qing observed San, whose realm had stabilized post-breakthrough, and sensed something was amiss. It seemed to have become captivating. Indeed, it had grown enchanting. Although he had previously noted a somewhat effeminate appearance compared to the other three demons, this impression had intensified following San's breakthrough. What else with this effeminacy? Yu Qing couldn't help but inquire. San bashfully scratched its head. Beside them, Shaoxi quickly interjected, reporting to the master. This is the third Taoist rule talent. Taoist rule talent? Yu Qing responded, slightly taken aback. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding this term. It is well known that the realm of humanity is categorized into acquired, innate, wasteland realms of earth, heaven, moon, and Sunday. Essentially, it encompasses the realms of sun, moon, earth, and humanity. In a place like the Fuyiao Empire, the heaven wasteland realm could equate to being the leader of a sect. Conversely, the sun wasteland realm is nearly the pinnacle of the secular world in the southern region. 2 decades ago, when he vanquished the 3 kings, Yu Qing himself was at the sun wasteland realm. Yet, even then, he understood that this so-called sun, moon, earth, and humanity was merely a superficial classification in secular cultivation. They possessed only a rudimentary understanding of cultivation, knowing a few techniques for strengthening the body, and could only harbor a scant amount of spiritual energy within their meridians and acupoints for combat. This could hardly be deemed true cultivation. Why then? Could sects like the Tai Immortal Gate and the Qinquan Immortal Gate transcend these secular nations? Even a single disciple could command the respect of a national monarch. This was because these so-called immortal sects possessed the genuine methodologies of cultivation, deserving to be recognized as true cultivators. Disciples within their ranks could effortlessly surpass the limitations of the Sun Wasteland realm, subsequently embarking on the authentic path of cultivation, evolving into genuine practitioners. Their realms are divided into sensory spirit, Yuan Dan, opening acupoints, touching heaven, connecting heaven, divine communication, chaos, saint, and supreme realms, with each realm further subdivided into lower, upper, and perfected tiers. In this world, the practitioners possess concepts that diverge significantly from the inherent notions of Yu Qing. Within those conventional ideas, practitioners are seen as defying the heavens. However, in this realm, they are regarded as aligning with celestial principles. Thus, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, practitioners are bestowed with the blessings of the heavenly path. The initial blessing is the boon of the Yuan Dan realm, which manifests as the innate talent of heavenly rules. This innate talent allows all beings who enter the Yuan Dan realm to comprehend a specific aspect of rule-based abilities. Each individual's understanding of this talent varies dramatically. Some are proactive, while others are passive. Some are formidable, while others are trivial. For instance, certain talents may naturally enhance the bearer's offensive or defensive capabilities, bestowing upon them a distinct advantage in combat. Conversely, some talents may appear rather inconsequential, such as the necessity to sleep at night or the idea that taking a life shortens one's own lifespan. There are even bizarre and seemingly illogical talents with exceedingly stringent activation conditions. For example, one might enhance their comprehension by consuming water at 38 degrees Celsius paired with a meal of 3 dishes and a soup within half an hour. Alternatively, one could risk their life by learning to bark like a dog after utilizing exotic flames to roast rice flour mixed with 1,000-year-old Polonia wood in a supreme alchemical furnace. In essence, the varieties are manifold, and the activation conditions are diverse. Yet, a terrifying premise underlies all: the innate talents of heavenly rules can transcend cultivation levels. When Yu Qing first encountered these concepts, he could not help but recall some peculiar skills he had heard of in his previous life on the internet of Blue Star, such as the ability to catch a blade with bare hands or the power to make anyone pregnant with a mere stare. This led him to ponder whether anyone in this world truly grasped such extraordinary talents of heavenly rules. Unfortunately, Yu Qing himself did not possess any such innate talent, as his cultivation diverged from that of this world. His cultivation system lacked any concept of realms. He merely knew he was somewhat powerful. To what extent he was strong, and how it corresponded to the realms of this world, remained a mystery to him. He was only aware that in the past 2 decades, no adversary who had engaged him in life and death conflict had ever landed a punch. Naturally, he did not consider himself invincible. It was possible that his exposure to the world was limited, especially beyond the southern wilderness, where he had encountered few others. So, what innate talent of heavenly rules had you comprehended? Yu Qing could not help but inquire of Mo Shaozan. My lord, my innate talent of heavenly rules is rather passive, known as the natural charisma body, which grows stronger with the elevation of my cultivation. Due to your influence, I have broken through, thus enhancing my charisma body as well. Furthermore, my charisma body can affect individuals regardless of gender. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing furrowed his brow tightly, nearly feeling nauseated, as he regarded Mo Shaozan's robust physique. The thick mane of hair, the limbs curved like those of a gorilla, and the rather unappealing facial features. He found it exceedingly difficult to associate the term charisma body with such a figure. Shouldn't the charisma body be embodied by a stunning beauty? A truly exquisite one at that? Moreover, what is the significance of influencing individuals, regardless of gender? Surely, it will not impact one's own future, will it? After all, the principles of fate and talent disregard one's cultivation. The mere thought of potentially falling in love in the future leads Yu Qing to contemplate whether to nip this crisis in the bud, to cast this young man as far away as possible. Chapter 64. The Hydra. A fractured mind, exhausted. Let destruction come. Yu Qing ultimately restrained himself from succumbing to the urge to dispose of the Hydra. Thus, 2 or 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this brief interlude, the Hydra underwent a staggering 176 experiments. Were it not for the instinct of survival bolstering him, he would have long since succumbed to despair. After the trials, Yu Qing carelessly discarded the creature into a corner. Untroubled by the prospect of its escape or any ensuing trouble, I cannot continue this way. I shall surely perish here. In the corner, the Hydra flicked its forked tongue and rotated its eyes. It had come to comprehend its precarious situation, realizing that escape was utterly unattainable under normal circumstances. Unavoidably, its gaze fell upon the youthful koi fish who was diligently cultivating nearby. There is no choice but to resort to this scheme. With a flicker of determination in its eyes, the Hydra crawled toward the koi. However, as it approached, a blade suddenly struck, menacingly closing in on its final head, causing it to shiver in trepidation. "Little hero, spare my life. I harbor no ill intentions," the Hydra implored, acutely aware that in such dire circumstances, survival necessitated submission. "What do you desire?" the koi inquired, devoid of emotion. "Little hero, I have observed your remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. Your future achievements are boundless. A being of your caliber is destined to soar among the elite, surely carving a place for yourself in this vast world." At these words, the previously impassive koi's lips subtly curled into a smile, and a faint blush graced its cheeks. "Ahem, do not speak to me of such trivialities. To expect me to release you is utterly impossible," the koi remarked, clearing its throat and raising its head earnestly. "Little hero, I do not wish for you to release me. Rather, my heart is fervently drawn to you, compelling me to seek your companionship," the Hydra quickly retorted. "Seek to follow me?" The koi regarded it with surprise, then adopted a serious demeanor. "I do not believe you. I severed one of your heads. And yet you profess devotion? You are a deceitful creature, and I shall not be swayed. Truly, I speak only truth. To prove my sincerity, I am willing to accept the slave mark and forge a beastly contract with you," the Hydra hastily declared. "A beastly contract?" The koi surveyed the Hydra, clearly taken aback by its unexpected proposition, and responded with a mix of skepticism. "You would genuinely offer such a thing, wishing to become my slave? Little hero, think on this. If you were to inscribe the slave mark upon me and establish the beastly contract, you would possess absolute control over my life and death. Even if I harbored treachery, a mere thought from you could render me to ashes," the Hydra insisted fervently. Upon hearing this, the koi's expression shifted to one of contemplation. "Wait here. I shall consult my master." The koi rose and sought out Yu Qing, recounting the entire affair. "Oh, a contract with a spirit beast?" Yu Qing furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "Indeed," the koi nodded obediently. "Very well, proceed with the contract." Yu Qing understood that many practitioners would capture demon beasts to form contracts, as these contracted beasts were invaluable allies on the path of cultivation. In the southern regions, it would be difficult to find a more formidable demon beast than this nine-headed serpent. Moreover, even with a contract, it would not hinder the testing of medicinal substances. "As my master wishes, I shall contract with him," he declared. After bidding farewell, and under the hopeful gaze of the nine-headed serpent, Xiao Liu nodded and said, "Very well. I accept your offer." The serpent's eyes sparkled with delight as it quickly responded, "Excellent. Let us finalize the contract swiftly, and I shall become your most formidable ally." Xiao Liu, with an innocent demeanor, nodded in agreement. The process of forming the contract was straightforward and took merely half an hour. At the moment the contract was solidified, the nine-headed serpent felt a surge of joy, manifesting a cunning smile. Yet, in the next instant, a sudden soul attack struck him. The nine-headed serpent let out a wretched cry, feeling as if it were being struck by a tremendous bolt of lightning, its entire serpentine body trembling on the ground, paralyzed at the depths of its soul. What are you doing?" the serpent exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Xiao Liu, who wore a mischievous grin. It had assumed that this child was easily fooled, never anticipating that the moment the contract was established, the little rascal would launch a soul attack against him. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Liu's expression turned cold, shedding the earlier innocent facade. With that, she launched another attack on the depths of the serpent's soul using the contract. "I won't dare again. I was wrong," the serpent pleaded repeatedly, knowing full well that its life was now in Xiao Liu's hands. "Humph, you wretched creature. Did you think that by forming a contract with me, you would escape suffering? How naive," Xiao Liu remarked with a sinister glint in her eyes. "You dared to attack my master, thinking I would let you off so easily? Forming this contract is merely a means for me to torment you further." With that, she unleashed yet another assault on the nine-headed serpent's soul. As the contract's master, she could ensure that the serpent endured immense suffering without facing fatal consequences. After several rounds of torment, the nine-headed serpent was left on the brink of collapse. It had thought Xiao Lier was merely a naive child, easily deceived, only to discover that she harbored a deep reservoir of malice. "You shall remain coiled and motionless in that corner. Should you move, I will end you," she commanded. "Yes, yes," the serpent replied, not daring to disobey. Curling up in the corner as instructed. Once the nine-headed serpent complied, Xiao Lier settled down and resumed her cultivation. Nonetheless, beneath the serpent's seemingly obedient exterior, a dark and ominous cloud loomed in its eyes. "You, insolent little brat, I shall surely avenge this grievance. I shall endure for a few days. And once I escape and fulfill my grand plans in the southern regions, I assure you, death awaits you all." The nine-headed serpent seethed with resentment. The reasons behind its desire to form a contract with Xiao Lier were twofold. Firstly, it is akin to possessing a protective talisman, at the very least. A covenant has been established. As long as he outwardly maintains a facade of honesty, he can temporarily coexist in peace. Another significant reason lies in his innate talent for the principles of the heavenly Tao. This talent allows him, once a covenant is formed with any sentient being, to autonomously dissolve it, provided that the other party does not exceed him by a major realm. Although this rule may appear trivial, it has indeed saved his life on more than one occasion. The reason he chose Little Carp is that, during their initial confrontation, he sensed her cultivation level, which was comparable to his own, both standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The only advantage she held was the weapon in her hand. Naturally, dissolving a covenant requires a certain expenditure of energy. The smaller the disparity in realms between him and the Covenant's master, the less energy is required. Conversely, a greater difference necessitates a larger expenditure. However, since Little Carp's realm is on par with his, even in his current weakened state, where his strength is but a fraction of its former self, he is still capable of dissolving the Covenant immediately. Thus, all he needs is to bide his time, awaiting an opportunity for Little Carp to take him out, at which point he can swiftly extricate himself from the Covenant and continue to pursue his plans for the southern wilderness. Ultimately, he aims to reverse the situation and seek vengeance. A cold smirk involuntarily surfaced within the Hydra's heart. Yet, in the next moment, his expression abruptly froze as he cast an incredulous gaze towards Little Carp. At this moment, Little Carp was seated in deep meditation on the ground, her entire being emanating a mysterious glow. Subsequently, she began to break through. Chapter 65. Look, sister, what a stunning human girl. Nine-headed snake exclaimed inwardly. Overwhelmed by a profane outburst, his composure shattered, for he could have released the seal at any moment. Yet, if Little broke through, he would be in a weakened state, his powers insufficient to counter her. The situation had spiraled entirely out of control. This was a true testament to the saying that one cannot enjoy happiness for more than 3 seconds. Nothing to worry about. That little brat has merely ascended a minor realm. She remains at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm. As long as she does not break through to the celestial realm, her level does not surpass mine by a significant margin. A brief recovery of my strength will allow me to dissolve the contract. Thus, her breakthrough might only delay my plans by a few days. The advantage lies with me. There is no need for panic. With this thought, Nine-headed snake flicked his tongue, and a glimmer of cold light danced in his wise, confident eyes. The following day, the entire Upper South City was adorned with festive decorations, as the grand celebration of the Array Masters Guild commenced. Many residents flocked to the city center to partake in this grand event. To enrich the festivities, Nanshi had already arranged various performances and dances. All food and drink for the guests were complimentary. Days prior, Nanshi and Gu Daran personally invited Yu Qing to inaugurate the Array Masters Guild and deliver a speech. Yu Qing was not fond of such official, public spectacles. Rather than cutting ribbons, he preferred to immerse himself among the crowd, savoring the lively atmosphere, enjoying the performances, and tasting exquisite wines. Early in the morning, Yu Qing prepared to set out with Little Li. Even Bai Duo had donned a simple disguise to join them in experiencing the vibrant festivities of Upper South City. Meanwhile, Cui Wei, as an official of the Southern Kingdom, had taken a temporary leave from Yu Qing days earlier to oversee the order of Upper South City. "Master, take us along." The 4 monkeys chirped excitedly as they bounded forward. Yu Qing observed their exuberance and hesitated slightly before responding. "If you wish to go out, you must disguise yourselves, lest you frighten others." "Understood, master." The 4 mischievous beings appeared to have anticipated this, promptly donning black cloaks and hoods that enveloped their forms. The design around their necks allowed them to pull it up, concealing their non-human faces, leaving only their bright, inquisitive eyes visible. "Very well, but remember, do not cause any trouble," Yu Qing reminded them with authority. Yes, master. The four mischievous beings bowed earnestly, brimming with excitement as they prepared to depart. From a nearby corner, Nine-Headed Snake interjected, Master, take me along too. Let us go, Little Lee said, reaching out to grasp Nine-Headed Snake, shrinking him down to the size of chopsticks and resting him upon her shoulder. Is this truly happening? Nine-Headed Snake felt a whirlwind of emotions. Unable to articulate whether he was elated or distressed, he was pleased that, due to the contract, joining Little Lee would be an effortless endeavor. What troubles him is that he is currently unable to dissolve the contract. His strength has not yet been fully restored. Had Little Carp not achieved a breakthrough yesterday, he could have escaped today. The more he thinks about it, the more his anger intensifies, aggravating the injuries that had begun to heal over the past 2 days. Calm down, Gu Jiutian. You are destined for greatness. The first lesson is to maintain composure. He fervently reassured himself, which somewhat alleviated his distress. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance to the city center. Halt, inspection. A large contingent of the Imperial Guards was meticulously examining the throngs entering the city center through dozens of passages. As expected, Yu Qing and his companions were also stopped for inspection. What are you doing? Stand down. At this moment, a commanding voice echoed, prompting the guards to salute respectfully. We pay our respects to the Lieutenant General. As the voice faded, a young, formidable warrior clad in armor and wielding a long spear approached. With his hair tied back, he exuded an aura of righteousness. Have you lost your senses, daring to conduct an inspection? The young warrior barked. He then stepped forward to Yu Qing and his companions, smiling as he performed a courteous bow. I have the honor to meet you, sir. Ah, what a handsome young man, quite imposing, Yu Qing remarked, unable to suppress his admiration as he gave a thumbs up. It was none other than Cui Wei. Hearing this, Cui Wei's face flushed slightly, and he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Sir, could it be that you are Mr. Yu Qing? At that moment, the guards, realizing their mistake, eagerly inquired, Is it truly Mr. Yu Qing? Cui Wei gestured affirmatively. Indeed, it is Mr. Yu Qing. We have the honor to meet you, sir. The guards quickly bowed in respect. Please forgive us. We were blind to your greatness. You have rendered immense service to our southern nation, not to mention 20 years ago. Were it not for you, how could the headquarters of the Mage Association have been established in our land? The glory of our southern nation today is a testament to your contributions. The guards expressed their gratitude fervently. The crowd that had gathered was also stirred by the revelation. We pay our respects to you, sir. Countless citizens performed the customary gestures of reverence toward Yu Qing. Observing this, Yu Qing felt compelled to reciprocate, raising his hands in the traditional southern salute and turning to acknowledge the crowd. You are all too kind. In that moment, Yu Qing's presence stirred quite a commotion at the entrance to the city center. Then let us proceed, Yu Qing said with a smile. Cui Wei, you must continue your duties in maintaining security and order, so I will not keep you. After you enter, should you require anything, feel free to call upon the guards. All are under my command and can assist you at any moment, Cui Wei said respectfully. That will not be necessary. I am merely here to enjoy the festivities and perhaps find some fine wine, Yu Qing replied, patting Cui Wei's shoulder, before leading his companions into the heart of the city. As they entered that vibrant area, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Before their eyes lay an array of delectable foods, most of which were crafted by the diligent citizens of Upper Southern City, available for anyone passing by to enjoy, entirely free of charge. The vendors, much like the common folk, called out to entice visitors to savor the delectable cuisine of their southern land. The shy little boy, Xiao Li, timidly picked up a skewer of candied hawthorn, only for the vendor to generously offer him several more. Take as many as you like, little one, the kindly old man exclaimed with warmth. Cradling a handful of sugary treats, Xiao Li glanced shyly at Yu Qing and inquired, Master, I'm already a cultivator. Is it inappropriate for me to indulge in candied hawthorn? His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ha ha ha, Yu Qing chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. What is the purpose of cultivation if not to pursue one's desires? So if you wish to eat, then eat. At that moment, one of the four clumsy figures in black robes trailing behind Yu Qing exclaimed with excitement. Look, sister, what a beautiful human maiden. Where? Came the synchronized inquiries from the other three black-robed figures. Their gazes converged upon a group of elegantly dressed women in long skirts who were gracefully passing by. Adorned with delicate blush and glossy hair, their charming appearances left the four black-robed figures utterly mesmerized. Chapter 66. Leader, I shall await your arrival here, dear sister. What more could one desire? Emo San reflected wistfully. It was not until several maidens vanished into the throng that the four great demons withdrew their gazes, revealing an expression of lingering desire. Yu Qing could not help but cast them a disapproving glance. Subsequently, the group ventured towards the heart of the city. Along the way, Yu Qing indulged in an array of delectable cuisines and sampled dozens of fine wines. "One more bowl, please," he exclaimed. At a tavern, Yu Qing drank to his heart's content. Beside him, Bai Duo also partook generously, her complexion flushed, and the usual worry that often clouded her features seemed to dissipate significantly today. "One more bowl is hardly sufficient, since you enjoy my wine so much. Take 2 flasks to go." The tavern owner, a slightly plump man, beamed with delight at Yu Qing's praise and quickly prepared 2 gourds for him to take away. "Ha. Thank you, my good sir. I shall certainly frequent your establishment in the future," Yu Qing replied with a hearty expression of gratitude. Turning around, he realized the 4 monkeys had mysteriously vanished. After searching around, he discovered them bouncing about, drawn to any spectacle of merriment. They flitted from one place to another, watching cockfights in one location and acrobatics in another, their desire to share in the revelry unabated. When they encountered a dance performance featuring scantily clad maidens, their eagerness was insatiable as they insisted on dragging Yu Qing along to witness the spectacle. After casting them a disapproving glance, he took little Lier with him instead. Seeing that these rascals were merely enjoying themselves without causing any disruption, he was content to let them be. Senior, Bai Duo, who had been trailing half a step behind Yu Qing, turned to him and called out, Yu Qing leisurely sipped his wine and glanced in her direction. "I could never comprehend why, with your formidable abilities, you would choose to remain in such a place. Surely, you could achieve great things elsewhere on the continent," she mused. "Now, I believe I understand a bit more." Her cheeks slightly flushed from the wine, she continued. "This feeling is truly so relaxing, so liberating. I can hardly recall the last time I experienced such a sensation. In my memories, it was when I was a child, accompanying my father to the market in town, bustling with people, filled with life. As the gentle breeze caressed my face, I would always skip along, chasing the wind. Each time we visited the market, my father would buy me my favorite cotton candy. By the time we returned home, it was already noon, and my mother would have prepared lunch, eagerly awaiting our return. Gradually, without realizing when it began, the bustling scenes of the market faded into obscurity in my mind, and the images of my parents grew increasingly indistinct. In the world that followed, my existence was consumed solely by cultivation, the sect, the relentless pursuit of resources, and the insatiable desire for higher status. Yet, these years have been unbearably exhausting, especially now with the departure of the sect leader and the others. I alone bear the weight of Feiyun's future upon my shoulders, so much so that I dare not even entertain the thought of death. As Bai Duo spoke, unbeknownst to her, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Witnessing this, Yu Qing tilted his head skyward before offering a resigned smile. He offered no words of comfort, for none seemed adequate. In the world of adults, ease is a rare commodity. Instead, he simply raised his gourd of wine toward her in silent acknowledgement. "Thank you, elder," Bai Duo murmured, lifting her own gourd, mimicking the way Yu Qing wore his around his neck, and uncorking it to clink against his. She understood this gesture as his most profound solace. Meanwhile, the 4 demonic beings led Xiao Liu through the throngs, reveling in the lively spectacle. "Xiao Si, oldest, second. Hurry and bring the young master to see the girls. Quick, or you'll miss them," Mo Sanson called from a short distance away. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxi hoisted Xiao Liu onto his shoulders and wove through the crowd toward a nearby stage, where 7 or 8 exquisitely adorned young women, clad in midriff-bearing attire, performed a belly dance. Xiao Liu's wide eyes fixed upon the dancers. Though he should have been innocent and unaware, fragments of the sage's teachings surfaced unbidden in his mind, flushing his cheeks crimson to the tips of his ears. Yet, he fished a silver piece from his pocket and, like many other men, tossed it onto the stage. "Oh, many thanks for the young master's generosity," the radiant hostess on stage exclaimed. "Shall we invite this young gentleman up here?" Amidst the clamor, Xiao Liu was ushered onto the stage, instantly enveloped by a flurry of perfumed and giggling women. "Ahem, well then, since our young master has been so generous, shouldn't you reward him?" Mo Sanson shouted from below. "Yes, he must be rewarded," Mo Lada chimed in. As the chorus of agreement swelled, the dancers, delighted by the merriment and charmed by the bashful boy, took turns planting kisses on his cheeks, leaving behind a trail of rosy imprints. At first, Xiao Liu squirmed, his face aflame with embarrassment. But soon, he could only grin sheepishly, his youthful innocence yielding to the playful attention. In the midst of such revelry, who could spare a thought for the nine-headed serpent? Trampled underfoot by the crowd, it lay dazed and seething in a corner. Damned humans! A foul, wretched lot. The serpent hissed venomously, yet its gaze, as if sensing something, drifted toward the outskirts of Shangnan City. In an instant, it transformed into an almost imperceptible streak of light, darting through the air toward the city's outskirts. Beyond the walls of Shangnan, where the mountains stretched endlessly, a black-clad man sat meditating within a secluded ravine. Periodically, he retrieved a jade communication slip, his expression clouded with bewilderment. As the leader contemplated the delay in receiving further instructions, a sudden joy illuminated his countenance. From the heavens, a streak of light descended, transforming into a man who landed not far from him. The man, adorned with flowing white hair, was none other than the Hydra. Subordinate. I have seen the leader, the black-clad man exclaimed, his face brightening as he hastily bowed in respect. After the formal gesture, he dared to lift his gaze towards the white-haired figure. Yet, he could not help but notice that the usually formidable leader appeared somewhat depleted and even a bit disheveled today. However, he did not dwell on it. Honorable leader, I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me. The 10 national seals are in hand, and the members of the 5 Elements Alliance are on standby. The emperors of those 10 nations await your command, ready to cooperate at a moment's notice, the black-clad man reported. Excellent work, the white-haired leader nodded appreciatively. Today is a momentous occasion. Shall we proceed? Before he could finish, the white-haired man interrupted. There is no rush today. Then when shall we act? The black-clad man inquired. Perplexed. Ahem, I am still in the midst of planning a significant undertaking. Only once this grand endeavor is complete can we proceed, the white-haired man explained. Ah, I see. The momentous task you are orchestrating must surely be earth-shattering, the black-clad man remarked with fervent enthusiasm. The expression of the white-haired leader shifted subtly before he cautioned. Remember, do not act rashly until I provide you with the next command. Our plans must remain confidential. It is imperative that you adhere to this. Furthermore, if my intuition serves me right, the group beyond the southern borders will likely also arrive in the southern region. Therefore, during this period, it would be prudent for you to conceal your whereabouts, and the others from the 5 Elements Alliance should likewise remain hidden, waiting here for my return. Understood, leader. I shall remember your instructions, the black-clad man affirmed with a nod. Seeing the unwavering commitment in the black-clad man's demeanor, the white-haired leader felt a sense of relief. Haiching. Nijong has perished. You are now my most trusted ally. Once our grand scheme comes to fruition, I shall elevate you to a position of unparalleled authority. Second only to myself, he declared to the black-clad man. These words ignited a fervor within the black-clad man, who could hardly conceal his excitement. Rest assured, leader. I shall remember every word you have spoken. Until you issue the next command, I shall remain here, steadfastly awaiting your direction. I will wait endlessly. Chapter 67. The master declares he has no sister and urges you to depart. Very well, then, wait in vain. The Hydra nodded in relief. After procuring 10 imperial seals from the cloaked man, he hastened back to Shangnan City without delay. Upon his return, he discovered that the 4 demons were still frolicking with Little Li in the city, oblivious to his absence. This brought him some comfort. For despite Little Li's seemingly harmless demeanor, he could be quite merciless in tormenting him. He frequently employed their contract to unleash soul attacks upon him. Had Little Li known of his brief departure, he would undoubtedly have faced a severe beating. Ah, wait. Why do I feel as though I've truly become a slave? Fearful of such retribution, the Hydra's expression darkened. However, after meeting the cloaked figure, he felt significantly reassured. All was in readiness, merely awaiting the right moment to strike. As soon as his strength was somewhat restored, he would be able to dissolve their bond. Meanwhile, at the grand celebration, numerous emperors had gathered, including those who had surrendered their seals. Their glances exchanged, laden with unspoken significance. According to the message conveyed to them by the cloaked man, their grand scheme was set to commence today. At the forefront, amidst the witness of countless citizens, Nanshi and Gu Daoran presided over the festivities, basking in the limelight. Yet, Nangong Fuyu loathed them to her very core. Previously, Gu Daoran had imposed restrictions on her Fuyiao Empire, while Nanshi had reaped the fruits that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, she could hardly bear to watch their splendor. Entirely forgetting her true purpose for visiting the southern kingdom, why has Lord Haichen taken action yet? How long must she wait? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened. She recalled the mention of the alliance leader by Lord Haichen. If her calculations were correct, that leader would make an appearance today. She was eager to witness the true demeanor of such a figure. Lord Haichen had promised that once their plans came to fruition, he would introduce her to the alliance leader. If she could win that leader's favor, the Fuyiao Empire would undoubtedly ascend to a position of undeniable supremacy among these nations. However, due to Lord Haichen's arrival, she had altered her original intentions. Yet she still scanned the venue for Yu Qing. Had he not arrived? She furrowed her brow, but dismissed her concern. On stage, Nanshi was delivering a speech, creating quite a stir among the crowd. Nangong Fuyao's impatience grew ever more palpable. Just let you bask in this fleeting moment of glory. As soon as Lord Haichen gives the command. Lord Haichen has issued a directive. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she received instructions through her communication jade slip. Yet, in the next instant, her expression soured. No action today? How infuriating. Nangong Fuyao shot a resentful glance at Nanshi, concocted an excuse of feeling unwell, and promptly departed. Thus, the grand celebration passed uneventfully. 10 individuals, akin to Nangong Fuyao, directed their attention towards the Emperor of Haichen, remaining in the Hall of the Emperors, silently awaiting the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The 10 emperors grew increasingly anxious with each passing day. They had previously agreed to take action around the time of the grand celebration, yet here they were, half a month post-celebration, with no sign of movement. Ironically, their imperial seals had already been surrendered into the hands of Haichen. Within the Hall of the Emperors, Nangong Fuyao sat at the head, lost in thought, before rising to make her way outside. Following her was an elderly man with a distinguished mustache, the vice president of the Celestial Academy, Chang Wei, who had been promoted alongside Zhao Qian. Following Zhao Qian's demise, Chang Wei ascended to the position of the true president of the Celestial Academy. It was rather amusing. This was the 4th president of the Celestial Academy in a brief period since Sun Xuanji's resignation. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Chang Wei respectfully inquired. Trailing behind Nangong Fuyao. I am off to seek Yu Qing, Nangong Fuyao replied, her pupils narrowing as she spoke contemplatively. Weren't you planning to refrain from seeking Yu Qing? Chang Wei could not help but interject. I have come to realize that, even after achieving my goals, I will still require capable assistance. Although, by that time, I may regard the so-called immortal sects of the southern frontier with disdain. However, Yu Qing's previous ability to mobilize the immortal sects indicates he holds some merit. Of course, my desire to find him is also due to my remembrance of his past contributions. I wish to guide him along a path of prosperity. Nangong Fuyao articulated with a slight smile. Your Majesty is astute. I am certain that Prince Qing is aware of your intentions and will be immensely grateful. Chang Wei promptly responded. Nangong Fuyao chuckled softly before continuing. And then there is Sun Xuanji. When he tendered his resignation, did he not blame me? He believed my decisions misguided, leading the Fuyiao Empire astray. Once my grand plan with Lord Haichen and the others comes to fruition, I am eager to see his reaction. Indeed, Your Majesty speaks the truth. Chang Wei nodded in agreement. Nangong Fuyao cast a glance at him. Rest assured, I shall not allow Sun Xuanji to return. He has betrayed my trust, and should the Fuyiao Empire flourish, it will not be so simple for him to return. As for you, I had previously overlooked your worth. Yet now I find you deeply favored in my eyes, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Chang Wei's expression brightened. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your regard. I shall not disappoint your trust. Let us proceed. Nangong Fuyao smiled, leading Chang Wei as they made their way to the Mosui courtyard. Shortly thereafter, both donned in casual attire, arrived at the Mosui courtyard. I shall knock, Chang Wei volunteered as he approached the door. Before long, the courtyard door creaked open, and a small head peeked out. Little Li. Who are you looking for? Little Li inquired. Tell Yu Qing that his sister has arrived, and he will come to see me. Nangong Fuyao instructed. Master's sister. Little Li scratched his head before retreating to relay the message. Inside the Mosui courtyard, Yu Qing was, as usual, deeply engrossed in his alchemical studies. The little carp approached with a report. Master, 2 individuals have arrived outside, claiming to be your sister. And they asked me to inform you. Sister? Where could I possibly have a sister? Yu Qing waved his hand dismissively, furrowing his brow in contemplation over which materials to select. Let them go. Oh, the little carp nodded and then went to the door. The master says he has no sister. You may leave. With that, she decisively shut the courtyard gate. This action caused expressions of fury to wash over Nangong Fuyao and Chang Wei. As a sovereign, he had humbly come to their doorstep, only to be met with such a blatant rejection. Your Majesty, I shall break down the door, Chang Wei exclaimed, his face filled with rage as he prepared to kick the door. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out from a distance. Let us see who dares to kick. Disturb the master's tranquility, and I shall sever the head of anyone who does. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened. Turning his head, he saw Nanshi striding forward, accompanied by the middle-ranking officer, Chui Wei. Nanshi. Nangong Fuyao's voice nearly erupted from between clenched teeth. Nangong Fuyao, I respect you as a sovereign. I have chosen not to hold past grievances against your nation during your visit to the south. I even extend courtesy to you. However, should you disregard the situation today, I shall not care whether you are the Empress of Fuyiao or not. I will not concern myself with the potential for war between our two nations. Nanshi's words were sharp, her regal authority radiating fiercely as her piercing gaze bore down on Nangong Fuyiao. Nanshi, this is a family matter of ours. It does not concern you. Nangong Fuyiao retorted defiantly. So what if I let him kick the door? Family matter? Do not forget. This is on the territory of the south, Nanshi scoffed. So, feel free to try kicking. Her words ignited a blaze of fury within Nangong Fuyiao. He replied with a deep growl, then let him kick. At his command, Chang Wei raised his foot once more and delivered a forceful kick at the courtyard door. Kill. Simultaneously, as he acted, Nanshi issued her command with precise clarity. Chapter 68, I wouldn't mind killing you, the mighty Empress of Fuyiao. Without hesitation, Chui Wei, upon hearing the words, immediately summoned a flash of sword light and slashed towards Chang Wei. This was no bluff. With this strike, he forcibly severed Chang Wei's entire leg. The now half-legged Chang Wei writhed on the ground, emitting a heart-rending scream. I merely told you to kill. Nanshi's piercing gaze fixed upon Chui Wei, who stood momentarily stunned. He had presumed that a mere display of authority would suffice. Considering Chang Wei was now the head of the Heavenly Palace and had been slain before the Southern Empress, as a subordinate, he harbored reservations about provoking a potential conflict between their nations. However, in that fleeting moment of Chui Wei's bewilderment, Nanshi took matters into her own hands. Her prowess was indeed formidable, and her actions were swift and decisive. She seized the long sword from Chui Wei's grasp and promptly silenced Chang Wei's anguished cries. Thus, the fourth head of the Heavenly Palace of the Fuyiao Empire met an untimely demise. How dare you? You possess audacity beyond measure. Witnessing Chang Wei perish before her very eyes, Nangong Fuyiao gritted her teeth with such intensity that the sound reverberated through the air. Her gaze, brimming with unbridled hatred, remained fixated upon Nanshi. Yet in the face of this withering stare, Nanshi merely tilted her chin upward, meeting the Empress's glare with unwavering defiance. Does Her Imperial Majesty Fuyiao wish to continue this dance? I would not hesitate to slay you, the esteemed head of the Celestial Palace, should you dare to threaten me. The Empress of Ascendance. As she spoke, Nanshi raised her bloodied sword, pointing it menacingly at Nangong Fuyiao. Fury surged within Nangong Fuyiao, her chest heaving with indignation. Yet, she hesitated to make a move, fully aware that she stood on the territory of the Southern Kingdom. In Nanshi's eyes, she discerned a genuine resolve and murderous intent. If she were to act recklessly, she believed that Nanshi would indeed have the audacity to end her life. Nanshi, you truly are audacious. Nangong Fuyiao articulated, word by word, what does your insignificant Southern Kingdom amount to? In essence, it is merely my brother who has brought some benefits to your southern land, endowing you with a modicum of arrogance, even if you dare to take my life. Have you considered the consequences? Yu Qing is my brother, and we have supported each other through countless years, sharing numerous experiences along the way. Even if we occasionally clash as siblings, do you genuinely believe that an outsider can surpass the bond we've cultivated in such a brief moment? Do you truly believe that in his heart, you, the Empress of the Southern Lands, can compare to me, his sister? Oomph, you ungrateful wretch. It is only because of the gentleman's magnanimity that I do not engage with you on your level. Nanshi retorted sharply. When you deemed the gentleman to be of no worth, you dismissed him. Yet now, upon grasping his true depth, you take pride in being his sister. The Empress of Ascendance. Your audacity is truly astonishing. Nanshi's words evidently struck a nerve with Nangong Fuyiao. You are slandering me. The reason I previously drove my brother away was merely due to succumbing to the slander of deceitful individuals, which led me to make an unfortunate and erroneous decision in a moment of weakness. However, my brother has always showered me with affection since our childhood. Even though I have erred, I firmly believe that he will still find it in his heart to forgive me. As she spoke, she raised her voice towards the courtyard. Brother, your sister has come to seek you. How can you stand idly by while others bully her at your doorstep? This woman is taking advantage of the confidence you bestowed upon her to torment your sister. Will you allow her to continue this way? At that moment, Nangong Fuyiao was nearly driven to madness, a hint of hysteria evident in her demeanor. Finally, after a brief pause, the courtyard door swung open, and Yu Qing stepped out slowly. "Greetings, sir." Upon seeing Yu Qing, Nanshi and Cui Wei hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yu Qing chuckled softly. "Your Majesty has found time to visit me today. It seems your affairs are nearly concluded." "Indeed, they are almost wrapped up, so I came to see you," Nanshi replied with a smile. As the two exchanged pleasantries, completely ignoring Nangong Fuyiao, she turned to Yu Qing with a stern expression, demanding, "Brother, why are you ignoring me?" At this address, an inexplicable smirk crossed Yu Qing's face. "Your Majesty Fuyiao, do I know you?" He gazed at Nangong Fuyiao, his expression unyielding. This statement rendered Nangong Fuyiao momentarily speechless. She had believed that, as usual, her charms would win Yu Qing's forgiveness. This time, however, her usual tactics proved ineffective, leaving her somewhat flustered. "You," she said incredulously, staring at Yu Qing. "I am your sister, Nangong Fuyiao. You used to dote on me. Have you forgotten? The past is the past, Empress Fuyiao. Our relationship has long since faded. Therefore, please do not invoke the identity of my sister." Yu Qing seemed disinclined to engage further, turning his attention to Nanshi, stating coolly, "Your Majesty, how you choose to resolve this matter is your affair. My opinion is not necessary." "Indeed, sir." Nanshi responded with a nod. "Yu Qing, how heartless you are," Nangong Fuyiao exclaimed with resentment. "I still cherish our past sibling bond, which is why I intentionally set aside my status to seek you out. Yet, I did not expect you to be so unfeeling. Do you truly believe I sought you today because the Fuyiao Empire requires your assistance? Am I the kind of person who would do that? To be frank, the Fuyiao Empire will soon no longer be what it once was. And as for this southern kingdom, it will not last much longer." "What do you mean?" Nanshi's expression turned cold as he cast a glance at her. Nangong Fuyiao laughed coldly. "Let me clarify. I have long since allied myself with the Five Elements Alliance. The Five Elements Alliance is poised to overturn the entire southern region. Soon, nations like yours, including the southern kingdom, will cease to exist, and the Fuyiao Empire will rise to become the supreme entity. Perhaps you will argue that the immortal sect still stands behind the southern region. But the Five Elements Alliance harbors no fear of the immortal sect. Under the leadership of our alliance's leader, some immortal sects have already been destroyed, and others can be vanquished at will. And the soaring empire shall ascend to unprecedented prosperity. I reminisced about your past kindness, Yu Qing, and envisioned your return to walk the path of glory by my side. Yet never did I anticipate. This was your chance, yet you failed to cherish it." "What?" Nanshi's gaze shifted abruptly. Even Yu Qing's pupils contracted slightly. Naturally, the most dramatic reaction came from the serpent perched upon Xiao Lier's shoulder beside Yu Qing. It startled so violently, it practically leapt into the air. Chapter 69. Where did such a foolish ally come from, to speak so indiscreetly? He cursed inwardly. Who prompted you to utter that? Was it someone sent by Haichin? Wasn't it agreed that this was to remain confidential? Who is this imbecile that has let it slip? The Hydra was filled with an urge to strangle Nangong Fuyiao. "Remember, Yu Qing, I am here to seek your favor today. It is you who lacks compassion, so do not blame me. I assure you, you will come to regret your decision today." Nangong Fuyiao cried out in desperation, unable to accept the humiliation of lowering herself to seek Yu Qing's assistance. She was appalled by his indifference. Yu Qing cast a cold glance her way, akin to observing a jester, devoid of any intent to respond. "Leave," he stated flatly, turning his back and retreating into the house. "Stop. I command you to halt." Yet, the more Yu Qing disregarded her, the more enraged Nangong Fuyiao became, as she rushed toward him in a fit of determination. However, in the next moment, a chilling aura enveloped the air. Yu Qing's hand shot out, gripping her delicate neck with a gradual, menacing lift. "Nangong Fuyiao, do you believe yourself to be of any worth? In my eyes, you are less than a mere jester. Without me, you would be nothing more than a worthless wretch, incapable of surviving. Your perceived significance is utterly valueless to me. What right do you have to command me? Empress Fuyiao? This so-called sovereign, should I wish to end your life, it would be no more challenging than squashing an ant. I choose not to kill you simply to observe how low you will sink without the wings of Yu Qing." Yu Qing's gaze was laced with mockery as he tightened his grip. Breathless, Nangong Fuyao's face turned crimson. Only when she approached the brink of unconsciousness did Yu Qing release her, tossing her to the ground like a lifeless creature. Nearby, Nanshi dared not even breathe. To her, Yu Qing had always been a paragon of calm, seemingly impervious to the turmoil of the world. Yet, this was the first time she witnessed his genuine wrath. Meanwhile, Nangong Fuyu sat on the ground, gasping for air, her once proud demeanor shattered. At that moment, she truly felt as if she were on the verge of death. Nangong Fuyiao, did you hear what the master said? Take your people and leave the South Kingdom immediately. If you linger any longer, there will be no mercy. After Yu Qing departed, Nanshi pointed her sword at Nangong Fuyiao. Bloodshot eyes fixed on her. Nangong Fuyiao glared fiercely after receiving the order. Chui Wei promptly disposed of the corpse. Meanwhile, Yu Qing returned to the courtyard and immersed himself once more in his alchemical experiments. Keeping her alive was merely to observe how far Nangong Fuyiao could go without his presence. He eagerly anticipated that day. Of course, this wasn't born from any deep-seated resentment toward Nangong Fuyiao. On the contrary, Yu Qing felt utterly indifferent toward her. After all, one wouldn't be overly affected by the fate of an ant, even if one had nurtured it for a while. It was more the workings of that damned, shadowy, scheming psychology at play. At the entrance, Nanshi gazed at Yu Qing's focused expression as he studied his alchemy, a faint smile gracing her lips. She could clearly see that Yu Qing cared not a whit about Nangong Fuyiao's fate. Indeed, this is the master's true temperament. Yet, the mention of the Five Elements Alliance by Nangong Fuyiao didn't seem fabricated. It stirred unease within her. Just then, Yu Qing spoke. I do know a thing or two about this Five Elements Alliance. There may indeed be a grand conspiracy targeting the southern border. Master, does this mean Nangong Fuyiao spoke the truth? Could these people already be lurking within the southern kingdom? Nanshi frowned deeply. Contact the patriarch of the Tai immortal sect. Inform him of this matter and have him unite the major sects to investigate thoroughly, Yu Qing instructed. The Tai immortal sect? Nanshi was taken aback. But master, the patriarch may not believe me. Tell him it was my command. He wants to ignore you, Yu Qing replied. Hearing this, Nanshi was inwardly astonished. Even the immortal sects dare not disregard the master as authority? Understood. I shall proceed at once, Nanshi said. Wait, I shall accompany you. At that moment, Baiduo stepped forward, sword in hand, joining the two. Your Majesty of the Southern Kingdom, I shall assist you in this matter, Baiduo declared. Nanshi, unaware of Baiduo's true identity, instinctively glanced at Yu Qing for guidance. Let her accompany you. She knows the Five Elements Alliance best. She has every right to go. Yu Qing said. As you command, Nanshi nodded. Baiduo then turned a gaze brimming with gratitude toward Yu Qing. Setting her sword aside, she knelt before him, pressing her forehead to the ground. I thank you, esteemed senior, for your understanding, for saving my life, and for sheltering me all this time. Your kindness is engraved in my heart. Once I fulfill my sect leader's final wish and avenge my fallen comrades, I shall return to serve you in any capacity, asking for nothing in return. With that, she bowed deeply. No need for servitude. If fate allows our paths to cross again, treat me to a few jars of fine wine, Yu Qing said lightly. Also, I have a blade here. You may borrow it for now. Baiduo's eyes flickered toward the broad-backed blade in Yu Qing's hand, a gleam of recognition flashing within them. As a former elder of the Feiyun immortal sect, her discernment was sharp. She could tell at a glance. This was no ordinary spiritual weapon, but a peerless treasure. Though this weapon bears a striking resemblance to the butcher's cleaver used for chopping ribs, possessing such a blade could potentially enhance her combat prowess significantly. Remember to return it, Yu Qing said as he handed over the knife. Thank you, sir. Baiduo cherished the blade before turning to leave with Nanshi. Damn it all, cursed the Hydra from a shadowy corner. Although his Five Elements Alliance roamed the southern wilderness, it was no secret to the celestial sections. After all, they had annihilated the Feiyun sect. It was impossible for the other sects to remain oblivious to the news. Yet, they were unaware of his ulterior motives against the southern wilderness, believing instead that the conflict was merely a feud between his Five Elements Alliance and the Feiyun sect, prompting only cautious vigilance. While he did not fear these sects, the situation had become unpredictable. Most crucially, he had yet to escape danger. Without him, the other members of the Five Elements Alliance were no match for these celestial factions. I must hasten to dissolve the contract. Chapter 70. My serpent life seems to lose its luster. His gaze flickered momentarily, and he stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. At present, the greatest advantage of the contract for him was that as long as he concealed his ulterior motives, he could at least enjoy the freedom of entry and exit. Upon leaving the courtyard, he transformed into a streak of light and pursued Nangong Fuyiao. Though he longed to tear this incompetent ally, Nangong Fuyiao, into 1,000 pieces, he could only suppress his fury and attempt to seek a breakthrough through her. At that moment, Nangong Fuyiao had already ventured outside the city alone, and her people, having received her message, were hurrying from the imperial palace to return to the Fuyiao Empire. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared before her. "Who are you?" Nangong Fuyiao regarded the white-haired man with caution. The nine-headed serpent stood tall, observing her with an air of indifference. Then, he spoke plainly. "I am the leader of the Five Elements Alliance. I have sustained some injuries while abroad and am without medicine. I require you to swiftly prepare a batch of spiritual herbs for me. In the near future, I shall alter the landscape of the southern region. Once my objective is achieved, I will grant you 20% of the treasures from the Celestial Gate and allow you to become the greatest emperor of the Southern Empire." After finishing his declaration, the nine-headed serpent gazed at Nangong Fuyiao with arrogance. Although he yearned to strangle this incompetent ally immediately, he desired even more to leverage her to procure a batch of spiritual herbs to expedite his recovery. However, it was evident that he positioned himself as the leader while treating Nangong Fuyiao as merely a subordinate ruler, neglecting the fact that he was still gravely injured and appeared rather feeble. Nangong Fuyiao was utterly incredulous at the sudden emergence of this so-called leader. In her mind, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance should be a figure who commands the world with pride and authority. What was this foolish being before her? A con artist from the underworld? Begone! Nangong Fuyiao's countenance was already dark, and encountering the nine-headed serpent elicited no trace of goodwill. She drew her sword, pointing it directly at him. The nine-headed serpent was infuriated. "You, a mere subordinate, dare to threaten me with a sword?" He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Yet, at that moment, the elite followers accompanying Nangong Fuyiao from the southern kingdom arrived, encircling the nine-headed serpent. "Kill this con artist," Nangong Fuyiao commanded sternly. "Yes." The elite warriors responded in unison, advancing towards the nine-headed serpent. Damn it, damn it! The nine-headed serpent's face turned green with anger. Under normal circumstances, he would have disregarded these rabble. However, in his current severely injured state, he was unwilling to expend even a fraction of his power against them. "You wretched woman! Once I return to full strength, you shall be the first to perish." After cursing furiously, the nine-headed serpent swiftly transformed into a streak of light and fled. Time passed swiftly, and half a month went by. This period appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath it, the southern region was rife with tumult. Under the alliance of the Tai Celestial Gate and by duo, the hidden masters of the Five Elements Alliance were being unearthed one by one, meeting their demise or capture. Outside the southern city, in a secluded mountain gorge, a figure clad in black sat in stillness, akin to a meditative monk, concealing his presence from the world. No one could perceive his existence. Has another fortnight slipped by? Yet, there is no rush. The leader has a significant task to undertake, and only upon its completion shall further instructions be given. He need only remain here in patient anticipation for the leader's return. As he recalled the promise made to him by the leader, determination filled his gaze. Meanwhile, in the Mistwater courtyard, the days for Yu Qing and his companions flowed quietly yet joyfully. Having exhausted much of his medicinal materials in previous trials, Yu Qing remembered the ample vacant space available for expansion in the courtyard. He decided to utilize this area to cultivate some common yet essential herbs for alchemy. The instructions for this endeavor had been issued, but the arduous labor fell upon the shoulders of the Hydra. Over the past few days, he had endured considerable hardship. The illustrious Hydra, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance, found himself toiling in the earth, utilizing his serpentine form. After tilling the soil, he was required to regurgitate water. Failing to meet expectations was not an option, for overseen by Mo San and the four formidable supervisors, any minor flaw would result in a swift reprimand. Seeking solace, he could not even complain to his contracted beast, Little Carp, as it only resulted in a barrage of psychic attacks. After all, the current Little Carp had forged a close bond with the four great demons. In a corner, after a day of labor, the Hydra was utterly exhausted. These four demons truly did not regard him as a serpent. They worked him to the bone. However, these dreary days were numbered. Throughout this period, the leader had been recuperating, nearing the strength required to dissolve the contract. In no less than a day, or perhaps two, he would be poised to escape. The torment inflicted upon him would be repaid 1,000-fold. With a chilling gaze, the Hydra contemplated the four demons. In his eyes, they were unworthy of the title they bore. What constitutes a true demon? It is an entity that remains unshackled, imbued with a proud lineage. Not one that grovels like a lapdog. He had already devised a plan to deal with these four demons once his grand scheme succeeded. Suddenly, he discerned a commotion emanating from the courtyard. Instinctively, he turned his head to investigate, discovering that the source of the noise was none other than Little Carp. A breakthrough? One could not deny that this little rascal possessed extraordinary talent. Having just made a significant advance previously, today he had achieved yet another. Wait, a breakthrough? In an instant, he sprang up, his serpentine body coiling with energy, eyes fixated intently on little Carp, realizing the implications of this breakthrough for himself. At that moment, the Hydra's expression turned blank, his focus unwavering on little Carp, his entire being trembling with anticipation as his breath quickened. After acquiring the insights of the sage, little Carp, in a certain sense, has truly harnessed the efficacy of the supreme bone. In a mere span of time following Yu Qing, this once naive child, who knew nothing, has evolved into a being on the verge of transcending the celestial realm. Compared to the previous Xiaowuchen, little Carp is indeed unparalleled, possessing an extraordinary constitution, yet unable to fully realize its potential. With the combination of the sage's wisdom and the supreme bone, little Carp's breakthrough into the celestial realm comes as no surprise. Even though the nine-headed serpent is consumed by various curses, wishing for unforeseen mishaps or deviations, he finds himself slumped against the ground, his face ashen, filled with skepticism and despair towards the world. While he is merely at the touching heaven realm, little Carp's ascension to the celestial realm signifies a substantial leap in power, effectively placing him at a higher tier than the Serp Chapter 71. The mysterious alliance leader seems to have vanished. The nine-headed serpent's psyche has completely unraveled. A pervasive sense of despair enveloped him, extinguishing all hopes. He could not suppress his internal lamentation. What manner of extraordinary prodigy is this? In such a brief span, they have ascended through 2 realms, with an additional significant level in between. Of course, he remained oblivious to the true commencement of the little Carp's cultivation. Otherwise, he would never have fathomed the possibility of such a contract. No, I cannot succumb to this negativity. After a moment of despondence, he sought to rekindle his confidence. If I abandon this pursuit, I shall forever remain a slave. I have greater ambitions to fulfill. Even if this little rascal reaches the celestial realm, opportunities still exist for me, albeit the journey may require considerable time. His thoughts were not without merit. As levels of cultivation ascend, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. It is akin to many within the cultivation world, who might spend a century reaching the touching heaven realm, yet not necessarily achieve the celestial realm in another 200 years. A significant gap between himself and the little Carp could be his chance. Thus, time passed in an unremarkable manner, and another month slipped away. The nine-headed serpent huddled in a corner, lost in a stupor, exhausted. He felt as though life had lost its allure. A month prior, when the little Carp broke through to the celestial realm, he had rallied himself, convinced that opportunity still lingered. But today, the last vestiges of hope had been extinguished for just moments ago. The little Carp had surpassed yet again, now firmly established in the upper echelons of the celestial realm. What is most bewildering is that the nine-headed serpent had yet to fully recover from his own injuries. How can one pursue a gap of such magnitude? He truly wished to inquire. Is this cultivation speed even human? Resigned, he lay back, weary of it all. He felt as though life had dulled his once-edged spirit, leaving him devoid of ambition. Meanwhile, Li Bugle and Bai Mei paid a visit. Senior, after a month of diligent effort, we have eradicated all those hidden within the 5 Elements Alliance. The woman slain by your disciple was one of their esteemed members. However, we find ourselves puzzled. The leader of the 5 Elements Alliance and another esteemed member seemed to have vanished without a trace for nearly 2 months. After exchanging simple pleasantries, the two delved into matters concerning the 5 Elements Alliance. Oh, has the leader truly vanished? Yu Qing mused, intrigued, though it did not directly concern him. Curiosity is an unavoidable aspect of human nature. Indeed, we have dispatched spies throughout the entire southern region, striving to uncover the whereabouts of this enigmatic leader, Bai Mei continued. Ah, indeed, Bai Mei added. According to the Southern Empress, there may be nations involved with the 5 Elements Alliance, though we have yet to locate any critical evidence. It is hardly surprising, after all. The 10 emperors subdued by the black dust wander alone in this world, and it is safe to say that apart from him, there is likely no one else who is privy to this matter. Even that enigmatic leader is unaware of the specific nations involved. The revered figure, now missing, naturally possesses no critical evidence. Yu Qing nodded, showing little concern for these details, and instead inquired. I heard from Bai Duo that the leader of the 5 Elements Alliance possesses formidable strength. If you manage to find him, how will you contend with him? At this, Bai Mei could not suppress a smile, replying, Esteemed senior, in truth, we are not alone in this endeavor. We have support from others. Oh, this piqued Yu Qing's curiosity. You likely understand. esteemed senior, that we who are labeled as immortal sects are merely a mundane designation. In reality, we are simply an ordinary sect. And beyond the southern wilderness, there exist numerous sects of greater power than ours. Coincidentally, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance once killed the son of an elder from the Hung Tian Sword sect, who had been nurtured as a potential talent. The death of such a promising figure naturally engendered deep-seated enmity. The Hung Tian Sword sect has also learned of the Five Elements Alliance's activities in the southern wilderness and has dispatched experts. Once they ascertain the whereabouts of that mysterious leader, the Hung Tian Sword sect will undoubtedly take action. I see. After listening, Yu Qing nodded, not having expected that the sects outside the southern wilderness were also involved. What do you think, esteemed senior? The experts from the Hung Tian Sword sect are currently in Shangnan City. Should we not pay them a visit? Li Bugui suggested. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Qing nodded. Since there was nothing pressing, it seemed worthwhile to observe the prowess of these significant sect experts from beyond the southern wilderness. Within a bustling tavern in the city, Yu Qing followed Li Bugui. Upon reaching the second floor, he was drawn towards two individuals seated by the window. One was a woman with a somewhat aloof demeanor, gazing out while delicately savoring a glass of wine with her fair hand. Opposite her sat a man in his 60s, dressed in simple garments, appearing no different from any other elder. Indeed, Li Bugui and Bai Mei led Yu Qing towards the two. These are the ones. As they approached, Li Bugui whispered to Yu Qing, "Missing, Elder Su, this is the esteemed Yu Qing I mentioned to you." Yu Qing, upon realizing this, paid his respects with a nod, acknowledging the two. However, the two did not respond significantly to his greeting. The woman continued to gaze out the window, her delicate wrist turning the wine glass ever so slightly, before she finally turned to glance at Yu Qing after a long while. He then turned to Li Bugu and inquired, "Do you have any leads on that individual?" Upon hearing this, Li Bugu displayed a hint of embarrassment and quickly replied, "Not yet." The woman spoke in a calm tone, "Please expedite the search. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can return to report." Li Bugu cast an awkward glance towards Yu Qing, who furrowed his brow. However, he was too indifferent to ponder further. Initially, he thought it would not be a disadvantage to associate with the forces beyond the southern wilderness, as suggested by Li Bugu. Yet, if they had no interest in forming such alliances, was there any point in pursuing them? He opted instead to walk to a nearby window, found an empty table, and called out, "Waiter, bring me some wine." Chapter 72. This person is quite interesting. The two women continued their conversation as Li Bugui nodded towards them, then proceeded with Bai Mei to Yu Qing's table. "Ah, senior, my apologies," Li Bugui said, his face filled with embarrassment. Yu Qing waved his hand to interrupt them, smiling as he remarked, "We are here merely to enjoy some drinks. Let us keep a calm disposition." Upon hearing this, Li Bugui looked at Yu Qing with immense gratitude. Soon, food and drinks were served, and the trio began to partake. During this time, Li Bugui and Bai Mei raised their glasses and moved towards another table. The women had little reaction, merely lifting their glasses for a symbolic sip. "Oh, it is understandable," Li Bugui murmured. "Our southern wilderness is, in the grand scheme of the continent, a place so minuscule that it hardly merits mention. Primarily composed of mundane nations. In comparison to true realms of cultivation, we are still worlds apart." Bai Mei, overhearing, could not help but chuckle in agreement. However, Yu Qing was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His sole focus was on the drink, indifferent to these matters. At that moment, two streaks of light swiftly darted through the sky above Shangnan City, unnoticed even by Bai Mei and Li Bugui. Only the two women seated by the window exchanged glances before transforming into two beams of light, pursuing the source. "What is happening?" Li Bugui wondered, looking at them in confusion. "Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall continue our revelry," Yu Qing replied with a calm smile. Li Bugui and Bai Mei nodded but remained gazing out the window. Meanwhile, the women of the Hung Tian Sword sect halted their pursuit outside Shangnan City, observing the two streaks of light descend into the distance. Old Su, judging by their aura, they seemed to be from the Qingmen. One of the women turned to the elder and inquired. "That is a possibility," the elder, known as Old Su, replied, frowning. "But what could the Qingmen be doing here?" She continued, "Could it be that they are coming for us?" "It is quite possible," Old Su said gravely. "The relationship between Qingmen and our Hung Tian Sword sect has always been exceedingly poor. Encounters often result in a deadly conflict. Furthermore, judging by their aura, one of them is exceptionally powerful. Even if we were to join forces, our chances of victory would be merely 30%. Is that so?" The woman's expression grew increasingly serious. Fortunately, Our Heng Tian sword sect is not only proficient in sword techniques but also excels in concealment. All disciples practice the art of stealth. If we do not reveal ourselves, they are unlikely to locate us, Old Su stated. Therefore, regardless of their intentions, let us avoid them as much as possible. Understood. The woman nodded, yet she could not shake the feeling that the southern wilderness, a seemingly insignificant place, should not be so bustling. With the Five Elements Alliance already involved, and now the Chi-Men appearing, it felt as though the southern wilderness concealed secrets beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, countless miles away from the two members of the Heng Tian sword sect, near the edge of the Fuyiao Empire, two figures stood atop the highest peak within 1,000 miles, both clad in black garments. At first glance, both individuals appear youthful. However, the one who seems slightly older regards the younger one with utmost respect. They are the two individuals discussed by Su Lao, Chen Dongyang, the master of the Chi Tian Gate, and his disciple, Duan Feng. Those who have never encountered Chen Dongyang might be astonished to see him so youthful. In truth, this master has employed a secret technique to stabilize his appearance at such a tender age. Feng, I recall your innate talent in the Tao of Heaven leans towards aggression, enhancing your offensive capabilities, does it not? Chen Dongyang inquired, glancing at Duan Feng. Indeed, master, Duan Feng replied. Ah, that talent is commendable. With diligent training, you are destined for greatness, Chen Dongyang said with admiration. Thank you for your praise, master. However, in comparison to the talent for enhancing offense, I yearn more for your kind of talent. After all, offensive strength can be cultivated, yet a life-preserving trump card is rare, Duan Feng expressed. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongyang smiled. When it comes to his innate talent in the Tao of Heaven, he feels profoundly satisfied. It is a supreme life-preserving technique. He possesses the ability to withstand any single attack while retaining a breath of life. Although it can only be used once every few decades, it is precisely this life-preserving skill that has enabled him to become the master of the Qingtian Gate and escape death multiple times. Let us not dwell on this. We should discuss matters at hand, Chen Dongyang said, lifting his gaze to the surroundings and shaking his head. I must admit, the spiritual energy in this realm is truly feeble. Recently, the heavenly mechanism disappeared, pointing towards the southern frontier. Yet that fool, Gu Jiutian, believes that this place harbors great fortune, intending to utilize the energies of this land for his schemes to cross borders. Such a notion is indeed foolish. Chen Dongyang scoffed. Little does he know, the true great fortune does not reside within this realm, but rather within a certain individual. By eliminating that person, one can assimilate their fortune. Duan Feng nodded in understanding. A nation possesses its own fortune. When a nation's fortune flourishes, its people enjoy peace and prosperity, leading to the emergence of exceptional talents who serve their country, thus gradually strengthening the nation. Similarly, individuals possess fortune. Those with great fortune encounter fewer obstacles in their cultivation, experience increased fortuitous encounters, and can navigate dangers with ease. Just as a nation can absorb the fortune of others, so can individuals. By eliminating the great fortunate, one can significantly assimilate their fortune, becoming that great fortuitous individual. However, Master, Duan Feng respectfully questioned, though this realm is weak, its population is not insignificant. How can we possibly locate that great fortunate individual? That is quite simple. A great fortunate individual is always the focus of attention, no matter where they are. With a little investigation, we can ascertain who has recently been the most prominent figure in the southern frontier, and we will be close to identifying them. Chen Dongyang replied thoughtfully. Earlier, we passed through a city. Although it is not large, its vibrancy and liveliness are extraordinary. If we inquire there, we may find useful leads. Indeed, Master. Let us embark on our journey, Chen Dongyang remarked with a smile, unfurling his folding fan and transforming into an elegant young gentleman. Accompanied by Duan Feng, they soon descended upon Shangnan City. Upon entering the city, he casually seized a few low-level cultivators and commenced a soul-searching inquiry. The Array Masters Guild, Empress Nangong of the Southern Kingdom. These seemed rather incongruous. As Chen Dongyang meticulously sorted through the essence acquired from the soul search, he shook his head. Yet, after a brief moment, he appeared to grasp something significant. The benefactor of the Southern Kingdom, Yu Qing. The very reason the Array Masters Guild is situated in the Southern Kingdom and the prosperity it enjoys today is all due to him. This individual possesses a certain intrigue. Chapter 73, Reciprocity. I shall strike you back through the process of soul-searching. He had come to grasp the general appearance of Yu Qing. After all, many had seen Yu Qing during his visit to the Southland. Thus, knowing his visage was hardly surprising. Lo and behold, at that moment, Qin Dongyang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. For in the very next instant, he beheld a figure resembling Yu Qing emerge from the tavern ahead. His gaze sharpened, and with a mere glance, he confirmed that this was indeed the authentic Yu Qing. After all, one could often sense the essence of a person. The demeanor and aura of the individual before him perfectly matched the one from his soul-searching. In this small corner of the southern frontier, there could be no second like him. Moreover, he could faintly perceive that immense fortune was concealed within Yu Qing. Should he be fortunate enough to end this person's life with his own hands, that great fortune would undoubtedly transfer to him. Master, who is Yu Qing? Is he truly the one you referred to as the bearer of great fortune? Where is he? At this juncture, Duanfeng inquired. There was no need to ask, for the answer was both distant and yet right before his eyes. Qin Dongyang could not help but chuckle. Oh, this revelation astonished even Duanfeng. It is he, Qin Dongyang declared, pointing through the throng of people directly at Yu Qing. Ha ha ha, he could not restrain his laughter, astonished at his own fortunate luck. It was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without even trying. Duanfeng promptly shifted his gaze and felt a shiver of excitement. Congratulations, master. How splendid, he exclaimed. However, the two individuals accompanying him possess formidable abilities. They seem to be from a sect in the southern frontier. Does this not imply that he is indeed extraordinary? In such mundane places, those from sects appeared almost divine in the eyes of ordinary folk. Yet here was Yu Qing, flanked by these esteemed individuals. Your insight is commendable, master, Duanfeng affirmed. Yet, while these sect members may seem akin to celestial beings in the eyes of the commoners, to me, they are no different from mere ants, Qin Dongyang retorted with a cold smile. In an instant, he locked onto Yu Qing's presence, revealing his intentions without pretense. Just as Yu Qing, having just exited the tavern with Bai Mei and Li Bugu, sensed this shift in energy, his brow furrowed in concern. Bai Mei and Li Bugu also sensed an unsettling aura. A chilling atmosphere quietly enveloped the surroundings. Qin Dongyang's body tensed, akin to a predator stalking its prey, as a powerful presence began to radiate, seemingly engulfing the entire vicinity. On the once bustling street, the crowd seemed to wade through a quagmire, descending into a state of panic. If you wish to avoid death, then be swift in your departure, Qin Dongyang commanded coldly. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, he preferred not to cause unnecessary slaughter, especially among the innocents. Such actions would inadvertently affect his fortune and potentially give rise to inner demons during his path of ascension. This may well be the method by which the heavenly law protects the common people. As Qin Dongyang's voice fell, the sensation of sinking into the mire briefly eased, and countless citizens immediately scattered in a state of panic. In no time, the vast street became desolate, leaving only the three of them, Yu Qing and the two elders. Senior, we are under attack, Li Bugu and Bai Mei said gravely, their vigilant gazes directed towards Qin Dongyang. They sensed that the incoming threat was formidable, imposing enough to instill considerable pressure upon them. You are Yu Qing? Qin Dongyang's gaze fixed upon him, his tone icy. I am. And who might you be? Yu Qing responded, his expression revealing little, yet his eyes remained locked on Qin Dongyang. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Merely understand that I am here today to claim your life, Qin Dongyang retorted with a cold smile. In the next instant, he made his move. A terrifying force enveloped Yu Qing, clearly indicating that Qin Dongyang's intent was lethal. He unleashed his most potent attack without reservation, fully aware that individuals of such great fortune were not easily vanquished. This was evident from the moment he had locked onto Yu Qing with his aura, a measure taken to preempt any unforeseen occurrences. As this force surged forth, Bai Mei and Li Bugu's expressions shifted dramatically. It was overwhelming, so much so that they found themselves unable to raise a hand in defense. Instinctively, they turned their eyes to Yu Qing, for at this moment, he was their only hope. As the powerful strike loomed above the three of them, Yu Qing, under the expectant gazes of Li Bugu and Bai Mei, finally made his move. He stood expressionless, then waved his hand. The tidal wave of lethal intent was effortlessly dispelled. This sensation was most acutely felt by Li Bugu and Bai Mei, as they experienced the surrounding space returning to normal almost instantaneously. The oppressive pressure dissipated in a heartbeat, and they gazed at Yu Qing with astonishment. The two elder men appeared as though they were children witnessing a miraculous phenomenon, their mouths agape, eyes brimming with fervor. Despite their awareness of Yu Qing's exceptional abilities, having previously witnessed the prowess of his disciple, Shaoli, they had never comprehended the true extent of Yu Qing's power. In that moment, they beheld Yu Qing's true capabilities for the first time, and the absurdity of it all left them astounded. A strike of such magnitude had been effortlessly neutralized with a mere gesture? Of course, the greatest shock belonged to Chen Dongong himself. He understood better than anyone the potency of the strike he had just unleashed. To have it so easily dismissed with a wave of a hand signified something profound, a solid wall. He had no time to ponder why such an impenetrable barrier existed in this modest region of the south. He turned and fled into the air, propelled by his legs as though he feared his speed was insufficient, kicking vigorously as if to hasten his escape. In that moment, he abandoned even his prized disciple, leaving them behind without a second thought. Did he truly believe he could escape? Is it truly that simple? In the realm of propriety, if you strike me, I am obliged to respond in kind. Yu Qing spoke with a frosty demeanor, standing still as his body subtly shifted, his fist casually extending outward. That seemingly simple punch transformed into a colossal phantom, enveloping Chen Dongong. What? The fleeing Chen Dongong, upon witnessing this spectacle, was filled with dread. For this punch had effectively sealed off all avenues of escape. Realizing there was no way out in such circumstances, he halted his flight, attempting to counter this impending blow. Without hesitation, he donned every defensive artifact he had acquired throughout his life. Yet, that seemed insufficient. He unleashed a flurry of punches mid-air, as if seeking to dissipate the force of Yu Qing's strike. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided. Chen Dongong had believed that his counterattacks would mitigate some of Yu Qing's formidable power. However, he was gravely mistaken. Yu Qing's punch effortlessly shattered all of Chen Dongyong's defenses, reaching the protective artifacts that adorned him. Chapter 74. A simple fist, shattering all yet. This so-called defensive spiritual artifact of his crumbled like a mere bubble beneath this singular punch, fracturing instantaneously. Well, before the attack even made contact, Chen Dongong spat blood from his mouth. In the next moment, he was utterly obliterated by this strike. Not far from the southern city, in a nearby district, two individuals from the Hongtian sword sect were making their way back. It seemed that the southern wilderness concealed matters unknown to us. The strikingly beautiful woman could not help but exclaim, "The only one capable of uniting us with less than a 30% chance of success is that Chen Dongong." Indeed. "No one rises early without profit," nodded the elder Su beside her. Given the characters of Gu Jiutian and Chen Dongong, they would not venture to such places without absolute gain. It appears that Chen Dongong may be unaware of our arrival, the woman remarked. True as that may be, we should still avoid him as much as possible, Elder Su advised. It's best we do not involve ourselves in any other matters. If we can eliminate Gu Jiutian, we can return to report. The woman nodded in agreement. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted as she turned to Elder Su. He too had sensed something, his face reflecting surprise. There's a surge of battle energy, and it's quite formidable. After exchanging glances, they both hastened toward the source of the disturbance, eager to discern the unfolding events. After all, apart from their sword techniques, the Hongtian sword sect also excelled in stealth, ensuring they could retreat unscathed if necessary. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Chen Dongong delivering a punch to Yu Qing. It was indeed Chen Dongyang. The other individual, was it him? The two remained concealed, astonished. They recognized Yu Qing, the very person Bug who had brought to curry favor with them. However, they had paid little attention to him due to their disdain for such tactics. Little did they expect him to be engaged in a direct confrontation with Chen Dongong. They were doomed. Elder Su could not help but utter. The woman nodded in silence, clearly in agreement with his assessment. For even if they joined forces, withstanding Chen Dongong's onslaught would not be easy, let alone for Yu Qing and his companions. Yet in the next moment, they observed Yu Qing effortlessly neutralizing Chen Dongyang's attack. Before they could fully register their astonishment, Yu Qing retaliated with a punch of his own. From their vantage point, they witnessed the scene unfold vividly. All of Chen Dongyang's techniques succumbed to this singular blow, vanishing like vapor. Even his very form was shattered into fragments. The two stared wide-eyed, particularly the woman, who covered her mouth with her palm, fearing she might scream in disbelief. This punch was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that even from afar, they felt their hearts race with trep should they encounter that singular blow. Their chances of survival would dwindle to almost nothing, with no unforeseen circumstances to alter their fate. The two exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned shock. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the tavern, it was evident they had underestimated the young man who approached them with the intent to curry favor. He was, in fact, a formidable presence that eluded their understanding. Fortunately, although we did not extend a warm welcome in the tavern, we refrained from uttering harsh words. Mr. Su remarked with a bitter expression. The woman could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck amid misfortune. At that moment, Yu Qing slowly retracted his fist, shaking off the stiffness from his hand. Having not fought for some time, he felt somewhat out of practice. However, Bai Mei and Li Bugu could hardly maintain their composure. Not only had he effortlessly neutralized Chen Dongyang's attack, but he had also utterly obliterated him. The sheer magnitude of his strength left them in a state of fervor, their gazes toward Yu Qing shimmering with admiration. Meanwhile, Duan Feng stood trembling in place, his mind still grappling with the fact that his master had found a target, and then, in the blink of an eye, his master was no more, leaving him utterly alone. Who am I? What am I doing? He thought, standing there in isolation, quaking with uncertainty. Should he raise a fist to avenge his master, or flee? Yet, the notion of flight rendered his legs weak. Before he could reach a decision, Yu Qing's gaze fixed upon him. Tell me, who are you? And why have you come to kill me? Yu Qing inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Aye, we are from the Qingtian sect, Duan Feng stammered, ensnared by sheer terror. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing furrowed his brow. The Qingtian sect was unfamiliar to him, evidently not a force from the southern wilderness, which piqued his curiosity. Previously, the Hydra had inexplicably attacked him, claiming to covet a treasure that they believed resided within him. Now, another entity calling themselves the Qingtian sect had emerged, intent on his demise. It was clear that the Hydra had concealed its identity and fabricated a rationale. Yu Qing, believing he might have inadvertently revealed a treasure, had taken precautions against potential trouble. Now, could it be that the Qingtian sect also sought to seize a treasure from him? Why did you attempt to attack me? Yu Qing pressed on, intensifying his inquiry. Aye. Duan Feng, still engulfed in fright, stuttered, failing to articulate a coherent response. Observing his state, Yu Qing's expression shifted to one of impatience. Enough, it matters little now. With that, he swiftly struck Duan Feng, who crumpled into a heap, dispatched with brutal efficiency. Let us depart, he instructed. It is time to return. Beside Yu Qing, Li Bugu spoke softly. Indeed. Li Bugu and another companion responded in a daze. As they made their way back to the Mosui courtyard, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy due to their lingering astonishment. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Yu Qing's brow furrowed. He halted abruptly and turned his gaze towards the spot where Chen Dongyang had been shattered into pieces. Remarkably, he was still alive. Yu Qing swiftly glanced back and, amidst the scattered fragments, discerned a heart, alive and pulsating, filled with vitality. He had almost been deceived. Without hesitation, Yu Qing brought his hand down once more, crushing that last vestige of life into oblivion, and then he ceased. The senior truly possessed an extraordinary perceptiveness, able to detect that the individual had not perished. Impressive indeed. Li Bugu and the others began to lavish praise. Yet, Yu Qing's brow remained tightly knit, his mood somewhat sour, bordering on vexation. For many years, he had believed himself invincible, able to dispatch anyone with a mere punch. Consequently, he had gradually lost interest in enhancing his cultivation. Yet now, he faced someone who could withstand his might. Particularly disconcerting was the fact that this individual appeared to be quite young, likely still among the younger generation. Not particularly noteworthy. The realization that he could not defeat even such a person with a single strike instilled within him a profound sense of crisis regarding his own inadequacy. It seems he must strive to grow even stronger. Chapter 75. Arming oneself to the teeth of fear of insufficient firepower seems to be an innate affliction. This very fear has amplified Yu Qing's sense of impending crisis. In truth, there is another reason behind this state of affairs. As previously mentioned, ever since obtaining the system, Yu Qing's cultivation and training system have diverged drastically from the conventional practices of this world. He can only rely on his past cultivation experience to vaguely gauge opponents around the Golden Core realm through their aura. Beyond that, due to the dimensional disparity, Yu Qing is utterly incapable of discerning their true capabilities. Of course, no matter how formidable an opponent may be, without an actual confrontation, they too would be unable to perceive his true strength. This is precisely why Yu Qing remains uncertain of his own power. There is no benchmark for comparison. The only measure is whether his opponent can withstand a single punch, or perhaps a few. Now, this Chen Dongyang before him appears so youthful, yet he managed to endure a single blow. Does this not imply that many beyond the southern borders could survive his attacks? The thought is agonizing. Naturally, there is a greater reason. Yu Qing remains unaware that Chen Dongyang possesses a life-preserving innate divine ability, a rule of this world that no one can defy. It seems he can no longer afford to be complacent. He must dedicate himself to cultivation and cease rejecting the system's tasks. Yu Qing sighs inwardly. His gaze falls upon his finger, capable of turning stone into gold. From now on, he must refrain from whimsical transformations. Instead, He should focus on creating portable items that can protect him at any moment. Should he ever encounter a true threat, he could unleash thousands of such objects in an instant. And then there is his Mistwater courtyard. It too must be fortified to the teeth. For Yu Qing readily admits one truth. He is terrified of death. Once confirming Qin Dongong and his companion's inevitable demise, Yu Qing departs with Li Bug and White Brow. The force behind the fatal punch was meticulously controlled, leaving the streets unscathed. As the trio prepares to leave, two figures from the covert Heavenly Sword sect swiftly emerge. Landing before Yu Qing. "We have met before, Senior," they bow respectfully. "Previously, unaware of your true prowess, we mistook you for a sycophant and offended you. We humbly beg your forgiveness." Clearly, upon witnessing Yu Qing's strength, their immediate instinct was to forge an alliance. Yet Yu Qing merely spares them a glance, offering no further acknowledgement. His temperament is fickle, petty at times, magnanimous at others. Some matters he dismisses without a thought, while others linger in his memory indefinitely. It all depends on his whims. As for these two who once carried themselves with such arrogance, only to come crawling now, forget it. He too can be prideful. Without a word, Yu Qing brushes past them, leading White Brow and the others away. Though inwardly he exhales a quiet sigh of relief. Initially, I presumed that the young adversary I had just vanquished was merely an ordinary entity beyond the borders of the South. However, the actions of the two members from the Hung Tian Sword sect indicated that this foe was far from simple. At the very least, they possessed strength comparable to that of an elder. This revelation somewhat alleviated my anxiety regarding my own inadequacies. Nonetheless, the relief was marginal. In any case, a seed of determination had been firmly planted in Yu Qing's heart, compelling him to strive diligently moving forward. As they departed, for reasons unknown, Bai Mei and Li Bugu, who trailed closely behind Yu Qing, began to adopt an air of authority. With a subtle scoff, I cast a sidelong glance at them, ignoring their presence as they scurried after me. Noticing my indifference, the two from the Hung Tian Sword sect exchanged a glance filled with bitter resignation. Though their prior encounter in the tavern hadn't outright offended me, it had nonetheless left a negative impression. Su Lao managed a wry smile before speaking, and the woman beside him nodded in agreement. Who could have imagined that within this seemingly insignificant region of the South, a formidable dragon lurked? Even the esteemed master of the Qing men would likely never have anticipated his downfall in such a humble locale. Time passed quietly and unremarkably, and a full month slipped away. During this period, Yu Qing had exhausted his ability to transmute stone into gold. He meticulously applied this skill to the items within the Mi Shui courtyard, transforming numerous objects, including the broom for sweeping and the shovel used for herb gathering. He examined every item in his line of sight, ensuring that all were imbued with his touch. After all, the Mi Shui courtyard represented his foundation. Should he face any peril in the future, these various enhancements might prove invaluable. Moreover, as his supply of medicinal materials dwindled, even with the assistance of Nanxi, it became increasingly challenging for Yu Qing to keep pace with his substantial daily preparation of medicines. Consequently, he temporarily set aside his alchemical endeavors and became engrossed in sculpture. Using his carving knife, he fashioned small figures. Although their forms were somewhat crooked and lacking finesse, once he infused them with his transmutation, they gained a semblance of life. After bestowing them with this vitality, he stored them within his storage ring, ready to unleash them in times of need. Throughout this period of transmutation, Yu Qing also discovered an additional effect of his ability. Ordinary items, once transformed, not only recognized him as their master, but also experienced an enhancement in quality. Take, for instance, the broom in the courtyard. While it might appear unremarkable when cast aside, a closer inspection revealed that it had become a high-quality spiritual tool. Naturally, as someone afflicted with a fear of inadequacy, Yu Qing did not merely focus on these preparations. He diligently studied the insights of sages. Although the differences in cultivation systems rendered much of their experience less applicable to him, he gleaned significant knowledge regarding various unconventional techniques and life-preserving methods. He learned of the art of subterranean escape, the formation of defensive turtle shells, and deceptive techniques such as the art of doppelgangers and substitutes. In summary, previously concealed in the southern regions, the individual had limited interactions. However, with the recent unrest in the south, encounters with skilled practitioners have increased, prompting Yu Qing to equip himself thoroughly. Meanwhile, several nations in the southern territories convened for a unified meeting, prominently featuring Nangong Fuyiao. They were none other than the emperors who, after being persuaded by He Chun, had surrendered their imperial seals to join the Five Elements Alliance. Has anyone received any news? No. Was it not agreed that action might be taken during the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom? It has been quite some time now. And not only has there been no sign of movement, but He Chun has also seemingly vanished without a trace. What is going on? My imperial seal remains in his possession. Within the confines of the sealed hall, emperors expressed their opinions in a flurry. The more they spoke, the more anxious and unsettled they became. Ultimately, a profound silence enveloped the room. After much contemplation, they began to realize that they had likely fallen victim to a deceitful scheme. Under the guise of persuasive rhetoric and promises of high returns, they had so easily relinquished their imperial seals. Although they now possessed a spiritual artifact, such an object, no matter how exquisite, could never compare to the significance of the imperial seal for a sovereign. Chapter 76. This sheep is clearly a prehistoric demon. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened to the utmost degree. She was utterly unwilling to accept this outcome. She had envisioned relying on the Five Elements Alliance to rise and become the true paramount existence of the southern wilderness. After all, she was distinct from the emperors before her. He Chun had promised her that she would ascend to the position of the greatest sovereign in the southern wilderness. Moreover, she yearned to use this opportunity to humiliate Yu Qing and Nanxi, making them regret how they had treated her in the past. Especially, she desired Yu Qing to realize that even if he possessed considerable strength and had strong connections with the celestial sects of the southern wilderness, in the end, it would amount to naught. She wished for Yu Qing to acknowledge his mistakes and plead for her return. With this thought in mind, she finally broke her silence. Everyone, do not lose your composure, she urged, her voice a rallying call. Overthrowing the southern wilderness is a monumental endeavor, not something that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment. It requires meticulous planning and strategy. Furthermore, Lord He Chun must have mentioned that behind our Five Elements Alliance, there is an exceedingly mysterious leader, correct? Nangong Fuyao's words drew the attention of all present. Her encouraging voice persisted. According to Lord He Chun, this leader possesses formidable power, capable of obliterating even the celestial sects of our southern wilderness at will. Therefore, with his presence, we need not harbor unnecessary concerns. We must simply focus on our respective duties and await our destiny. I believe Empress Fuyiao speaks wisely, remarked the ruler of the Red Sun Kingdom, Easygoing, who sported a modest mustache. With the leader and Lord He Chun on our side, our plans are bound to succeed. They are so powerful that there is no need for them to deceive us. Indeed, I find Empress Fuyao's reasoning sound. We should simply await the outcome in tranquility, added the ruler of Li Kingdom. As his words settled, the rulers in attendance nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing this sentiment. It is evident that humans often resist accepting truths they find unpalatable. They may even concoct excuses and justifications to self-soothe, rationalizing the discrepancies in their desires. They cling tenaciously to the outcomes they yearn for. Simultaneously, the omnipotent leader they spoke of was languishing in the Mosui courtyard, toiling under the scorching sun. He occasionally lifted his gaze to the heavens and peered through the gate of the courtyard, observing the world beyond. When will this life come to an end? I yearn for freedom, he lamented, his face a mask of despair. Noticing the four great demons casting menacing glances in his direction, he dared not linger, transforming into a humble farmer to continue his labor. Only when night fell did he drag his weary body back to his diminutive corner. This small, roofless nook had become his home, a space that felt uniquely his own. Yet, it was too confined. He could only curl up to occupy the slightest bit of space, lest he be crushed underfoot by the four great demons. Unavoidably, he cast his gaze toward a more spacious and pristine corner. His gaze involuntarily shifted. Gu Jiutian. Oh Gu Jiutian, even if you've fallen from grace, you're still of the nine-headed serpent lineage. How could a mere sheep live better than you? Unable to suppress his indignation, he raised himself high and swaggered toward the opposite corner. You, lowly and lazy sheep, swap places with this nine-headed serpent lord, he declared, lifting his head imperiously to glare down at the drowsy creature. At his words, the sheep lazily blinked open its eyes. Without even shifting its body, it delivered a single, casual kick. Yet, in the serpent's eyes, it was no mere kick. It was as if countless demons and gods surged toward him, their gaping maws poised to devour him whole. His body was hurled backward, crashing into the distant courtyard wall, his bones shattering upon impact before he crumpled to the ground. Coughing violently, he spat mouthfuls of blood, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the sheep. In that moment, the docile creature was no longer a sheep, it was a prehistoric monstrosity. How had he been so blind as to challenge its territory? Just days prior, he had finally recovered from his injuries and regained his peak strength. Yet now, a single kick had undone all his progress. Worse still, he knew the sheep had held back. Had it struck with full force, he would have. The sheer spiritual impact of that kick still sent shivers through his soul. He couldn't fathom why such an entity would appear here. Just who was Yu Qing? The man's enigma deepened in his mind, and he realized that even if he escaped, fulfilled his grand ambitions in the southern border, and achieved unprecedented breakthroughs, he would never rival Yu Qing. Revenge? A futile dream. And as for the four great demons' sycophantic behavior toward Yu Qing, he no longer found it so contemptible. In fact, he was beginning to understand it. Meanwhile, after days of fruitless searching for the elusive Five Elements Alliance in the southern border, its mysterious leader vanishing without a trace, the two envoys from the Eternal Sky Sword sect finally departed. They returned to their sect, nestled among towering, mist-wreathed peaks where spiritual energy surged like an invisible tide. Grand pavilions and halls peeked through the mountain folds, their eaves glinting in the light. High above, disciples clad in the sect's robes soared past on gleaming swords. Greetings, Senior Sistering. Greetings, Elder Su. The disciples bowed as the two arrived. Where's the sect master? Elder Su asked. The sect master and the elders are gathered in the council hall. Something major has happened. A disciple replied gravely. Something major? Elder Su's expression darkened. What is it? The details are unclear, but it's urgent. The sect master summoned all the elders at dawn. If you wish to know more, Elder Su, you should proceed to the council hall at once. Elder Su and the woman exchanged a glance, both revealing a grave expression. The sect's development was proceeding as usual, and apart from the customary gathering held once every decade, such convocations of numerous elders were rare. It seemed that a significant issue had indeed arisen. Chapter 77, what I thought was something else, turned out to be the Tian sect. Elder Su and the woman dared not delay and swiftly made their way to the sect's council hall. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the senior members of the sect were indeed present, all wearing grave expressions. After greeting the sect leader and the elders, the woman and Elder Su entered and bowed respectfully. Ah, it is you who have returned. How did the matter unfold? A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table inquired eagerly upon seeing them. Master, the Five Elements Alliance has been uprooted completely, but their leader has gone silent. We suspect he may have fled the southern wilderness, which is why we have returned for the time being, the woman reported. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and replied, let us set aside the matter of the Five Elements Alliance for now. You two may take a seat. Master, esteemed elders, what on earth has transpired? The woman, unable to sit still, couldn't help but ask. Observing the agitated expressions of the elders, she sensed the gravity of the situation, and her heart began to race. Alas, Saintess, it is none other than the Tian sect. An elder could no longer contain himself and explained. They have gone too far, launching a surprise attack on 3 of our spiritual veins, resulting in numerous casualties among our disciples. As he spoke, the elders' faces were filled with rage. Their teeth clenched in anger. The Tian sect is clearly taking advantage of the disturbances at our sword tomb, knowing that we need to suppress the situation, and they are deliberately instigating conflict to provoke an all-out war with us. If an outright war ensues, the Tian sect has many powerful experts, especially Qin Dongyang. To secure a victory, we would have to deploy all our elite fighters, but without anyone to suppress the sword tomb, we risk chaos at home, ultimately playing into the hands of the Tian sect. Yet, if we choose to endure, they will only grow more brazen, and how can we swallow this humiliation? How will the various forces in the wasteland perceive our Hung Tian sword sect? Thus, the question of whether to fight or not became an arduous dilemma. Indeed, it is precisely during this tumultuous period at the sword tomb that the Tian sect has grown so audacious. The elders clamored, their voices rising in fervor. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man at the head of the table, exuding authority even in silence, remained deep in thought, clearly at an impasse. However, after listening to the others, the woman's demeanor seemed to lighten considerably. I had thought it was something significant, but it turns out to be the Tian sect, she remarked. As soon as her words fell, all eyes turned toward her, some with a hint of reproach. What are you implying, Saintess? By your tone, it seems you regard the deaths of our disciples as trivial, an elder questioned. The middle-aged man at the head of the table also cast a scrutinizing gaze in her direction. In response, the woman quickly clasped her hands and said, Master, esteemed elders, it is not that I consider the deaths of our disciples inconsequential, but rather I wish to convey that the current Tian sect poses no real threat. The current Tian sect poses no real threat? Upon hearing Yin Xiao's words, the assembled crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion palpable. Yet beneath the surface, a simmering discontent grew stronger among many. Matters of such grave importance to the sect should never involve these inexperienced and arrogant juniors. However, Yingxiao's next words struck the gathering like a thunderbolt, freezing everyone in place. Qin Dongyang was dead. Her clear, melodious voice echoed through the hall. Yet it carried the weight of a boulder plunging into still waters, sending shockwaves through the assembly. What? The middle-aged man at the head of the gathering was the first to rise, disbelief etched across his face. Shower, such words are no jest. Indeed, holy maiden. This is no trivial matter to jest about, another voice chimed in. Qin Dongyang, as the master of the Qimin sect, how could he have perished so abruptly? All eyes converged upon Yingxiao, demanding answers. I would never dare to speak lightly of such matters, Yingxiao replied solemnly. Qin Dongyang is truly dead, slain in the southern borderlands. Witnessed by our own eyes. Elder Su can attest to this. The holy maiden speaks the truth, Elder Su affirmed, rising to his feet. Qin Dongyang has indeed met his end. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd at this declaration. Even the middle-aged leader's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pressed Yingxiao for details. Shower, what exactly transpired? How did Qin Dongyang meet his demise in the southern borderlands? This was the question burning in everyone's minds, and all attention remained fixed upon her. Yingxiao withheld nothing, recounting the events as she had witnessed them. Slain in an instant? A collective gasp rippled through the hall. Such a formidable elder exists in the humble southern borderlands. The assembly shuddered, their imaginations painting a vivid picture of the scene despite not having been present. The might of Qin Dongyang was well known. Even their own sect leader could not confidently claim victory in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, the one who had obliterated Qin Dongyang must be a figure of unfathomable power, one they could only gaze upon in awe. This is truly the heavens favoring our Hungtian sword sect, the middle-aged leader declared. With Qin Dongyang gone, the Qimin sect has lost both its greatest warrior and its leader. They are no longer a threat. Hear my command. The Grand Elder shall lead the vanguard to reclaim the 3 spiritual veins seized by Qingmen, then launch a full assault upon their sect. However, to minimize casualties, we must proceed with caution, steady and deliberate. Understood. The Grand Elder, a venerable figure exuding indomitable spirit, rose with a battle-ready fervor. Long had he suppressed his fury. Now, at last, he could unleash it in full. After issuing his orders, the middle-aged leader added, regardless of the circumstances, the elder who slew Qin Dongyang has done our Hungtian sword sect a great service. Shower, you and Elder Su shall accompany me to the southern borderlands. I shall personally express our gratitude. At this, Yingxiao's expression darkened. What is the matter? The leader demanded, his face hardening. Respectfully, master, it is because we. Subsequently, Yingxiao recounted how she had been disregarded when she attempted to engage in conversation at the tavern, led by Li Bugu and by Mei. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened with anger. With a tone laden with disappointment, he admonished, how foolish. Shower, how have I taught you? When venturing into the world, one must always maintain an air of humility and never underestimate others. Even those of lesser status may possess hidden depths or concealed talents governed by the laws of the universe. Have my teachings fallen upon deaf ears? Master. I was wrong, Yingxiao stammered, flustered by her master's reprimand. It was not my intention. After arriving in the southern wilderness, those individuals were so eager to curry favor. It became quite tiresome and hence. Indeed, sect leader, it was truly unintentional, Elder Su interjected gently from the side. Silence. The middle-aged man retorted sharply, turning his ire upon Elder Su. You dare to speak? Shower is still young and inexperienced, yet you, a distinguished elder, should know better. His words left Elder Su's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering him mute. After a prolonged scolding, the middle-aged man finally waved his hand and declared, enough of this fruitless discussion. Regardless, since that esteemed individual has aided us in dealing with Qin Dongyang, it is only proper that we pay a visit to express our gratitude. You two shall accompany me at once to extend our apologies as well. Understood. Both Elder Su and Yingxiao replied, bowing their heads in acquiescence. Chapter 78. All I know is that the alliance leader is a 9-headed serpent the following day, under the guidance of Yingxiao and Elder Su. The trio arrived at Shangnan City. Given that the location where Yu Qing had slain Qin Dongyang was not far from the Mozui courtyard, and considering that Yingxiao and Elder Su had nearly witnessed Yu Qing's departure, locating the Mozui courtyard proved to be an effortless task. Li Bugu and the elder with white eyebrows had mentioned in the tavern that this venerable figure was known as Yu Qing. If my conjecture holds true, the esteemed Yu Qing should reside here, Yingxiao remarked. The middle-aged man nodded, smoothed his robe, and approached the door to knock. Knock, knock, Knock. The sound of the courtyard door echoed, and a small head emerged. Little Lear. Whom do you seek? Little Leo inquired, puzzled. At the sight of Little Lear, the middle-aged man's pupils contracted slightly, though he maintained his composure. He politely inclined his body and addressed Little Lear. Young master, we hail from the Hungtian sword sect, and we are here to pay our respects to the esteemed Yu Qing. We kindly request you to announce our arrival. Oh, you're looking for my master? Please wait a moment, Little Leo replied, nodding before retreating inside to relay the message. Once Little Leo had departed, the middle-aged man let out a sigh. Turning to his companions, he queried, in your estimation, what level of strength do you think this esteemed Yu Qing possesses? Our master is at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm, and Shen Dongong matched his prowess, also at the peak of the touching heaven realm. The fact that this esteemed figure could dispatch Shen Dongyang in an instant implies that he must have attained the heavenly connection realm, Elder Su ventured, offering his speculation. Moreover, I believe he is not merely any practitioner of the heavenly connection realm, but rather one of a superior level, perhaps even at its summit. Ing Chao concurred, sharing her thoughts. However, the middle-aged man sighed and shook his head, a wry smile crossing his face. Initially, I shared your conjecture, but upon encountering that young lad, I realized our perspectives are rather limited. Limited? Ing Chao exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Master, is it possible that the little child harbors some hidden strength? Little child? Huh. The middle-aged man could not resist saying, Ch'our, one ought not to address him as such, in a world where strength reigns supreme. You might need to refer to him as senior. Senior? Ing Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that his strength is formidable? Indeed, it is quite formidable. The middle-aged man concluded. Although I could not discern any fluctuation in his cultivation level, my experience and intuition tell me that young lad is remarkably strong. Perhaps even comparable to myself. Upon hearing this, Ing Xiao covered her mouth in disbelief. That child is merely a few years old. As the direct disciple of the Hungtian sword sect and its holy maiden, she took considerable pride in her own exceptional talent, which stood out even in the desolate lands. Yet, in comparison, her abilities seemed utterly insignificant. If the strength of that disciple could rival her own, then what of his master? The middle-aged man's thoughts trailed off, unspoken. However, Elder Su and Ing Qiao had already grasped the underlying meaning. They had likely vastly underestimated Yu Qing's true capabilities. Given this, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that Yu Qing was a grandmaster who had transcended the ordinary realm, a figure of the divine ability realm, in the desolate lands. Such a being was undoubtedly the pinnacle of existence. The people from the Eternal Sky Sword sect seek an audience? Within the courtyard, Yu Qing, who had been carving, paused upon hearing the news. He recalled the woman and the elder from the tavern, then waved his hand dismissively. Send them away. Yes, master. Xiao Liu nodded and returned to the gate. My master refuses to see you. Please leave. Without waiting for their reaction, she shut the gate firmly. Outside, the middle-aged man wore a bitter expression, while Ing Qiao and Elder Su looked even more discomfited. Ah, you two. Consider yourselves fortunate that this senior merely chose to ignore you. Had he wished otherwise, you wouldn't even be standing here speaking to me now. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man pondered briefly before placing the gifts he had brought at the doorstep. Cupping his hands respectfully, he announced, Esteemed senior, I am El Tianchi, sect master of the Eternal Sky Sword sect. Today, I come first to apologize for my foolish disciples' disrespect toward you in recent days. Secondly, since you have slain Shen Dongong, a sworn enemy of our sect, I have prepared humble gifts as a token of gratitude. Of course, I dare not impose if you are unwilling to meet. However, I humbly request that you accept these offerings as a gesture of my sincerity. After delivering this speech, he bowed once more toward the courtyard before turning to Ing Qiao and the others. Let us return to the desolate lands for now. The two nodded. Yet just as the trio prepared to depart, the gate creaked open again, and Xiao Lier's head reappeared. Master says you may enter. Overwhelmed by the unexpected honor, El Tianchi and his companions exchanged delighted glances. Many thanks, young friend, for relaying the message. Straightening his robes with care, El Tianchi stepped cautiously into the courtyard. As an influential figure from beyond the southern borderlands and the leader of the Eternal Sky Sword sect, his discernment was naturally keen. Not only had he previously recognized Xiao Lier's extraordinary strength, but now, as he entered the courtyard, he sensed something profoundly unusual. The flowers, the grass, even the mundane household items placed in the corners seemed to pulse with life. An eerie sensation crept over him, as though countless unseen eyes were scrutinizing their every move. A chilling intuition warned him that any ill intent would be met with swift and merciless annihilation. Do not touch anything recklessly. El Tianchi cautioned his companions in a grave whisper. Ying Qiao and the others nodded solemnly. Inside the courtyard, Yu Qing sat at a stone table, pouring tea. Noticing their arrival, he gestured amiably. Please, have a seat. El Tianchi's heart skipped a beat upon seeing him. Truly, an extraordinary presence. Clasping his hands respectfully, he introduced himself. El Tianchi, accompanied by my wayward disciple Ying Qiao and Elder Su Feng of our sect, pays respects to the esteemed senior. Senior is too formal. Yu Qing will suffice. Yu Qing replied with a faint smile. His approachable demeanor eased El Tianchi's tension considerably. The sect master marveled inwardly. He had not expected such humility from a figure of such profound cultivation. Senior, regarding the recent encounter between the wayward disciple and Elder Su at the tavern, as El Tianchi was about to offer an apology, he was abruptly interrupted by Yu Qing, who gestured dismissively. There is no need to revisit past grievances. What matters is the present demeanor, Yu Qing stated matter-of-factly. While the previous actions of the two had indeed caused him slight discomfort, he recognized that often, interactions hinge upon one's attitude. With the right demeanor established, trivial matters lose their significance, and he felt no inclination to hold grudges. This, therefore, elucidated his change of heart and willingness to meet El Tianchi. However, his curiosity was piqued further after overhearing El Tianchi's remarks outside the courtyard, prompting him to seek clarification. Could you enlighten me about the origins of the individual I dispatched a few days ago? Yu Qing inquired directly. El Tianchi, not wishing to conceal the truth, recounted every detail regarding Qin Dongong without reservation, the leader of the Qi Min sect. Yu Qing nodded, recognizing that he was not a negligible figure. This revelation somewhat alleviated his trepidation regarding potential threats. Yet, he remained perplexed, questioning why a sect leader from beyond the southern wilderness would venture into this territory, especially since they were previously unacquainted. It seems improbable that he would specifically come here to eliminate me, Yu Qing continued to ponder aloud. Clearly, he remarked, seeking to unravel the mystery behind Qin Dongyang's intent to harm him. I am uncertain as to why he would take action against you, senior. But his presence in the southern wilderness may indeed be linked to the activities of the Five Elements Alliance. At this juncture, El Tianchi elucidated. As far as I am aware, the Qingmin sect has always maintained a close relationship with the Five Elements Alliance, with prior dealings established. Yet again, it pertains to the Five Elements Alliance. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing nodded, unable to suppress thoughts of the enigmatic leader of the Five Elements Alliance. Do you have any insights into the background of that leader, Sectmaster L? He inquired. The specifics elude me, but I am aware that the leader is not human. Rather, they are a formidable beast, a nine-headed serpent, El Tianchi replied. As El Tianchi's words settled in the air, a sudden commotion erupted from a distant corner, as if something had abruptly sprung to life. Chapter 79. Anima, the truth has been exposed. The Hydra had just savored the delight of an early dismissal from work today, relishing the prospect of retreating to its lair for a well-deserved rest. However, this revelation rendered it utterly rigid, immobilized in place. The Hydra? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's lips curled into a smile, and he cast his gaze toward a shadowy corner. How curious that the leader of the Five Elements Alliance had seemingly vanished into thin air in the southern wilderness. It appeared he had been hiding right beneath their noses. Under Yu Qing's piercing gaze, the Hydra trembled in fear. Before it could react, Yu Qing stood and approached, extending his hand to seize it. Master L, what a coincidence. Not long ago, I was attacked by a nine-headed creature, which my disciples managed to capture. Its true form is that of a nine-headed serpent, so I would appreciate your insight on this matter, Yu Qing stated, as he thrust the Hydra before several onlookers. This aura. El Tianchi fixed his gaze upon the nine-headed creature, his mind reeling with astonishment. It is he, there is no mistaking it. Though I have only encountered this Hydra once, its presence is unmistakable. El Tianchi observed the wilting Hydra and inhaled deeply, realizing that this creature had long since fallen into Yu Qing's grasp. Upon entering the courtyard, he had sensed an abundance of intriguing elements, but had failed to recognize the serpent's presence. Had he done so, he would have identified the Hydra at first glance. How fascinating. Yu Qing chuckled softly, then shifted his foot to rest upon the Hydra. Now speak. Why did you and Qin Dongyang conspire to end my life? He inquired with a grave tone. Confronted by Yu Qing's question, the Hydra was drenched in cold sweat. It realized that a single misstep in its response could spell its demise. Although it had endured hardship, at least its life had been spared, until now. As Yu Qing applied slight pressure with his foot, The Hydra felt as if it were on the verge of snapping and quickly understood that it had no choice but to speak the truth. With a resigned demeanor, it stammered, I had no intention of killing you. I merely sought to subdue you. While recounting a past incident where its subordinates, dispatched by the soul-seeking sect to hunt down by duo, encountered a remarkable flock of chickens and ducks, the Hydra expressed its newfound fascination with their owner. Of course, as it spoke, its voice dwindled to a whisper. At the time, it had been unaware, in hindsight. Its actions could only be likened to an ant attempting to command an elephant, utterly absurd. Yu Qing regarded it with a contemplative gaze, reflecting on past events to ascertain that the Hydra was indeed speaking truthfully. In truth, he had been too indolent to ponder the matter deeply. Otherwise, he might have deduced the Hydra's true identity much earlier. Meanwhile, El Tianchi and the others, having listened intently, were left with disparate sentiments swirling in their hearts. Particularly when he mentioned ducks and chickens, their gazes instinctively drifted towards the ducks gliding gracefully in the nearby river. If their conjecture was correct, it was indeed this flock of ducks that had once eliminated a number of formidable experts from the Five Elements Alliance. These experts were of at least the Yuan Dan realm. Although the Yuan Dan realm seemed insignificant to them, the sheer shock of being defeated by a mere group of ducks raised under Yu Qing's command was truly beyond words. Then why did Qin Dongyang come to kill me? Yu Qing subsequently inquired in a low voice. I have no idea, replied the nine-headed serpent. Yu Qing's foot pressed down with determination. I genuinely do not know. The nine-headed serpent was on the verge of tears. Since that day, he had been a captive, utterly unaware of why Qin Dongyang was even more obstinate than he was. Yu Qing furrowed his brow and shifted his approach. Let me ask you again, what was the purpose of your and Qin Dongyang's journey to the southern frontier? For individuals like you, residing in the wastelands, the southern frontier cannot be deemed significant. Setting aside Qin Dongyang, I find it hard to believe that your presence here, amidst the Five Elements Alliance, is merely coincidental. It was evident that Yu Qing quickly grasped the crux of the matter, a curiosity shared by El Tianchi and others. Not to mention El Tianchi, even Su Lao and Ding Xiao would likely never have set foot in the southern frontier had it not been for the nine-headed serpent's arrival. The nine-headed serpent realized he could no longer conceal the truth. He had no choice but to confess. Recently, Qin Dongyang discovered an ancient secret realm. Due to our past connection and the fact that my nine-headed serpent clan possesses an innate affinity for secret realms, he sought me out to collaborate in unraveling it. After we successfully breached this secret realm, we discovered the legendary Heavenly Mechanism Disc within. The Heavenly Mechanism Disc? El Tianchi interjected, unable to suppress his surprise. El Zhongzhu, may I inquire what the Heavenly Mechanism Disc is? Yu Qing asked. Respectfully, I have only heard rumors about it, El Tianchi patiently explained to Yu Qing. It is said that the Heavenly Mechanism Disc reveals secrets periodically, offering guidance on future events. It is rumored that a certain sect once obtained it and utilized its insights to achieve a prophetic capability, swiftly elevating themselves to a status akin to a holy ground. I had thought the Heavenly Mechanism Disc was merely a figment of legend. I never anticipated it to be real, El Tianchi remarked with a sense of wonder. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing nodded, beginning to form a vague understanding of the Heavenly Mechanism Disc. Indeed, it was the very object he had just mentioned. Yet by the time they discovered it, it was already in a fragmented state. It still provides some guidance, but it lacks the precision of a complete form. The nine-headed serpent explained. So the guidance it provided you pertains to the southern frontier? Yu Qing quickly discerned the key point. Indeed, the nine-headed serpent admitted candidly. The Heavenly Mechanism Disc indicated that the southern frontier holds great fortune and immense opportunities. Considering the uniqueness of southern Xinjiang, a rare place where secular empires abound, I surmise that the fortunes of these nations may reside within them. Thus, I commanded my subordinate to persuade and deceive certain nations in advance, acquiring their imperial seals so that I might usurp their fortunes. With these nations as a foundation, I would then seize the collective fortune of the entire southern Xinjiang, utilizing this power to transcend boundaries and ultimately dominate the region. In such a scenario, even if the celestial mechanics do not indicate these nations, southern Xinjiang would already be firmly under my control. Upon hearing the words of the Hydra, Yu Qing swiftly recalled the day of Nangong Fuyiao. At that time, Nangong Fuyiao fervently declared her allegiance to the Five Elements Alliance, vowing to become a singular entity within southern Xinjiang. In hindsight, it appears that she has merely become the first test subject in Hydra's scheme to siphon her fortune. Thus, Yu Qing found himself feeling both pity and amusement for Nangong Fuyiao. If I am not mistaken, the Fuyiao Empire is indeed among the first nations you managed to persuade. Is it not? I remain unaware of the specific nations my subordinate Haichin has convinced, as he has yet to provide me with a detailed report. Nonetheless, given that his loquacious nature enables him to articulate such matters, it stands to reason. Clearly, at this juncture, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance harbors a deep-seated disdain for Nangong Fuyiao. Even if Xiao Liu has not achieved a breakthrough, should he regain his freedom, it is unlikely that Nangong Fuyiao will ascend to the status of an unparalleled sovereign. She is destined to be the first target of the Hydra's wrath. Regardless of how events unfold, Nangong Fuyiao's subservience to the Five Elements Alliance is fated to be a grand farce. What is even more ludicrous is her pride in this affiliation. Chapter 80. The guidance of the celestial mechanism, the secret realm of the southern wilderness emerges at that moment. Yu Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation regarding Qin Dongyang. Beside him, El Tianqi remarked, "Respected elder, I have clashed with Qin Dongyang for countless years and have come to understand him somewhat. This individual, though lacking in innate talent and hailing from humble beginnings, employs ruthless methods. In the past, he devised schemes to eliminate several fortunate individuals, seizing their fortunes for himself. Consequently, Qin Dongyang found himself beset with opportunities, ultimately ascending to the position of the leader of the Qingtian sect. Judging by his modus operandi, his arrival in the southern wilderness is likely due to the guidance of the celestial mechanism. During this process, he may have sensed your extraordinary nature and recognized you as a being of great fortune, thus harboring intentions of plunder." Upon hearing El Tianqi's analysis, Yu Qing nodded in agreement. El Tianqi's conjecture was likely very close to the truth, which also elucidated why Qin Dongyang had unexpectedly targeted him. In that moment, Yu Qing attained a newfound clarity regarding these matters, yet he simultaneously developed a keen interest in the guidance of the celestial mechanism. What do you suppose the guidance of the celestial mechanism truly signifies? Yu Qing posed this question. El Tianqi too fell into deep thought. The journey to Yu Qing's location today had indeed unveiled a significant secret. While the group engaged in speculation, they suddenly noticed a dramatic shift in the cloud cover over the southern wilderness, as celestial phenomena erupted. The sky was ablaze with golden light, stretching for countless miles. At this moment, not only were Yu Qing and his companions captivated, but individuals throughout the southern wilderness, and even beyond its borders, were drawn to this extraordinary spectacle. Everyone set aside their tasks to gaze skyward. As time progressed, the shifting clouds gradually coalesced into a vortex, converging at a location 1,000 miles distant from Yu Qing and the others. Such celestial phenomena often herald the emergence of a grand legacy, a hidden realm, or the imminent arrival of a treasured artifact. El Tianqi raised his gaze to the swirling clouds, murmuring in awe. That place must be where the clouds gather and form the vortex. Fascinating. If my deductions are correct, this pertains to the guidance of the celestial mechanism. Yu Qing similarly lifted his head, murmuring, "The location of that vortex appears to lie within the domain of the barbarian kingdom, not far from the borders of the Fuyiao Empire." El Tianqi, unfamiliar with the geography of the southern wilderness, couldn't help but glance at Yu Qing upon hearing his mutterings. In Yu Qing's eyes, he discerned a spark of interest. Indeed, Yu Qing was intrigued. He was no fool. Such an opportunity was akin to falling right at his doorstep. Who would not be captivated? Even though he possessed a system, the system merely provided assistance, while opportunities and treasures also offered their own forms of aid. The two were not mutually exclusive. It seems you, esteemed elder, will soon be preoccupied with matters concerning the hidden realm. I shall not intrude any longer and will take my leave for now. Should you find yourself in the wasteland in the future, please feel free to seek me out. I will surely extend a warm welcome," El Tianqi said, cupping his hands in respect. As El Zongzhu prepares to depart, I shall not hold him back. Upon arriving in the desolate land, I must certainly seek out 2 cups of fine wine from El Zongzhu, Yu Qing remarked with a smile. Despite the previous minor discord with the Hung Tian sword sect, Yu Qing found El Tianqi to be quite agreeable after their brief interactions. Hearing Yu Qing's words, El Tianqi felt unexpectedly honored, realizing that this journey had not been in vain. He then took Ying Qiao and Elder Su with him, leaving Shangnan City. For a long while, the celestial phenomenon lingered in the sky, its impact only growing more intense. "Master, such a magnitude of celestial phenomena has likely spread beyond the southern wilderness. I suspect that other forces in the desolate land are also sensing it." Ying Qiao could not help but express to El Tianqi, "Is it true, Master, that you remain unmoved? If we could partake in this fortune, it would be a tremendous boon for our Hung Tian sword sect." Yet, El Tianqi interrupted Ying Qiao with a wave of his hand. "Ah, Qiaoer, you are still too young. Although this celestial phenomenon is grand, some things cannot simply be claimed at will. One must possess the means to seize them, El Tianchi solemnly instructed. Moreover, consider this. We are in the southern wilderness, at the doorstep of that esteemed elder. If he shows no interest, that would be one matter, but I distinctly perceive his profound curiosity. Thus, this opportunity is one we dare not covet, nor can we afford to do so. Upon hearing this, Ing Xiao gradually grasped the implications. At the very least, there exists an unwritten rule in the desolate land. Any spiritual veins, secret realms, or even talents discovered within the territory of a particular force belong to that force. If one desires to claim them, it equates to declaring war against that force. One must either possess absolute strength to overwhelm the opponent or contend fairly only over secret realms that are not claimed by any force. Given that this celestial phenomenon occurs in the southern wilderness, it logically bears no relevance to the desolate land. However, Master, even so, it seems improbable that the forces in the desolate land could resist being drawn to this celestial phenomenon, Ing Xiao remarked. What other forces choose to do is not our concern. We must focus solely on our Hung Tian sword sect, El Tianchi instructed earnestly. Understood, Ing Xiao nodded, taking her master's words to heart. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed. During this time, the celestial phenomenon not only persisted but intensified. The barbarian nation had not anticipated that such a grand fortune would fall into their lap. Interestingly, while Yu Qing was still in Shangnan City and had yet to make his way to the barbarian nation, he received an urgent letter dispatched by them. The message was straightforward. Should Yu Qing hold any interest, this opportunity, belonging to the barbarian nation, was extended to him with courtesy, requesting merely to partake in a share of the benefits. It had been a while since he had enjoyed tea with these two fellows, and they were becoming increasingly astute. Looking at the urgent letter from the barbarian nation, a slight smile crept upon Yu Qing's lips. Chapter 81. I am eager to see what support you have. Within the barbaric realm, Manshan and Gongsun too convened in the hall. Have you truly contacted that individual? Manshan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Otherwise, how could we possibly consume such a vast secret realm? Our two great barbarian nations cannot manage it alone, Gongsun too replied. However, I have heard whispers that there are others beyond the southern frontier who have set their sights on our secret realm, Manshan remarked solemnly. That is precisely the reason I must make this decision, Gongsun too asserted. The treasures of the southern frontier must remain in the hands of our own people. We cannot allow outsiders to seize them. Indeed, the treasures of our southern frontier rightfully belong to us, Manshan concurred emphatically. As the two great barbarian kings deliberated, a subordinate rushed in urgently. Your Majesties, individuals have entered the secret realm and have killed several dozen of our barbarian guards without hesitation. The subordinate reported breathlessly. What? Who possesses such audacity? Both barbarian kings rose simultaneously, their expressions darkening. They claimed to be from the wasteland's flying sky gate. Incredibly powerful. General Mingshan, who was tasked with guarding the secret realm, was injured gravely by a young man with a mere wave of his hand. The subordinate said gravely. The expressions of both barbarian kings grew grim as they exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The people from the wasteland truly live up to their reputation. Let us go and investigate. Without delay, the two barbarian kings set off towards the secret realm. Upon their arrival, they found that the barbarian guard stationed near the secret realm had encircled a group of individuals. At the forefront was a young man clad in white, flanked by several elders. Despite being surrounded by numerous barbarian guards, they appeared unfazed, not even casting a glance at their captors. Instead, they gazed at the transparent forbidding gate beneath the clouds, engaged in their own discussion. Regrettably, this portal is filled with formations. To unlock it may take some time. Otherwise, we could have already claimed the treasures of the secret realm for ourselves, one elder mused. I wonder what secrets lie within. The celestial phenomena this secret realm has conjured seem unprecedented in our wasteland. Whatever it may be, it shall belong to us. Hearing this, Manshan and Gongsun too's tempers flared. Do you not regard our barbarian nation with the respect it deserves? Manshan, known for his forthright demeanor, could not help but exclaim, this is a secret realm within our territory. When did it become yours? His words prompted a laugh from the white-clad youth at the forefront. The barbarian nation? What is that? When did you dare to speak so brazenly before me? With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy abruptly struck Manshan. Uffed. Manshan was sent flying, utterly defenseless against the attack. Your Majesty, upon witnessing the scene, The surrounding barbarian guards stirred in agitation, their expressions darkening as they raised their weapons to protect their leader, only to be halted by Gong Sun Tu's urgent command. Gong Sun Tu, with a grave demeanor, regarded the young man in white, astonished by the audacity of his immediate aggression. His restraint towards the barbarian guards stemmed from the overwhelming prowess of the white-clad youth. Despite the formidable strength of the barbarian mountain, they would be rendered powerless by a mere wave of his hand. Thus, sending the guards forth would only invite their demise. "How are you?" Gong Sun Tu inquired, assisting the barbarian mountain to his feet. "Cough, cough, cough. It's rather serious," Barbarian Mountain replied, spitting blood heavily, his countenance solemn. "The newcomer is far too strong, beyond our control." Gong Sun Tu nodded, his gaze fixed on the white-clad youth and his entourage, pondering a strategy. "Humph. A bunch of useless fools," the young man in white disdainfully remarked, eyeing the restless barbarian guards, who were agitated by Barbarian Mountain's injury. He then lifted his chin, adopting an arrogant posture as he addressed Barbarian Mountain and Gong Sun Tu, leisurely inquiring, "I offer you a chance. Treat us lavishly until the secret realm officially opens. And perhaps then I may grant you some scraps." At these words, even the typically composed Gong Sun Tu was engulfed in fury. "Though your strength is formidable, such words are exceedingly humiliating," he retorted. "This secret realm belongs to our barbarian nation, and it is not for outsiders to discuss its ownership. You two possess quite the audacity." The young man in white's expression darkened, and as he spoke, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Gong Sun Tu and Barbarian Mountain. Under this oppressive force, they felt as though a great mountain bore down upon them, their bodies trembling and cold sweat pouring forth. "Yet you have not yet succumbed." "There is a semblance of spirit," he sneered coldly, unleashing an even greater wave of pressure. Crack, crack, crack. The two felt as if their bones were breaking. Gong Sun Tu fared slightly better, but the already gravely injured Barbarian Mountain was forced to his knees, struggling in vain to rise. In the face of such absolute power, will alone could not withstand. "Is this your limit?" The young man in white mocked with a chilling smile. "Apologies, but this is not my limit." As his words lingered, the weight of his pressure intensified. Gong Sun Tu and Barbarian Mountain could no longer stand, their bodies pressed against the ground. The white-clad youth then approached slowly, lifting one foot to rest upon Barbarian Mountain's face, grinding it down as he languidly asked, "Now I pose a question. From this moment forth, the secret realm is mine. Do you have any objections?" The dignity of a monarch reduced to such humiliation caused Barbarian Mountain to seethe with rage. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze defiantly and declared, "Kill me if you must, but you lack the qualification to claim this secret realm as yours. Do not presume that the southern frontier is without its champions. When Lord Yu Qing arrives, you shall be forced to retreat in disgrace." "Oh, Lord Yu Qing?" The young man in white, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of interest and mockingly remarked, "I wonder how this swarm of ants can be so defiant. It seems there is someone backing you." He then inquired with sarcasm, "Have you heard of Yu Qing, esteemed elders?" "Haraha." Turning to his companions, he continued to deride them. Reporting to the young master, "We have never heard of anyone by the name of Yu Qing. Surely, he must be some insignificant character," they retorted. "Indeed, how audacious to claim such titles." The elders behind him shared in the derision with cold laughter. The young master, having heard their words, declared, "I find myself reconsidering. Perhaps I shall spare your lives." He sneered, "In fact, I am inclined to offer you a chance to summon your so-called master. I am curious to see how he managed to make us retreat in disgrace." "Is that truly the case?" Manshan asked, his excitement palpable. "Indeed it is. For I derive great pleasure from witnessing despair," the young man in white said with a chilling smile, before gesturing to the elders behind him, "Gentlemen, since the secret realm has yet to open, let us make an entertainment of this." The elders nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely in a place like southern Jiang, and it would be amusing to impart some lessons to these Navi ants. Manshan hastily produced a communication jade slip to contact Yu Qing. At that moment, a voice resonated from the air not far away, "There is no need for such efforts. I have already arrived." Chapter 82. Eradicating the roots, demolishing foundations. As the sound echoed, both Man Mountain and Gong Sun Tu exchanged glances filled with joy. The young man in white narrowed his eyes slightly and turned towards the source of the sound, where he beheld three figures gracefully descending from the sky. At the forefront stood a young man clad in azure, exuding an extraordinary aura. Accompanying him were a child of 7 or 8 years and a silent man in black whose presence was imperceptible. The young man in white disregarded the child entirely, quickly discerning that the black-clad figure was merely a puppet. The trio was none other than Yu Qing, accompanied by little Lier and the puppet Chang'an. Aware that the current extraordinary phenomena were not the true opening of the secret realm, Yu Qing had arrived somewhat late, only to be met with this unexpected scene. So you are the one they speak of, the one who relies on others? The young man in white appraised Yu Qing with keen interest. Indeed, that is I. Yu Qing replied, his expression betraying no emotion, his tone neither warm nor cold. I must admit, you have indeed instilled sufficient confidence in them. Allowing these insignificant insects the audacity to speak so boldly to me, the young man in white mused. You dare claim that your arrival could force us of the Flying Heaven sect to flee in disgrace. No, they have misjudged the situation. Yu Qing shook his head. Then added earnestly, you will not have the opportunity to escape at all. Upon hearing the first statement, the young man in white initially believed Yu Qing to be intimidated. But the latter's subsequent words darkened his countenance. The atmosphere around them abruptly chilled. You truly possess a remarkable audacity, he said, fixing his gaze on Yu Qing, enunciating each word deliberately. Of course. In fact, to convince you, I shall demonstrate, Yu Qing replied calmly. Before the young man in white could fully grasp Yu Qing's intent, he suddenly witnessed an elder beside him explode without warning. Bang! In an instant, blood and flesh scattered, splattering the young man in white's face. Elderby! How? How could this happen? The young man in white's expression shifted dramatically, panic washing over him. He stared at Yu Qing in disbelief. Having failed to perceive how Yu Qing executed such an attack, while Elderby had simply vanished. It was important to note that although Elderby was not the strongest among their ranks, he was certainly not the weakest indeed. He was superior to the young man in white. If that attack had been aimed at him, his eyes widened in horror as he realized he was facing a genuine master. Yet, before he could formulate a response, Yu Qing seized the horizontal blade from little Lier and pressed it against his throat. Is this secret realm still under your control? Yu Qing inquired languidly. Aye. The young man in white, feeling the chilling edge against his neck, dared not utter a word. Young man, we are from the Flying Heaven sect of the Wasteland. The person before you is the young master of our sect. At that moment, another elder behind him reacted, pointing at Yu Qing and shouting. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Qing swung the blade towards him. I wasn't asking you. Shut your mouth. As the words fell, a head tumbled from its neck. The bloody visage still bore wide, disbelieving eyes, until death. It seemed unable to fathom that Yu Qing had struck without even granting a moment to speak. Without so much as a glance at the fallen, Yu Qing tapped the blade against the stunned face of the white-robed youth and said coolly, your turn to answer. I. With two elders slain before him in mere moments, the youth stuttered in terror, his body trembling violently. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees before Yu Qing. Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I was only joking. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck his own face with sharp, resounding slaps. Behind him, the two remaining figures hastily dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Yu Qing's methods were too ruthless. One elder reduced to shattered bones, another cleaved in two. They understood, if they did not plead now, they would follow the same fate. Fear had utterly shattered their courage. Nearby, the heavily wounded man Shan and Gong Sun too watched with grim satisfaction. Did they think them weak-willed? Did they believe their cries of demon were mere jest? Anyone who mistook Yu Qing's refined exterior for gentleness was gravely mistaken. And what do you think of my reliance now? Yu Qing gazed down at the white-robed youth. Senior is incomparably mighty. We were blind and foolish. The youth hurriedly declared. Earlier, you mentioned you were the young master of the Soaring Sky sect, correct? Yu Qing suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. Yes. I am the young master of the Soaring Sky sect. The youth nodded eagerly, hoping his status might finally give Yu Qing pause. But the next words left him dumbfounded. Then call your Baba here. Baba? Your father, Yu Qing corrected. Even after all these years, some habits from his past life on Earth lingered. Summon him. And I want to kill you, Yu Qing said. Good. I'll notify him at once. Desperate for survival, the youth wasted no time. Retrieving a communication jade slip to contact his father. Once the message was sent, Yu Qing tossed the blade to Xiao Lier. If you've chosen this path, you must temper yourself with bloodshed. Go slaughter them. With hands clasped behind his back, he stepped aside, his tone indifferent. The white-robed youth's eyes bulged in fury. You promised not to kill me if I summon my father. You're going back on your word. Fool. He is killing you, not me. Yu Qing cast him a cold glance. Without hesitation, Xiao Lier swung the blade. Xiao Lier's pristine and decisive demeanor was beyond reproach. Though still young, he possessed a profound understanding. He recognized that this was his master's way of training him, and more importantly, a safeguard for his future. Having delved into the wisdom of the sages, as if having lived through myriad experiences, he bore no psychological burden whatsoever. On the ground lay several more corpses. "Master, why must you inform my father?" Xiao Liar inquired, scratching his head in puzzlement after the killings. "Because I detest the old tactic of hitting the young before the old." His master replied, "This is another lesson I have taught you. Either do not act at all, or if you do, eradicate the roots completely, uproot the grass, demolish the house, and shatter the foundation." Chapter 83. The annihilation of the flying sky gate. To eradicate the roots is to ensure the grass does not grow anew. "Is this true, master?" "I understand now," Little Li murmured, half comprehending. Yu Qing took the horizontal saber from Little Li's hand and affectionately ruffled his hair. Indeed, the child is teachable. At that moment, Man Shan and Gong Sun Tu Kai cautiously approached from a distance. "My lord," they both respectfully bowed. "We are grateful for your timely rescue." Yu Qing nodded and bestowed a look of approval upon them. "You two have shown commendable wit this time. After we conclude our business, I shall invite you for tea. Rest assured, it will be genuine tea." Man Shan nearly gasped in surprise, hastily responding, "My lord, you flatter us. This secret realm's opportunity belongs to the Man Kingdom, naturally." "It is yours." Gong Sun Tu, displaying keen insight, interjected, "My lord, the opening of the secret realm may take some time. Allow me to arrange a banquet for you. Rather than waiting idly here." Yu Qing smiled faintly, "Let us postpone. The bloodshed here has dulled my appetite." Man Shan immediately sought to call for the collection of bodies, but was halted by Yu Qing. "There is no rush. There should be a few more yet. We shall gather them all when the time is right." Yu Qing spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet Man Shan and Gong Sun Tu exchanged apprehensive glances. They had anticipated the impending storm of bloodshed before the secret realm's opening, but it seemed far more brutal than they had imagined. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, an overwhelming aura surged from the horizon, accompanied by a furious shout. "I am Xiang Tianshi, the master of the Flying Sky Gate. Who dares harm my son?" A tall, imposing middle-aged man clad in white, radiating an extraordinary presence, led a throng of equally formidable figures rushing forth. "They have arrived," Yu Qing remarked with a slight smile, gently patting Little Li's head. "Disciple, remember this. While one should strive to be virtuous, the cultivation world often leaves one no choice. If you do not slay, you shall be slain." Thus, when faced with such circumstances, employing the right methods makes eradicating the roots a straightforward task. For they will seek you out. As his words echoed, the master of the Flying Sky Gate, Xiang Tianshi, descended before them. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the young man in white on the ground, and he trembled with rage, roaring, "You honor!" Seeing his son's lifeless form, Xiang Tianshi's eyes bulged with fury as he turned to Yu Qing, who still held the horizontal saber, its bloodstains yet to dry. "Who is the murderer? Any fool can see it is you." Xiang Tianshi's eyes turned crimson, exuding an aura of terror. "How dare you linger here after slaying my son? If you die without suffering today, I, Xiang Tianshi, vow never to be human again." With his only son slain, Xiang Tianshi, nearly bereft of reason, raised his hand to strike without hesitation. However, in that fleeting moment, he felt a blur before his eyes. The figure of Yu Qing, who had been dozens of yards away, was suddenly at his side. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and slashed down. "Enough of this drivel. In honor of your father-son bond, I shall reunite you. No need for thanks." Yu Qing flicked the blood off his blade. Almost simultaneously, Xiang Tianshi's head tumbled to the ground, a fountain of crimson erupting from his severed neck, raining down upon the stunned disciples of the Flying Heaven sect behind him. The entire sequence unfolded with such speed and abruptness that none could process it in time. By the time the onlookers regained their senses, their legs had turned to jelly. The sect master of the Flying Heaven sect, Xiang Tianshi, their strongest warrior, had been decapitated in a single stroke. No battle, no struggle, just a flash of steel. And his head was gone, as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. But the shock was not limited to the Flying Heaven sect. Hidden in the shadows around the secret realm's entrance were numerous figures, their auras concealed. The emergence of this realm had stirred the wasteland's major factions. And though the Flying Heaven sect had arrived first due to proximity, spies from other powers had also gathered to observe. The sight of Yu Qing executing their sect master left many speechless. Yet it was not over. Without sparing a glance at Xiang Tianshi's headless corpse, Yu Qing turned his blade toward the nearest Flying Heaven sect disciple, pressing the cold steel against his throat. "Are all your sect's elites present?" The man trembled violently, his entire body quaking with terror as he nodded frantically. The elders accompanied the young master here. When the sect master received word of his son's peril, he flew into a rage and brought every remaining expert with him. Xiang Tianshi had not been foolish, knowing his son was guarded by elders. Any threat must have been formidable. So he had mobilized his full strength. As a sect master, he had acted wisely. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yu Qing. Satisfied with the answer, Yu Qing withdrew his blade. The others exhaled in relief, until they realized something was amiss. What had he just said? That he would spare them? Their thoughts ended abruptly, literally. The moment Yu Qing sheathed his sword, a dozen heads simultaneously parted from their necks, thudding to the ground in a grotesque chorus. None had even perceived the moment of their demise. A dozen fountains of blood erupted in a macabre spectacle, yet Yu Qing did not spare it a glance. He turned and walked back to Shaolier, tossing the blade to him. Then, with an indifferent gaze, he swept his eyes across the surroundings. Every hidden observer stiffened under that gaze, their blood chilling as if frozen. Finally, his eyes settled on Man Shan and his companion. Now you may collect the bodies. No one else will be foolish enough to come for a while. The two, still reeling from shock, snapped to attention and bowed. Yes, my lord. The shadowy figures, momentarily taken aback, wore expressions of astonishment as they melted into the darkness. The news of the annihilation of the Flying Sky sect spread like wildfire across the desolate expanse. Soon, all major factions became aware that within this secret realm of the barbarian nation lurked a formidable and ruthless powerhouse. The first to set their sights on this secret realm, the Flying Sky sect, witnessed the complete slaughter of its elite, from the sect leader downwards, rendering the term annihilation quite fitting. This revelation sent shockwaves through numerous factions in the wasteland. While the strength of the Flying Sky sect in the wasteland may not have been overwhelmingly potent, it was certainly not feeble. The ability to effortlessly obliterate the Flying Sky sect implied that they too could face a similar fate. This was precisely the intention behind Yu Qing's actions. Although the outcome was inevitably lethal, the relentless surge of Invincible Chapter 84, who truly takes him seriously? After all, the extraordinary phenomenon accompanying the emergence of this secret realm undoubtedly signifies its remarkable nature, suggesting the presence of great opportunities within. Few are willing to abandon such prospects. Consequently, many remain restless, eager to act. However, the individual who obliterated the Flying Sky sect possesses exceptional skills prior to the opening of the secret realm. No one intended to take the risk of becoming the vanguard to probe its depths. Thus, for the time being, no other factions dared to brazenly approach the entrance of the secret realm. On the surface, tranquility prevailed, yet beneath, preparations for the ensuing competition following the opening of the secret realm were fervently underway, with currents of ambition surging silently. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. On one particular morning at the Hung Tian Sword Sect, while sect leader El Tianchi was attending to sect affairs, he received news of a visitor. Sect leader Shin from the Purple Thunder Sword sect has arrived. Oh, Brother Shin is here? With a flicker of his gaze, El Tianchi had yet to rise when a hearty laugh resonated from outside. Ha ha ha, Brother El, it has been far too long. How is your health? Recognizing the familiar voice, El Tianchi's face broke into a smile as he rose to greet him. Upon exiting, he beheld a robust man with a full beard and a rugged countenance approaching him. Brother Shin, you still appear as spirited as ever, El Tianchi exclaimed, and the two shared a hearty laugh. The Purple Thunder Sword sect and the Hung Tian Sword sect, both prominent sword sects in the wilderness, were led by longtime friends Shin Jiotao and El Tianchi, whose bond ran deep. As the two entered the hall and exchanged pleasantries, El Tianchi finally inquired, Brother Shin, what brings you to the Hung Tian Sword sect today? Shin Jiotao chuckled heartily, Brother El, your question lacks wisdom. What else could bring me here at this time but the recently emerged secret realm? Surely, you cannot tell me that the Hung Tian Sword sect has no interest in it? Upon hearing the term secret realm, El Tianchi's expression shifted, a jolt of realization coursing through him. However, Shin Jiotao remained oblivious to El Tianchi's unusual demeanor and continued unabated. Brother El, we have both been stagnant at our current levels for some time now. If an opportunity arises, we should not let it slip away. I have heard that the Liuhe sect has already allied with the Jinhuang sect. Yet if you and I, as brothers, join forces, what is there to fear? The opportunities within this secret realm rightfully belong to our two sections. As Shin Jiotao's words settled, he turned to El Tianchi. Given their similar strengths and deep friendship, it was almost a foregone conclusion that if the Hung Tian Sword sect were inclined to compete for the secret realm, they would naturally choose to ally with the Purple Thunder Sword sect. Expecting an affirmative response from El Tianchi, Shin Jiotao was taken aback when he saw his companion shake his head. Brother Shin, the Hung Tian Sword sect does not intend to intervene in this secret realm. El Tianchi stated, moreover, I advise you and the Purple Thunder Sword sect to refrain from involvement as well." The words left Shin Jiotao momentarily stunned. "Brother L? What is the reason for this?" El Tianchi paused before responding somberly. "This secret realm involves matters that are not easily grasped. Brother Shin, you must have heard that the Flying Sky sect, which was the first to arrive at the secret realm, has been utterly destroyed." Upon hearing this, Shin Jiotao raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. "Haha, Brother L, you truly have a knack for humor. What is the Flying Sky sect, really? Need I say more? Among the entire sect, only that Xiangtianshi possesses a modicum of strength, but even that is negligible. If you and I were to intervene, who couldn't obliterate the Flying Sky sect? The slaughter of those from the Flying Sky sect may appear to have instilled fear in everyone, but in truth, who takes them seriously? Are you genuinely frightened? Brother L, you are not the timid sort." El Tianchi fell into contemplation, remaining silent. In truth, upon hearing the news of the Flying Sky sect's demise, he had learned that it was brought about by a single individual. He suspected that it was likely linked to Yu Qing. This also confirmed that his previous decision to refrain from intervening had been the right one. Yet, now faced with Shin Jiotao, he was uncertain how to respond. To mention Yu Qing would invite skepticism. And if that esteemed elder were to discover that he had spoken of him without permission, it could lead to complications. After pondering for a moment, El Tianchi spoke. "Brother Shun, after all these years of friendship, you know my character well. I would never deceive you. The depths of this secret realm are unfathomable. Becoming entangled in it could jeopardize even lives and fortunes at our level. So heed my counsel, do not involve yourself in this secret realm." Noticing El Tianchi's serious demeanor, Shin Jiotao also subdued his mirth. "Brother L, you jest not?" El Tianchi nodded. "Certainly not. Did you not say that the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect have allied? It won't be long before you realize the truth of my words." Moments later, Shin Jiotao, with a pensive expression, departed from the Hongtian sword sect and returned to his own Zile sword sect. There, within the Zile sword sect, a multitude of powerful figures, including numerous elders, had long been prepared. Upon receiving the news, they had begun their preparations, merely awaiting their sect leader to finalize arrangements with the Hongtian sword sect, ready to embark at a moment's notice. However, what they received was not the anticipated response from their allies at the Hongtian sword sect, but rather an unexpected declaration. "Not going." The Grand Elder of the Zile sword sect displayed a look of astonishment. "Sect leader, are you jesting? We are all prepared." Shin Jiotao replied solemnly, "Indeed. Our Zile sword sect shall not participate in the secret realm. I have received information from sect leader L of the Hongtian sword sect. This secret realm is extraordinary and shrouded in hidden dangers that warrant caution." Instantly, the crowd erupted in uproar. "How can we forsake such an extraordinary secret realm? Sect leader, if we do not go, shall we relinquish it to the Liuhe sect and the Jinhuang sect?" The hopes of many rested on this secret realm, not just Shin Jiotao. They all aspired to gain from it. Now, to simply declare they would not participate was hardly convincing. Some even voiced their concerns. "Sect leader, have you been deceived by El Tianchi of the Hongtian sword sect? How does he know of any hidden dangers? It appears the Hongtian sword sect seeks to monopolize the benefits, hence deceiving you, sect master." Upon hearing this, Shin Jiotao's eyes turned icy. Audacious. His voice thundered through the grand hall, carrying a terrifying, thunderous might that instantly silenced the assembly. Shin Jiotao's gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke coldly. "Sect Master L and I share a bond forged in life and death. He would never deceive our sect in such matters. Moreover, even if we abstain, the Liuhe sect and the Jinhui sect will still vie for the secret realm. What advantage would Sect Master L gain by misleading us? Could his sect alone possibly contend against the other two? Such words shall not be spoken again. This time, our Zile sword sect shall observe from the sidelines. My decision is final." Chapter 85. Everyone retreated 10 miles away, lest they face death. However, despite Shin Jiotao utilizing his position as sect leader to suppress the matter, whispers and murmurs filled the air once the crowd dispersed. It was not only the elders who expressed their dissent. Many disciples also voiced their discontent regarding the situation. Observing the widespread opposition within the sect, Shin Jiotao could not help but let out a bitter laugh as he sat in the hall. "Ah, my dear brother Liu, I truly trust you. Please do not lead me astray." In truth, not just others, but even Shin Jiotao himself had contemplated changing his mind several times. Yet, he ultimately suppressed that thought, recalling Lu Tianqi's words. Having been friends for countless years, he knew this brother well. He never acted without purpose. That was why he placed his trust in him. While Lu Tianqi and Shin Jiotao reached this decision, Various forces from the wilderness began to stir restlessly. Some sought alliances, while others wished to sit back and watch the chaos unfold, hoping to reap the benefits. Overall, the entire barbaric nation was shrouded in turmoil, with undercurrents of tension running deep. Gongsun, you are indeed clever, remarked the recovering Mianshan, unable to refrain from giving a thumbs up to Gongsun Tuesday. Given the current situation, not only can our two barbaric nations not safeguard this secret realm, but even if all the countries of the southern frontier banded together, they would fail to protect it. Indeed, Gongsun too nodded in agreement, feeling that he had made an exceptionally wise decision by contacting Yu Qing at the earliest opportunity. Had he not done so, they likely would have already perished at the hands of the Flying Sky Gate, not to mention the various masters they had observed around the secret realm, along with the unseen presences they were unaware of. Meanwhile, atop a desolate mountain 10 miles from the secret realm, a middle-aged man stood with a servant-like attendant. The area was barren, yet it provided a vantage point to overlook the secret realm in its entirety. My lord, perhaps we should take our leave. The attendant could not help but suggest. You have always despised such desolate places. Let us hasten to the next location. With a gentle smile, the middle-aged man, clad in white robes with flowing hair, exuded an air of elegance. Xiaoman, one can cultivate anywhere in the world. Though I have little interest in that secret realm, the young friend guarding it possesses a demeanor reminiscent of my youth. I am quite curious to see how he will respond to the current turbulent circumstances. Oh, my lord. I perceive him merely as a confused fool, intoxicated by the secret realm, though he may possess some small tricks and cleverness. Aiming to scare others away with a show of strength, it is evident from the current outcome that he is overestimating himself. The attendant expressed his opinion. If he were wise enough to retreat upon realizing his inferiority, it would be acceptable. However, should he remain stubbornly oblivious, the consequences may be dire. Upon hearing this, the man in white fell silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Clearly, the attendant Xiaoman's words held some merit. Very well, let us depart. Perhaps there is indeed nothing of interest to behold. The man clad in white nodded slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, he was about to lead his companion away. However, as if perceiving something, he retracted his hand at the last moment. It was then that Yu Qing appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Finding a shaded spot beneath a tree, he effortlessly conjured a tea table, seated himself leisurely before it, and began to brew tea at a measured pace. Ah, this young man possesses a certain charm. The white-clad man's pupils shifted, fixated on Yu Qing's actions, revealing an expression of intrigue. What he had initially deemed tedious now seemed to spark a flicker of amusement. This secret realm, manifesting in the southern frontier, was, according to custom, a domain exclusive to the south, and none had the right to intrude. At that moment, after pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring a sip, Yu Qing's voice, laced with a hint of energy, resonated throughout the surroundings. Therefore, I advise you all to return whence you came. Clearly, the two men on the desolate mountain were not the only ones observing. Numerous factions were keenly eyeing the secret realm. You little rascal, how audacious you are. The manner of your speech is exceedingly irksome. No sooner had Yu Qing's words settled than a figure sprang forth, a man in his 60s, his face shadowed with gloom. Nearly obliterating a trivial flying heaven sect did not warrant such inflated self-importance, did it? The elder emanated a menacing aura, evidently possessing remarkable strength, surpassing even the original leader of the flying heaven sect. Yet, Yu Qing merely regarded him with indifference, taking another sip of his tea. Raising his voice once more, he remarked, I've already enjoyed 2 cups of tea. After such a lengthy wait, is this the best you can muster, an old man like you? You insolent brat. I can no longer tolerate your insolence. As expected, following Yu Qing's declaration, several others soared into view, leaping forth in unison. Elderine, this audacious young man undoubtedly harbors some strength. Perhaps we should join forces to eliminate him. A seductive woman, her waist as supple as a water snake, glided gracefully before the elder, speaking languidly. Though the Flying Heaven sect is a minor faction, it has endured for quite some time. This young man must have acquired some of its heritage. After we dispose of him, we can divide the spoils of the Flying Heaven sect among ourselves, reaping benefits from this expedition into the labyrinth. What say you? Agreed. The elder nodded first. We concurred. The others who had emerged also assented, their gazes converging upon Yu Qing. They then encircled him, effectively sealing off his escape route. A great battle was imminent. However, what was anticipated to be a back-and-forth conflict turned out to be a swift massacre. In mere moments, several opponents were vanquished by Yu Qing, leaving only the previously defiant woman trembling on her knees. Spare me. I can be your loyal dog. I shall obey your every command. As she desperately bared her figure, hoping for mercy, what awaited her instead was a fist. Even this single blow was harsher than those dealt to others, meant to disgust before death. As the woman perished, those lurking in the shadows gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with trepidation. Clearly, they had not anticipated that such a formidable expert could emerge in this remote region of South Jiang. This was precisely the effect Yu Qing desired. From the moment he entered the secret realm, he had no intention of being discreet. You have 10 breaths to retreat 10 miles. Otherwise, you shall perish. Had these words been uttered earlier, the various factions would have scoffed in disbelief. After all, those who dared to approach Yu Qing were not weaker than the Flying Sky sect, which he had annihilated. However, after witnessing Yu Qing's recent slaughter of several individuals, their attitudes shifted dramatically. Both the old man in the shadows and the beautiful woman who fell to Yu Qing's fist were no weaklings, and many present were their equals. If Yu Qing could dispatch the old man with ease, he could certainly do the same to them. In an instant, numerous forces chose to retreat, opting not to provoke Yu Qing. Soon, the surroundings of the secret realm grew significantly quieter. Meanwhile, at a camp several miles away from Yu Qing, a dozen individuals were stationed. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, resplendent and somewhat rotund. One might mistake him for an ordinary wealthy merchant. But that would be a grave error. Those acquainted with the powers of the wasteland would recognize him as Sun Fu, the esteemed leader of the Liuhe sect. Renowned alongside the Heng Tian sword sect, they had witnessed the recent scene of Yu Qing's violence. Observing the multitude of factions retreating in fear of Yu Qing, an elder of the Liuhe sect could not restrain himself from asking, "Sect Master, what shall we do? Just a conflict among the weak." Sun Fu replied with a disdainful sneer. "That rabble is afraid. Can they truly intimidate us in the Liuhe sect? What can they possibly do to us?" Chapter 86. Iron-Blooded Tactics. Astonishing, all the elderly man who posed the question, feeling a sense of shame, nodded in acknowledgement. He had regarded Yu Qing's strength with some trepidation, prompting his inquiry. However, he soon remembered that he was not the only one present. Many senior members of the Liuhe sect were also in attendance. They needed to be wary of the Jinhuang sect and the two prominent sword sects that had not yet revealed themselves. Not to mention that the secret realm had not truly opened. It was best to ignore that young man for the time being, allowing him to prance about unbothered. At that moment, Sun Fu continued, to exaggerate a bit. If the Liuhe sect were to take action, a mere spit from each of us could drown that brat. The true arena is merely a contest among the major sections. His words resonated with the rest of the Liuhe sect members, as there were hardly any who genuinely regarded Yu Qing with concern. However, just as they were indulging in their assumptions, a blinding wave of blade light suddenly surged forth. The ground seemed to split beneath the onslaught of the blade light, as if a pillar of luminescence had descended from the heavens, enveloping the members of the Liuhe sect. The rotund sect leader, Sun Fu, stood in the forefront, poised with his hands clasped behind his back, becoming the initial target of the strike. In an instant, he fell. The elders behind him were also caught in the chaos, thrown into disarray, with several suffering fatal injuries. The few surviving elders gaped in horror at the sight of their leader, now cleaved in two, their eyes bulging with shock and terror. The sect leader is gone. In the midst of the panic, someone cried out, their voice thick with fear. Just as despair set in, another wave of blade light bore down upon them. The surviving elders could only watch in horror as the blade light loomed larger and larger in their vision. In mere moments, the entire Liuhe sect was annihilated. Simultaneously, at another encampment not far from the Liuhe sect, a group of over a dozen individuals had gathered. The aura emanating from them was, astonishingly, on par with that of the fallen Liuhe sect. Our Jinhuang sect need not regard such threats lightly. Even if the other sects choose to retreat, an elder spoke to a young man clad in black standing at the forefront. Indeed, the black-clad youth replied with a nod. Despite his youthful appearance, he was none other than Shi Wuming, the illustrious leader of the Jinhuang sect. In the next moment, they witnessed two beams of blade light erupting from the direction of the Liuhe sect. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they found a similar blade light hurtling towards them. It reached them in the blink of an eye, the destructive force poised to engulf them. Suddenly, Shi Wuming, the leader, knelt before the incoming blade light. "I am willing to submit on behalf of my sect." At that moment, he shouted these words with all the courage he could muster. In the instant following his words, the shimmering blade of light suspended above his head came to a halt, hovering ominously at a distance of half a foot. Gazing at the annihilating force encapsulated within that blade, Shi Wuming felt his throat dry, swallowing hard as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The elders behind him, perhaps caught off guard by the urgency of the situation, had yet to comprehend the calamity that had befallen the Liu sect. Yet, as the sect leader, he was acutely aware of the grim reality. He had witnessed Sun Fu cleaved in twain by a single strike and the annihilation of the entire Liu sect under the weight of 2 swift blows. Having engaged in a clandestine rivalry with the Liu sect for many years, he was intimately familiar with their strength. The capacity to slay Sun Fu with a single stroke indicated that, should that blade fall upon him, his fate would be equally sealed without hesitation. Thus, in a desperate bid for survival, he had uttered the words of submission to his adversary. This was not a lapse of courage on his part as the sect leader. Rather, it was an acknowledgement of the insurmountable power and methods that rendered resistance futile. The so-called resilience he might have displayed would only lead to following in Liu sect's footsteps towards complete annihilation. Meanwhile, the multitude of elders from the Jinwang sect belatedly grasped the calamity that had overtaken the Liu sect. Their eyes darted toward the lethal blades still suspended above their leader, and an air of trepidation washed over them. Had their leader not made that decisive choice, had the assailant chosen to target them instead of the Liu sect, they would have met their demise long ago. It was utterly unforeseen that Yu Qing, whom they had consistently underestimated, possessed such formidable strength. At that moment, the blade of light hovering above them suddenly retracted, accompanied by a merciful proclamation, "Come forth and present yourselves." With a countenance marked by complexity, Shi Wuming rose, directing his gaze towards the elders behind him. Though their expressions mirrored his inner turmoil, they regarded their leader with an understanding glimmer in their eyes. For Shi Wuming's decision had not only salvaged his own life but theirs as well. The weight of the word submit bore heavily upon them, yet without that declaration, they would have surely become mere specters of the slain. Thus, the formidable Jinwang sect, renowned in the wastelands, found themselves shuffling towards Yu Qing under Shi Wuming's lead. Their demeanor subdued. This scene did not escape the notice of the sects that had opted for retreat, witnessing from a distance of 10 miles, where the gathering throngs exchanged apprehensive glances, gasping in disbelief. Chapter 87. The means by which Yu Qing commands hearts fear and trepidation filled the eyes of the onlookers. As members of the wasteland forces, they were acutely aware of the prowess of both the Liu sect and the Jinwang sect. They had just witnessed the annihilation of one and the decline of another before their very eyes. Had they hesitated even slightly, they would likely have found themselves devoid of breath in this very moment. The members of the Jinwang sect approached Yu Qing with expressions laden with complexity. Beneath the shade of the trees ahead, the young man continued to savor his tea. At this juncture, however, none would regard him as a mere youth. Shi Wuming and his companions wore anxious expressions. In truth, this was their first genuine encounter with Yu Qing. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Shi Wuming led the Jinwang sect members in a respectful salute towards Yu Qing. "Please, have a seat." Yu Qing raised his head, gesturing towards Shi Wuming to take a seat. With a nervous glance at Yu Qing, Shi Wuming was uncertain of the young man's intentions. Yet, with his life precariously in Yu Qing's hands, he dared not refuse, cautiously settling down opposite him. Yu Qing lifted the teapot, pouring a cup of tea for Shi Wuming, and said with a languid air, "There is no need for such apprehension. Drink this tea, and upon pledging a heavenly oath, you shall be one of us." Upon hearing this, Shi Wuming felt a lump in his throat. Although Yu Qing's words seemed lighthearted, they bore immense weight for them. After all, a heavenly oath in this realm was not to be trifled with. Those who defied it would face divine retribution, their souls obliterated. Once the heavenly oath was sworn, they would be bound to obey Yu Qing's commands, with no room for disobedience. Even if he were to order them to their demise, they would have no choice but to comply. It was a promise they themselves had made, not one enforced by Yu Qing. Yet Shi Wuming was resolute. He glanced at the tea before him, raised the cup, and drank it down in one go. Standing upright, he raised a finger and declared, "I, Shi Wuming, hereby pledge the heavenly oath to willingly submit to the elder. Should I falter, may my soul be extinguished." Seeing their leader take such a step, the other elders dared not delay, promptly following suit and swearing their own heavenly oaths. "Greetings, esteemed lord." They all bowed in unison after making their vows. "Excellent." Yu Qing smiled, and then continued, "Now, let us proceed to fulfill the first task I have entrusted to you." "What would you have us do, my lord?" Shi Wuming inquired with trepidation, anxious about Yu Qing's forthcoming command. "You are to handle matters pertaining to the Liu sect." Yu Qing's pupils constricted, and he stated with clarity. It was evident that Yu Qing intended to eliminate future threat, even though he was also a first-hand witness. The thought of the imminent demise of the Liu sect, once held in high esteem alongside the Jinwang sect, stirred a sense of melancholy within him. It truly validated the adage that one can never foresee what the next moment may bring. Furthermore, you may take the remaining resources of the Liu sect. Utilize them as needed. Should I require anything else, I shall seek you out, Yu Qing continued. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Jinwang sect, including the nameless Shi, were taken aback, their gazes toward Yu Qing shifting to one of gratitude. It was well understood that the Liu sect, being one of the major sects of the wasteland, possessed a foundation that was certainly not inferior to that of the Jinwang sect. Although they might not dare to use those resources freely, it was evident from Yu Qing's statement that, despite having sworn an oath to the heavenly path, he regarded them as equals rather than mere pawns to be commanded at will. This instilled in them a sense of dignity. Rest assured, my lord. We shall fulfill our mission, Shi Nameless proclaimed with a respectful bow, with Sun Fu and the other elders having perished. Leading the eradication of the remaining Liu sect would pose no challenge for him. Very well, then I shall trouble you with this task. Yu Qing replied with a faint smile. After the matters concerning the Liu sect had been resolved, he requested that they return to assist in maintaining order here. Upon hearing this, Shi Nameless surveyed his surroundings, nodding an understanding of Yu Qing's intentions. Under Yu Qing's iron-fisted approach, most would refrain from causing trouble. Yet, with the secret realm looming ahead, no one could predict what might transpire when it truly opened. Once Shi Nameless and his companions departed, tranquility returned to the vicinity of the secret realm. Meanwhile, several miles away on a desolate mountain, a man clad in white, accompanied by his followers, couldn't help but smile. I must admit, I slightly misjudged the situation, he mused, then turned his attention to his aide. Xiaoman's face flushed, clearly embarrassed by her previous words, which now seemed contradicted by the current reality. Ha ha ha, Xiaoman, what do you think of my decision to take this individual as my disciple? The white-clad man inquired with a chuckle. Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely not, my lord. You have traversed countless realms and encountered numerous prodigies, yet have never entertained the thought of taking a disciple until now. For this boy? She shook her head, her expression filled with confusion and uncertainty. I know I've misjudged this fellow, but compared to the exceptional talents we've encountered over the years, he hardly stands out. Your legacy is of great significance. I implore you to reconsider. Not at all, not at all. The white-clad man waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said. The achievements of an individual stem from various factors. Innate talent and strength are one aspect, while family background is another. However, whether one can reach the pinnacle still hinges on personal capability, conduct, style, and fortune. Thus, the future accomplishments of a person cannot simply be determined by a handful of factors. Geniuses may meet an untimely demise at the age of 100, while the humble rat in the gutter might yet turn its fortune around. As for me, in taking on disciples, I wish to overlook such superficial factors. The man in white leisurely raised a finger and remarked, what matters is simply the appeal. This young fellow's demeanor increasingly resembles my own in my youth. Let us observe for a while longer. When the time is right, you shall join me in taking on disciples. Ha ha ha, very well, I understand, esteemed one. Xiaoman was utterly captivated by the man's words and dared not voice any objections. She could only think how fortunate the young man in the shade was, having caught the eye of their master without having to lift a finger. Chapter 88. This foresight truly warranted a lifetime of learning. Soon, 2 days passed swiftly. The news of the annihilation of the Liu sect and the surrender of the Jinwang sect at the entrance of the secret realm spread through the wilderness like wildfire, even more rapidly than the earlier reports of the demise of the Flying Sky sect. The entire wasteland was abuzz with astonishment. After all, the Flying Sky sect was considered a relatively minor presence among the sects in the wilderness. There were numerous sects with comparable or even superior strength. In contrast, the Liu sect and the Jinwang sect represented the true elite forces of the wasteland. Few could rival either of them individually. Yet both had faced such dire fates at the entrance of the secret realm. The Jinwang sect, having surrendered, was but a shadow of its former self, while the Liu sect's leader and its core members met with complete annihilation. Although some lesser members remained, they were mere minnows, destined to be swiftly devoured by other powers. Moreover, it was not only these two sects that faced such grim ends. Many renowned figures of considerable strength, like the enigmatic Elder Yin, also perished tragically before the secret realm. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. This was indeed a monumental revelation. When the news reached the Zile Sword sect, the sect leader, Shinjiotao, was engaged in a tea ceremony with several elders. A rugged man by nature, he had recently taken to refining his demeanor and had begun to appreciate the art of tea. During this gathering, Several older members expressed their discontent regarding the sect leader's decision to abstain from entering the secret realm. Xin Jiotao, donning a conciliatory smile, attempted to placate their concerns while simultaneously dispatching scouts to monitor the developments within the secret realm. As fate would have it, before they could finish their tea, a subordinate hurried in to relay the shocking news. Upon hearing the report, the elders erupted in a cacophony, the sound of teacups shattering resonating throughout the room. The Liuha sect has been destroyed? The Jinwang sect capitulated to save themselves? And it was accomplished by a single individual. How could this be? The normally composed Grand Elder found himself spilling tea all over his beard, his astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless as he turned to Xin Jiotao. Calmly, Xin Jiotao lifted his teacup, savoring the brew with an air of assuredness, as if he had foreseen this outcome all along. Had he not previously warned against venturing into the secret realm? In that moment, the elders, now fully awakened to the gravity of the situation, cast admiring glances at their leader. As fellow first-rate forces in the wilderness, both the Liuha and Jinwang sects were not far removed from their own Zile Sword sect. If those two could be vanquished, surely their sect could meet a similar fate. Were it not for Xin Jiotao's resolute stand against the majority opinion, their names might now be among those whispered in fearful reverence throughout the wasteland. The elders, now gripped by trepidation, could hardly muster the leisure to continue their tea ceremony. A sense of guilt and respect filled their gazes as they looked towards Xin Jiotao. Had he not championed their cause, the consequences would have been unfathomable. The wisdom of the master is indeed profound. I am ashamed that we, until now, failed to comprehend his insight. The master possesses remarkable foresight. I am in awe. Thanks to the master, our Purple Thunder Sword sect has avoided the fate of the Six Harmonies sect. At this moment, the elders rose in unison, clasping their fists in salute to Xin Jiotao, their voices resonating with sincere admiration. Xin Jiotao, with an expression of calm, took a sip of tea. If it were not for this discernment, how could our sect claim to have a leader? The elders bowed deeply once more, exclaiming, "The master is brilliant." At that instant, an observant elder caught sight of Xin Jiotao's teacup, which was already devoid of tea. Their esteemed leader, appearing serene, was actually sipping nothing but air. Meanwhile, the hand concealed behind his back trembled uncontrollably, revealing that the master was not as tranquil as he seemed. The elder opened his mouth to speak but ultimately decided to keep this revelation to himself. Simultaneously, news reached the Hung Tian Sword sect. In the Grand Hall, El Tanchi sat in a position of authority, his eyes filled with astonishment. Beside him, his disciple Ing Qiao's expression shifted dramatically. Although they were aware of the existence of such a figure in the southern region, and had even speculated that the Six Harmonies sect's attempts to seize the secret realm would likely be in vain, they had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. The downfall of both the Six Harmonies sect and the Golden Radiance sect was an unforeseen outcome. The wilderness was on the brink of transformation. The long-standing status quo had been irrevocably altered by the emergence of this secret realm. "Master, your wisdom is unparalleled," Ing Qiao exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. Not only had her master resisted the temptation to interfere with the southern secret realm, but he had also established relations well in advance. This foresight was indeed a lesson she would cherish for a lifetime. She deeply understood her master's teachings about humility and reverence when engaging with others, grasping the true essence of the adage that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. In the days that followed, another piece of news swept across the wilderness, under the leadership of the nameless figure from the Golden Radiance sect. They invaded the Six Harmonies sect, leading to its official demise. Although this outcome had been anticipated, the reality of the Six Harmonies sect's extinction evoked a myriad of emotions. As discussions about the downfall of the Six Harmonies sect swirled throughout the wilderness, the vicinity of the secret realm remained eerily tranquil. Due to the nature of the system, Yu Qing found that external matters held little allure for him. Under normal circumstances, a secret realm would not captivate him so. Yet, inexplicably, there seemed to be an unseen force drawing him towards this particular secret realm. Beneath the shade of trees, Yu Qing sipped his tea, casting his gaze towards the spatial portal suspended above him. The taboo remained intact. It appeared that the day of its opening was still some time away. In this world, taboos were akin to formations, merely a more sophisticated nomenclature. Yu Qing possessed some expertise in the realm of formations. Even 2 decades prior to acquiring the system, he had already engaged in extensive research, not to mention the insights he absorbed from numerous masters of formation after gaining the system. Under such circumstances, Yu Qing harbored a notion of boldly breaching the forbidden and entering the secret realm. Yet, he remained uncertain of the precise extent of his own capabilities. He could not foresee the potential repercussions of such a reckless act, despite the likelihood of ensuring his safety being a staggering 99.98%. As articulated in his past life, there still lingered a precarious 0.02% of uncertainty. This was far too perilous. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. As he pondered, he involuntarily set down his cup, directing his gaze ahead. Approaching him was a man clad in white, accompanied by a servant, who, in the blink of an eye, had traversed the distance that had once seemed several miles away, even from afar. The man in white had bestowed upon him a benevolent smile. Chapter 89. Are you here to show off? Will you not invite me for a cup of tea, young friend? Moments later, the man in white, accompanied by his entourage, approached a distance of 10 paces from Yu Qing and spoke with a leisurely smile. Of course, Yu Qing replied with a smile, extending his hand towards the seat across from him. Yu Qing had long sensed the presence of this man in white. There was an unmistakable distinction between him and the others vying for the secret realm. The man in white, not one for pleasantries, took a seat directly across from Yu Qing, with Xiaoman standing beside him. This is exquisite tea, the man in white remarked after savoring a sip, pushing the cup forward, signaling Yu Qing to refill it. Yu Qing, unperturbed, obliged and poured hot water into his cup. Are you not afraid that I might be here to contend for the secret realm? After 2 cups of tea, the man in white chuckled. You are not here to vie for the secret realm. Yu Qing shook his head. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The man in white gazed at Yu Qing with keen interest. Because you are here to show off, Yu Qing stated candidly. Though I am unaware of your motives for such display, it is clear to me that your interest in the secret realm is not as profound as you would have others believe. The man in white was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor revealing a hint of awkwardness as a slight embarrassment crept onto his otherwise gentle and refined face. Indeed, upon his entrance, he had deliberately showcased his demeanor. For one must exhibit some flair when accepting a disciple of such character. He had not anticipated that his subtle intentions would be so readily discerned by Yu Qing, who articulated them so unabashedly. Rubbing his nose, the man in white blinked, momentarily at a loss for words due to Yu Qing's forthrightness. He took a sip of tea, then regarded Yu Qing with a bemused expression. In conversation, the dynamics of presence are paramount. One must guide the dialogue to maintain dominance and deftly navigate the hearts of others. From Yu Qing's perspective, this sudden appearance of a mysterious figure, with an inscrutable cultivation and unclear aims, should have piqued his curiosity about the man's identity and intentions. If Yu Qing posed questions, he would seize the initiative in this dialogue. It is akin to introducing oneself. Doing so up front might come across as boastful, yet when prompted by another, offering such information becomes a different matter altogether. To put it simply, the distinction between active and passive display is a realm apart. Thus, the man in white remained unhurried, maintaining his enigmatic smile as he observed Yu Qing. Meanwhile, Yu Qing continued to savor his tea, refilling his cup after finishing a small one, relishing each sip as if he were in no rush at all. The atmosphere grew tense, enveloped in an odd silence. Aren't you the least bit curious about my purpose in seeking you out? The man in white, unable to contain himself any longer as Yu Qing remained unflappably composed, finally broke the silence with his inquiry. It was you who sought me, not the other way around, Yu Qing countered with a faint smile. Shouldn't he, the one who initiated this meeting, be the one to state his business? The man in white furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the undeniable logic in Yu Qing's words, yet finding no fault with them. Unconsciously, he had already been placed at a disadvantage in this exchange. As for Yu Qing, he harbored no deeper thoughts on the matter, merely finding the man in white somewhat peculiar. The ostentatious entrance, the deliberate air of mystery. What was the purpose of all this? The man in white now found himself at a loss for words. Should he bluntly voice his intention to take Yu Qing as his disciple? Given the young man's evident temperament, such a direct approach would likely be met with refusal, and worse, might sever any chance of future interaction. No, this was not a matter to be broached lightly. Once spoken, the words must secure success. It was no different from courting a Tao companion. With this in mind, he settled on a more tactful approach. First, he would establish closeness. Opportunities to reveal his prowess would arise naturally, gradually earning Yu Qing's admiration. Only then would he make his proposal, or perhaps, by that point, Yu Qing might even request apprenticeship of his own accord. I am Li Xianbai, the man introduced himself. Passing through this region, I happened upon the opening of the secret realm. Observing your methods, I found them strikingly reminiscent of my own in younger days. Thus, I wished to make your acquaintance, to forge a connection, if possible, and perhaps become friends. This was not entirely untrue, though friendship was merely the pretext. Apprenticeship was his true aim. Yet Yu Qing detected no deception. Despite Li Xianbai's odd demeanor, no hostility radiated from him. Yu Qing's philosophy was straightforward. If an enemy stood before him, he would show no mercy. But if goodwill was extended, he would accept it, regardless of the source. He never rejected the chance to broaden his circle. After all, more friends meant more paths in life. Ah, I see, Yu Qing replied with a nod, refilling Li Xianbai's teacup. To be frank, my earlier display was indeed an attempt to impress, Li Xianbai admitted with a chuckle. I feared that without some demonstration of skill, I might not even warrant your notice. His words were artfully chosen, acknowledging his earlier theatrics without inviting disdain. Huh, you overestimate me. Brother, Yu Qing laughed, finding the explanation reasonable enough. Well then, if we're to be friends, shall we replace this tea with wine? Excellent. Tonight, we drink until one of us yields. Li Xianbai agreed heartily. Soon, both produced their finest vintages, pouring generously for each other. Superb wine, truly superb, Li Xianbai exclaimed in admiration. Glasses clinked, and before long, several jars had been emptied between them. Though the wine brings joy, Li Xianbai has never forgotten his initial purpose. As he clinked glasses, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of the secret realm. You seem quite intrigued by this secret realm, my brother. I have an idea. Would you care to listen? Li Xianbai remarked. Speak freely, elder brother, Yu Qing replied. The celestial phenomena caused by this secret realm are increasingly profound. Those petty individuals driven away previously by my brother are nothing to speak of, but who can tell if true masters might be drawn here? Thus I pondered. If my brother were to gather the treasures within the secret realm before it officially opens, would that not be a more prudent course of action? Li Xianbai mused. By the time the realm truly unveils itself, my brother would have already departed with the treasures. How delightful that would be. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing chuckled softly, then shook his head, saying, while your reasoning is sound, the entrance to this secret realm is fraught with numerous prohibitions. It would not be an easy feat to breach it beforehand. In response, Li Xianbai smiled broadly. With a slight inclination of his head, he continued, to speak candidly. I have delved into formations in years past. Though I cannot claim to be a master, I possess some knowledge and experience regarding various formations, including their prohibitions. Chapter 90, a solid 60%. Indeed, a full 60% of certainty. Oh? These words could not help but cause Yu Qing's eyes to brighten, gazing at Li Xianbai in astonishment. Surely, this fellow must possess considerable confidence to make such a statement. Observing Yu Qing's expression of utter astonishment, Li Xianbai chuckled softly. In the presence of his future disciple. This was precisely the reaction he sought to evoke. With a slight air of pride, he proclaimed, if I can confidently share this with my younger brother, then I am indeed quite assured. As he spoke, he raised a finger, indicating a 60% confidence and unwavering certainty of 6 out of 10. What do you think? Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Yu Qing, hoping to catch a glimpse of fervor in his eyes. However, upon hearing his words, the previously buoyant Yu Qing suddenly appeared as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant. My friend, perhaps we should return to our drinking, he said. What do you mean by that? Li Xianbai gazed at Yu Qing with a perplexed expression and inquired. Does my younger brother truly believe that a 60% certainty is insufficient? It is not that it is insufficient, rather. Yu Qing could not help but swirl the wine glass in his hand. How should one articulate this? A mere 60% certainty, in his view, equates to a complete lack of assurance. After all, there exists a substantial 40% chance of encountering a mishap. The risks are exceedingly high. If he were to act recklessly, the odds might be slightly more favorable, yet he has not resolved to proceed in such a manner. It would be wiser to patiently await the opening of the secret realm. However, such thoughts are difficult to articulate, so after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, the odds are indeed significant, yet they are accompanied by considerable peril. I still believe it would be prudent to wait for the secret realm to open. Li Xianbai pondered this and agreed. Although he held little interest in the secret realm, having his own path to follow, he could not foresee the consequences of venturing into the realm prematurely. Very well, since my younger brother feels this way, we shall leave it at that. Li Xianbai expressed his concern, stating, I only worry for you, dear brother. With such commotion surrounding the secret realm, should true masters arrive, would you be able to confront them? At this point, he hesitated slightly, then produced a jade pendant from his sleeve and placed it upon the tea table. This pendant, which symbolizes our newfound camaraderie, I present to you as a token, Li Xianbai said with a smile. Observing this, the nearby Xiao could not suppress her alarm and wished to speak, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Li Xianbai. How could she accept such a gesture? Yu Qing extended his hand to receive the pendant, cradling it in his palm, feeling a refreshing coolness emanate from it, the material unknown to him. Please, dear brother. Do accept it, Li Xianbai urged gently. Since you are so gracious, I shall accept it, Yu Qing replied, tucking the pendant away. Then, he retrieved a sculpture from his sleeve and pushed it towards Li Xianbai. In the spirit of reciprocity, since you have gifted me something, it is only fitting that I return the favor. Yu Qing smiled as he said, This is a piece I carved myself, though it may not be exquisite. It carries my heartfelt intentions. Very well, I shall accept it, Li Xianbai said, giving the sculpture a cursory glance, noting its ordinary appearance before tucking it into his sleeve. Seeing Li Xianbai accept it, Yu Qing smiled. This was one of the wooden carvings he carried with him, transformed through alchemy. After its magical transformation, it had already recognized him as its master. Now that it was gifted to Li Xianbai, Yu Qing also issued a command to the carving, instructing it to automatically protect him. Although Yu Qing could somewhat discern that Li Xianbai was not weak, he thought that if Li ever faced a crisis, this sculpture might be of assistance. Today has been quite delightful. I wish you success in obtaining the secret realm. I shall take my leave now. And perhaps we shall meet again, Li Xianbai said, rising slowly to bid farewell. He knew when to stop and also reminded Yu Qing to keep the jade pendant close. After their parting, Li Xianbai departed with Xiaoman. Along the way, Xiaoman wore a puzzled expression. My lord, why did you give him the warm heart jade? That jade can bear a portion of your power and protect its owner automatically. It is an exceedingly precious treasure, Xiaoman couldn't help but say. You only have 3 pieces, one given to the young lady, another to the family head. He is my future disciple. What is wrong with entrusting it to him in advance? Li Xianbai replied. Of course, at this stage, I will also protect him discreetly. After all, the disturbances around the secret realm are growing, and whether he can maintain control is uncertain. The warm heart jade should be reserved for critical moments, as its power diminishes with each use. So, let us observe carefully. With that, the two returned to the desolate mountain. With a wave of his hand, Li Xianbai cast a barrier around them, seemingly isolating everything. Let us ensure this young man doesn't realize I'm protecting him from the shadows. Only when he faces true danger and I intervene in time will he truly appreciate my aid, Li Xianbai mused, standing atop the mountain with his hands behind his back, gazing toward the secret realm with a faint smile. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, a massive flying vessel soared through the sky, cleaving through the clouds like a colossal titan. Upon its deck stood a black banner, emblazoned with the vivid characters Soul Combat. Wherever the vessel passed, people bowed in reverence. For this ship belonged to the true paramount force of the wasteland, the Soul Combat sect. No other faction could rival its dominance. Those sects like the Eternal Sky Sword sect and the Hexagonal Union were considered first-rate. Even combined, they were no match for the Soul Combat sect. This single vessel alone could crush any faction in the wasteland. At that moment, a crowd of wasteland experts appeared before the flying vessel. We pay homage to the Soul Combat sect, they declared. They say fortune favors the destined, yet the southern border secret realm is now monopolized by a single individual. Countless factions of the wasteland have suffered casualties. We implore the Soul Combat sect to uphold justice for us. Indeed, that man has gone too far. The secret realm rightfully belongs to no one, yet he arrogantly monopolizes it solely by virtue of his strength, driving all factions from the barren lands away. Moreover, he subdued the Golden Radiance sect, commanding them to utterly annihilate the Six Harmonies sect. This is truly an insult to our barren lands. As if we have no capable figures left, we beseech the Battle Soul sect to intervene and eliminate this tyrant. Blocking the path were the very factions expelled by Yu Qing. Fearful of confronting him directly over the secret realm, yet unable to swallow their humiliation, they united and sought the Battle Soul sect for justice. As the flying vessel came to a halt, a young man clad in white robes emerged on the foredeck. His countenance was cold and aloof, his long hair flowing freely. Though his eyes betrayed no emotion, there was an unmistakable arrogance in his gaze, as though the entire world was beneath his notice. With a disdainful glance at the assembled crowd from the barren lands, he issued a calm, yet indisputable command. Dispatch a few men and bring the members of the Golden Radiance sect before me. Chapter 91. A magnificent house soared through the skies. At this moment, the true terror of the Soul Combat sect was vividly displayed. As the young man in white finished speaking, several beams of light surged forth from the flying vessel. Merely 2 hours later, the leader of the Golden Radiance sect, Shi Wuming, found himself before the young man in white. Ho Gongzi, Shi Wuming stammered, visibly anxious. There is no need for such apprehension, sect leader Shi. The young man in white replied nonchalantly. I summoned you not for any other purpose, but simply to recount the events that transpired in the secret realm that day. Is that so? Shi Wuming's expression relaxed somewhat. The Soul Combat sect was an absolute titan in the wilderness. And even though the individual before him was merely a junior sect leader, he genuinely wished to avoid antagonizing him if possible. Thus, he recounted the events of the secret realm in meticulous detail. Naturally, when it came to discussing Yu Qing, he chose his words with great care, glossing over anything that might reveal too much about him. The information he withheld was readily obtainable through other means. As the annihilation of the Six Harmonies sect had not been a solitary affair for the Golden Radiance sect, their reluctance to divulge everything stemmed not only from their subservience to Yu Qing but also from the fact that he had preserved their dignity, never reducing them to mere tools. In comparison to the Six Harmonies sect, they bore no resentment towards Yu Qing and even felt a modicum of gratitude. Once he finished, Shi Wuming anxiously awaited the young man's response. After a prolonged silence, the young man in white waved his hand. You may leave now. Shi Wuming's face brightened with disbelief at how effortlessly he could depart. Thank you, Hogongzi. He swiftly exited the flying vessel. Surrounding the vessel, numerous members of the wilderness factions displayed expressions of confusion. Why did he let Shi Wuming go again? One questioned. Indeed, Shi Wuming has already submitted to that man from the south. He should have been executed. Others chimed in, eager for chaos. The young man in white, however, maintained a stoic demeanor and waved his hand to silence all dissent. At that moment, an elderly man approached from behind him. Gongzi. That Shi Wuming was somewhat reticent in his speech, the elder remarked. I am aware, the young man in white replied calmly. We have come for the secret realm, and in my view, it would be unwise to let him go. Mo Lao, you're mistaken, the young man countered, shaking his head. His omissions bear little significance to me. How much can someone who has just been subdued truly know? As he spoke, the young man rose leisurely to his feet. Although we are here for the secret realm, neither that man from the south nor moreover, as the next heir of the Duhan sect. My journey to seize the secret realm, as commanded by the sect master, serves as a trial for me. I am acutely aware that my every action is likely to be scrutinized by countless eyes. Hence, it is prudent to proceed with utmost caution. Upon hearing this, the elder displayed an expression of admiration, unable to restrain himself from bowing slightly, acknowledging the young master's thoughtful consideration. Thus, it is best for us to keep a low profile. Therefore, let us temporarily put away this flying vessel. After speaking, the young man clad in white gently levitated into the air above the ship. With a flick of his hand, the enormous vessel transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his sleeve. Let us depart. As for the individuals in the wasteland, there is no need to concern ourselves with them, the young man said nonchalantly, vanishing in a flash of brilliance before the bewildered gazes of the powerful figures from various factions in the wasteland. Shortly thereafter, the members of the Duhan sect arrived in the southern frontier. The landscape here is indeed desolate. The young man in white extended his hand to sense the surrounding space. Frowning slightly, young master, what shall we do next? We await your guidance. The individuals behind him bowed respectfully. First, let us find a place to settle. As for the secret realm, a subtle smile graced the young man's lips as he turned to the two enchanting women behind him. Lure, Mianyan. I entrust you to investigate that individual's background. Determine if he can be of use to me. If he proves unremarkable, bring him back for me to see. If he possesses potential, return to report. The young man spoke with a calm demeanor. Understood, young master, the two women replied, gracefully stepping forward. These two were not human. One was a six-eared cat demon and the other a masked fox, both formidable subordinates cultivated by the young man. Tasks that were inconvenient for him to undertake were often delegated to them, with remarkable results. Indeed, I have confidence in their capabilities, the elder beside him nodded in agreement. As they were both beasts with unique abilities and considerable prowess, they were more than a match for ordinary human experts. In a place like the southern frontier, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could sweep through with ease. After receiving their orders, the two women swiftly transformed into streaks of light, flying towards the direction of the main kingdom. The scenery here is quite pleasant. Not far from the secret realm lies a picturesque area, where a courtyard stands majestically. This courtyard is none other than the Mosui courtyard of the southern kingdom. Under a decree from Yu Qing, this grand structure traversed mountains and rivers, arriving at this location. Therefore, many have recently borne witness to a spectacle, a massive house soaring through the sky. The four demons and the little koi that had flown alongside the house were particularly thrilled. Only the Hydra truly wished for an end to his existence. for his mind struggled to comprehend the means by which such a feat was accomplished. He silently lamented whether he had indeed blown up an orphanage in a past life, leading him to tread upon such treacherous ground. Another source of his despair was the fact that the little koi had once again broken through in strength. His aspiration to dissolve the contract and regain his freedom grew increasingly distant. Naturally, upon discovering the true identity of the Hydra, Yu Qing had no intention of harming him. After all, he was now bound by a contract with little koi, whose hands controlled his very life and death. It was far more pragmatic to work diligently than to extinguish a valuable resource. Disciple, you have now become a true cultivator and need not linger by my side. Should you wish, venture forth and explore, honing your skills in the southern wilderness, Yu Qing remarked gently while administering the potion to the 4 demons. Casting a glance at little koi. Understood, master, little koi replied, blinking his innocent eyes. Although he was still a mere child, possessing the insights of a sage, he grasped that his master's words were absolute. In a short while, he shouldered his pack, with the Hydra resting upon him, embarking on a journey into the unknown. Yu Qing smiled, untroubled, for little koi's current prowess was sufficient for self-preservation. An early foray into the southern wilderness would undoubtedly serve him well. However, not long after little koi's departure, a jubilant voice erupted from Empress Sanson. I have broken through. I, Empress Sanson, have achieved a breakthrough. Thank you, master. Amid the envious gazes of the other 3 demons, Empress Sanson knelt before Yu Qing, brimming with excitement. Yet, the comical appearance of his swollen head and ears, a consequence of the potion's side effects, rendered the scene rather amusing. Oh, you have achieved a breakthrough. Yu Qing observed the list of potions, confirming that the enhancement elixir had been successfully concocted, though the side effects were indeed significant. He then instructed Empress Sanson, seek a suitable place to undergo your breakthrough, and return afterward to continue the trials. Thank you, master, Empress Sanson replied enthusiastically. He then rallied the other demons. Eldest, second, fourth, accompany me. I require your protection. The demons nodded in agreement and hastily made their way out of the courtyard, prepared to find a location for the breakthrough. Meanwhile, 2 silhouettes silently emerged beyond the courtyard. Chapter 92. The terrifying heavenly gift of Demon Sanson Giggle. If my assumptions are correct, the person the young master asked us to investigate must reside here. The masked fox emitted an eerie, chilling laugh. As she spoke, her face underwent a grotesque transformation, shifting from the visage of an innocent maiden to that of an elderly crone, then to a woman of mature allure. Beside her, the 6-eared cat demon remained silent, though the 3 pairs of ears hidden within its hair twitched faintly. Someone is emerging, the 6-eared cat demon murmured. Soon, 4 figures darted out from the courtyard. 4 individuals. Could they be that person's subordinates? If so, let us capture them first and extract information about their master, the masked fox mused with a cold smirk. Giggle. I shall handle this. You remain here and keep watch. The 6-eared cat demon nodded in agreement. In an instant, the masked fox transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the 4 figures. Little ones, surrender now. Her hands morphed, razor-sharp claws extending from her fingers as she lunged toward Demon Sanson and his companions. Yet, as she drew nearer and Demon Sanson's face came into view, her mind went blank. The orders from the young master of the Soul Combat sect vanished from her thoughts. The purpose of her mission slipped away. All that remained in her consciousness was Demon Sanson's visage. What manner of beauty is this? How can such allure exist? She struggled to shake off the obsession, but his image lingered stubbornly in her mind. At that moment, Demon Sanson turned his gaze upon her. In truth, they had sensed her presence the moment she began trailing them. Damn it! This isn't my most beautiful form. Panicking under his scrutiny, the masked fox hastily concealed her face, retracting her attack midair. By the time she landed, she had assumed the guise of a flawless, pure-hearted beauty. So, a mere little beast? Demon Sanson regarded her with icy disdain. Speak. What is your purpose in following us? I have none, she stammered, her expression pitiable. Desperate to avoid misunderstanding. This humble one merely, could not resist following. Their brother, what shall we do? Kill her or... Demon Xiaoxi glanced at Demon Sanson for direction. This fox likely has significant origins. However, my breakthrough takes precedence. Subdue her first, Xiaoxi. Guard her until I return for questioning. Demon Sanson commanded. Understood. With that, Demon Sanson led the assault, swiftly overpowering the masked fox. She offered no resistance, allowing herself to be effortlessly seized. Xiaoxi. Keep watch over her. After issuing the order, Demon Sanson departed with his elder brothers to continue his cultivation breakthrough. Stay still. Do not test my patience, Demon Xiaoxi growled, tightening his grip on the captive fox. When will he return? Inquired the jade-faced fox with eager anticipation. Who? Asked Demon Xiaoxi. You, the one you just mentioned, third brother. San Lang, the fox replied, her cheeks flushing crimson. San Lang? Demon Xiaoxi froze for a moment before slapping her across the face, shouting. Don't you dare call him that disgusting name. Though the fox appeared pitiful after the blow, her mind remained fixated on Demon San. And truly, it was no fault of hers. Beyond Demon San's innate mastery of heavenly laws, he was also of demonic origin. Demons, in the broadest sense, were a breed of monstrous beasts, yet their lineage fused the blood of both demons and monsters, elevating them above ordinary beasts. Naturally, they exerted a primal dominance over lesser creatures. Thus, beneath the weight of heavenly laws and bloodline suppression, the fox lost all sense of self. She waited, her longing stretching endlessly, until at last, Demon San returned with his elder brothers, having completed his breakthrough. Yet, the moment the fox laid eyes on him, her last shred of reason was stripped away. Her vision held only him. Her thoughts were consumed by the sharp contours of his profile, his swollen lips, so unbearably alluring. That broad, round face. Truly one of a kind. Before Demon San could even question her, she spilled everything, her origins, her purpose. Even betraying the six-eared cat demon lurking beyond the courtyard. Damn it, they're targeting our master. Demon San's face darkened with fury as he seized the fox. You're coming with me to face him. Anything, as long as I can see you, she replied without hesitation. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard's edge. The six-eared cat demon, who had lain in wait, stiffened at the sight of the fox walking alongside Demon San. Weren't you supposed to capture them? Why are you together? Confusion twisted her features, until the fox pointed directly at her hiding spot. She's right there. Follow me. The fox seized every chance to ingratiate herself. Demon Eldest and Demon Second exchanged a glance before charging toward the cat demon. Damn you, fox. You've turned traitor. The cat demon's face contorted as she transformed into a streak of light, attempting escape. But the brothers had already cut off her retreat, swiftly subduing her. Fox, you traitor. Why? Hatred burned in the cat demon's eyes. With her stealth, she'd have remained undetected, had the fox not betrayed her. You wouldn't understand. The fox dismissed her with a glance, indifferent to her fury, and instead hurried to Demon San, eager for praise. You wretched snake. Betraying the young master you. But the cat demon's words faltered, her voice choking on rage. Because the handsome profile of Empress Sanson also captured her gaze. I. She quickly lowered her head to examine her appearance, seemingly fearful that her disheveled attire might tarnish her impression. Just a fleeting glance. And she too was utterly captivated by Empress Sanson's allure. When Empress Sanson and his companions tossed two demonic beasts before Yu Qing, she found herself at a loss for words. According to the testimonies of the two women, their backgrounds were formidable, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, at this moment, these two beings appeared as though they would gladly sacrifice their lives for Empress Sanson, their eyes filled with an almost reverent longing. Deep within, she could not help but marvel at Empress Sanson's exceptional talent. Indeed, his celestial endowment was truly fearsome. Chapter 93. A mortal emperor not even worth an ant's notice within the Soul Combat sect. Yu Qing's gaze flickered with contemplation. He had heard whispers of this matter. Yet it occupied little of his concern. After all, one meets soldiers with arms and floods with dams. As for the two demonic beasts now in his possession, they arrived as timely as snow in winter. For his medicinal trials, factors such as age and gender could yield vastly different results. Just as he pondered how to procure female demonic subjects for experimentation, they appeared at his doorstep. Without hesitation, Yu Qing entrusted the pair to the custody of the four great fiends. Overjoyed by this responsibility, the fiends, particularly Demon San, transformed into domineering figures before the two beasts, commanding them with imperious flair. Enthralled by Demon San's breathtaking allure, the two demonic beings succumbed utterly, reveling in their subjugation. Meanwhile, near the border of the savage kingdom, adjacent to the soaring Phoenix Empire, stood a city adorned with an apricot grove. Hidden within its depths lay a modest tavern. Seated inside was a veiled woman, her presence shadowed by numerous concealed experts. As she lifted her bamboo hat, a face of delicate beauty marred by stormy gloom was revealed, none other than Empress Nangong Fuyiao of the Soaring Phoenix. Since the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom, each passing day had been torment. What she believed to be her ascension to glory turned out to be nothing but an elaborate deception. The enigmatic black dust had vanished without a trace. The vaunted Five Elements alliance remained eerily silent. and its supposedly formidable leader had not so much as made a whisper of an appearance. Most devastating of all, the imperial jade seal, embodying the very essence of her nation's fortune, had been stolen. This catastrophe was a secret she dared not divulge for even as empress. The revelation would drown her in the tides of her people's fury. Damn it all, still no word from Black Dust. Repeated attempts to contact him yielded nothing. Desperate to reclaim control, she seized upon the celestial anomaly heralding the opening of a mystic realm. Yet fate mocked her cruelly, though the realm manifested near her empire. It lay just beyond her grasp, within the savage kingdom's borders. A mere few dozen miles separated her from what might have been salvation. Though aware that even within her domain, she could never claim the realm for herself, its proximity could have bestowed immeasurable opportunities upon her empire. Her limited vision obscured the full scale of the forces now converging around the realm, yet she knew legions of sect masters and beings transcending immortal sects had descended. To forge ties with such powers would render the loss of a mere jade seal trivial. Driven by bitter resentment, she ventured into the savage kingdom with elite warriors from the Celestial Palace Academy, clinging to the faintest hope of redemption. This place has already reached the borders of the barbaric nation. One must not expose their identity and should act with utmost caution, reminded the expert accompanying Nangong Fuyiao. Indeed. The group nodded, their breaths restrained, spreading out around the vicinity. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the tavern, and numerous figures silently appeared before it. Young master. This location is not far from the secret realm, and the environment is relatively pleasant. Shall we rest here? An elder addressed the white-clad youth at the forefront. The young man nodded and stepped towards the tavern. My master favors tranquility. All idle individuals, leave at once. The elder's commanding aura resonated, infused with spiritual energy, echoing throughout the tavern, instilling a heavy pressure upon all present. The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Fearing delay, they hastily departed. And you lot. The elder's icy gaze fell upon a few remaining individuals. Among them were none other than those led by Nangong Fuyiao. How audacious! Do you know who she is? An expert by Fuyiao's side instinctively exclaimed. However, before the words could fully escape, the elder struck him away with a single blow. Seeing this, Nangong Fuyiao and her companions turned pale, none daring to act recklessly. As for Fuyiao, her fist clenched tightly. As an empress of a nation, to be driven away in such a manner was an unimaginable humiliation. Your Majesty, the intruders possess formidable strength. They must be from the sects, one of her experts whispered. What are the sects? I'm still the empress governing millions. Nangong Fuyiao replied, her expression frigid. Nevertheless, we likely cannot contend with them. Especially within the borders of the barbaric nation, her subordinate quickly added. Upon hearing this, Fuyiao's face darkened, and she ceased her protests. Just as she was preparing to leave, her gaze fell upon the white-clad youth surrounded by admirers, instantly captivating her. Such an aura was unlike anything she had previously encountered. Recalling the elder's prowess beside him, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. If even a subordinate possesses such strength, what of this young man? She promptly removed her hat, revealing a face she deemed quite stunning, and addressed the white youth. Esteemed young master, I am Nangong Fuyiao, Empress of the Fuyiao Empire. May I have the honor of conversing with you? However, as she introduced her identity, expecting surprise and subsequent engagement, the white-clad youth did not even cast her a glance, not even a sidelong glance. Instead, those accompanying him displayed expressions of disdain. A mere secular empress, insignificant as an ant. Nangong Fuyiao's expression soured to an extreme, her face burning with humiliation. Regardless of her status as an empress, her attempt to greet him resulted in such disregard. Yet, she was unwilling to yield. The more he ignored her, the more she sensed his exceptional nature. I can assist you in seizing the secret realm, Nangong Fuyiao called out once more. As those words were uttered, the young man in white momentarily halted his steps, casting a glance at the elder beside him. He then continued on his way. You, come here, the elder commanded, pointing at Nangong Fuyiao. Accompanied by several companions, Nangong Fuyiao intended to approach, but an unseen force abruptly pushed all her companions aside. Only you shall come forth. Nangong Fuyiao nodded and followed the elder back into the tavern. Beneath the apricot tree, the young man in white sat cross-legged, quietly observing Nangong Fuyiao. Speak, the elder urged. The location of this secret realm once belonged to our Fuyiao Empire many years ago, although it was later reclaimed by the barbarian nation. I am exceedingly familiar with this place. As the Empress of the Fuyiao Empire, I can leverage my subordinates to gather intelligence for you and provide various conveniences. Nangong Fuyiao hastily interjected, Is that all? Chapter 94. Witness the handsome blade of young master. The elder accompanying the young man in white scoffed dismissively, intending to send Nangong Fuyiao away. However, at that moment, the young man raised his hand. "What do you desire?" he inquired calmly. Nangong Fuyiao was momentarily taken aback, but her spirits lifted as she eagerly responded, "I wish for the Man Kingdom to merge with my Fuyiao Empire, and also the South Kingdom. As you wish." The young man in white replied nonchalantly. Nangong Fuyiao was utterly astonished by his casual agreement to her request. "Since we have entered into a partnership, may I inquire your esteemed identity?" she asked further. The young man remained silent, but the elder spoke with a leisurely tone. "You are not yet worthy to know his identity. However, it suffices to say that we are members of the Soul Combat Sect." Soul Combat Sect? Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted to one of shock. In that instant, she disregarded the elder's tone, her mind consumed by the name of the sect. The recent uproar surrounding the secret realm had reached her ears. As an empress, although she was unaware of the specific events transpiring in the secret realm, she had gleaned some information. Much like an ordinary citizen who may sense changes in the elite circles of their nation, she too had heard names, yet remained oblivious to the details. This was a result of her social standing. Beyond the southern frontier, there existed greater sects, and among them, the Soul Combat Sect undoubtedly reigned supreme. She could hardly believe that she had so casually allied with the Soul Combat Sect herself. "We must discuss matters." "You may withdraw now," the elder said in a grave voice. "Very well. I shall immediately gather all pertinent information regarding the secret realm. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me," Nangong Fuyiao assured, before stepping back. Yet, her assurance elicited a hint of disdain from the elder. Once she had departed, he remarked, "Young master, she is but a worldly empress. Why bother with her? We are newcomers, and perhaps her insights are not as profound as those of the locals." The young man in white lifted a cup of wine, savoring a sip before setting it down and continuing, "In any case, it is prudent to be prepared. If she proves useful, what harm is there in appeasing her, considering they are merely two mundane nations? Indeed, your foresight is commendable," the elder nodded in agreement. Once Nangong Fuyiao exited the tavern, her previous despondency vanished, replaced by an imperial aura radiating confidence. The Soul Combat Sect. It is the mightiest force in the wasteland, unrivaled by any. Soon, all the grievances I have endured will be rectified. You shall come to realize, Yu Qing, that I, Nangong Fuyiao, can thrive without you. I will make you regret your choice to refuse my offer to return." Subsequently, Nangong Fuyiao issued numerous commands, diligently gathering valuable intelligence for the Soul Combat Sect. Several days later, she personally arrived with confidential correspondence, seeking an audience with the young man in white. Yet, she did not even catch a glimpse of him. "Just hand it over to me. You may return now," he instructed. The elder spoke with an expressionless face. "This is a confidential letter. I must personally deliver it to young Master Ho," said Nangong Fuyiao. Is the young master someone you can meet at will?" The elder's voice deepened. Nangong Fuyao's expression turned ashen, and she left reluctantly. "Young master, this is the letter sent by Nangong Fuyiao," the elder said as he approached the young man in white, leaning in to speak. "These tidings cannot be deemed entirely useless. One could only say they are utterly devoid of value." The young man in white nodded, seemingly unfazed, and replied coolly, "Let her continue her inquiries." The elder nodded in agreement, then inquired, "Have there been any updates on Lu Air and the Masked One?" The young man furrowed his brow and nodded. "Logically, there should be news. You possess their life tokens. If anything were to befall them, those tokens could not remain intact, indicating they have not encountered any misfortune." The elder frowned and spoke in a low tone. "After all, beasts are beasts. Do you think it could be?" "Impossible," the young man interjected confidently. "Although the Masked One and Lu Air have not forged a contract with me, their loyalty remains steadfast. Moreover, without me, no one would afford them such favorable treatment." The elder asked, "What shall we do next?" "Let us wait and see. News will inevitably arrive," the young man replied. The elder nodded. Just then, a chilling aura wafted through the air from a distance outside the tavern, followed by powerful waves of battle. The elder and the young man in white exchanged grave looks and extended their senses outward. They then witnessed a group of people frantically pursuing a young boy, brandishing weapons. "Stop right there, you little beast. You have ruined my son. Now you must pay with your life," shouted a middle-aged man at the forefront, his hair bristling with rage, as he unleashed various spiritual artifacts to attack the fleeing boy. Following the middle-aged man were 7 or 8 elders and dozens of core members of the sect, all with bloodshot eyes, relentlessly chasing the boy. They shouted, We have invested so much effort in nurturing the young master. How could you ruin him, you little wretch? Not only have you incapacitated the young master, but you have also stolen his treasures, hanging them upside down on the city walls. Do you consider our Chunling sect as nothing? You must die today. We will not rest until you are dead." Meanwhile, the young boy clutched a broadsword, running while hurling insults behind him. "You lot are nothing but foul liars. It was your young master who first tried to snatch my sister and coveted my broadsword. It's a miracle I didn't kill him. I merely taught him a lesson. I warn you, do not pursue me any further, or I shall incapacitate you all." "Oh, the little beast dares to argue. You shall pay with your life." The members of Chunling sect had nearly lost their reason. The elder from Duhun sect and the young man in white exchanged glances, both astonished to witness such a spectacle. They were aware of Chunling sect's reputation. A middling force in the wasteland, notable for its unique reliance on dual cultivation to enhance strength. The young master of the Chunling sect. Even the white-clad youth was somewhat aware of his prowess in dual cultivation techniques. If nothing unforeseen occurred, he could potentially become a notable figure in the wilderness. However, it now appeared that this young master had been rendered powerless, seemingly stripped of the most vital aspects of his abilities. Nevertheless, the two onlookers harbored no intentions of intervening, merely adopting a spectator's attitude. At that moment, the young boy, witnessing the relentless pursuit by the Chunling sect, finally lost his temper. It seemed his master had taught him well. If one chooses to become an adversary, one must eradicate the threat entirely. "Humph, I shall vanquish you," declared the boy, brandishing his sword with an air of confidence. With a defiant huff, he turned and charged at the members of the Chunling sect. This child, had he chosen to flee, might have had a sliver of hope, but confronting the Chunling sect head-on. The elder beside the white-clad youth shook his head in disapproval. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he witnessed the boy execute an exquisite strike mid-air. As the blade descended, the very heavens transformed in hue, as if the fabric of space itself fell into silence. The pursuers from the Chunling sect remained poised, yet they found themselves frozen in stillness. Moments later, their bodies split asunder, plummeting from the sky. Chapter 95. It suddenly occurred to me that the ancestor also surnamed you. The old man was utterly dumbfounded by that single slash of the blade. He couldn't help but marvel at who this young boy truly was. Throughout the entire wasteland, he had never heard of such a figure existing. That single strike had sent a deep tremor through even his own heart from afar. Had he been the one to receive it, he wouldn't have had the slightest confidence in surviving. Of course, though he called him a young boy, he didn't truly regard him as one. "Young master, have you ever heard of such a person?" The old man couldn't resist asking, turning his head slightly. Yet when he did, he found the white-robed young man wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably, muttering to himself in a daze. "Ancestor, it's the ancestor," the white-robed youth exclaimed in agitation. "What ancestor?" the old man asked, unable to suppress his disbelief as he stared at his young master. Having watched him grow up, he knew his temperament well. Never before had he seen him so utterly shaken. That blade technique, just now, it was the soul combat blade art. The youth cried out again. "What? The soul combat blade art?" The old man nearly shrieked in shock. "Young master, are you certain?" "Without a doubt, absolutely without a doubt." The white-robed youth spoke with fervor. "Though our sect's version of the soul combat blade art is incomplete, and both my master and I could only cultivate up to the 3rd volume. This sensation, it shares the same origin. I could never mistake it." Hearing this, the old man, too, found it difficult to calm himself. The soul combat blade art was the closely guarded secret of the soul combat sect, passed down only to its core disciples. It was also the very foundation of the sect. Its existence was what secured the soul combat sect's position as the unrivaled leader of the wasteland. Then who is he? Our ancestor? The old man couldn't help but ask. At this, the white-robed youth shot him an exasperated look. "The ancestor vanished 3,000 years ago," he said pointedly. "Ah, right, of course." The old man sheepishly patted his head before pressing. "Then who is he, exactly?" "Regarding the ancestor's past, my master once told me that he was not originally from the wasteland. He merely wandered here by chance and later established the soul combat sect. Shortly after founding the sect, the ancestor departed, leaving behind only those 3 incomplete volumes of the soul combat blade art. The reason only 3 volumes remained is that this blade art was originally a family technique of the ancestor's lineage. Those without his bloodline could not master it. And the blade art that young man just displayed clearly surpassed the 3rd volume. So, if my deduction is correct, that young man shares the same bloodline as our ancestor." The white-robed youth's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. Hearing this, The old man nodded in agreement. Come, we must go and pay our respects at once, the youth urged. The old man nodded solemnly. If this person truly belonged to the ancestor-s lineage, then regardless of his age. The fact that he could wield such a blade made him a figure of immense significance to the Soul Combat sect. Honored one, please stay your steps. At that moment, after committing murder and seizing the storage ring, the little carp had just prepared to leave after destroying the evidence when the young man in white, accompanied by a group, caught up with him. Hao Wuchang, at your service, my lord. We pay our respects to you, my lord. Upon catching up with the little carp, led by the young man in white, they bowed once more. Who are you? The little carp brandished his sword, his gaze wary as he scrutinized the young man in white and his companions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hao Wuchang, the vice master of the Duhan sect. The people behind me are all from the Duhan sect as well, the young man in white declared. We have come specifically to pay our respects to you, my lord. Why do you wish to pay your respects to me? The little carp asked, perplexed. This left Hao Wuchang and his companions momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. It dawned on them that the Duhan sect was merely a creation of their ancestor, and it was likely that the little carp had no knowledge of its existence. You see, our ancestor founded the Duhan sect and left behind the Duhan blade technique, which includes the very strike you just executed. Subsequently, Hao Wuchang recounted the lineage of the Duhan sect's founder and various anecdotes of the past. If I am not mistaken, you must be of the same lineage as my ancestor. He once mentioned that if any of the Duhan sect's kin were to encounter his relatives in the future, it would be as if they were meeting him. Hao Wuchang respectfully clasped his hands. Oh, I am unfamiliar with your ancestor. This blade technique was taught to me by my master, the little carp replied, not lying. This technique was indeed part of the sage's insights imparted to him by Yu Qing. Master? Hao Wuchang could not help but exchange a glance with the elder Mo beside him, then inquired, May I ask who your master is? My master is Yu Qing, the little carp stated directly. Yu Qing. Hao Wuchang furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze to the elder Mo beside him. Indeed, according to various reports, the individual who plans to monopolize the secret realm, eliminate the Liuhe sect, and subdue the Jinhuang sect is named Yu Qing. Hao Wuchang's frown deepened. How could the young man's master be this person? Suddenly, the elder Mo gasped in surprise. What was that outburst for? Hao Wuchang asked, unable to contain his curiosity. I just recalled. It seems our ancestor also bore the surname Yu, the elder Mo stammered. At this revelation, Hao Wuchang was taken aback, his mind racing to comprehend the implications. The one who shared a lineage with their ancestor was not the boy before him, but rather the Yu Qing behind him. It made sense that Yu Qing would pass the Duhan blade technique to his disciple. Moreover, my lord, the elder Mo added telepathically, I perceive that this young man possesses a truly youthful essence. He is not merely disguising his appearance. At such a tender age, his extraordinary prowess further corroborates this. After hearing this, Hao Wuchang nodded in agreement. Although their ancestor's legacy dated back many years, the records indicated that he hailed from a prominent region and belonged to a distinguished family. Only individuals from prestigious families and grand places can cultivate extraordinary beings like the little koi. Therefore, everything can be substantiated. We must hasten to pay our respects to Lord Yu, Hao Wuchang exclaimed with excitement. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he shook his head. No, I cannot go. I am not yet qualified. This matter must be reported to my master and the members of the Duhan sect. They need to be informed swiftly to come in person. Old Mo nodded in agreement. My lord, I must return to notify my master, requesting that he personally bring the members of the Duhan sect to pay their respects to your esteemed master. Hence, I kindly ask you to wait here for a few days until I return from the Duhan sect, at which point I shall request your guidance for an introduction. At this moment, Hao Wuchang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. After speaking, he issued orders to the few individuals following him. You all, during these days, diligently attend to the Lord and care for him until our return. Among these individuals, apart from a shadow guard, all are Hao Wuchang's personal maidservants, trained since childhood by the Duhan sect to be his devoted attendants. As maidservants of the young master of the Duhan sect, they are certainly not ordinary, each possessing an exquisite form and grace. Yes, my lord, they responded without hesitation to Hao Wuchang's command. I cannot afford to wait for you. I still have to undergo training. Little Koi, with a serious expression, was about to refuse. Still too young to comprehend the situation as Hao Wuchang referred to ancestors and masters, leaving him quite bewildered. However, before he could finish, Hao Wuchang's maidservants offered a graceful bow to Little Koi and obediently stood beside him. Hey, Little Koi scratched the back of his head, feeling bashful as he said, "My master has mentioned that cultivation should balance work and rest. Waiting for you is not urgent." Chapter 96. To make a grand visit to that esteemed individual. After bowing respectfully, Ho Wuchang turned to old Mo and said, "Old Mo, I kindly ask you to accompany me on a brief journey." "Very well." Without further ado, the two transformed into streaks of light and soared into the sky. Once they reached the heights, Ho Wuchang waved his hand, summoning the unique flying vessel belonging to the Duhan sect. Although the operational cost of such a vessel was substantial, at this moment, Ho Wuchang was unconcerned, driven solely by the urgency to return to the Duhan sect as swiftly as possible. The flying vessel zipped through the air, quickly exiting the southern region and entering the desolate lands. Standing at the prow, Ho Wuchang clasped his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed, revealing his deep contemplation. "Young master, what troubles you?" Old Mo could not help but inquire. "I am pondering the whereabouts of Lu'er and the masked one," Ho Wuchang replied. "Given my knowledge of them, they should not have gone silent for such an extended period. However, upon reflection, it is not difficult to comprehend. Their life tokens remain intact, indicating that they are still safe," Old Mo remarked. "My concern does not lie with their safety," Ho Wuchang confessed. "What troubles me is whether they may have inadvertently offended that esteemed individual." At this, Old Mo's expression darkened, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. After all, the masked one and Lu'er were dispatched by Ho Wuchang himself. "I fear that if they have indeed offended him, it may provoke that esteemed individual to direct his ire towards the Duhan sect," Ho Wuchang said, his face etched with worry. "It is unlikely to escalate to that extent. If they had truly offended him, their life tokens would be shattered by now," Old Mo reassured him. "Indeed, I hope that is the case," Ho Wuchang nodded. "Regardless, when we meet that elder, I shall personally offer my apologies." Old Mo nodded in agreement. "For now, that is all we can do. Oh, by the way, upon our return to the sect, I will seek out my master. You should bring along some gifts and pay a visit to the Jinhuang sect," Ho Wuchang added. Old Mo nodded, recalling the anxiety he felt at that moment. Fortunately, Ho Wuchang had not pressed the issue with Shiwuming of the Jinhuang sect. Despite it being a minor faction subdued by Yu Qing, it is wise to consider the master when dealing with the dog. Had Ho Wuchang acted recklessly against the Jinhuang sect, it would have resulted in a grave offense to that esteemed individual. Now, in a certain light, the Duhan sect and the Jinhuang sect could be considered allies. Offering gifts as a gesture of goodwill and apology was not unreasonable. Should this goodwill reach that esteemed individual's ears, it might even enhance their rapport. Unavoidably, Old Mo found himself increasingly admiring his young sect master. Under the full power of the flying vessel, the two swiftly returned to the Duhan sect. Unlike other sects in the desolate lands, the Duhan sect, established under the foresight of its venerable ancestor, had created a small paradise of its own. As the flying vessel appeared within this realm, it garnered the attention of many, including the elders and the sect leader, Ling Han, paying respects to the master. Upon returning, Ho Wuchang promptly stowed away the flying vessel. The sect leader, Ling Han, a middle-aged man, stood before the grand hall, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word, and gravely inquired, "Were you not tasked with contending for the secret realm of the southern wilderness? Why have you returned?" At that moment, other elders of the Duhan sect hurried over, their expressions filled with confusion as they regarded him. "Esteemed master, respected elders, I have encountered the latter two forms of the Duhan sword technique," Ho Wuchang declared. "What?" His words sent ripples of astonishment throughout the assembly. "What transpired?" "Speak swiftly," Ling Han urged, not daring to conceal the truth. Ho Wuchang recounted his encounter with the little carp and their ensuing dialogue in meticulous detail. "Hence, I surmise that the esteemed Lord Yu Qing must belong to the same lineage as our forebear. Thus, I deemed it prudent to return and report to you, master, and the esteemed elders." Upon hearing Ho Wuchang's account, Ling Han wasted no time and soared into the air. Above the immense Duhan main hall stood a colossal bell, known as the Duhan bell. Since Ho Wuchang could remember, he had never witnessed the bell being struck. In that instant, Ling Han struck it with force. "Master, what is this?" Ho Wuchang queried, bewildered. "Inform those within the sect. We shall pay our respects to that esteemed individual," Ling Han replied solemnly. "Those within the sect?" Ho Wuchang was perplexed. The next moment, he sensed three profound auras rising from the rear mountains of the Duhan sect. "Xiao Han, have you not detected the presence of adversaries? Why have you sounded the Duhan bell?" A voice resonated just as three elderly figures with white hair appeared before them. The foremost elder frowning as he scrutinized Ling Han. "Ling Han, I pay my respects to the esteemed elders, Ling Han hastily bowed. However, many elders, including Yu Qing, exchanged glances, astonished. Did not the rumors declare that these esteemed elders had already passed? They were astonished to discover that they were still alive. Yet they dared not delay and promptly offered their respectful greetings. We pay our respects to the esteemed elders. The three venerable figures disregarded them and continued to fixate on Ling Han, subsequently inquiring in a solemn tone, Ling Han, I am asking you a question. Esteemed elders. The last two forms of the Duhun sword technique have emerged, Ling Han stated. What? Upon hearing this news, even the three esteemed elders could not suppress their excitement. Are you implying that kin of our ancestor has appeared? One of the elders asked eagerly. Indeed, Ling Han affirmed. Where? Quickly, lead us to pay our respects. The foremost elder urged. They are presently in the southern wilderness, Yu Qing interjected promptly. Sensing that the sight of kin from their ancestor was of greater significance than he had anticipated. And who might you be? One of the esteemed elders directed his gaze towards Yu Qing. This is my disciple and the next candidate for the sect leader. He is the one who made the discovery, Ling Han explained. Excellent, the leading elder nodded in appreciation and hastily added. We must descend the mountain at once to pay our respects. Patience, Ling Han replied. At this moment, the elder on the right, who had remained silent thus far, waved his hand and remarked. When the ancestor was still present, he cherished grandeur. Undoubtedly, those of his lineage feel the same. Ling Han, upon hearing this, promptly commanded that all members above the rank of protector from the soul fighting sect gather at the foot of the mountain. Simultaneously, arrangements were to be made to display the utmost magnificence. Understood. Ling Han responded swiftly, dispatching a flurry of orders with great urgency. Chapter 97. An apology and such a grand gift? After a lengthy interval, the mighty Duhun sect set forth. Within the confines of their small celestial realm, a colossal shadow loomed over the ground as 1, 2, and then 3 magnificent flying vessels emerged, signifying the presence of Duhun sect's 3 airships. Such formidable vessels, capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers, were unmatched by the combined forces of all other sects in the desolate lands, yet Duhun sect unveiled not 1, but 3. This clearly attests to their profound foundation. At the forefront of the lead vessel stood Ling Han, accompanied by the 3 esteemed elders, Yu Qing, and other ordinary elders. On the subsequent vessels were the various heads overseeing different affairs of the sect, as well as protectors, alongside the elite disciples, meticulously cultivated by the sect, excluding Yu Qing. In essence, this expedition comprised the current and future backbone of Duhun sect. The venerable ancestor, known for his love of grandeur, once proclaimed that the greater the display, the more respect is conveyed. The 3 esteemed elders, with hands clasped behind their backs, stroked their beards contemplatively. These 3 airships represent the utmost display we can muster. They mused, let us hope that the esteemed elder finds favor in our offerings. Rest assured, venerable uncles, Ling Han interjected. I have also brought along 3 portions each of our sect's long-cherished heavenly materials and earthly treasures as gifts for our esteemed elder. Excellent, excellent. The 3 esteemed elders nodded in approval. Furthermore, ensure that when we arrive, all maintain an attitude of utmost respect. Should anyone falter, they shall be expelled from the Duhun sect without question. After all, we cannot afford to be negligent in the presence of the ancestors' kin. Thus, after meticulous preparations, the 3 airships proceeded southward toward the southern region. Their apprehension was understandable. For many years, they had benefited from the legacy left by their revered ancestor, whose prestige was unparalleled in their minds. The grand display of the Duhun sect stirred a considerable commotion among the masses, including the emperor. As the 3 airships traversed the sky, onlookers speculated whether a monumental upheaval was underway, wondering if the Duhun sect was mobilizing to annihilate a formidable force. Look, their destination is the southern region, where the secret realm lies, they observed. Not long ago, the young master of Duhun sect, Yu Qing, ventured there alone with a cadre of experts, only to hastily return in a flying vessel. Could it be that he has encountered unforeseen complications? It seems likely, another remarked. The remnants of the Yu Qing sect possess considerable strength, having driven away numerous factions, vanquished the Liu He sect, and subdued the Jin Huang sect. It would not be surprising if the young master faced difficulties at their hands. Indeed, it is highly probable that he has returned seeking reinforcements, another added. Yet, the scale of this mobilization was truly staggering. Regardless, one thing was certain, a spectacle awaited. Let us hasten to follow them. In the wake of Duhun sect's influence, a tempest arose, drawing countless experts toward the southern region. Meanwhile, in a different direction, Shi Wuming led a multitude of experts from the Jinhuang sect, also racing toward the southern region. Master, the spoils from the annihilation of the Six Harmonies sect are indeed exceedingly abundant. Indeed, they surpass even the profound depths of our Golden Radiance sect by 2 tiers. We have always believed ourselves to be a step ahead of the Six Harmonies sect, yet we were utterly mistaken. Had it not been for the Master's intervention, which precipitated the downfall of the Six Harmonies sect, the chasm between us and them would surely have widened further. A group of elders engaged in fervent discussion. Enough of the chatter. The matter of eradicating the Lioha sect is settled. According to our Master's instructions, we must hasten to the southern wilderness to assist in safeguarding the periphery of the secret realm, declared the leader, XWMing. The other elders nodded in agreement. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the air ahead. XWMing furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance. Shortly thereafter, an elderly figure materialized before them. It is someone from the Duhun sect, XWMing thought, his expression growing more serious. Ex-sect master, it has been a few days since we last met. I trust you have been well. The newcomer was none other than Elder M. Elder M, I have already conveyed everything necessary in our previous discussions. What brings you to obstruct my path this time? Shi Wuming spoke in a low voice. Ever since he became aware that the Duhun sect had also come for the secret realm, he inexplicably harbored a natural aversion towards them. It seemed as though he instinctively positioned himself within Yu Qing's camp. The formidable reputation of the Duhun sect in the wasteland was so great that he, as a member of the Jinhuang sect, felt they were not even on the same level, thus maintaining a polite demeanor, refraining from expressing his true feelings. Haha. Sect leader, she is misunderstood. I would never dare to trouble your esteemed sect. I have come primarily to apologize for the previous incident. Elder Mo quickly replied with a smile. He then produced a storage ring, saying, a small gift, a token of my respect. I sincerely hope sect leader she will not hold a grudge over the last matter. As he spoke, the storage ring fell into Shi Wuming's hand. This is. The storage ring bore no insignia, yet he could sense its contents with a mere thought. Upon perceiving the plethora of treasures contained within, ranging from cultivation techniques to spiritual artifacts and elixirs, Shi Wuming felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, leaving him somewhat dazed. Although it was true that the Duhun sect had forcibly invited him last time, when had they ever been so accommodating? To apologize afterward and present such a grand gift? Zai Wuming could hardly restrain himself from uttering. In that case, perhaps you might consider inviting me more frequently. Elder Mo, what precisely does this imply? The more this was the case, the more suspicious Shi Wuming felt. Did I not mention that I intended to extend an apology to the sect master Shi for the previous incident? After all, the Soul Fighting sect and the Golden Radiance sect are not adversaries. They resemble a family instead. Thus, sect master Shi need not overthink the matter. Simply accept the gift. Old Mo offered a faint smile, providing no further explanation. After speaking, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of Shi Wuming and the others, and departed without a backward glance. A family? Shi Wuming could not help but scratch his head, feeling increasingly bewildered. Yet, he sensed an unusual air about the situation. Putting that aside for the moment, he decided to return to the southern wilderness to meet his master first. Meanwhile, in another part of the desolate land, within the gates of the Hung Tian Sword sect, Ying Xiao hurriedly approached the main hall, her brow furrowed in concern. Inside the grand hall, El Tianqi and Shin Jiotao were engaged in a game of chess. By the way, how did you come to know that individual? Shin Jiotao inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he made his move. It can be considered fate. El Tianqi replied with a tranquil smile, then recounted the events that transpired after his disciple Ying Xiao witnessed the demise of the Lord of the Qitian Gate. So, you have seen that person with your own eyes? Shin Jiotao asked again. Indeed, El Tianqi nodded, reflecting on the encounter, still feeling that individual was profoundly enigmatic. In any case, I must express my gratitude. Without your warning, I fear that my Lei Zijiang sect might have followed in the footsteps of the Lioha sect and the Jinhua sect, Shin Jiotao remarked, unable to contain his apprehension as he recalled the incident. At that moment, Ying Xiao arrived, her expression grave. Master, Uncle Shin, there is trouble. What is the cause of such urgency? El Tianqi furrowed his brow. We have just received news that the Duhun sect has dispatched 3 flying vessels. Nearly all their high-ranking personnel are heading towards the southern border's secret realm, Ying Xiao reported solemnly. What? El Tianqi's hand, poised to make a move, froze in shock. Chapter 98. If you find it worthwhile, I shall accompany you. Are you certain there is no mistake? Beside him, Shin Jiotao, devoid of any desire to continue the game, could not help but lift his head to inquire. This information is absolutely reliable. It was just received moments ago, Ying Qiao replied. Shen Jiotao and Lu Chuanqi exchanged a glance, unable to suppress their curiosity. What is your take on this matter? Shen Jiotao pressed further. You must be aware of the recent news regarding the young master of the Fighting Soul sect venturing into the southern wilderness. Given their interest in the secret realm, it is inevitable that conflicts will arise with our esteemed elder, Lu Chuanqi remarked with a furrowed brow. If my assumptions are correct, the Fighting Soul sect's grand mobilization is undoubtedly aimed at our elder. And what do you plan to do next? Shen Jiotao inquired again. Lu Chuanqi remained silent, his brow tightly knitted. While we were aware that Elder Yu Qing might find himself at odds with the Fighting Soul sect due to their expressed interest in the secret realm, it would be unwise for us to intervene. After all, when celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer, Lu Chuanqi stated. We cannot afford to offend either side. It is best for us to remain uninvolved. However, the fact that the Fighting Soul sect has deployed 3 flying vessels indicates they will not relent easily. At this point, Lu Chuanqi paused before continuing. If we were to assist Elder Yu Qing, we would be of little help, to be frank. Yet, what we can do is to forewarn him, allowing him to prepare accordingly. But what if the Fighting Soul sect discovers this and seeks retribution against you? Shen Jiotao asked gravely. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? I can no longer concern myself with such matters. Elder Yu Qing has slain my sworn enemy, the master of the Qing men, thus. He is akin to a benefactor to my Hang Tian sword sect. I shall meet him without pretense or arrogance, Lu Chuanqi declared. With the Fighting Soul sect making such grand moves, I cannot remain indifferent. Old Lu, I never expected you to retain your old temperament, Shen Jiotao said, heartily patting Lu Chuanqi on the shoulder. This is precisely why I am willing to stand by your side as a brother. Then, Lu Chuanqi looked at Shen Jiotao with gratitude, saying, I can handle this matter myself. Should the news truly leak, it would not implicate your Purple Thunder Sword sect. What nonsense. Such words hardly reflect brotherhood, Shen Jiotao replied, his expression darkening in displeasure. Very well, Lu Chuanqi conceded with a shake of his head. The two brothers, having known each other for many years, were well aware of each other's dispositions. However, the speed of those 3 flying vessels from the Fighting Soul sect is astonishing. Even if your Hang Tian sword sect is the closest to the southern wilderness, it seems unlikely we would arrive ahead of the Fighting Soul sect. Shen Jiotao voiced his concerns. I have already devised a strategy for this situation. As he spoke, Lu Chuanqi waved his hand, revealing a talisman radiating with a faint glow. The 1,000-mile talisman. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Jiotao could not help but express his astonishment, exclaiming, I never anticipated that you would resort to utilizing the Wanli talisman of your Hangtian sword sect. This artifact is indeed a supreme treasure, whether ensnared in perilous secret realms, intricate formations, or various moments of crisis. Invoking the talisman allows one to transport themselves effortlessly to any location within 1,000 miles. However, each use depletes its essence. And as far as I am aware, you have scarcely employed this Wanli talisman over the years. To be candid, I have but one use remaining. After this, the talisman will be rendered utterly inoperative, Lu Chuanqi replied with a bittersweet smile. Are you certain this is worth it? Shen Jiotao inquired earnestly, unsure of how to proceed. Once a decision is made, it is indeed worthwhile, Lu Chuanqi affirmed. Very well, if you deem it worthy, I shall accompany you. We must not delay. Let us depart at once, Shen Jiotao declared. Qiao, I am heading to the southern wilderness with your uncle Shen. Safeguard this place, allow no one to enter. If anyone inquires, inform them that your uncle Shen and I are engaged in a philosophical discourse, and we have neither emerged nor departed, Lu Chuanqi instructed with earnest gravity. Rest assured, master, I understand what must be done, Ying Qiao responded with a solemn nod, grasping the underlying significance of Lu Chuanqi's words. After Lu Chuanqi acknowledged her, he promptly activated the talisman. A radiant glow emanated from the talisman, enveloping both him and Shen Jiotao in a multitude of runes. Subsequently, a peculiar force drew them into the fabric of space. Simultaneously, the talisman in Lu Chuanqi's hand lost its brilliance, disintegrating into powder with its final invocation. Lu Chuanqi cast a lingering glance at the talisman, reflecting on how, over the years, it had repeatedly extricated him from dire predicaments. The two felt as though they were traversing through the void. Moments later, the spatial forces expelled them, revealing a drastically altered landscape that was no longer within the halls of the Hangtian sword sect, but rather in the vicinity of the secret realm. Quickly, seek out our elder and relay the news, Lu Chuanqi urged, directing his gaze towards the gathering anomalies above. Without hesitation, both men moved forth, extending their senses outward. In a brief interval, Lu Tianqi spotted a familiar courtyard. "There!" he exclaimed. Shun Jiutao nodded in agreement, following Lu Tianqi toward the courtyard. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. Lu Tianqi, unwilling to waste a moment, rapped upon the door. The door swung open, revealing Yu Qing. "Ah, it is you, Sectmaster Lu." Yu Qing greeted with a slight smile, an air of pleasant surprise evident in his demeanor. Turning to Shun Jiutao, he inquired, "And who might this be?" "Esteemed elder, I present to you my friend, the Sectmaster of the Purple Thunder Sword Sect." "Shun Jiutao?" Lu Tianqi replied, bowing respectfully. "Shun Jiutao, I pay my respects, esteemed elder." Shun Jiutao also bowed, discreetly assessing Yu Qing, silently acknowledging him as the formidable presence who had vanquished the Liuhe sect and subdued the Jinwang sect, finding it impossible to discern any trace of depth within him. As L. Tianqi remarked, although this individual possesses considerable strength, he remains unpretentious and approachable. "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Master Shun. Please, do come in," Yu Qing said with a smile. Yet, the two visitors showed no intention of entering. L. Tianqi, with a look of urgency, spoke, "Esteemed elder, we have come to deliver a warning. We have received reliable intelligence that the Soul Fighting Sect has mobilized 3 flying vessels, accompanied by numerous high-ranking members, heading towards the southern frontier. They are currently en route, and if our conjectures are correct, their objective is you. Therefore, we implore you to prepare accordingly." Furthermore, at this juncture, L. Tianqi's expression turned troubled. He continued, "We regret that we cannot offer direct assistance, as we represent 2 major sword sects. We hope you can understand our position. Lastly, we kindly ask that you refrain from disclosing our visit to anyone." With that, the two clasped their hands in a courteous farewell and departed decisively. Chapter 99, Departure to the Secret Realm. First to greet the Soul Combat Sect, watching the two figures hastily retreating as though fearing discovery, even Yu Qing felt a stirring in his heart, regardless of anything else. The mere fact that they had taken the risk to deliver this message spoke volumes. Unconsciously, he committed this kindness to memory. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly. The Soul Combat Sect, how intriguing. Was it because of those 2 young beasts, or something else entirely? But the specifics hardly mattered now. Come to think of it, it had been far too long since he had experienced a truly exhilarating battle. This rekindled a long-dormant fire within him. He could only hope they wouldn't disappoint. Yu Qing cast a glance into the distance before returning to the courtyard. There, he retrieved the unremarkable longsword once embedded deep beneath the capital of Fuyiao and began sharpening it with deliberate care. Meanwhile, the 3 colossal airships of the Soul Combat Sect had already crossed into the southern border. Such behemoths naturally caused an uproar, stirring waves of astonishment and awe among the locals. Elsewhere, not far from the secret realm, Nangong Fuyiao had exhausted every means at her disposal to gather intelligence for the Soul Combat Sect. She understood that securing their favor would render even the loss of the Imperial Seal insignificant. Yet what she uncovered shocked her. Yu Qing again? He intended to claim the secret realm for himself, driving back the forces of the Wastelands with a single command? The 6 Harmonies sect and the Golden Radiance sect, one annihilated, the other subdued? Just what level of power did he possess? Was he merely a prince of her Fuyiao Empire? If the southern border's immortal sect showed him deference, that was one thing, but how could even the Wastelands factions fail to oppose him? Why was I never told of this before? Nangong Fuyiao slammed her palm onto the table, her expression a storm of indignation, though she loathed to admit it. This revelation left her profoundly unsettled. No, it wasn't he that she had expelled him. He had concealed his true strength all along, whether she exiled him or not. He would never have served Fuyiao. His departure changed nothing. She muttered these words to herself, but the attempt at self-reassurance only deepened her frustration. Had she known of Yu Qing's power, how different things might have been. The Imperial Seal would never have been lost. Of course, she refused to acknowledge any fault on her part, laying the blame entirely on Yu Qing for withholding the truth. "Your Majesty, urgent news." An elite from the Celestial Court hurried in to report. "Speak," Nangong Fuyiao commanded coldly. "The Soul Combat Sect has dispatched 3 massive airships into the southern border. Their leadership has mobilized in full force. Their intentions appear hostile, and it seems they are targeting Prince Qing." "What? Is this confirmed?" Her eyes flashed with sudden interest as she rose swiftly to her feet. "Beyond doubt. They will arrive within the hour." "Excellent. Escort me to greet them at once." Without delay, Nangong Fuyiao prepared to receive them. "Yet, Your Majesty, Prince Qing has once been a distinguished contributor to our Fuyiao Empire. Should we not consider a way to inform him?" At this moment, the subordinate hesitated to voice his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyo's expression darkened, and she replied coldly. Since when has he been a benefactor of the Fuyiao Empire? He has long severed ties with us. Are you not aware of this? But the subordinate's face revealed a conflict of emotions. There is no but. Should you utter such words again, you shall be cast out of the Fuyiao Empire. Nangong Fuyo declared in a chilling tone. The subordinate dared not speak further. However, your words have reminded me, Nangong Fuyo continued after a moment of contemplation. I have never been a heartless individual. As you mentioned, I do not deny that Yu Qing once rendered some service to the Fuyiao Empire. Therefore, if he acknowledges his mistakes and sincerely submits to me, I may grant him an opportunity. In a crucial moment, I could perhaps intercede on his behalf before the Duhan sect, which might save his life. Of course, this is contingent upon his genuine submission and a return to the Fuyiao Empire to serve me with his abilities. Furthermore, he must not covet the secret realm again. With that, Nangong Fuyo raised her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with intelligence. It was evident that even though she had witnessed Yu Qing repel the forces of the wilderness with a single word, she did not believe he possessed any strength to resist when faced with the might of the Duhan sect. Let us proceed to the secret realm and welcome the Duhan sect, Nangong Fuyo commanded, leading her entourage toward the secret realm without hesitation. Within the borders of another nation, she no longer feared revealing her identity. After all, the Duhan sect had arrived. What was a mere small country in comparison? In fact, it was her home ground. As she approached the vicinity of the secret realm, a multitude of people had already gathered in this space. Among them were the forces of the wilderness that had not departed from the southern border, alongside the local powers of the southern region, all drawn together by the news. The two great kings of the barbarian nation, Manshan and Gongsun too, also gathered here, mobilizing nearly all the elite of their nation. Even knowing that sending their forces against such an existence was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they could not shy away. The enemy had already breached their territory. The barbarian nation had never been one to cower in fear. Meanwhile, in Yu Qing's courtyard, the two elderly men, Li Bugu and Bai Mei, who had come to witness the excitement of the secret realm, also rushed over. Elder, although we are but two old fools, how can we allow outsiders to bully our southern region? They exclaimed. If you need us, just say the word. We shall fight them fiercely. Indeed. Let us fight them fiercely. The two elders flushed with determination, displaying a fearless demeanor. Their fervor stemmed from a sense of territorial pride. The emergence of the secret realm in the southern region naturally belonged to the people of the south. The wilderness forces had not regarded their local sects as worthy of consideration, which ignited a fire of indignation within them. Not long ago, Yu Qing single-handedly repelled the crowd and subdued two major sects, providing them with a much-needed sense of relief. On the other hand, they were also willing to take a gamble. After all, the southern wilderness is merely a small region with limited resources and narrow perspectives. If nothing unexpected occurs, the sects of the southern wilderness are likely to remain confined to this area for eternity. A victory would usher in a promising future, while a defeat would leave them in utter despair. Yu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. It is perhaps only in times of adversity that one can discern who is sincere and who seeks to take advantage of another's misfortune. At that moment, Manshan and Gongsun too also encountered the sudden appearance of Nangong Fuyiao. The expressions of the two men darkened instantly. Nangong Fuyiao, this is the territory of the barbarian nation. What business do you, as the Empress of the Fuyiao Empire, have in our land? Manshan inquired. His face set in a grimace. Humph, Nangong Fuyiao scoffed. Raising her chin with an air of superiority, she replied, I have come, of course, to welcome the Soul Dual sect. Chapter 100. The Empire of Fuyiao and the Duhan sect's collaborative relationship welcome the Duhan sect? Manshan retorted coldly. What does your Fuyiao Empire have to do with the Duhan sect? Who claims that we have no ties? Nangong Fuyiao replied with a sardonic smile. Allow me to speak plainly. Our Fuyiao Empire has long established a cooperative relationship with the Duhan sect. This partnership was directly negotiated by myself and young Master Ho of the Duhan sect. Therefore, when the Duhan sect arrives at this secret realm, I shall personally extend my welcome. As she spoke, her voice rose an octave, capturing the attention of many who were present during her confrontation with Manshan. Indeed, as her words echoed, countless gazes turned towards her, accompanied by murmurs of speculation. A notable number of onlookers regarded her with a mixture of awe and envy. Subconsciously, Nangong Fuyiao lifted her chin slightly, reveling in this attention. Such admiration was markedly different from what she experienced within the confines of her empire. The individuals qualified to be in the vicinity of this secret realm were far from ordinary. They were either forces from the wasteland or sects that transcended national boundaries in the southern region. Manshan and Gongsun too wore expressions as dark as thunderclouds. The confidence exuding from Nangong Fuyiao was not feigned. It was rooted in a genuine alliance. Were it not for this truth, she would not possess such audacity. Thus, for the moment, they dared not act against her. For even though speculations arose that the Duhan sect might target Yu Qing, the true intentions remained shrouded in uncertainty. In a situation where clarity was lacking, any rash actions against Nangong Fuyiao could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Faced with her brazen demeanor, both Manshan and Gongsun too could only endure in silence, their faces a mask of frustration. Nangong Fuyiao cast a provocative glance in their direction before surveying the surroundings. Permit me to introduce myself. I am the Empress of the Fuyiao Empire. Should any esteemed experts choose to visit the Fuyiao Empire in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure that you are treated with the utmost hospitality. In response to her overtures, several factions promptly reciprocated. We are from the failing sect of the wasteland, and once the matters of the secret realm are concluded, we shall certainly pay a visit to the Fuyiao Empire. I am a wandering cultivator from the wasteland. I wonder if the Fuyiao Empire is in need of offerings. If so, I would be quite eager to serve. Indeed, should the Empress of Fuyiao visit our Dantian sect in the wasteland, we would be honored to host her. These individuals predominantly belong to smaller factions from the wasteland, drawn here either to observe or to seize opportunities. The favorable responses received by Nangong Fuyiao were undoubtedly influenced by the association with the Duhan sect. Well said, she replied with a smile, thoroughly enjoying the pleasantries. At this moment, her vanity was immensely gratified. In the past, these lofty sects would never deign to regard secular nations with such respect. Yet the circumstances were now entirely transformed. The fiery gazes of Manshan and Gongsun too filled her with a sense of ease. Had it not been for Nangua's Nanshi's absence, she would have undoubtedly realized that even among empresses, disparities exist. At that moment, a commotion arose from the distant horizon. Initially mere trifling black dots, they rapidly expanded within the spectator's sight, transforming into 3 colossal vessels. These were the 3 flying boats of the Duhan sect, racing towards them with haste. Crafted from specific materials, the boats exuded a heavy aura, hovering in midair and casting vast shadows that enveloped the crowd beneath. As everyone looked up, they could not help but feel diminutive and awed. This was the true essence of a grand sect. Manshan, Gongsun too, and others wore expressions of utmost gravity, should they confront such entities. The Man Kingdom would likely be effortlessly obliterated. One could observe the formations gathering around the flying vessels, their power palpable and poised to strike. A single blow could very well reduce everyone present to ashes. Meanwhile, Nangong Fuyiao's eyes shimmered with fervent light. This was the authentic grand sect, the strength she had long yearned for and aspired to possess. In comparison, what were the southern regions or the remnants of the past worth? Accompany me to welcome the esteemed figures of the Duhan sect, Nangong Fuyiao declared passionately, leading her skilled companions into the air towards the approaching vessels. Upon the foremost flying boat, alongside the sect leader Ling Han, the deputy leader Ho Wuchang, and the 3 venerable elders, a few others were also present. Among them were Xiao Li and several personal attendants of Ho Wuchang. The Duhan sect had made a detour to fetch Xiao Li, recognizing her importance for introductions. Otherwise, their abrupt visit would lack proper decorum. The 3 venerable elders, upon meeting Xiao Li, became thoroughly convinced of Yu Qing's identity. For even they could not discern the depths of Xiao Li's true abilities, sensing her inscrutability. Junior, we humbly request you to guide us to your esteemed master's current location. Once we arrive, please do remember to facilitate our introductions, the 3 venerable elders said, surrounding Xiao Li with warm smiles and courteous demeanor. Of course, Xiao Li replied, spitting out a grape seed before unsteadily approaching the front of the flying boat to gaze ahead. Ho Wuchang's attendants hurriedly followed, feeding her peeled grapes. It was evident that in just a few days, Xiao Li had gained a bit of weight, her cherubic appearance resembling that of a small tiger. My master is in the courtyard just ahead, Xiao Li indicated after observing her surroundings. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 venerable elders brightened with excitement. Understood. Following the direction indicated by our junior, we shall proceed at full speed to pay our respects, they proclaimed, eager to meet Yu Qing. As their command was issued, the flying boat began to approach the courtyard. However, just as they moved, Nangong Fuyiao, accompanied by several attendants, soared into the air, blocking their path. Nangong Fuyiao greets the esteemed members of the Duhan sect. Knowing that the esteemed members of the Duhan sect would arrive today, Nangong Fuyiao has specially gathered everyone here to extend a warm welcome and to cleanse the dust of travel. She has already arranged for food and beverages, and sincerely hopes that all of you distinguished guests will proceed to the designated place. In midair, Nangong Fuyiao's expression was one of excitement. Despite the hastiness of the situation, she ensured that every detail of the reception was meticulously prepared. She firmly believes that the Duhan sect will be pleased with her earnestness, and this will serve as a genuine opportunity for her to ascend to the pinnacle of her life.